Lin Ran aspires to transform the internal diesel engine into one driven by mental energy. After all, lugging around a fuel tank significantly hampers one's quality of life. Despite enduring the torment of an internal engine for 9 long years, his theoretical achievements remain unparalleled in the entire city. Yet, on the day of the power source conversion, he awakened an extraordinary talent, the frail essence of the undead, with the singular vocation of a mechanical undead summoner. When he summoned a level 1 mechanical skeleton warrior. As the crowd beheld this mechanical skeleton, its eyes aglow with crimson light, engaging a formidable boss in single combat. They still couldn't comprehend. Wait, are you really calling a Terminator a level 1 skeleton soldier? And such skeleton soldiers, Lin Ran possessed countless. Chapter 1. The Power Source Conversion. Lin Ran, what are those 4 steel pipes on your backside for? Exhaust emission. But why does anyone else have them? Lin Ran, what is contained within the tank on your back? Diesel. But why doesn't anyone else have one? Lin Ran, why is your chest perpetually quivering? Engine resonance. But he's a der. Lin Ran swiftly covered the mouth of the girl beside him. No more buts. The energy conversion ritual is about to commence. Below the energy conversion array, Lin Ran appeared somewhat fatigued amidst the crowd. Beneath the blazing sun, the weighty fuel tank on his back voraciously drained his stamina, while a 4-stroke engine thrummed at a steady 600 revolutions per minute within his chest, serving as his lifeblood. Although accustomed to bearing the burden of a 20-liter fuel tank, Lin Ran yearned to detach it in favor of a more convenient energy source. Moreover, the girl beside him squatted near his rear, reveling in the aroma of the exhaust emitted by Lin Ran's engine. Lin Ran, you smell delightful. Lin Ran was a loss for words. Indeed, the exhaust from a diesel engine possesses a peculiar fragrance, and the vibrations were markedly pronounced, causing him to tremble incessantly. So why not opt for a gasoline engine instead? Because that would be far too exhilarating. Unable to comprehend Samida, Lin Ran was equally bewildered upon his arrival in this world. This realm was invaded by game long ago. Initially, various monsters, mechanical beasts, and bosses wreak havoc upon humanity, with conventional firearms proving effective only against mundane creatures, while high-level monsters boasted such formidable defenses that they could treat nuclear warheads as mere tea eggs. As the saying goes, only magic can vanquish magic. Humanity discovered a method to gamify the human body by replacing the heart with an engine. The crystallization of human industrialization, which, when combined with the powers extracted from monsters, could unlock unimaginable strength within a human form, activating professions, levels, equipment, and class changes. Subsequently, as humanity battled incessantly against the monsters, numerous safe zones were established, akin to novice villages. Shishan City, where Lin Ran resided, was one such haven. Lin Ran surveyed his surroundings. Tens of thousands of students in Shishan City stood in orderly rows, while an assembly of leaders from the Education Bureau occupied the stage, announcing the professions of each student as they ascended to present themselves during this energy conversion ceremony. Yishi, an E-class heavy armored warrior, has transitioned from electric power drive to a physical power drive. Sufeng, a D-class guide, has shifted from electric power drive to a mental power drive. Jingqi, a C-class herbalist, has also converted from electric power drive to a mental power drive. Do you not comprehend? Professions can generally be categorized into 3 types: combat, support, and livelihood. While the distinction of professions may not imply superiority or inferiority, the reality is that such hierarchies are likely to exist. Livelihood professions may have the potential for ascendance, yet combat professions remain the only true divinities. It is evident that even that classmate, despite being merely an E-class combatant, is filled with exuberance, whereas the C-class livelihood practitioner wears a visage of despondency. So what exactly is electric power drive? It serves as the source of energy akin to a heart. Why, then, is Lin Ran's power source a fuel engine? In truth, centuries ago, upon birth, individuals in this world would have an electric-driven power source implanted during a surgical procedure performed by physicians. The electric heart is not only economically viable and powerful, but it also exerts no detrimental effects on the body. Moreover, nurtured by the bloodstream, the electric heart may even evolve, thereby enhancing the profession upon its unlocking. The fuel engine has long been rendered obsolete. When Lin Ran traversed into this world, the host was merely 9 years old, devoid of any prior memories. The host's chest had been excavated, and the electric heart had vanished. To make matters worse, for reasons unknown, His blood and flesh were rapidly undergoing a process of metallization. Through the sound surrounding him, Lin Ran swiftly came to accept the harsh reality. In this world, no one could save his life. Thus, as a former mechanical engineer, Lin Ran began his quest for self-rescue. While he could not control the metallization of his entire body, he could manipulate the metal within him to reshape it into desired forms. This feat would ordinarily be deemed impossible. Yet, within his hollow chest, there existed a faint crimson electric current, visible only to him. This red current aided him in accomplishing this miraculous transformation. He crafted a single-cylinder engine by hand to serve as a substitute for the power source. As he matured, the amount of metal within him steadily increased, necessitating the gradual transition from a single-cylinder engine to a four-cylinder one. This transformation also led to an escalating demand for diesel fuel. Space was not an issue, as it was merely a mini-engine. By the time he reached his final days, those metals would not claim his life. The primary concern was the excessive consumption of fuel. Lin Ran's aspiration was to convert the engine's power source from diesel to physical or mental energy, thus eliminating the oil tank on his back. Utilizing physical or mental energy to operate the engine would require only a modicum of input while allowing for prolonged operation, enabling him to return to a normal life. Next, Shan Qingxue. Lin Ran turned around to find Shan Qingxue still reaching out to touch his exhaust pipe, her delicate fingers smudged with soot. Lin Ran, are you burning oil? Lin Ran. This is his childhood friend and half-sister. She knows everything about Lin Ran, yet still asks him 125 times why his exhaust pipe has 4 outlets and 121 times what the oil tank on his back is. She breathes and exhausts fumes daily, truly a devoted follower. However, Lin Ran harbors no impatience, for Shan Qingxue is exceptionally kind and treats him well. He has always regarded her as a younger sister. It's your turn. Lin Ran, I feel a bit anxious. I believe I can achieve B class, but if I fall short, I won't be able to enter law school. Lin Ran. Lin Ran observed Shan Qingxue, the typically vivacious girl, trembling slightly at this moment. Lin Ran embraced her, and amidst the engine's resonance, her tremors intensified. You spend all your time playing and barely pass anything. Theoretical knowledge and personal effort will affect your profession's quality. Now you realize the importance of being nervous. Shan Qingxue pouted. Indeed, unlike you, scoring full marks in every subject and ranking first in the entire city. With a shift in her tone and a glimmer of hope in her eyes, she continued, Lin Ran, whichever school I attend, you must accompany me, okay? Under the gaze of Shan Qingxue's glistening eyes, Lin Ran smiled and nodded. Yay, that's wonderful. The so-called Long School is the premier institution in Daxia, offering the finest knowledge and resources. Graduates from this university typically command starting salaries in the millions, provided they can gain admission with a minimum professional level requirement of B class. Take a deep breath and do not be anxious. Shan Qingxue stood atop the elevated platform, her eyes shut tightly. With each breath she took, the entire square trembled slightly, rhythmically synchronizing with her inhalations and exhalations. With a whoosh, amidst the tumultuous currents of air, a pair of pristine, six-winged wings manifested behind Shan Qingxue. Her body gradually ascended, and as her right hand gently gestured forward, the surrounding air delineated white lines, slowly forming the shape of a colossal figure. A towering armored goddess materialized before them. Shan Qingxue, SSS class combat hidden profession, goddess of the sanctuary. Goodness, I must be hearing things. A hidden profession? And at the SSS level? This merely represents the upper limit of the profession level as identified by the transformation array, not the pinnacle of Shan Qingxue's capabilities. Judging by this aura, she is already nearing divine status. With this punch, the novice dungeon's little kunkin would surely be reduced to tears. The emergence of the SSS grade profession astonished everyone, creating a somewhat chaotic scene. Soon, Shan Xueqing was respectfully escorted to another location by a group of leaders. Shan Yang, the head of the energy conversion ceremony, could hardly contain his laughter. All right, everyone, quiet down, ha ha ha. Ha! Shan Xueqing, you no longer need to take the college entrance examination. You are directly admitted to the Dragon School. Well, let the energy conversion ceremony proceed. Next. Never mind. Let's have them come up 2 at a time. This will expedite the process. Now, let's begin calling names. Jing and Lin Ran, please come up together. Upon hearing these 2 names, Shan Yang was slightly taken aback. even feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Oh no, I've let these two arch-rivals stand together. Chapter 2. The Effect of 01. Amidst the gazes of thousands of students and teachers, the top two theoretical achievers of the city stood together upon the high platform. Could it be that these two could share the stage? Indeed, who would doubt it? The esteemed classmate in Jing is the undisputed belle of the West City High School beauty rankings, while Lin Ran has declined and Jing's advances thrice. Over the years, no matter how diligently Jing has studied, her grades have consistently been overshadowed by Lin Ran, affectionately dubbed the perennial second place. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, Jing scoffed, directing her icy gaze at Lin Ran. Lin Ran, during my sophomore year, the power source test indicated my potential for an S-class profession, meaning I too commenced at an S-class level. Lin Ran remained impassive, and so? The corners of Jing's mouth curled slightly. The manifestations of an S-class profession are exceedingly formidable. Should you be harmed, it would not bode well for you. While the transformation of the power source has yet to commence, you ought to step down. Before Lin Ran could respond, Jing's mentor interjected. Indeed, Lin Ran. You should withdraw. You are a unique case. In West City, and perhaps throughout the greater Xia Kingdom, no one has utilized an internal combustion engine as a power source for centuries. Historical records suggest that upon conversion, the highest outcome achievable is a C-class profession. And under the manifestation of an S-class profession, a C-class would struggle to stand. Lin Ran remarked, you bring me up here only to send me back down? Is this diesel-free? Unperturbed, Lin Ran waved her hand dismissively. Very well, let the transformation ceremony commence. With a motion from Shanyang, the array coalesced into two beams of light that surged toward the chests of the two individuals. The first to successfully convert her power source was Jing. Her surrounding energy tumultuous, with the air resonating with deep growls. Soon after, a colossal divine beast, the white tiger, materialized beside her. Classmate Jing, S-class beast summoner. Combat type. The power source has transformed into spiritual energy. With a roar that seemed to shatter mountains, the white tiger unleashed its ferocity. The front row students turned pale with fright, and even Jing's mentor staggered back a few steps, exclaiming in awe, remarkable, a direct summoner of divine beasts. Such intimidation. Hardly inferior to an SS class. All eyes then turned to Lin Ran. What was happening? Why was there no commotion from her? She appeared utterly unresponsive. At that moment, Lin Ran distinctly felt three forces clashing within her heart. The first was the internal combustion engine, which had accompanied her for 9 years, akin to a relentless cancer. Yet it was precisely due to its existence that she had survived until now. The second force was a crimson lightning bolt, aiding Lin Ran in reshaping her power source and restraining the internal combustion engine. These two forces were in a state of equilibrium, but during the power source transformation, a third force emerged, seeking to infiltrate the power source and infuse it. Under normal circumstances, this force from the array would directly engage the internal combustion engine. Yet it lingered indecisively between the crimson lightning and the internal combustion engine, uncertain whom to choose. As time progressed, the strength of the array diminished gradually, and Lin Ran felt an acute urgency. Should the power of the array wane too much, she risked failure in her power source transformation. Finally, the crimson lightning acted, sacrificing itself and infusing all its strength into the internal combustion engine. Lin Ran felt an emptiness within, as if bidding farewell to a longtime companion. Simultaneously, the previously clear sky darkened ominously. What was happening? Why had the sky turned dark? Another S-class manifestation? And Jing's heart sank. This phenomenon, in both duration and scope, surpassed her own. Thunderous roars echoed. Above the transformation array, a colossal skeleton, as though risen from a sea of blood, emerged. The teachers and leaders below gasped in horror. What is this? Such pressure. We cannot even entertain the thought of resistance. The skeleton's eyes slowly opened, and a crimson data stream cascaded down, obliterating the white tiger in an instant. And Jing's complexion paled, her lips bitten, disbelief flooding her gaze as she turned to Lin Ran. The manifestation arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Shanyang swallowed hard. What on earth is happening in West City this year? Each individual seems more monstrous than the last. All eyes were drawn to Lin Ran. Such a grand display, and the S-class white tiger was annihilated in an instant. Could this profession be anything less than extraordinary? Shanyang cast a deep glance at Lin Ran, slowly scanning the data in hand. After a mere glance, disappointment was palpable in his eyes. Classmate Lin Ran. E-class hidden profession, necromancer, auxiliary type. The power source has transformed into spiritual energy. Upon these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. E-class, the lowest tier of professional evaluation. There was no questioning this E-class rating, as it was derived from countless experiences. As for hidden professions, that designation merely indicated scarcity. not the inherent strength of the profession itself, which ultimately depended on one's performance. This could not be. Such an overwhelming display. How could it result in a necromancer? One must understand that among hidden professions, the necromancer is the weakest, with low health, fragile summons, a fear of sunlight, and the necessity to venture out only at night. The difficulty of leveling up is unparalleled. Thus, they can only serve as auxiliary support, dependent on others' willingness to assist. Many students observed Lin Ran with a sense of morbid curiosity. The top scorer of the city possesses such a lackluster profession. How reassuring. Just then, Shanyang raised his right hand. Wait. The onlookers felt a jolt of anticipation. Was there a twist? Shanyang's expression grew peculiar. Classmate Lin Ran. 2 professional skills have manifested. 2. At this moment, the expressions of the surrounding leaders shifted. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. During a power source conversion, only 1 professional skill could manifest. In history, there had never been a case of acquiring 2 skills simultaneously. They exchanged glances. Shanyang suggested, "Shall we have classmate Lin Ran demonstrate?" Agreed. "Yes, please." Lin Ran appeared somewhat dazed, oblivious to the reactions of others, as she felt her internal combustion engine undergoing continuous transformation. The power of the crimson lightning had not fully integrated into the internal combustion engine. The emergence of the profession had consumed merely 0.1 of the lightning's power. Lin Ran's heart raced with exhilaration. The fusion of 0.1 of the power had yielded 2 skills from her hidden profession. What transformations might occur at 100? Given the current rate of fusion, she could reach that threshold in approximately 5 hours. Classmate Lin Ran. Here. Shanyang approached her side, gently patting her shoulder, whispering encouragement in her ear. Do your best to showcase. Lin Ran nodded. An E-class profession would likely preclude her from university. However, if she could demonstrate her skills before such a large audience, there was a possibility that a member of an admissions board might take notice. Not only could this present an opportunity to shine, but securing a good job would also be quite favorable. Lin Ran gazed at her panel. Name, Lin Ran. Profession, E-class Necromancer, hidden. Level, LV1, 000 of 100. Stamina, 5. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 30. Summoning space, 010. Power source, E-class Psychic 4-stroke internal combustion engine, diesel structure version. Skills, Summon Skeleton Warrior LV1, primary. Mission accomplished, passive, no level. E-class Psychic 4-stroke internal combustion engine, diesel structure version. Driven by psychic energy, operating at a normal speed of 600 revolutions per minute. Below this speed, both the summoner and their summoned entities experience a decrease in all attributes, alongside a reduction in psychic energy expenditure. Conversely, exceeding this speed enhances all attributes for both the summoner and their summons, while also increasing psychic energy consumption. Summon Skeleton Warrior LV1. Consumes psychic energy to summon a skeleton warrior to fight alongside. Mission accomplished, passive, no level. When the summoner is about to suffer harm, all summoned entities will exert their utmost effort to protect the summoner. It is evident that Lin Ran possesses considerable psychic energy, which he anticipated after 9 years. A high-pressure, high-temperature engine resides within his body, and no one knows the extent of his suffering. Lin Ran gestured towards the vacant space before him, expending 10 points of psychic energy. And a skeleton warrior standing at 1.8 meters materialized before the onlookers. Its form was ragged and marred with numerous ghastly wounds, brandishing a serrated cleaver in its grasp. Name, Skeleton Warrior. Stamina, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Skills, none. Indeed, much like a necromancer I encountered previously, a level 1 necromancer is exceedingly underwhelming. This skeleton warrior appears as though it could topple over with the slightest breeze. The surrounding instructors shook their heads in disapproval. Shanyang promptly spoke. Lin Ran. What of your second skill? Showcase it. Lin Ran replied. It is rather difficult to demonstrate, as it requires someone to attack me. Shanyang nodded in understanding. Very well. I shall initiate it myself. Chapter 3, God-level talent. The weakness of the undead. He approached Lin Ran, raising his fist in a feigned strike towards his face. At that precise moment, the skeleton warrior surged forward, positioning itself before Lin Ran in an attempt to intercept the blow. It even glanced back, its resolute gaze seemingly conveying, though I may not be able to defeat him, I shall ensure that you, my master, remain unharmed until my last breath. One of the leaders nodded. Useful, though not significantly impactful. Shanyang surveyed the surroundings. None of the esteemed universities showed interest in Lin Ran. However, one respectable institution found Lin Ran's skills intriguing. It was the finest vocational technical college in the Great Xia, Lanxian University. Do not underestimate this university. Graduates are guaranteed job placements with commendable salaries. The skeleton warrior itself lacked intelligence, but with the addition of your second skill, it has gained sentience. Learn excavation from me. Your participation is akin to that of a multitude, as the construction of our homeland necessitates your involvement. Before the admissions office of Lanxiang, Lin Ran returned a polite smile. He neither accepted nor declined, choosing to defer any decisions until the fusion of the Crimson Lightning and the internal combustion engine was complete. At that moment, a graceful figure dashed to Lin Ran's side. It was Shan Xueqing. Lin Ran inquired curiously, "What brings you here?" Shan Xueqing, with a serious expression, addressed the admissions officer of Lanxiang. "I wish to enroll." The instructor appeared dumbfounded. "You wish to enroll?" "Indeed, I wish to enroll. However, please wait. The minimum vocational level requirement for our Lanxiang Technical College is D class. Are you aware?" "I am aware. But you are in SSS class," exclaimed the teacher. Shan Xueqing pondered for a moment. "Is there a problem?" The instructor was left speechless. "I wish to recruit you, but..." His gaze shifted to the distance, where several representatives from Long School were glaring fiercely at him. Should he dare to nod in agreement, it would effectively spell the end of his career. If Shan Xueqing were to truly enroll at Lanxiang, Long School would not hesitate to obliterate Lanxiang University from the landscape of Great Xia for the sake of an SSS class student. Shan Xueqing sighed a female instructor from Long School, her expression filled with resignation as she glanced at Lin Ran, fully aware that the solution to this predicament rested solely with him. Lin Ran urged, "Do not jest, attend Long School instead." Shan Xueqing replied firmly, "Not a chance." However, her emotions were complex. She realized something, yet struggled to articulate it. When with Lin Ran, she felt no particular inclination, yet she had just been on her way to Long School. She made a mental hypothesis. What if they never saw each other again? Lin Ran felt warmth in his heart. In his past life, he had encountered many individuals, mostly celestial beings. The moral compass serves to constrain others, while the limits of selfishness are not meant to restrain oneself. It dawned on him that Shan Xueqing was implying, "Whichever school I attend, you will accompany me," and she genuinely believed she could achieve it, taking actionable steps toward it. Actions do not deceive. Is this what pure love entails? Lin Ran replied, "You never promised me. There is no need for you to act this way." No. Shan Xueqing's lips trembled slightly, her expression teetering on the brink of tears. Lin Ran sighed. "Rest assured, I will not attend Hongxiang Technical College. I will gain admission to Long School. I shall fulfill the promise made to you." Shan Xueqing regained her smile, albeit tinged with sorrow. She trusted Lin Ran, yet found it difficult to reconcile her belief in an E-class Lin Ran. All right. Lin Ran departed, leaving Shan Xueqing watching him with reluctance. The teachers from Long School observed this scene with myriad emotions swirling within them. Henceforth, they would inhabit two disparate worlds. Such occurrences were far too common for her to witness. D-class and E-class represent a fundamental distinction. Otherwise, there would be no need to delineate between the two levels. SSS class and E-class, without a doubt, signify one soaring among the heavens while the other wallows in the depths of the earth. That evening, within Lin Ran's dormitory, after 5 hours of fusion, the power of the Crimson Lightning vanished entirely, merging seamlessly with the internal combustion engine. The most immediate sensation was Lin Ran's newfound ability to freely control the growth of metal within his body, as well as the capability to expel metal externally, necessitating an equivalent expenditure of psychic energy. Yet, this was merely a side effect. The focal point had arrived. Lin Ran's interface displayed an additional line of text. God-level talent. The weakness of the undead. God level? Lin Ran's heart raced with excitement. The levels of profession paralleled those of talent, ranging from E-class to SSS class. And beyond lies the restricted and divine tiers. As for the God level, it could be said that it is akin to the highest profession level detected in Xishan City being SSS class, primarily because such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Shan Xueqing is a once-in-a-century prodigy. The significance of talent surpasses that of profession. Even an E-class talent is more precious than an S-class profession. Shan Xueqing's profession, being beneath the divine level, is classified as restricted, while Lin Ran's talent is at the God level. How does one articulate such a chasm? Theoretically, Lin Ran has catapulted from the pinnacle occupied by Shan Xueqing straight onto a rocket to the moon. Of course, the true measure of worth must still be assessed. Lin Ran opened the description. Weakness of the undead, God-level talent. You may bestow mechanical ascension modifications to all your undead-related skills, with no alteration to the psychic energy costs. Does it seem rather ordinary? Lin Ran focused his thoughts on Summon Skeleton Warrior LV1. Ascension successful, congratulations. Skill. Summon Skeleton Warrior has been transformed into skill. Summon Mechanical Skeleton Warrior. A Mechanical Skeleton Warrior? Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he clicked to view the detailed description. Summon Mechanical Skeleton Warrior LV1. Consumes mental energy to summon a Mechanical Skeleton Warrior. which can evolve black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, king. It appeared that there was little alteration, merely the potential for evolution. Lin Ran opened the summoning space, where only one skeleton warrior resided, but its appearance had undergone a tremendous transformation, leaving Lin Ran momentarily speechless. The previously white skeletal frame had morphed into a silvery black metallic composition, with intricate metal tubing resembling veins. This was no mere skeleton warrior, it was a mechanical being. Particularly striking were its blood-red eyes, equipped with a thermal imaging system, exuding an intensity that could melt one's resolve and instill a formidable sense of pressure. T-800? Was this not a Terminator? Name, Black Iron Level Mechanical Skeleton Warrior. Stamina, 215. Strength, 215. Agility, 215. Mentality, 215. Skills, none. Complementary traits. 1. The mechanical entity requires stable, ample energy to mobilize its heavy body for intense combat. However, due to its undead characteristics, the mechanical skeleton warrior possesses infinite energy. 2. Mechanical beings are particularly susceptible to electromagnetic pulses, which can render their internal electronic components inoperative. Yet, the mechanical skeleton warrior's undead biology grants it immunity to any electromagnetic interference. 3. Mechanical constructs are subject to complex software programming, which may harbor vulnerabilities and be susceptible to virus infiltration. With its undead traits, it becomes impervious to any Trojan or virus, ensuring its programming remains unaltered. 4. As an undead being, the skeleton warrior fears sunlight and light-based holy powers. However, the mechanical aspect renders it immune to these effects. Thus, the mechanical skeleton warrior is unaffected by the aforementioned vulnerabilities. 5. The skeleton warrior possesses negligible intelligence, adhering strictly to basic combat commands, lacking autonomous judgment, and is easily manipulated. In contrast, the mechanical entity is equipped with cutting-edge processors that can effortlessly outsmart 99 of adversaries, boasting a higher script proficiency. 6. A mechanical being may attack its master due to erroneous commands, yet the undead summon is unwaveringly loyal, ensuring the mechanical skeleton warrior remains entirely devoted to you. Lin Ran stared blankly for an extended period, ultimately left with a single thought: monstrous. Merely observing the statistics, the mechanical skeleton warrior's ascension had resulted in a staggering 215-fold increase in its attributes. Furthermore, these figures might merely serve as a reference point, as they reflect the mechanical capabilities that can only be marginally enhanced. In summary, the synergy of undead and mechanical traits negates all weaknesses, acquiring all strengths while discarding all flaws, a veritable windfall. How could one possibly refer to a Terminator as a level 1 skeleton warrior? Who could comprehend the exquisite harmony between the undead and the mechanical? However, it must be remembered that Lin Ran possesses more than a single undead occupational skill. Upholding the mission, mechanical ascension. Ascension successful, congratulations. Skill. Uphold the mission has ascended to skill, matrix defense. Matrix defense, passive, no level, no cost. Highest priority. Before you incur any damage, your summoned entity will instantly flash to your side, shielding you from attacks, until all your summoned entities perish. You shall not suffer any harm. Puff. Just as Lin Ran finished reading the description, a howling wind rushed past his ears. He looked up to see a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling towards him. In that very instant, the mechanical skeleton warrior materialized before Lin Ran, its robust, aesthetically mechanical arm firmly intercepting the blow. This summon seems different from the one before. Lin Ran lifted his gaze, meeting the kind eyes of Shan Yang. Before he could utter a word, from the corner of his vision, the mechanical skeleton warrior abruptly raised its right leg and delivered a powerful kick to Shan Yang's abdomen. Boom. Shan Yang was sent flying from the 5th floor of the dormitory to the 3rd floor of the adjacent female dormitory, spanning over 30 meters. The wall was utterly obliterated. Chapter 48,005, Exhilarating. Lin Ran felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Mere moments ago, the skeleton warrior was merely a haphazard assembly of bones. Yet it had unflinchingly protected Lin Ran. Now, with its transformation into a mechanical skeleton warrior, Lin Ran's defensive capabilities had reached their zenith. With such formidable defense, whom should he fear? Moreover, Lin Ran discovered that matrix defense, if utilized skillfully, could prove to be more than just a passive defensive ability. A minute later, Shan Yang returned to Lin Ran's dormitory, sitting beside him. Lin Ran chuckled. "Dad, are you alright?" Indeed, in a certain sense, Shan Yang could be considered Lin Ran's father, having adopted him and raised him for 9 years since Lin Ran was 9 years old. Shan Yang chuckled. "As the principal of this university and the overseer of this energy conversion ceremony, I must possess certain skills." 30 meters? Last time I flew over 300 meters without a single grunt. By the way, Shan Yang's gaze carried a hint of hesitation, coupled with profound affection and pride. Your father is still alive, as is your mother. I've longed to share this with you, but it has been challenging to reconcile. As your father's brother and your uncle, I desire nothing but your happiness and well-being throughout your life. Yet, I feared that upon learning your true heritage, you might lack the strength to persevere, losing your will to fight and enduring each mundane day as if it were an eternity. But now, Shanyang looked at the fierce, metallic mechanical skeleton warrior beside Lin Ran, and as a seasoned individual of high standing, he immediately recognized Lin Ran's extraordinary talent. Since you have awakened such astonishing potential at LV1, I shall not keep any secrets from you. In Shanyang's hand appeared a crimson orb. The moment it materialized, a surge of unbridled hatred flooded Lin Ran's heart, accompanied by a fleeting agony in his chest, akin to a phantom pain. Fragments of memories from the host began to surface in Lin Ran's mind, shadowy figures prying open the host's chest. The orb vanished. Did you see anything? Shanyang asked. Lin Ran shook his head in confusion. I only glimpsed a few fragments. That's curious. I'll take a look and repair it. I will return it to you in a few days. Lin Ran nodded, and through the memory fragments, he recalled the dear friend who had accompanied him for 9 years. That crimson lightning. Without that bolt of lightning, Lin Ran would never have been able to fashion an internal combustion engine heart, nor would he have survived, much less awakened a godly, unparalleled talent. Who would have thought that the original host he had inhabited once possessed a divine power source, the Crimson Electric Heart? My Crimson Electric Heart, who dug it out? I shall reclaim it once I attain strength. To grow stronger, the college entrance examination is an inevitable path. To become even mightier, one must enter the finest university, Dragon School, where the strong gather and opportunities abound. The minimum professional requirement for the Dragon School is a B level, and one must reach level 15 before the college entrance examination. Lin Ran does not meet the requisite professional level. However, it is of little concern. A C-level profession can gain entry into the Dragon School if one achieves level 16, and similarly, a D-level profession requires level 17. Lin Ran, being an E-level profession, must attain level 18. With only 3 days remaining until the examination, Lin Ran needs to reach level 18 within this time frame to gain admission to the Dragon School. Such demands may seem utterly fantastical to others. Achieving level 18 in just 3 days is nearly impossible, even for an S-level beast summoner like Jing. Moreover, prior to the examination, should you reach level 15, I can pull strings to secure your admission into the Dragon School. However, do not misconstrue this as favoritism. In essence, the transition from level 18 to level 15 encompasses a myriad of interpersonal connections and social nuances. It is essential to recognize that as one's level increases, the experience requirements also escalate. In a mere 3 days, a single level can dictate the trajectory of one's life. It is precisely this extreme pressure that breeds exceptional talent during the college entrance examination. Naturally, it is unlikely for an ordinary individual to leverage connections, yet Lin Ran's innate talent is evident. 1 talent point equates to 3 levels, making this a straightforward endeavor contingent upon Shan Yang's communication skills. By the way, since you left early, gather at the entrance of the Chicken Nest dungeon tomorrow morning. Before venturing into the danger zone, this is the sole opportunity for leveling up. The dungeon is perilous, so do not underestimate it. A single skeletal warrior may not suffice. After a moment's pause, Shan Yang's tone softened. I only wish for your safety and happiness. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Attaining level 15 in 3 days is tremendously challenging. If it proves too daunting, we can forego the examination and seek employment locally. In the future, when you marry, I can help you raise children. Regardless of the outcome, we will always be family. I will give it a try. Lin Ran replied. As Shanyang reached the door, he turned back with a smile. Oh, that girl asked me to convey a message to you. Yes, she said. Even if you do not gain admission to the Dragon School, it is of no consequence. She is willing to support you. Lin Ran chuckled. Who else could that girl be but Shanyang's daughter, Shan Xueqing? In the dormitory, Lin Ran expended his remaining 20 points of mental energy to summon mechanical skeletal warriors, bringing his total to 3. Having exhausted all his mental energy, Lin Ran felt an overwhelming fatigue and longed for sleep. It is advisable not to deplete all mental energy. He forced himself to sit cross-legged on the bed, sipped some diesel, and took a deep breath, gradually entering a meditative state based on the knowledge acquired in high school. The diesel, through the engine's operation, began to transform into mental energy, slowly replenishing Lin Ran's body. Throughout the night, Lin Ran summoned 2 additional mechanical skeletal warriors, barely restoring his mental energy to 15 points for daily necessities. 5 mechanical skeletal warriors should suffice, he thought. The next day, Lin Ran took a bus to the location of the Chicken Nest dungeon, where throngs of people gathered, students, parents, and teachers preparing for the entrance examination. The supervisor for this novice dungeon remained Shan Yang, an esteemed teacher and principal in Shishir City, known for his integrity and uprightness. As everyone prepared to enter the dungeon, it was noted that access is limited to 8 hours per day and can be repeated, emphasizing the importance of exiting promptly in the event of danger. Teams can consist of up to 4 members, with solo players earning slightly more experience. However, this is not recommended, as the creatures within the Chicken Nest dungeon are not easily defeated, leading to low efficiency. Upon arriving at the dungeon entrance, Lin Ran heard various calls for team formation. We need a main DPS, healer, support, and tank. We're just missing the damage dealer, preferably a female healer. Upon seeing Lin Ran pass by, they quickly diverted their gazes. As an E-level necromancer, he was deemed ineffective, unable to assist or deal damage, thus wasting a valuable team slot. After a few steps, Lin Ran fortuitously encountered Jing, the S-level beast summoner. As the school beauty and an S-level professional, she drew immense attention, with classmates vying for the chance to team up with her. When she spotted Lin Ran, she approached with a smile amidst a crowd of admirers. Lin Ran, I happen to have an open slot. Would you like to join me? Lin Ran regarded her with a puzzled expression, wondering when Jing had become so benevolent. Her words bore no hint of malice, and she even seemed considerate of Lin Ran's feelings as an E-level professional. Just as he was about to politely decline, a robust, elegantly dressed male classmate beside Jing interjected. Hey kid, we have a position for a slacker. Leveling as a necromancer is tough. And since it's a clear day, your summons won't even dare to show themselves. Stick with us for a day and you'll easily reach level 3. And Jing is graciously saving you a spot. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? His tone was hostile, and the expression he cast at Lin Ran was one of condescension. It was evident that Jing was still intent on outshining Lin Ran in every aspect, despite never having succeeded. I refuse to team with garbage, Lin Ran retorted, disregarding both of them as he entered the Chicken Nest dungeon alone. You and Jing's smile vanished instantly, while the wealthy male classmate scoffed. Ha! A necromancer daring to solo. This kid has some guts. Let us go in. With 8 hours, you'll easily reach level 4, he continued. Of course, haha. With Jing leading as the main DPS, there's a chance she might even break the record for the highest level in the Chicken Nest dungeon at level 5. As for Lin Ran, he'll be lucky to even hit level 2. Ha ha ha. Chapter 5. The ferocious white feather chicken. At the entrance of the dungeon, under the shade of a canopy, the leaders of Shishir City, heads of prominent families, and renowned entrepreneurs gathered, engaged in lively conversation. Just yesterday, Shan Yang was merely a well-regarded principal, with none of these individuals giving him a second glance. Yet now, with his daughter Shan Xueqing possessing an SSS-level profession and guaranteed admission to a prestigious school, his future prospects are limitless. Standing, no one dared to sit. Smiling, no one dared to frown. Several proctors discussed amongst themselves. This time, Shishir City has produced numerous promising candidates, but true talent must be tempered by fire. By the time the Chicken Nest dungeon concludes this afternoon, we shall see the results. Yes, I have high hopes for Jing, as an S-level professional. Her actual performance may rival that of an SS level. Upon hearing praises for his daughter, Jing's father beamed with pride, yet remained humble. You flatter her. In truth, the classification of professions is merely a societal construct. Every profession, even the most ordinary E-level, can astonish, while even the finest profession is futile without effort. Shan Yang found this perspective commendable, particularly in reference to Lin Ran. Just as Shan Yang contemplated Lin Ran, he was mentioned by a patriarch of a prominent family, Wu Che. His son admired Jing, the wealthy young man who had just been beside her. I wholeheartedly concur with General N's perspective. Take, for instance, Lin Ran, who stands as the top theoretical performer in Shishir City. Although he occupies an E-rank profession, the most unremarkable of necromancers, he nonetheless chooses to undertake solo endeavors, a display of audacity that is indeed rare. Upon his utterance, the surrounding individuals regarded him with peculiar expressions. As astute individuals, they readily discerned Wu Che's stance and the implications of his words. Wu Che's son harbors affections for An's daughter, and Wu Che aspires for a union between the two esteemed families. However, it is evident to any discerning eye that An's daughter gazes at Lin Ran with unmistakable feelings. Despite her repeated declarations of rivalry with Lin Ran, which were met with rejection thrice, the matter speaks volumes. Thus, while Wu Che ostensibly praises Lin Ran, he is, in fact, elevating his status. Should Lin Ran emerge from the afternoon dungeon in a state of disarray, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Moreover, Lin Ran is the adopted son of Shan Yang, The crowd turned their gaze toward Shan Yang, who exhibited no signs of discomfort. After all, Lin Ran had awakened his latent potential. Shan Yang's tone was imbued with confidence and pride. Lin Ran's performance may astonish you. And I too align myself with General N's viewpoint. There exists no hierarchy among professions. Even an E-rank vocation can yield remarkable achievements. Wu Che and the others shrugged, opting not to pursue the matter further. After all, it was merely an E-rank profession. In this world, the most suitable fate for an E-rank professional is to lead an ordinary existence. As for the Chicken Nest Dungeon, although Shan Yang had already briefed all the students on the internal distribution of monsters and their characteristics, the majority remained indifferent. Upon entering the dungeon, they encountered half-meter-tall white-feathered chickens, mistakenly believing them to be oversized, non-aggressive fowl. In reality, the combat capability of these chickens was far from negligible. Their enlarged size significantly enhanced their offensive potential. Consequently, numerous students were occasionally teleported out due to injuries, urgently transported to the infirmary. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Ran beheld an expansive prairie where the grass was low and comfortable underfoot, and the air was refreshingly pure. In the distance, clusters of white-feathered chickens joyfully pecked at seeds. Name: White-feathered chicken. Level: LV1. Health: 20. Actual hit points: 285. A typical human possesses approximately 100 hit points. Strength: 20. Agility: 20. Mentality: 20. Skills: none. Adorable, helpless, and diminutive white-feathered chickens. Lin Ran raised his hand and summoned 5 mechanical skeletal warriors from the void. Aligning them neatly upon the grass, commenced the assault. Upon receiving the command, the 5 mechanical skeletal warriors dashed toward the nearest white-feathered chicken with remarkable speed, reaching their target in an instant. The half-meter-tall white-feathered chicken does not initiate attacks on humans. However, if provoked, it will relentlessly pursue its aggressor until either the aggressor perishes or vacates the dungeon. Therefore, in light of their relatively low attributes, engaging multiple monsters simultaneously is tantamount to courting death. Solo play is inefficient. Teamwork is the optimal strategy. As for others, the mechanical skeletal warriors raised their hefty cleavers, and with a swift whoosh, one white-feathered chicken was cleaved in two, blood splattering across the ground. Above the decapitated chicken, a number appeared that Lin Ran had anticipated: 285. This figure indicated that the white-feathered chicken had been instantaneously vanquished, as the damage inflicted by the mechanical skeletal warriors surpassed the chicken's capacity to endure. Killed white-feathered chicken. Experience points: 1. The fall of the first white-feathered chicken was swiftly followed by the news of the second's demise. Killed white-feathered chicken. Experience points: 1. Then the third and fourth followed suit. Killed white-feathered chicken. Experience points: 1. Killed white-feathered chicken. Experience points: 1. In essence, a typical necromancer's vocation demands considerable skill, requiring the summoner to constantly monitor the movements of their summoned entities and relay new commands. For instance, when Lin Ran declared commence the assault, he intended to convey the notion of dispersing, instructing the 5 mechanical skeletal warriors to engage multiple targets. However, a conventional skeletal warrior would merely follow Lin Ran's line of sight and attack a single white-feathered chicken simultaneously. The mechanical skeletal warriors, however, require no superfluous commands. In fact, after the 5 white-feathered chickens had been dispatched, Lin Ran need not issue continuous commands. The mechanical skeletal warriors understand him intuitively. Based on the processor's calculations, after Lin Ran issued the initial command, the probability of them proceeding to eliminate additional white-feathered chickens approaches 100. In such circumstances, they would opt to autonomously attack the next target rather than return to Lin Ran's side. To summarize, Lin Ran remains stationary while the mechanical skeletal warriors operate autonomously. Naturally, Lin Ran retains the ability to summon them back at any moment. Furthermore, the mechanical skeletal warriors also adapt to Lin Ran's combat style, enhancing his control over them. Killed white-feathered chicken. Experience points: 1. Killed white-feathered chicken. Experience points: 1. Killed white-feathered chicken. Experience points: 1. Thus, Lin Ran stood in place, continually receiving notifications of experience points. 1. Within 30 seconds, he leveled up. Congratulations! Your level has increased from LV1 to LV2, with 10 free points, and all statuses restored to 100. Without hesitation, Lin Ran allocated the free points to his mentality. After all, the engine requires mentality. Summoning skeletal warriors also demands it. And equipping necromantic gear necessitates mentality as well. Lin Ran, however, has no need for health points or defense. He dismisses the notion of matrix defense. He boldly commits to enhancing his mentality. Mentality increased by 10 points. Lin Ran opened his status panel. Name: Lin Ran. Profession: E-rank Mechanical Necromancer. Level: LV2, 2 of 100. Health, 6. Strength, 6. Agility, 6. Mentality, 41. Summoning space, 615. Power source, E-rank controllable 4-stroke diesel internal combustion engine powered by mentality. Skills, summon mechanical skeletal warrior LV2, primary. Matrix defense, passive, no level. Summon mechanical skeletal warrior LV2. Upgrading to LV2 slightly enhances the attributes of the skeletal warriors. Upon reaching LV10, they can evolve into the bronze tier. The so-called unique profession is indeed singular. In this world, only Lin Ran can possess it, unless he meets his demise. Merely leveling up once represents a significant advancement for Lin Ran. All attributes experience a slight enhancement. His summoning space increases by 5. His mentality rises by 11 points. The mechanical skeletal warriors also gain a level. Once they achieve LV10, they can evolve into the bronze tier. Moreover, as Lin Ran leveled up, all his statuses were fully restored, including his mentality. He was aware of this, which is why prior to leveling up, he had summoned a 6th mechanical skeletal warrior with the 10 mentality points he had reserved. Once his states were fully restored, Lin Ran expended some mentality to summon the 7th, 8th, and 9th mechanical skeletal warriors. With the elevation of the skeletal warriors' levels, their attributes strengthened somewhat, and the mentality cost experienced a slight increase. Consequently, Lin Ran's monster hunting efficiency nearly doubled, as 9 mechanical skeletal warriors, centered around him, autonomously launched their attacks on the white-feathered chickens in all directions. Slaying the white-feathered chick, experience points, 1. Slaying the white-feathered chick, experience points, 1. Slaying the white-feathered chick. Experience points, 1. In less than a minute, Lin Ran leveled up once more. Congratulations, your level has risen from LV2 to LV3, with 15 free points. And all statuses restored to 100. He recalled someone mentioning that if one were to solo, it would take an entire day to reach LV2. Yet, Lin Ran had entered the dungeon for no more than 2 minutes, and had already ascended to LV3, Chapter 6. No way, you finished the dungeon already? He allocated all his free points to mental strength. Lin Ran's mental capacity surged to 58 points. Immediately, he retained only a small portion of his mental strength and summoned 5 mechanical skeleton warriors, increasing their count from 9 to 14. The efficiency of spawning these mechanical skeleton warriors increased exponentially, enabling them to spawn monsters in all directions without any blind spots around Lin Ran. In the blink of an eye, 2 minutes had elapsed. Congratulations, your level has risen from LV3 to LV4, with 20 free points, and all statuses restored to 100. Lin Ran had leveled up again, reaching LV4, while his summoning space expanded from 15 to 20, and then from 20 to 26. His mental strength also climbed to 81 points. Without hesitation, Lin Ran summoned 7 mechanical skeleton warriors, breaking the count to 21. At this juncture, casualties among the mechanical skeleton warriors seemed improbable. One could assert that wherever they stood, even if besieged by a horde of chickens, they would endure until daylight. Some students might wonder, what happens after a long day? Afterward, the mechanical skeleton warriors might choose to depart due to dissatisfaction with their massage pressure. The battle continued unabated. Before Lin Ran lay a deluge of kill notifications. Slaying the white-feathered chick, experience points, 1. Slaying the white-feathered chick, experience points, 1. Congratulations. Your level has risen from LV4 to LV5. Slaying the white-feathered chick, experience points, 1. Slaying the white-feathered chicken king, experience points, 50. Slaying the white-feathered chick, experience points, 1. Lin Ran aimlessly wandered through the dungeon, and in just half an hour, he ascended 2 more levels, reaching LV6. He pulled out the map, glancing at it with a slight frown. I recall there being a boss in this dungeon. What was it called? The white-feathered chicken king. After searching for a while without success, Lin Ran shrugged it off. After all, this was merely a novice dungeon within the city, designed for beginners to facilitate early leveling. And it wouldn't drop any materials or equipment. Only by exiting the city, leaving the novice village, and venturing into the wilderness could one truly showcase their profession. Especially in outdoor dungeons, the experience points were remarkably high, and the drop rates for equipment were quite impressive. At that moment, a mechanical skeleton warrior transmitted a piece of information, a video. In the video, the mechanical skeleton warrior traversed a small grove, discovered the white-feathered chicken king, and promptly delivered a fatal blow, obliterating the creature's brain. It was dispatched in an instant. It turned out the chicken king had already been casually eliminated. Its kill notification concealed amidst the overwhelming barrage before Lin Ran. Lin Ran was left speechless. Should one commend the might of the mechanical skeleton warriors or lament the frailty of the chicken king? As it stood, a significant portion of the white-feathered chickens in the novice dungeon had already been eradicated, and the number of minor monsters was fixed. Currently, the highest recorded level achieved on the first day of the Novice Dungeon was LV5, accomplished by a 4-person team. Thus, if Lin Ran were to absorb all the experience points, how many levels could he attain? An hour later, the answer was revealed, LV8. LV8 was the utmost experience the dungeon could offer. Lin Ran had exterminated every foe within the dungeon. At the entrance of the Chicken Nest dungeon, less than an hour had elapsed, and there were still a few students who had not managed to form suitable teams to enter the dungeon. Occasionally, students would teleport out after failing to defeat Kun Kun, and after receiving treatment from the clerics in the infirmary, they would return to grind in the dungeon. The dungeon had begun to open at 9 a.m., and now it was already 10 a.m. The sun had risen, and the air felt somewhat stifling. Under the shade, the teachers and leaders engaged in idle chatter, eventually discussing the leveling leaderboard for the Chicken Nest dungeon. Currently, the highest level recorded on the first day of the dungeon was LV5, a record set 2 years ago by a student who had since entered the Dragon Academy. With an unlimited future ahead. Until today, that record had remained unbroken. However, I have a feeling that today would be different. Indeed, the student in Jing was an S-grade Divine Beast Summoner, his performance rivaling that of an SS-grade profession. Moreover, their team consisted of only 3 members, 1 tank, 1 support to reduce defense, and in Jing focusing entirely on output. Under such circumstances, it was highly likely that in Jing would surpass LV5, reaching LV6. Everyone gasped in astonishment, marveling at how advantageous in Jing's profession was and how formidable his strength had become. They lamented how the times had changed and how they themselves had aged. At that moment, someone mentioned Lin Ran. Right, Lin Ran was also a summoner. As soon as the person spoke, he realized his mistake, and others hastily exchanged glances. Just then, Wu Che smiled slightly and remarked, "And Jing is an S-grade Divine Beast Summoner, whereas Lin Ran is merely an E-grade Necromancer. The two are not comparable in the slightest." Someone interjected, "Stop talking." Wu Che, however, was invigorated, having just had an enjoyable conversation with Jing's father, and now, discussing the potential marriage between their children. And he was quite pleased. Did I say something wrong? Both are summoners, and Jing is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the Great Xia, while Lin Ran. Before he could finish, Lin Ran conveniently teleported out of the Chicken Nest dungeon. The rising temperature outside made Lin Ran somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to shield his eyes from the sunlight as he walked towards his adoptive father, Shan Yang. Upon seeing Lin Ran approaching, Wu Che chuckled. "The dungeon has been open for an hour. I thought he wouldn't come out." Someone tried to smooth things over. It's commendable that he lasted an hour. Wu Che was unrelenting. Indeed, he probably felt that continuing was pointless. Spending a whole day might not even yield a single white-feathered chicken, so he decided to exit voluntarily. Haha. Lin Ran arrived beside Shan Yang, who had initially intended to argue with Wu Che, but upon glancing up, he noticed Lin Ran's level. LV8. I remember this dungeon is merely for novices. A novice dungeon, and he has reached LV8. Shan Yang stood up, a smile on his lips broader than a grin. "Everyone, follow me to the dungeon entrance." The crowd rose. Wu Che appeared reluctant. "Why go over there? It's so hot." Arriving at the entrance of the novice dungeon, everyone looked up and noticed some changes on the leaderboard. A slight shift had occurred. The first position had changed hands. Lin Ran's name prominently graced the top. First place, Lin Ran, LV8. Second place, Han E, LV5. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's expression instantly froze. LV8? Hearing the gasps, Wu Che approached, and upon a single glance, he stood rooted to the spot. Chapter 7, Wilderness Perils? And my 56 skeletal warriors, unleash them. This is impossible. Where does he derive such a vast reservoir of mental energy to summon skeletal warriors? Electric drives require rest to replenish mental strength, and fuel engines recuperate even more slowly. This cannot be. Furthermore, how could there possibly be so much experience to gain from this dungeon? It is utterly absurd. No way. A voice, trembling with disbelief, interjected, "Theoretically, the cumulative total of all the monsters in this dungeon is just sufficient for one individual to reach level 8. Even one less would be inadequate." At this revelation, the crowd collectively gasped. This implies that Lin Ran single-handedly exterminated every creature within the dungeon? Yet, the dungeon had only been open for less than an hour. In under an hour, Lin Ran completed the dungeon, annihilated all the monsters, and ascended to level 8, shattering the record for the highest and fastest level up in the Chicken Nest dungeon. Such an extraordinary accomplishment could not fail to astonish. Observing the expressions of those around him, Lin Ran casually remarked, "This dungeon lacks challenge. The monsters are scarce. Principal Shan, I request permission to venture into the wilderness now." The crowd was left dumbfounded. The injured classmates who had been teleported out exclaimed, "Isn't this absurd? Normally, entry into the wilderness requires level 10, or one must wait until the novice dungeon concludes, entering the wilderness the following day under a teacher's guidance. Yet here stands Lin Ran at only level 8. Application approved, Principal Sean declared without hesitation, placing the exit paperwork in Lin Ran's hands. Not only that, but he also instructed Lin Ran to open his phone, and before Lin Ran could comprehend, he transferred 100,000 yuan. Principal, I know you won't accept my money, but you surely require the unlocking of the trading hall. Lin Ran nodded, having accepted it. There was no need to return the favor. He could repay it once he earned money, and he had faith in his abilities. However, it seemed that Shan Yang had been frugal for quite some time to accumulate such a sum. After Lin Ran's departure, a friend of Shan Yang jested, "You've given him all your savings. What about your daughter's tuition, miscellaneous expenses, and daily costs?" The expenses at Long School are no trivial matter. Shan Yang shrugged, his expression indifferent. A daughter is a daughter. He is he. I will not let my daughter suffer. Nor will I allow him to suffer out of financial constraints while I am still alive. But what is the cost? Shan Yang raised his phone, the screen revealing that his house had found a buyer. His friend shook his head, falling silent. Turning back, Shan Yang noticed Wu Che, who was too embarrassed to lift his head, clutching his head in shame as he turned red, wishing to disappear into the ground. Approaching him, Shan Yang chuckled and patted his shoulder. You were right. While some summoners can reach level 8 within an hour in the novice dungeon, others have yet to emerge. Some remain lost within, and a few are destined to stand at the pinnacle of the great Xia. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of Lin Ran. To strike a blow to the heart. At this statement, Wu Che had no room for rebuttal, merely nodding repeatedly. Lin Ran's accomplishments had etched his name into the memories of the leaders and parents of Xishan City. Of course, Wu Che, still stubbornly clinging to pride, remarked, early success is merely a stroke of luck. The monsters outside the city are not so feeble. Beside him, and now's quiet father nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Words can deceive, but actions cannot. Seizing the opportunity, and now approached Shan Yang. Brother, I heard my sister in Jing fancies Lin Ran. You must assist me. This is a noble act. Shan Yang looked on in exasperation, thinking to himself how presumptuous and now was. Moreover, setting aside whether Lin Ran even likes Jing, he would surely find ways to separate them rather than bring them together. Seeing in Nao's reaction, Wu Che grew anxious but felt powerless, lest we forget. In the current novice dungeon, Lin Ran outclassed his son by a significant margin. Lin Ran's name might linger on the leaderboard for many years to come. Lin Ran boarded the bus out of the city, casting down the last 2 coins in his pocket. He typically had minimal expenses, while school was manageable. Venturing into the wilderness suddenly made those coins invaluable. Food and water? None. Aside from his attire, a backpack, and a barrel of spare diesel, he possessed nothing. In truth, he need not carry the diesel, as he had sufficient mental strength. It served other purposes. Name, Lin Ran. Occupation, E-grade Mechanical Necromancer. Level, LV 8000 of 100. Stamina, 27. Strength, 29. Agility, 35. Mental strength, 232, fully charged. Summoning space, 5656. Power source, E-grade controllable mental 4-stroke internal combustion engine, diesel variant. Skills, summon Mechanical Skeleton Warrior LV8, primary. Matrix defense, passive, no level. It was evident that Lin Ran's mental strength was at capacity, his summoning space was full, and all other statuses were optimal. The Mechanical Skeleton Warriors had also risen to level 8, with all attributes slightly enhanced. However, Lin Ran felt little difference, dispatching foes with a single strike. It was said that upon reaching level 10, Mechanical Skeleton Warriors could ascend from Black Iron to Bronze rank. Given how formidable Black Iron was, what might Bronze entail? Additionally, upon reaching level 10, Lin Ran could purchase the Bronze Skill Book to learn a second skill. With 2 initial skills, he would then be eligible to learn a third. Moreover, the trading hall would require level 10 for unlocking, priced at 100,000 yuan. Once unlocked, it would grant access to a trading hall for transactions at any time. A personal repository, remote communication, a minimap, and more. One might scoff at the price, yet consider that such features are permanent. Just thinking of the savings on phone and internet bills would justify the expense, provided one could remain alive for several more years. At last, Xuanwu Gate arrived. Attention passengers. Please watch your step and retrieve your belongings from the rear right door. Contemplating these matters, Lin Ran approached the city gate. Although he had visited once in his youth, witnessing the towering walls again left him awestruck. Towering and immense, one must look upward to perceive its entirety. Such a majestic and solid wall is what renders the interior a true safe haven. The phrase novice village may sound simple, yet its construction is no trivial endeavor. As he passed through security, the guard examined Lin Ran's pass, then scrutinized his youthful yet resolute face, softening his tone. Kid, just wander around near the wall. Don't stray too far, understood? Lin Ran nodded, appreciating the sentiment. Outside the city, law was non-existent. Murder bore no consequence. In these times, virtuous souls are scarce. As fate would have it, no sooner had Lin Ran stepped outside than he sensed several individuals fixating on him from behind. To his disappointment, there were only a few. The sky beyond the city was shrouded in haze, and the earth was a desolate wasteland, ravaged by sandstorms, devoid of even the most humble grass, a scene of utter desolation. Having not ventured far, the contours of the city walls became increasingly indistinct. At that moment, a band of masked men encircled Lin Ran. Kid, got any money on you? Lin Ran shook his head. Then, raising his hand, summoned his 56 mechanical skeletal warriors, who surrounded them in return. Not just now. The leader of the group, upon witnessing the surrounding skeletal figures glowing ominously red, swallowed hard. What do you mean, not just now? With a swift motion of his hand, Lin Ran dispatched several mechanical skeleton warriors at the forefront. The heads of 5 individuals fell to the ground, the fresh blood gushing from their severed necks like a fountain. These men were mere mortals, relying on robbing ordinary people, newcomers, and low-level professionals for their survival. Thus, their demise was hardly surprising. Lin Ran scavenged 785 gold coins from their lifeless bodies, a remarkable gain. In an instant, he had transformed his 0 gold into 785. Indeed, the wilderness serves as the true stage for professionals. Exhilarating. The other belongings held little value, and Lin Ran's interest was piqued not at all. Extending his right hand, a slender iron pipe emerged from his wrist, an improvised diesel pipe he had crafted, linked to an engine. In truth, his psychic energy could also be converted into diesel. And adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, Lin Ran decided to carry the diesel he had in stock. The diesel sprayed evenly over the pile of corpses. Next, Lin Ran produced a match, casually flicking it behind him as he advanced. The match collided with the chest of a mechanical skeleton warrior mid-air before bouncing onto the heap of bodies. Diesel is notoriously difficult to ignite. Yet when doused on other materials, particularly clothing, it burns with a ferocious intensity. With a whoosh, the flames engulfed the 5 corpses, roaring into a blazing inferno. In no time, all traces of the events that had transpired here would vanish amidst the fire and swirling sand. Continuing on his path, Lin Ran soon encountered the presence of monsters. Chapter 8. The Goblin's Efforts to Scratch the Paint of the Mechanical Skeleton Warrior. For individuals, all of level 10 or above, were engaged in a fierce assault on a goblin. They appeared to be under immense pressure, with the tank absorbing damage, the damage dealers striving to inflict pain, and the healer ever vigilant to restore health, for the goblin was exceedingly formidable. A moment's negligence could lead to injury or even death. Lin Ran paid them no heed and pressed forward. At last, he stumbled upon his first solitary wild monster, a goblin with green skin measuring 25 meters in height. It resembled the goblin the 4 had been attacking, but appeared somewhat taller. Its visage was exceedingly fierce, muscles rippling, stark naked, and wielding a wolf's fawn club to sharpen its teeth. Wild goblin. Name, goblin. Level, LV10. Health, 180. Actual health, 3,150 points. Strength, 200. Agility, 100. Mentality, 50. Skills, none. The wild monsters start at a minimum level of 10, while Lin Ran was at level 8. Attacking targets with a higher level significantly reduced his damage output. This was precisely why one must be level 10 to leave the city. Without any command from Lin Ran, a skeleton warrior charged forth. As the other skeleton warriors had already calculated their parameters and scattered in search of other prey. Upon entering the goblin's line of sight, the creature immediately became alert, brandishing its wolf fawn club and adopting a combat stance. This exemplifies the danger posed by wild monsters. They would actively engage humans. The goblin swung its club with a fierce cry, colliding with the mechanical skeleton warrior's steel blade, sparks flying in every direction. The goblin withdrew its club and struck down upon the mechanical skeleton warrior's shoulder. However, the skeleton warrior reacted quicker, driving its blade into the goblin's chest. The goblin's scream. Splatter. The sound of blood splattering. From a distance, Lin Ran observed the damage inflicted by the mechanical skeleton warrior. A damage value of 1958 materialized above the goblin's head. With just one strike, the goblin's health was reduced to a mere fraction. The goblin's club also struck the mechanical skeleton warrior's shoulder, causing it to sag slightly and leaving a scratch on its paint, which would require polishing to rectify. Indeed, the goblin's attack had been parried by the mechanical skeleton warrior. Such occurrences are generally rare, occurring under specific circumstances, such as the mechanical skeleton warrior's elevated defense or the goblin striking a less optimal area. Thus, The mechanical skeleton warrior struck again. 1192. The goblin's health bar was entirely depleted, and it collapsed into a pool of blood. Defeated LV-10 goblin. Experience gained, 50. The goblin dropped 1 goblin hand bone and 1 soul fragment. This was the first time Lin Ran had witnessed a drop, and his spirits soared. He picked up the goblin hand bone, a somewhat hefty white bone that felt rough to the touch. It served as an alchemical material and could also be ground to nourish plants, holding relatively low value, less than 1 gold coin. As for the soul fragment, it was an irregularly shaped white gem, nearly weightless, measuring only 2 centimeters in size. The soul fragment could be synthesized into a soul, which could enhance weapons. Representing a stable currency with a consistent value, a single fragment could fetch as much as 811 gold coins. Lin Ran stowed the 2 items in his backpack and, upon taking a step forward, was met with a barrage of notifications rising from the endless haze before him. Defeated LV-10 goblin. Experience gained, 50. The goblin dropped 1 goblin fur and 1 soul fragment. Defeated LV-10 fierce tiger. Experience gained, 50. The fierce tiger dropped 1 agate and 1 soul fragment. Defeated LV-10 goblin. Experience gained, 50. The goblin dropped 1 soul fragment. Thus commenced the relentless monster-slaying machine, devoid of the thrill of death. Lin Ran surveyed the map. The nearest dungeon to Shishan City, also the one with the highest yield, was none other than the Dark Forest. The dungeon promised the greatest rewards. Thus Lin Ran aspired to reach level 15 within 3 days. The dungeon was his sole option. There were 2 paths to the Dark Forest. The first was the highway. Albeit longer, it offered greater safety. The second was a direct route through Shishan City, Gobi Desert, Goblin Forest, Dark Forest Dungeon. This path would encounter a multitude of monsters at level 10 and above, and there was a possibility of facing attacks from other professionals. Naturally, Lin Ran opted for the second route. Not only was it shorter, but it also promised higher rewards. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Before departing, Lin Ran glanced back, observing that the 4 individuals had yet to defeat a single goblin. Its health bar, still 2/3 full. The disparity was rather stark. Lin Ran felt a surge of delight. After all, while others struggled in teams to vanquish a goblin, he merely needed to deploy a mechanical skeleton warrior to dispatch it in 2 strikes. Moreover, he had 55 such mechanical skeleton warriors at his disposal. Pleasant. Defeated LV-10 Gobi Wolf. Experience gained, 50. Gobi Wolf dropped 1 diamond and 1 soul fragment. Amidst a cacophony of notifications, Lin Ran pressed onward. As he exited the Gobi Desert, he leveled up. Congratulations, you have advanced from LV-8 to LV-9. Freedom points, 63. Summoning space has expanded from 56 to 66. All statuses restored to 100. Just 1 level remaining. Lin Ran did not linger in the Gobi Desert, while goblins provided ample experience. The goblin forest ahead teemed with even more formidable monsters, offering even greater experience. It might even yield equipment. Less than 10 meters ahead, the vast expanse of the ominous black forest loomed, shrouded in a dense, gray miasma that rendered visibility to a mere 5 meters. Within its depths thrived an array of venomous insects, serpents, goblins, and other monstrous entities, a clear testament to the peril that awaited. This was the shortcut leading to the dark and gloomy forest dungeon, yet even seasoned adventurers dared not traverse the goblin forest carelessly. However, the spoils of the goblin forest were substantial. An abundance of monsters signified a higher drop rate, with the potential for elite creatures to yield superior equipment. Danger equated to immense reward, thus drawing countless adventurers like moths to a flame. The periphery of the goblin forest was bustling with individuals. Some sought companions for parties, while others were mere townsfolk peddling food, materials, potions, and various necessities. Just stay outside the forest, and with a tank in the group, you're guaranteed to earn no less than 1,000 yuan a day. Teams come equipped with various buffs, and detox potions are provided free of charge. Bring an attacker, and we'll split all materials and gear 50-50. Lin Ran wove through the throng without pausing, vanishing into the fog of the goblin forest. While a few took note of his presence, none paid him heed. The low visibility and inherent danger of the goblin forest were well known. Those like Lin Ran, who ventured in unarmed and young, were often seen as lost causes, or fated to encounter other adventurers only to meet a brutal end. There was no order here, only the law of the jungle. This was the world as seen by others, yet within Lin Ran's perception, it unfolded in an entirely different manner. The moment he stepped into the forest, Lin Ran's mental energy plummeted from 295 to just over 100. He summoned 10 level 9 mechanical skeleton warriors, bringing their collective weight to 66. The skeletons dispersed, maintaining a distance of 30 meters from Lin Ran. Their infrared thermometers were activated, rendering the so-called mist ineffective. Any monster they encountered was automatically engaged in combat. Defeated LV-8 Purple Snail, gained 20 experience points, dropped 1 snail shell, 1 soul fragment. Defeated LV-9 Swamp Poison Spider, gained 25 experience points, dropped 1 soul fragment. Defeated LV-10 Arrow Poison Frog, gained 40 experience points, dropped 1 Arrow Poison Frog skin, 1 soul fragment. In Chapter 9, the question arose, am I the elite monster, or are you? It was evident that while the monsters surrounding the goblin forest offered less experience than the goblins, their sheer numbers compensated abundantly, yielding far greater overall rewards. Lin Ran lagged at the rear of the party, optimizing efficiency by instructing his mechanical skeletons to collect only soul fragments, disregarding the useless materials. Each soul fragment was roughly equivalent to 10 gold coins and took no space in his inventory. After half an hour, Lin Ran had traversed half the distance. Yet his pack was only half full. Nevertheless, this half was valued at nearly 20,000 yuan. He had yet to unlock the trading post, meaning he had already earned back 1/5 of his debt to Shanyang. Onward he pressed. Lin Ran expanded the movement range of his mechanical skeletons once more, accepting that some monsters might slip through the cracks. As he navigated the miasma-laden forest with an air of nonchalance, he paid little mind to the surrounding dangers. Not far from him, in a marshy area, a venomous serpent, adorned with purple-black scales, spotted Lin Ran, swiftly slithering through the grass. In an instant, it was less than a meter away from him. Name: Purple Scale King Snake. Level: LV11. Health: 150. Actual health: 2,850. Strength: 50. Agility: 150. Mental: 200. Skill: Ambush. Instantly bites the target's vital area, injecting lethal venom that inflicts 200 toxin damage within 10 seconds. If the target remains untreated, they will suffer a continuous, permanent toxin damage of 50 points per second. Clearly, the attributes of the Purple Scale King Snake surpassed Lin Ran's in every regard. Its toxin could instantaneously slay an adult, and even a similarly leveled adventurer would succumb without an antidote. Lin Ran remained unaware of the serpent's presence, and even if he had, it would have mattered little. With a swift lunge, the Purple Scale King Snake aimed for Lin Ran's neck. Based on Lin Ran's attributes, a successful hit would spell certain death. Even if he survived the initial damage, the unrelenting poison would prove fatal. However, at the crucial moment just before the serpent struck, a steel hand materialized, seizing the Purple Scale King Snake's head with a vice-like grip. It was one of his mechanical skeleton warriors, which swiftly countered with a lethal strike to the creature's vital point, dealing a devastating blow of 2,850 damage, obliterating the serpent in an instant. Defeated Purple Scale King Snake. Gained 55 experience points, dropped 1 Purple Scale King Snake gallbladder, 1 soul fragment. The sudden appearance of the mechanical skeleton warrior instilled a profound sense of security in Lin Ran. The passive skill matrix defense was almost unreasonable. As long as Lin Ran's summons were plentiful, it rendered him effectively invincible. Furthermore, this skill was not about absorbing a fixed amount of damage. The lower-level monsters scarcely had the capacity to inflict harm upon him. As Lin Ran previously mentioned, when utilized effectively, matrix defense transcended mere defensive capability. It allowed his summons to ignore spatial distance and appear instantaneously before him to retaliate. With the monsters focused on Lin Ran, they remained unguarded, readily exposing their critical vulnerabilities. The advanced processors embedded in the mechanical skeleton warriors enabled them to react instantaneously, delivering precise strikes to their foes' weak points. What if I were to charge headlong into a horde of monsters? Lin Ran's demeanor grew increasingly reckless as he charged forward. He commanded his mechanical skeleton warriors to act freely, maintaining their range within an optimal kilometer. As Lin Ran continued his charge, his low health as a level 9 character incited a frenzy among the monsters in the goblin forest. All nearby monsters converged upon him. A poisoned arrow shot forth from the sleeve blade of a night goblin, but just before it could pierce Lin Ran's brow, it was deflected by a steel blade. In a swift counter, the mechanical skeleton warrior hurled the blade back, striking the night goblin squarely in the forehead, delivering a fatal blow. A hulking goblin raised its heavy hammer to strike Lin Ran's face, but 3 mechanical skeleton warriors appeared in unison, blocking the attack while swiftly dispatching the renowned high-health giant goblin warrior in a matter of seconds. Of course, this method of monster farming did not yield the speed Lin Ran had envisioned. It was perhaps better suited for higher-tier creatures. Lin Ran persisted in directing the mechanical skeleton warriors to maintain their relentless push. Before long, only 1 kilometer remained to the dark and gloomy forest dungeon. Lin Ran's pack was brimming with soul fragments, which, if sold, could fetch 40,000 yuan. And it was still merely 4 p.m. In just 3 hours, Lin Ran's average hourly wage had reached an impressive 10,000 yuan. This was an hourly rate, not a monthly salary. It was said that the main C of a guild earned a mere 20,000 yuan in monthly commissions. Lin Ran had already earned more in half a day than what the guild's main C would make in an entire month. This is merely the beginning. As Lin Ran approached the dungeon, he traversed a desolate canyon, its depths devoid of life, save for the black stones strewn about. Yet, at the very center of this stony expanse stood a colossal goblin. Its skin retained the familiar green hue, but its stature was a staggering 1.5 times that of an ordinary goblin, exceeding 35 meters in height. Moreover, it bore a bamboo basket upon its back, filled to the brim with massive stones. Upon inspecting the panel, he found the following. Name: Throwing Goblin, Elite. Level: LV12. Health: 500. Actual HP: 10,000 points. Additional Elite Monster Health Bonus: 5,000 points. Strength: 500. Agility: 100. Mentality: 100. Skill: Throw Stone, hurls stones from its basket with great force, inflicting substantial damage on the target and splash damage to surrounding units. Drops: Weapons, Armor, White Ordinary Bronze Grade, Pink Artifact Bronze Grade. Warning: the elite monster possesses exceptionally high defense and attack power. Approach with caution. The equipment quality is classified as Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, and King. Each level is further subdivided. For instance, Bronze, White Ordinary Bronze Grade, Green Excellent Bronze Grade, Blue Refined Bronze Grade, Purple Rare Bronze Grade, Pink Artifact Bronze Grade, and Gold Epic Bronze Grade. Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his eagerness to reach the dungeon entrance, he had not actively sought out elite monsters, yet here he was, on the brink of encountering one. Elite monsters in the wild could yield equipment, and it was rumored that the drop rate for rare bronze gear was quite favorable. Of course, drop rates were subject to fortune, and one could not demand them. Although Lin Ran had grown quite formidable, capable of traversing Goblin Forest without equipment, who would ever complain about being too powerful? He was but a hair's breadth from reaching level 10, and rather than summoning all his mechanical skeleton warriors, he chose to engage the elite monster with the 5 nearest ones. Descending into the canyon, Lin Ran was immediately targeted by the throwing goblin elite. Yet the mechanical skeleton warriors were swifter. They charged forth, striking at the goblin with fervor. The throwing goblin glanced at the 5 diminutive assailants, LV9. It regarded them with disdain, intending to swat them away, until the first strike landed upon its form. 589. The throwing goblin was momentarily taken aback as the subsequent 4 strikes followed. 599, 620, 569, 610. In but a single exchange, a fifth of the goblin's health had evaporated. Throwing goblin elite. Wait, is there a chance that I am the elite monster here? Chapter 10. 1 bullet equals 1 skeleton warrior? It grew anxious, hastily raising a stone from its basket to retaliate. True to its elite status, the direct assault from the stone inflicted a staggering 500 points of damage on the mechanical skeleton warriors, with splash damage further dealing 100 points to surrounding units. However, there was one issue. The health bar of the mechanical skeleton warriors appeared unchanged. Throwing goblin elite. Who is truly the elite monster here? 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. 79, 60, 40. The health of the throwing goblin elite plummeted rapidly. Finally, under the unembellished final attack from the mechanical skeleton warriors, the throwing goblin elite collapsed in a pool of its own blood, a look of fury and despair etched upon its visage. Kill throwing goblin elite. Gained 500 experience points. Dropped goblin armor, white bronze grade, X1, soul fragments X100. A cascade of soul fragments erupted from the fallen goblin. Concurrently, a beam of white light illuminated the scene, revealing a piece of white bronze equipment. Lin Ran felt a surge of exhilaration. This was his first equipment drop. Just as he prepared to collect it, a group of over 10 cloaked figures emerged from the right side of the canyon. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ran noted that the lowest level among them was LV10, clad in a hodgepodge of gear. The leader, perplexed, inquired, "Who felled this elite monster? We couldn't take it down with 10 of us yesterday." Upon spotting the white item on the ground, the scattered soul fragments, and the distant figure of Lin Ran at LV9, realization dawned upon him. Oh, the good equipment has been claimed by a formidable player, leaving us with the scraps. Shaoli, go collect the loot. We'll push onward and take you through the ordinary level, Dark Forest, dungeon later. Thank you, Captain, exclaimed a man named Shaoli, dashing toward the corpse of the elite monster, his eyes glinting with avarice. The soul fragments alone are worth 1,000 coins. The white gear isn't valuable, but when will I become such a big shot? If I ever do, I'll take all the spoils for myself, leaving nothing for anyone else. Lin Ran's gaze hardened. It was clear that these individuals did not even acknowledge his presence. Without uttering a single word, he gestured to the 15 men, eliminate them. The 5 mechanical skeleton warriors immediately obeyed, charging forward. The captain of the opposing squad chuckled. Just because I don't pay you any mind doesn't mean I won't act against you. How bold of you to attack our Goblin Slayer Guild. Xiaozhang, deal with him. Even within the canyon, visibility was limited. They could only vaguely discern the outlines of the mechanical skeleton warriors, confirming their level as LV9, a mere small skeleton warrior. Xiaozhang, a warrior wielding an axe in each hand, scoffed disdainfully at the charging mechanical skeletons. Come on, taste my axe. With a powerful swing aimed at the mechanical skeleton's head, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The mechanical skeleton did not even flinch. Instead, it seized Xiao Zhang's axe in its jaws. Crack, crack. The mechanical skeleton devoured Xiao Zhang's axe whole. Then, with a swift motion, it severed Xiao Zhang's head from his body. What the hell? This summoned creature is no ordinary one. Since when do skeleton warriors have steel bodies? Quick, target the summoner. In that moment, no further words were necessary. The remaining 10 or so individuals immediately shifted their focus onto Lin Ran. Yet, Lin Ran did not even attempt to evade. Instead, he advanced steadily toward them. You've got guts, but your level is too low. 7 or 8 individuals drew handguns, pulling back the slides, aiming at Lin Ran. Handguns, mere hot weapons, were utterly ineffective against high-level professionals, akin to a mere tickle. However, when facing lower-level practitioners, a single shot could level the playing field. Bang! A bullet was fired toward Lin Ran. If one were to slow this moment down, they would see the bullet's trajectory through the air. Just as it was about to make contact with Lin Ran, a steel hand clasped around the bullet. To the onlookers, this transpired in an instant. The bullet was discharged. Whack! A mechanical skeleton warrior appeared before Lin Ran. Bang! Another shot rang out, and once more, a mechanical skeleton warrior materialized before him. Bang, bang, bang. Whack, whack, whack. It seemed that for every shot fired, a mechanical skeleton warrior would spring forth before Lin Ran. Across from him, the squad leader was utterly stunned. His voice sharp and jarring. What on earth? Being attacked automatically summons skeletal warriors. What an extraordinary skill. With a chorus of blood-curdling screams and wails. All 15 individuals were ruthlessly slain by the mechanical skeletal warriors. There were no surprises here. The speed of these mechanical skeletal warriors was astounding, their defenses formidable, and their damage output was nothing short of miraculous. The equipment worn by these individuals was inadequate, leaving them to await their demise. All belongings from the 15 were thoroughly searched and laid out before Lin Ran, yielding a commendable haul of assorted gear and cash, approximately 15,000 gold coins, equivalent to over half a day's labor for Lin Ran. One cannot deny the profitability of PvP. It was quite gratifying. Moreover, 2 mechanical skeletal warriors, without any command from Lin Ran, automatically began digging a large pit and disposed of the corpses within. Such thoughtfulness. Amidst the blazing inferno, Lin Ran, carrying his lightweight backpack filled with soul shards, continued onward, while another mechanical skeletal warrior bore the rest of the equipment, specifically, the first skeletal warrior he summoned, whom Lin Ran had named 001. Lin Ran glanced at the armor that had dropped. Name: Goblin Armor, Common White. Level: Bronze Tier, can be equipped at level 10. Class: Universal. Effect: increases health by 5, physical defense by 5. Description: armor forged by goblins, sturdy and durable, offering remarkable value for the cost. Additionally, he discovered a rather decent weapon among the spoils that he could utilize. Name: Venom Staff, excellent green. Level: Bronze Tier, can be equipped at level 10. Class: Elemental Mage, effectiveness reduced by 80 for other classes. Effect: magic attack power increased by 10, accuracy by 10, casting speed by 1. Description: it carries a distinct odor reminiscent of marshlands. While this weapon is tailored for elemental mages, Lin Ran, as a necromancer, would experience an 80 reduction in its effectiveness when equipped. Still, it was better than having nothing at all. Green equipment inherently possessed greater value. Before long, Lin Ran arrived at the entrance to the Dark Forest dungeon, which boasted an extremely high level of difficulty. Elite monsters were mere trifles in comparison. However, the experience points, equipment, and item rewards from the dungeon were exceptionally generous. At the last moment, Lin Ran's level ascended to LV10, donning the 2 pieces of equipment. He gazed upon the bustling scene at the dungeon entrance, reminiscent of a small marketplace. A glance at the time revealed it to be exactly 5 p.m. A subtle smile graced Lin Ran's lips. The novice dungeon, the chicken nest, was drawing to a close. He wondered how his classmates had fared. Chapter 11. Wait. Did he finish this morning? At the entrance of the chicken nest dungeon in Shishan City, as the clock struck 5, the dungeon automatically closed its doors. Those still within were forcibly teleported out. Among those forcibly ejected was the quiet student, who possessed the S-level class of Beast Summoner. Her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy. Thankfully, I managed to reach LV6 just in time. Beside her, the son of Wu Che and another support player wore expressions of pure exhilaration. Hard work pays off. Hard work pays off, haha. It must be said. Although this novice dungeon was labeled as such, the difficulty was not to be underestimated. The white feather chick was exceedingly large, with formidable attack power. Facing it head-on made it challenging to withstand the damage, and carelessly pulling monsters could easily lead to injury, necessitating a forced exit from the dungeon. Exiting early squandered precious monster hunting time. Fortunately, they had an excellent tank to absorb damage, as well as a capable support player to reduce the monster's defenses. Of course, the most crucial factor was their primary damage dealer, who was impressively strong, summoning 6 white tigers that could dispatch a white feather chick in less than 20 attacks. The speed of their farming was astonishing, especially considering that their classmate, the quiet student, had not yet donned any equipment. The quiet student humbly shook her head. It's a pity the white tigers are too powerful. At LV6, I can summon a maximum of 6. Her humility was commendable, as it was rumored that upon reaching LV10, her white tigers would enter a period of significant strength and evolution. If they were this formidable now, how powerful would they be then? The quiet student chuckled, unable to contain her delight. Oh, it's nothing special, huh? The trio happily made their way toward the sunshade. But upon reaching their father, the quiet student reigned in her exuberance. This was a product of upbringing. No matter how well one performed, decorum must be maintained. Dad, I hope I didn't disappoint you with my performance. Upon saying this, she stood tall, a hint of pride evident as she glanced at the gathered elders. However, she sensed something amiss in her father's expression, as well as those of the elders. Their lips quivered slightly, brows furrowed tightly, as if trying to shoo away an imaginary fly perched upon them. What a peculiar sight. They seemed on the verge of laughter yet restrained themselves, the discomfort evident. Her father, and now, rose gently, embracing the quiet student, his gaze filled with profound affection as he sighed deeply while observing the setting sun. He patted her back and said, "Ah, Xiao Jing, it's all right, it's all right." And Nao's emotions were complex. The quiet student had performed admirably. Yet when compared to Lin Ran, she still fell considerably short. Furthermore, the quiet student often compared herself to Lin Ran, a rivalry that had persisted for 3 years. 3 years. And she had always been the perennial second place. This time, in the novice dungeon, her class and skill should have guaranteed her first place. Yet she found herself once again in second. The quiet student dreaded being labeled as the forever second. Reality confronted him now, once more. His daughter was relegated to the second position. He pondered how to ensure that this experience did not undermine the quiet student's confidence. Yet he struggled to find the right words, feeling quite conflicted. The quiet student sensed the odd atmosphere but could not pinpoint its origin. Wait, Dad. Am I being too modest, or are you genuinely playing this up? Her tone was remarkably calm. Dad, what do you mean by it's nothing? And Nao's gaze faltered slightly. It's not a problem if your results are a bit lacking. This is merely a novice dungeon. What significance does it hold in determining one's future? The quiet student's composure began to waver. What do you mean? And now, appearing troubled, replied, what I mean is, true heroes do not concern themselves with momentary victories or losses. The quiet student could no longer contain herself. She turned to the elders, but one by one. They shook their heads and deflected the topic, refusing to divulge anything. Frustration welled within her. What does that even mean? Why are you saying my results are poor? Nearby, the son of Wu Che chimed in loudly. Exactly. What are you all talking about? The quiet student just shattered the record for the highest level achieved in the novice dungeon, Chicken Nest. She is the highest ranked player in the history of the first day of Chicken Nest. Wu Che hastily stood up, covering his son's mouth, gesturing toward the large screen displaying the novice dungeon rankings. Stop talking. His son, still defiant, queried, what's wrong? Why are you looking at that? It was only when he raised his head that he beheld the top 3 of the leaderboard. First day level up rankings for the Chicken Nest dungeon. First place, Lin Ran, LV8. Second place, Quiet Student, LV6. Third place, Han E level 5. His eyes widened in disbelief, akin to bells, while his lips trembled uncontrollably. No, no, no. This is impossible. How could he possibly advance to level 8? However, the leaderboard does not lie, and the expressions of the leaders indicated they were already aware of this revelation. Thus, there exists only one explanation. Lin Ran truly occupies the esteemed position of first place in the Chicken Nest dungeon. The son of Wu Che felt his entire demeanor collapse, akin to a deflated balloon. As the quiet gazes fell upon him, he instinctively lowered his head, his confidence severely shattered. Prior to entering the dungeon, he had boasted that Lin Ran could never reach level 2. Now, Lin Ran had demonstrated through sheer skill that he was unworthy even to carry Lin Ran's shoes. Such a stark contrast was difficult for anyone to accept. In front of so many witnesses, he had lost all face. Not only did he suffer humiliation, but his father Wu Che must have already endured a similar disgrace. To face it again was truly a high price to pay for pride, and Jing sensed something amiss. Ignoring her father's admonitions as she approached the large screen outside the chicken nest dungeon, where she beheld Lin Ran's name. First place, level 8. Upon seeing Lin Ran's name still overshadowing her own, her emotions became tumultuous. The sight of level 8 left her utterly devastated. The three of them had tirelessly ground for an entire day to elevate her rank to level 6. How could Lin Ran dare to conquer the dungeon alone? After a brief moment, and Jing resigned herself to the truth. He indeed possessed remarkable abilities, which I begrudgingly acknowledge. It is true that an individual's experience points can be significantly higher. But where is Lin Ran now? Out of the city. And Jing, so soon? When did he exit the dungeon? And now, he came out in less than an hour. And Jing nodded. Oh, that is acceptable. He was an hour ahead of us. I never anticipated that his necromancer would perform so exceptionally in the novice dungeon. And now fell silent. However, classmates who had previously gathered around interjected. No, it wasn't an hour ago. Rather, Lin Ran emerged just 1 hour after the dungeon opened, and he has already ascended to level 8. At this revelation, and Jing and her companions could no longer maintain their composure. Is this even human? We ground for 8 hours. They might as well have a full-screen instant calculation. Entrance of the Dark Forest Dungeon. Chapter 12. The Marketplace and New Skills. 2 rows of ancient trees, hundreds of years old, stood lush and green, their leaves swaying in the mist, while beneath them, vendors hawked a variety of wares, creating a lively atmosphere. Come one, come all. Various potions on sale. Honest buying and selling of all equipment. High prices paid. Absolutely freshly cooked. No pre-made items. Delicious and affordable. Lin Ran did not immediately enter the dungeon. Instead, he found a stone in an open area and sat down, observing the bustling crowd and listening to the cacophony of vendors shouting and bargaining. Lin Ran felt a headache coming on. He was not adept at haggling. Had he not unlocked the marketplace, he would have had to endure this necessary process. Now that he was level 10, with 100,000 gold coins at his disposal, he directly purchased the personal trading feature via online payment. Please blink your eyes. Following facial recognition and a series of cumbersome identity verifications, congratulations, you have obtained a trading license, valid indefinitely. Congratulations, you have acquired personal mobile storage, a minimap, and remote communication functions, all valid indefinitely. Lin Ran opened the personal inventory interface, which contained 10 slots. Each slot could hold 1 item or piece of equipment. One piece of equipment occupied 1 slot, but identical items could stack up to 999. Lin Ran placed the soul shards into the storage, and in an instant, his inventory felt lighter. Within, 4 columns appeared showing 999 soul shards and an additional 125 soul shards. Upon clicking, he could view detailed descriptions of the items. Soul shard, 999 units. A primary material for synthesizing souls, with stable value. Please do not discard carelessly. Thus, the soul shards occupied 5 slots. And Lin Ran placed the remaining 3 white items into storage, leaving just 2 slots. However, this was of little concern. The warehouse's level could be upgraded. Initial, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and moreover, Lin Ran had no intention of storing these materials for synthesis. The value of materials lies in their potential for sale. While it may look aesthetically pleasing in storage, it serves no real purpose. Lin Ran opened the auction house, and as the network connection succeeded, a plethora of goods appeared before him, automatically categorized, with options to sort by price. This was quite pleasant. Lin Ran did not have to haggle. He could simply purchase the lowest priced items. He accessed his personal selling section, which contained 10 slots. Currently, there was no method to increase the number of selling slots. The reason remained unclear. Perhaps it was to increase the cost of speculative trading, or maybe to enhance the likelihood of successful transactions in the auction house. With fewer slots, some unsold items might indeed choose to sell at a lower price. There was no limit to the quantity of items sold. Lin Ran swiftly placed 125 soul shards for sale at a price of 8 gold coins, occupying just 1 selling slot. The 3 white items were also listed at reasonable prices, aiming for quick sales in exchange for gold to purchase skill books. The auction house collected a mere 1 transaction fee from successful sales, a refreshingly low rate. Promoting positive consumption. Lin Ran had anticipated waiting several hours for a sale. He observed a fellow player haggling for soul shards, laboriously negotiating for half an hour before finally selling them. Yet, On his end, as soon as he listed the items, he immediately received notifications of their purchase. Your listed soul shards have been purchased, 100 units for 792 gold coins. 8 gold coins deducted as a fee have been credited to your account. Your listed soul shards have been purchased, 3,000 units for 760 gold coins. 240 gold coins deducted as a fee have been credited to your account. Your listed soul shards have been purchased, 1,025 units for 118 gold coins. 82 gold coins deducted as a fee have been credited to your account. Your soul shards are now sold out. The credited gold coins were directly deposited into Lin Ran's personal account. Thus, combined with the gold earned from previous PvP battles, Lin Ran's personal assets suddenly exceeded 45,000 gold coins. The white items were not sold instantly. As expected, they did not hold much appeal in the market. Lin Ran adjusted their price to the minimum of 10 gold coins each, and indeed, the 3 white items were quickly snatched up. White items are merely fillers. Before level 20, the only bronze gear available for equipping are weapons and armor, and the market had long since become saturated, compounded by the mediocre attributes of white items, which are primarily used for material decomposition. With newfound wealth, he could now learn new skills. Lin Ran opened the auction house and entered Bronze Skill Book. In an instant, a whole list of bronze skill books appeared before him. After sorting by price from low to high, Lin Ran found the base price for the skill book, 569 gold coins. Without hesitation, Lin Ran clicked to purchase one. You have spent 569 gold coins to purchase a bronze skill book. Please ensure sufficient space in your warehouse. If it does not appear in your warehouse, please click again. Do not click frequently, as this may result in a 1-minute freeze of the item. As Lin Ran's backpack shimmered, a tome of bronze texture materialized within it. With a swift motion of his hand, the skill book appeared before him. Bronze Grade Skill Book, usable by those below level 20. It grants a random skill pertinent to one's profession with a moderate success rate. Below level 20, aside from acquiring the primary skill of his class, he could only learn one additional skill. Thus Lin Ran was eagerly anticipating what he might receive. He pondered casually, hoping for something simple like a single target attack. However, considering the output of his evolved skeletal warrior, such a skill seemed redundant. Aerial attacks were even less desirable, as their damage diminished and were thus optional. Learning failed. The first attempt at skill acquisition had met with failure, but Lin Ran remained undeterred. On his second try, he recalled the knowledge he had gleaned during his studies. The likelihood of success with a bronze grade skill book was not high. One skill typically emerged from every 10 books, and encountering one was a stroke of luck. Generally, one could expect a 99% success rate within 20 tomes. The second book yielded the same result. Learning failed. Unfazed, Lin Ran proceeded to purchase a third tome. Even if he exhausted all his funds without gaining a new skill, it mattered little, for he already possessed nothing. Learning successful. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, Bone Cage. Gold balance, 19,108. Bone Cage? The name suggested a control-type ability. Bone Cage, LV1. Envelopes a single target in a cage of bones, immobilizing them for 3 seconds, with a bone health of 1,000 points. Next level, 100 points. It was rather standard, perhaps even lacking in utility. Yet, what if he were to enhance it with Undead weakness? Ascension successful, congratulations. Bone Cage has ascended to Infinite Cage. Chapter 13, Infinite Cage. Mechanism triggered. This sounded intriguing. Lin Ran delved into the description. Infinite Cage, mechanism triggered. 1. Requires a summoned entity. 2. Select a target as the skill's focus. 3. Release condition. When any summoned entity is on the brink of death, it will surge toward the target. An uninterrupted charge that locks them in place, rendering them immobile for an indefinite duration, until all entities within the cage are shattered. 4. While in the cage, summoned entities fully restore to 100 health. Upon exiting, they revert to their dying state. 5. You may interrupt the skill at any time. Dying summoned entities can return to the summoning space to recuperate. 6. The cage's attributes are determined by the cumulative stats of all entities within it. And with each level gained, an additional damage reduction bonus is added to the cage, currently at 1, next level, 2, 7. Triggering the skill consumes a small amount of mental energy. Ensure sufficient mental power to meet the skill's activation conditions. Lin Ran scrutinized the information, sensing an underlying complexity that eluded him. This skill was both intricate and straightforward, an ability he had never encountered before. It required a specific mechanism to activate. Neither an active nor a passive skill. In essence, it was an exceptional control skill, simultaneously serving as a means of safeguarding his summoned entities, and exhibited considerable maneuverability. Before any of his mechanical skeletal warriors succumbed, It would seize the previously selected target or prioritize the one posing the greatest threat. Control. Naturally, Lin Ran could also command the mechanical skeletal warriors to return to the summoning space, thus conserving mental energy. Yet, there was a caveat. All of this hinged upon the normal application of the skill. If, hypothetically, he were to unleash this skill upon his mechanical skeletal warriors, or perhaps upon himself, this fleeting thought lingered persistently in his mind. A fierce light ignited in Lin Ran's eyes, his pupils reflecting a colossal iron figure, undead weakness. The sole complication was that the mechanical skeletal warrior functioned as a singular entity, indivisible. This implied that should it charge towards Lin Ran, it would remain an unyielding mass of iron, a rather precarious situation. But the mechanical skeletal warrior was capable of evolution. Lin Ran opened his status panel. Name, Lin Ran. Class, E-rank Mechanical Undead Summoner. Level, LV10, 35 of 100. Stamina, 43. Strength, 46. Agility, 59. Mentality, 386. Summoning space, 8888. Power source, E-rank Controllable 4-stroke Internal Combustion Engine, Diesel Structure Variant. Skills, Summon Mechanical Skeletal Warrior LV10, Primary. Matrix Defense, Passive, No Level. Infinite Cage, LV1. Summon Mechanical Skeletal Warrior LV10. Evolution conditions met. It was evident that LV10 represented a watershed moment, with significantly enhanced attributes. Subsequently, Lin Ran accessed the evolution interface for the Mechanical Skeletal Warrior. Black Iron Grade Mechanical Skeletal Warrior is ready for evolution. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Evolution successful. Black Iron Grade Mechanical Skeletal Warrior has evolved into Bronze Grade Liquid Metal Skeletal Warrior. Liquid Metal? Lin Ran felt a surge of excitement as he opened its panel. Name, Bronze Grade Liquid Metal Skeletal Warrior. Health, 1300. Strength, 1300. Agility, 1300. Mentality, 1300. Skill, Heavy Strike, Brief Charge, inflicting substantial physical damage, correlated with the skeletal warrior's strength. Complementary traits. Retains all previous traits while incorporating those of liquid metal. All wounds can automatically heal, and under the summoner's control. The liquid metal skeletal warrior can transform into various shapes or states in special circumstances. This was it. If Infinite Cage were to synergize with liquid metal skeletal warrior, Lin Ran's vision was within reach. Theoretically feasible. Yet, further details were necessary. For instance, as the liquid metal skeletal warrior approached, what form should it take midair? In reality, such a process was exceedingly complex, demanding a reservoir of relevant knowledge. Having been a mechanical engineer in his past life, Lin Ran felt equipped. If Infinite Cage selected Lin Ran as the target, upon being struck by the skeletal warrior, he too would find himself immobilized. Thus, it became imperative to construct a portion of the metal into a new mechanical structure during the skeletal warrior's approach, one that would be beneficial to Lin Ran. The design could not be overly intricate. The more complex the structure, the greater the likelihood of error. It would be best to utilize materials directly from the skeletal warrior. As Lin Ran's mind raced, he jotted down notes, arriving once again at the entrance of the gloomy forest dungeon. The grind must continue, for he need not engage in combat. Multitasking was merely a fundamental operation. The attributes of the evolved skeletal warrior were indeed formidable. In the wild, ordinary monsters at level 10 possess a maximum constitution that barely exceeds 300 points, while even elite monsters do not surpass 500 points. However, the evolved skeletal warrior boasts attributes that exceed 1,000 points, reaching an impressive 1,300 points. With the right equipment, one wonders what performance the mechanical skeletal warrior could achieve. Lin Ran sighed bitterly. Ever since he summoned the mechanical skeletal warrior, he had not encountered death even once. Now that the mechanical skeletal warrior had evolved into a liquid metal skeletal warrior, it possessed an extraordinarily grotesque self-healing ability. How could one die? It seemed nearly impossible. He pondered whether he might trigger an opportunity before the college entrance examination, just to test it out. The Dark Forest dungeon is a level 10 instance. Yet one should not underestimate it. It is divided into 3 levels of difficulty: normal, hard, and the King's level, which even level 30 professionals fear. Each difficulty presents the prospect of greater rewards in basic materials and experience points. It is said that the drop rate for good equipment is also heightened. Lin Ran had heard of a bronze artifact within that could fetch a staggering price of over 100 million gold coins. The most favorable aspect of this dungeon is the high drop rate for soul fragments, which are exceedingly lucrative. Of course, as the top student in the city, Lin Ran's breadth of knowledge was vast. He understood that above the King's level lies another tier, known as Hell level. However, one cannot simply choose to enter Hell level. It requires special conditions to be met, specifically the defeat of the boss at the king's level, which has an extraordinarily low probability. The reason hell level is dubbed as such is that it is virtually impossible to conquer, if fortune were to frown upon one. Encountering the hell level could result in immediate demise. The drop rates for hell level remain unknown, as, to Lin Ran's current knowledge, there have been no reported cases of anyone surviving the Dark Forest in West City. With that in mind, he opted for the king's level, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot, entering the dungeon. No sooner had he disappeared than the large screen of the dungeon displayed new text. One person is challenging the king's level. 245 people are challenging the hard level. 1,132 people are challenging the normal level. During the college entrance examination period, as one of the examination dungeons, special personnel from West City were dispatched to ensure the safety of the examinees. Typically, this place is quite perilous. Hence, during the examination period, it bustles with activity, attracting numerous societal professionals to participate in the dungeon. Captain Xiao Wen, serving as the proctor for the Dark Forest examination site, was responsible for maintaining order during the evening, as a new batch of students would soon arrive to engage in the dungeon. Just moments ago, a remarkably young man approached the entrance, swiftly entering the dungeon. It seemed he had chosen the king's level. However, the king's level does not allow for mid-challenge exits. Could he possibly be a candidate for this year's examination? Xiao Wen immediately shook his head in disbelief. What a joke. The shuttle bus doesn't depart until 8 p.m., and he arrived at 5 p.m. Could he have used a teleportation device? In an instant, those around him understood. Chapter 14, Primitive Goblin. It is said that the king's level of the Dark Forest can yield that priceless bronze artifact, but how many have perished at this difficulty? To be frank, theoretically, the normal level could also produce such a drop, but no one has ever witnessed it. A few onlookers exchanged glances filled with regret. Similar expressions of pity emanated from another direction. At a nearby fast food stall, a group of individuals sat together. One girl in casual attire gazing in the direction where Lin Ran had vanished. Sigh, why would someone so handsome choose such a path? Though she wore a white mask, the small portion of skin visible revealed she was no ordinary person, especially with her bright, enchanting eyes. The three individuals beside her appeared to be seasoned combat professionals, their mere presence exuding an aura of lethality, particularly the towering man leading the group, who stood over 25 meters tall, resembling a bull. He wore a badge that read, Chief Warrior of the Guardian Mercenary Corps, Huashan. The girl looked at her meal, her voice ethereal. I accompanied my father here when I was 12 years old, and I have never forgotten the taste of the pork from this fast food stall. Since then, I have sought many renowned restaurants, yet none compare to the flavor of this humble stall with only 3 tables. Huashan responded with utmost respect, showing no sign of disrespect towards the girl. Boss, you should eat more. This is prime local pork. The aroma seems less enticing than before. The girl did not even remove her mask, merely gazing intently at her meal, occasionally swallowing her saliva as if an angel and a demon battled within her. After a long moment, she stood up, retrieving a lemon from her pocket, biting into it through the gap in her mask. Despite the sourness, her expression remained unchanged. Let us depart. Our target is the hard level. The king's level is too perilous and unnecessary. If fortune smiles upon me, I may acquire what I seek, and if luck favors you 3, you may earn more commissions. Huashan's eyes brightened, yet he offered a humble smile. We hope for your good fortune, boss. Serving you is our honor. Subsequently, the 4 entered the hard level of the Dark Forest, their expressions grave. Although over 200 individuals were challenging the hard level, most planned to defeat the first elite monster before exiting. Defeating the boss at this difficulty is no simple feat. As the chief warrior of the Guardian Mercenary Corps, Huashan could confidently navigate the dungeon with 4 capable professionals. However, they were actually a trio, with the girl being the boss, who required no offensive capability. Thus, they lacked either a damage dealer or a tank. The difficulty had escalated significantly, and the margin for error had diminished greatly. One misstep could lead even Huashan to disaster. Within the Dark Forest King's level dungeon, Lin Ran surveyed his surroundings. The inky night sky was intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, and the incessant rain cast a chill upon him. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of forest, populated by trees he had never encountered, thick and robust, with almost no branches. Looking up, one could see only sturdy limbs supporting dense foliage at the very top. If not for careful observation, these towering trees resembled colossal giants, their crimson fruits appearing like countless giant eyes fixated upon Lin Ran. Though dubbed a dense forest, the Dark Forest featured considerable distances between trees, indicating that the adventurers entering the dungeon had limited room for evasive maneuvers. Furthermore, before Lin Ran lay a path carved through the wilderness, the sole route to clear the dungeon. With a gentle wave of his hand, 88 liquid metal skeletal warriors swiftly sealed off the pathway. The appearance of the liquid metal skeletal warriors bore little change from that of the mechanical skeletal warriors. The metallic hue transformed from an ancient black to a rough silver white. This matte texture, if not observed closely, resembled bones eroded by the elements. Naturally, Lin Ran had the option to revert the liquid metal skeletal warriors to their mechanical skin, having previously unlocked the mechanical skin for permanent use. It is worth noting that Lin Ran found them easier to control, as their processors had undergone iterative upgrades. Lin Ran was quite intrigued by the king-level challenges. He yearned to witness the formidable strength of the king-level monsters and the combat prowess of the liquid metal skeleton warrior. In order to gain a better understanding of his own capabilities as he prepared for the imminent Gaokao examination, after traversing several dozen meters, he felt as though he had stepped into a primordial tribe, a vast expanse cleared of colossal trees, with a gigantic bonfire blazing at its center. Above the fire, a colossal goblin stood bare, its skin roasted to a crisp perfection, sending waves of tantalizing aroma wafting toward Lin Ran, inciting a sense of revulsion within him. It was said that there existed a breed of goblin devoid of any combat prowess, merely existing to consume, and due to their considerable size, they were often regarded as a source of meat, widely consumed among human populations. Lin Ran found it difficult to accept goblin flesh, as their resemblance to humans was too uncanny for most to bear. However, he had heard that the meat bore a sour and bitter taste, necessitating an abundance of spices to mask its flavor. Yet even then, the sourness remained unmistakable. Surrounding the bonfire, a group of diminutive goblins engaged in a peculiar dance, seemingly celebrating their evening meal. Within the king-level dark forest, the number of monsters appearing, their arrangements, and even the positioning of trees were all variable with each refresh, indicating that no one could fully comprehend the dynamics of a king-level dungeon and, thus, could not rely solely on experience to conquer it. This exemplified the daunting challenge of the king level. Name: Primal Goblin, King Level. Level: LV10. Health: 1000. Actual health: 12,000. King Level bonus: 78,000. Total health: 90,000. Strength: 1000. Agility: 1000. Mentality: 1000. Skill: Bloodthirsty Rapid Strike, wielding a spiked club to strike the target swiftly, restoring its own health with each attack. Stacking bleeding damage that persists for 3 seconds until the target's demise. Warning: the king-level primal goblin has exhibited exaggerated enhancements in health, strength, reaction speed, and attack speed. Furthermore, its key skill, Rapid Strike, possesses a lifesteal effect, making it inadvisable for conventional adventurers to engage. The primal goblins noticed Lin Ran, but dispatched only one to confront him, while the others continued their jubilant revelry. This surprised Lin Ran, based on the goblin's attributes and skills. It was evident that its strength far surpassed that expected of an LV10 creature. It was leagues beyond the elite monsters he had encountered in the wild, capable of instilling fear in even the most seasoned adventurers. Lin Ran summoned a liquid metal skeleton warrior to engage in combat, keen to test its enhanced abilities. Chapter 15. The performance of the liquid metal skeleton warrior. Prior to its evolution, the skeleton warrior was capable of single-handedly challenging elite monsters. Post-evolution, its capabilities had increased more than tenfold, with hidden enhancements beyond calculation. Soon, the green silhouette clashed with the silver figure, and after a brief exchange of blows, Lin Ran's expression grew somber. The king-level primal goblin was astonishingly swift, exhibiting superior speed in both reaction and attack, outpacing even the liquid metal skeleton warrior. Fortunately, the skeleton warrior's processor was exceptionally sophisticated, allowing it to accurately predict the goblin's next move and evade its strikes. However, the primal goblin required no such deliberation. Its speed rendered it nearly impossible for the skeleton warrior to land a hit. If this duel continued in such a manner, it could extend for days on end. Thus, Lin Ran commanded, abandon evasion, engage in direct assault. The skeleton warrior promptly adopted a more straightforward and brutal approach, brandishing its massive blade. The primal goblin, now capable of attacking the skeleton warrior, significantly reduced its evasion speed, leading to an exchange of relentless strikes. In one decisive blow, the skeleton warrior inflicted 5,858 points of damage upon the primal goblin. At this rate, it would not take long to vanquish the foe. Yet, the primal goblin retaliated. Its damage output modest, but its attack speed relentless, producing afterimages with each strike that caused the skeleton warrior's health to plummet rapidly. Moreover, due to the lifesteal effect of Rapid Strike, the goblin could recover its health each time the skeleton warrior inflicted damage. Had Lin Ran's mechanical skeleton warrior not undergone evolution, it would have soon succumbed to the relentless onslaught. However, now it stood before the primal goblin was a self-regenerating liquid metal skeleton warrior. Each time its form was distorted by the goblin's strikes, it swiftly reverted to its original shape, and even if parts were dislodged, they would automatically return to the body, capable of self-repairing even when damaged. In reality, as Lin Ran observed, both combatants engaged in a fierce exchange, yet their health remained relatively stable, each rapidly depleting and then replenishing. Lin Ran felt exasperated. He had initially thought that such an overwhelmingly powerful primal goblin could easily overpower the liquid metal skeleton warrior. Yet the battle was evenly matched. Oh no, it was not entirely equal. The skeleton warrior had yet to unleash its skills. Upon Lin Ran's command, the skeleton warrior executed its heavy strike skill, delivering a blow that dealt more than double the previous damage. This skill demanded considerable mental energy, but as an undead entity, the skeleton warrior possessed mechanical traits that required only energy consumption. With unlimited energy at its disposal, the skeleton warrior could unleash heavy strikes continuously, merely needing to wait for a brief cooldown. Thus, under the intermittent enhancement of heavy strikes, the goblin's lifesteal could not compensate for the worsening of its injuries. After 2 minutes, the primal goblin was decisively slain. Oh! As the goblin's anguished screams echoed, its body shattered into numerous pieces, scattering across the ground, soon melting into a pool of blood that emitted steam. Buzz! A black wooden stick spiraled through the air before crashing to the ground, followed by a column of white light. Alongside it, a collection of materials burst forth from the goblin's remains. Killed primal goblin, rewarded with 600 experience points, with an additional 2,000 experience points for king-level difficulty. The goblin dropped 1 rough wooden stick, 3 goblin hand bones, and 16 soul fragments. What a delightful drop rate. Lin Ran grinned as he gathered the fallen equipment and materials. The white quality items held little monetary value, yet they brought him joy, for it was difficult to ascertain their quality before the black wooden stick had hit the ground. The goblin bones were practically worthless, as one could purchase 4 or 5 for a single gold coin. However, the soul fragments were quite valuable, totaling 128 gold. In a king-level dungeon, even the demise of a minor creature could yield over 100 gold coins. How gratifying. Of course, Lin Ran's primary focus remained on experience points. The experience granted by this dungeon was indeed formidable, with a single minor creature providing more experience than elite monsters in the outside world, plus an additional 2,000 experience points for king-level difficulty. To achieve level 15 within 3 days, delving into dungeons was the sole path forward. This was Lin Ran's aspiration. At level 10, he could gain admission to a respectable university. As the clock struck 5:15 p.m. on the first day, Lin Ran had already advanced to level 10. With 2 days remaining, he had no intention of settling for a mediocre university. His singular ambition was to gain admission to the finest institution in Daxia, Longxiao University. With a decisive wave of his hand, he declared, "Since the damage has been thoroughly assessed, let us charge forward unabated." His 88 dual steel boots crunched upon the decaying leaves, signaling a collective assault. The intricacies of the strategy required no input from Lin Ran. The skeleton warriors coordinated seamlessly amongst themselves. In a recent duel between the primitive goblins and the skeleton warriors, every statistic and performance of the goblins was meticulously observed by the other skeletons. The bonfire flickered with 11 primitive goblins, now congregated together. If their coordination faltered, a lone skeleton warrior could easily be overwhelmed by concentrated fire, leading to its swift demise. Thus, they aimed to dismantle the enemy formation, isolating and absorbing damage while prioritizing the elimination of the most formidable threats. In the heat of battle, there were no unforeseen complications. The 11 primitive goblins were swiftly subdued, their bodies ground into the earth. The self-repairing capabilities of the liquid metal skeleton warriors were astonishingly robust. Under organized and disciplined cooperation, they delivered a crushing blow to the primitive goblins, akin to a dimensional strike. Kill of primitive goblin rewarded 600 experience points, with an additional 2,000 points for the king level. The goblin dropped 2 goblin pelts, 2 goblin hand bones, and 15 soul fragments. Kill of primitive goblin rewarded 600 experience points, with an additional 2,000 points for the king level. The goblin dropped 1 tattered cowhide tunic, 5 goblin hand bones, and 18 soul fragments. Kill of primitive goblin rewarded 600 experience points, with an additional 2,000 points for the king level. The goblin dropped 3 goblin pelts and 17 soul fragments. In less than a minute, only 5 goblins remained. Lin Ran raised his hand, commanding halt. Control them and bring them over one by one. He intended to test the limits of the liquid metal skeleton warrior, to ascertain how many primitive goblins' attacks it could withstand simultaneously before succumbing to death. Thus, 5 goblins were restrained, and 2 were drawn out to engage in a 2-on-1 test against a single liquid metal skeleton warrior. Even in this disadvantageous scenario, the skeleton warrior held its ground, its health remaining robust. Add another, Lin Ran instructed. With the entry of a third primitive goblin, the balance shifted, and the skeleton warrior's health began to plummet. However, it persisted valiantly. It would not be defeated in mere moments. Add another. Upon the arrival of the fourth primitive goblin, the skeleton warrior could no longer endure. Its health deteriorated rapidly, and with each decline, Lin Ran's excitement grew. Chapter 16. The Power of the Undead Mechanical Arm. This was because, before the mechanical skeleton warrior met its demise, the conditions for his infinite prison skill could be satisfied. Lin Ran had already conceived a preliminary plan. Yet ideas alone required practical application. Warning, your liquid metal skeleton warrior's health is below 19. This was the first time Lin Ran had received such a notification. Warning, your liquid metal skeleton warrior's health is below 1. Here it came. Lin Ran's gaze was fixed intently on the liquid metal skeleton warrior. Its body battered and its parts strewn across the ground, continuously reforming and reconstituting. However, the ferocity of the four primitive goblins' assaults was overwhelming. Its rate of restoration could not keep pace with the loss of health. Warning, your liquid metal skeleton warrior is about to die. Ultimately, just before the silver metallic body of the skeleton warrior disintegrated, it triggered the conditions for the release of infinite prison. Conditions for infinite prison met. Prior to activating the skill, Lin Ran had already designated himself as the target for its release. Consequently, the remnants of the liquid metal skeleton warrior soared into the air, hurtling toward Lin Ran. The speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to react. In an instant, Lin Ran commanded the liquid metal skeleton warrior to disassemble in midair, transforming into the simplest of shields. With a swift motion, Lin Ran extended his right hand, forcefully catching the shield. Yet, the tremendous impact was nearly unbearable, resulting in a dislocated arm. Fortunately, the skeleton warrior possessed exceptional medical skills, and with a crisp crack, it realigned Lin Ran's bones. This did not trigger Matrix defense. Why? Because this was deemed self-harm. Lin Ran had the autonomy to determine his own fate, a mark of freedom. After securing the shield, Lin Ran promptly began to validate two crucial questions. The foremost was the control effect of the prison. Should the prison restrain Lin Ran too tightly, it would pose significant complications. In practice, the prison merely immobilized the hand that grasped the shield, limiting movement to the area of contact. This was easily resolved. Lin Ran focused his thoughts, and the liquid metal crawled up his hand, subsequently enveloping his 5 fingers while simulating a mechanical joint structure. If it were flesh, coordinating with a mechanical hand would be exceedingly difficult, requiring more advanced design knowledge. Luckily, Lin Ran had contracted a disease that rendered his body entirely metallic, now transformed into controllable metal. The liquid metal surged into Lin Ran's body, and soon, an intricate mechanical structure emerged, seamlessly connecting to his wrist. As he flexed his fingers, he found the motion remarkably fluid. Although the liquid metal skeleton warrior had morphed into a prison, it still accommodated Lin Ran's maneuvers, its high-performance processor directly serving him. Akin to a second body, even exhibiting swifter reflexes. The second pivotal question regarded the weight of the prison. If it were too heavy, Lin Ran would be unable to bear it. Indeed, the shield was currently quite weighty, far beyond his capacity to lift. Thus, Lin Ran embarked on a second phase of modification. By collaborating with the skeleton warrior, he devised a rudimentary engine within the shield. Its energy source not derived from Lin Ran's own reserves. Drawing from his own energy would deplete his mental fortitude in no time. Instead, he utilized the skeleton warrior's inherent energy, which, being of an undead nature, was infinite. An intricate structure began to take shape. The shield levitated autonomously, propelled by the engine's thrust. Witnessing this, Lin Ran was struck by a bolder idea. Could the engine serve as a substitute? He endeavored to have the liquid metal of the skeleton warrior replace the metal within his own body, thus achieving an unending supply of energy. However, this proved impossible. The metal within him had become an integral part of his being, inextricable and unyielding, the very source of his divine-level talents. The shield was merely an initial concept. Lin Ran's defense relied on the skeleton warrior, alleviating concerns regarding protection. Thus, he decided to pivot towards offense. He continued to modify the shield, the liquid metal twisting and reshaping, as countless components began to align and assemble along his entire arm. Gradually, a robust and imposing silver mechanical arm took form. In this intricate narrative, Lin Ran has ingeniously equipped the mechanical arm with 2 mini thrusters, a smaller one designed to maintain weight, and a larger one positioned externally at the joints, augmenting the arm's strength. Presently, 4 out of 5 goblins have succumbed to a frenzied onslaught. Only 1 goblin remains. Curious to test the arm's capabilities, Lin Ran strides toward the primordial goblin, where a skeletal warrior is locked in a fierce battle. Upon reaching the goblin, he raises the mechanical arm, activating the thrusters at the joints. Powered by necromantic energy, the thrusters emit an eerie black flame. The formidable propulsion propels the entire mechanical structure with immense force. With a resounding strike, the colossal mechanical arm connects with the goblin's visage, sending it spinning a full 360 degrees, its head swaying as if dazed. To Lin Ran's astonishment, the goblin's health has plummeted by a staggering 1/3, revealing a horrifying damage value above its head. 31,250. Lin Ran is genuinely taken aback. While he anticipated an increase in damage from this combination, he never expected it to surpass that of the liquid metal skeletal warrior's heavy strikes. It is worth noting that this is merely a rudimentary version he devised in 5 minutes, brimming with potential for optimization. What might be the outcome if he were to refine the thrusters further or add several more? His heart races with excitement. Indeed, the liquid metal skeletal warrior boasts fearsome damage and defense. However, it possesses a critical flaw: it is exposed to the enemy, and when faced with significantly powerful foes, such as those with excessive health, the damage dealt by the skeletal warrior becomes limited. The scope is finite. One can only command a certain number of skeletal warriors to attack a single target simultaneously. Lin Ran is now fervently passionate about the infinite cage skill. Once he fully comprehends it, it will undoubtedly become an unparalleled finishing move. Every journey begins with a single step. With a promising start, Lin Ran sheds his doubts. With a mere thought, the mechanical arm disassembles, transforming into a flowing silver metal, which begins to reconfigure into a new structure across his body. Thus, while studying Infinite Cage, Lin Ran follows 87 mechanical skeletal warriors as they embark on their quest. Continuing along the narrow path beside the campfire, he soon encounters a primitive tribe, its perimeter fortified with sharp wooden stakes designed to thwart cavalry charges. Beyond the stakes, a greater number of primordial goblins are discernible. Lin Ran refrains from further investigating the combat capabilities of the liquid metal skeletal warriors, opting instead to engage in idle practice while continuing his study of Infinite Cage, Free Action. Chapter 17, Frost-Throwing Goblin Elite. The 87 skeletal warriors form evenly distributed squads, dismantling the wooden stakes and streaming into the fray. A cacophony of goblin curses and boisterous roars soon morphs into wretched, fearful wails. Prompts flash before Lin Ran. Kill primordial goblin. Reward: 600 experience points. Additional 2,000 experience points for elite status. Goblin drops: 1 broken iron sword, 15 soul fragments. Kill primordial goblin. Reward: 600 experience points. Additional 2,000 experience points for elite status. Goblin drops: 3 goblin hand bones, 18 soul fragments. Within 5 minutes, the goblin's cries have all but vanished. Yet, the skeletal warriors do not return to Lin Ran's side. He understands they have encountered an elite foe. The structure of the Dark Forest dungeon is straightforward, divided into 3 zones. The first zone features several primordial goblins. The second zone houses an elite monster alongside more primordial goblins, and the final zone contains a singular boss. Behind Lin Ran, the outline of a half-wing is vaguely visible. He is testing the simplest form of auxiliary flight, which proves challenging due to its intricate details. He rehearses how to land safely using a glider should he fall from a great height, entering the second zone through the gaps between the wooden stakes. Lin Ran is greeted by a ground soaked in vivid red blood and scattered white equipment, mostly weapons and armor, with weapons being scarce. Abundant are the less valuable materials, with soul fragments being the most stable commodity. Behind a tent, Lin Ran spots the elite monster, the Frost-Throwing Goblin. Name: Frost-Throwing Goblin, Elite Monarch level. Level: LV12. Health: 1500, actual health: 50,000. Additional 257, 250 for elite status, total health: 300,000. Strength: 500. Agility: 500. Mentality: 2000. Skill: Ice Crystal Shot, throws ice crystals forward, inflicting substantial magical damage upon impact, causing a slowing effect, with a 30 chance to freeze the target for 1 second. At elite level, the Frost Goblin's throwing frequency increases, and when its health drops below 50, it will simultaneously throw ice crystals in 3 directions. Warning: if the front line is not sufficiently robust, do not provoke it lightly. If the back line lacks agility, maintain a safe distance before its health falls below 50. As Lin Ran approaches, the Frost-Throwing Goblin's health stands at 55. It is evident that this elite creature lacks any healing abilities, as it hurls ice crystals at a nearby skeletal warrior. The frequency of its throws is rapid, slower than that of primordial goblins, but still lethally effective. With a 30 chance of freezing, the skill's release frequency almost guarantees the immobilization of a frontline unit. This implies that in a 4-person team, a frontline fighter would be rendered helpless, unable to execute defense, damage mitigation, or enhancement skills, let alone reposition. Thus, the skill and equipment of the tank are put to the test. Passive skills could provide a significant advantage, while mediocre gear would preclude any chance of challenging the frost-throwing goblin. Should the healer's strength falter, and if a misstep leads to the frontline's demise, it could spell doom for the entire party. This is a dilemma faced beneath the elite level S difficulty. Indeed, even at this tier, a semi-permanent freezing effect can be achieved. At elite difficulty, the frost goblin's damage escalates significantly. Not only must the frontline withstand blows, but the backline must also maintain mobility, as once the frost goblin's health falls below 50, it will unleash ice crystals in 3 directions, posing a substantial threat to the backline and support units. Naturally, all of this hinges on the ability to confront the frost goblin. In most scenarios, the formidable defenses and healing capabilities of primordial goblins, coupled with the frost goblin's output from the rear, render any chance of engaging it exceedingly slim. In Lin Ran's case, the situation is reversed. The frost goblin has yet to notice him, while his teammates lie defeated, and his own health has dwindled to half. Therefore, the correct strategy for elite encounters is demanding, necessitating 2 tanks to alternate absorbing damage, with the entire team requiring top-tier equipment. In stark contrast, Lin Ran finds himself effectively unequipped. He need not move, and indeed, with his resolve, he could forego even the need for contemplation. His liquid metal skeletal warriors are fully automated. They required no strategy whatsoever. Upon encountering the frost goblin, they grasped its mechanics within mere rounds, employing a mechanical skeleton warrior to absorb damage while the others unleashed their attacks. Due to the overwhelming damage inflicted by the frost goblin, the skeleton warrior alternated in taking the hits. With only a limited number of skeleton warriors able to surround the frost goblin, they opted to use heavy strike in turns to maximize their output. Such a professional approach left the frost goblin utterly defenseless, a pure demonstration of numerical superiority. Warning: the health of the frost-throwing goblin has dropped to 49, and it has entered a state of frenzy. The eyes of the frost goblin turned crimson, its posture exaggerated, growing more than 3-fold in size. Crucially, it could now hurl ice crystals from 3 directions. Under normal circumstances, this would significantly diminish the output efficiency of the skeleton warriors. However, in practice, the opposite occurred. The increase in the frost goblin size led to a substantial rise in the number of skeleton warriors that could engage in battle, resulting in an even swifter decline of the frost goblin's health. In less than 3 minutes, amidst a piercing howl, the body of the elite frost-throwing goblin erupted, scattering blue chunks of flesh from which cold vapors emanated. Defeated the elite frost-throwing goblin king, awarded 2,600 experience points, with an additional 15,000 experience points for elite status. The goblin dropped 2 white items, 1 green item, 3 goblin hand bones, and 1,000 soul fragments. Congratulations, your level has risen from LV10 to LV11. A cacophony ensued as a bounty of materials and soul fragments littered the ground, with the soul fragments alone valued at 8,000 gold, greatly uplifting Lin Ran's spirits. Shortly thereafter, 3 pieces of armor descended from the air, landing on the ground blanketed with dry leaves, producing dull thuds that sent the leaves swirling into the distance. A pair of white light pillars ascended. Another green light pillar followed suit. Lin Ran picked up the green item, glancing at its attributes with disappointment. It was merely an ordinary piece of green equipment with no class requirements, and thus lacked any class-specific bonuses. Indeed, it is rare for equipment below purple quality to possess such requirements. The weapon Lin Ran had previously obtained from the Goblin Slayer Guild was a green weapon exclusive to elemental mages, a rarity among such items, as class effects typically appear only in equipment of purple quality or higher. Green items are generally not valuable, and even blue items lack worth. Yet, if they possess class attributes, there is a chance they could fetch a high price. Why doesn't Lin Ran don a set of ordinary gear? There is simply no need. He has already secured better loot, and items with class attributes tend to be overpriced and could easily become a burden. After collecting all the equipment and materials, Lin Ran proceeded towards the area where the boss awaited. Chapter 18. Boss, Thunder Goblin. The experience points granted by the dungeon are exceedingly generous. On the way, Lin Ran allocated his newly acquired free points into his mental capacity, pushing it beyond 400 to a total of 435 points. The number of summoning spaces also increased from 88 to 108. Lin Ran expended a large portion of his mental capacity to summon 19 liquid metal skeleton warriors. As the skeleton warriors evolved, the mental cost for summoning increased, but it was undoubtedly worthwhile. The total number of skeleton warriors surpassed 100, with only one in a caged state remaining with Lin Ran, while the other 107 had already caught the scent of the boss and assumed battle stances. The boss resided in a corner of the forest amidst a waterlogged depression, with the Thunder Goblin at its center, observing them. Its colossal form towered over 10 meters high. Name: Thunder Goblin Elite Boss. Level: LV13. Health: 2000. Actual health: 100,000. With an elite bonus of 657, 805. Total health: 750,000. Strength: 1000. Agility: 1000. Mentality: 3000. Skill 1. Summon Blue Goblins. Conjuring 12 Blue Goblins to assist in battle. Additional effects triggered below 50 health. Skill 2. Linear Six-Fold Lightning Strike. Releasing 6 bolts of lightning in a designated direction, dealing substantial magical damage. Additional effects triggered below 50 health. Warning: stay away. Lin Ran glanced at the panel, finding the elite status unremarkable. It appeared to be a typical boss. The 107 liquid metal skeleton warriors had already engaged in combat, due to the Thunder Goblin's massive size. Nearly all the skeleton warriors could attack it. Surprisingly, Lin Ran noted that the boss's attacks were not as formidable as anticipated. The skeleton warriors could withstand them with proper positioning. The summoned Blue Goblins were easily dispatched with just a few strikes. The boss's health steadily declined, and Lin Ran felt no particular thrill, only occasionally sensing that the boss seemed to be fixating on him. Yet, upon glancing back, nothing seemed amiss. Warning: the boss. Thunder Goblin's health has fallen below 50. Is it here? Lin Ran felt a flicker of anticipation, hoping the boss might offer a challenge. The boss did not disappoint. It revealed a sinister grin, brandishing its staff with Lin Ran as its target. The originally linear Six-Fold Lightning Strike transformed into a wide-area lightning assault aimed directly at Lin Ran's position. A vast expanse of dark clouds gathered above him. In the next moment, he was blinded by a brilliant white light. Dozens of bolts of lightning descended upon him. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, moving faster than any physical rule could dictate. In essence, it was unparalleled. However, Lin Ran's matrix defense held the highest priority. Before the lightning struck, 19 liquid metal skeleton warriors teleported in front of him, absorbing the blow, leaving Lin Ran unscathed. This spectacle froze the grin on the boss's lips. Its expression shifted from sinister amusement to rage as it swung its staff once more, summoning 12 Blue Goblins. The summoned Blue Goblins appeared beside Lin Ran, their manic laughter echoing as their blue skin split open, releasing terrifying energy from the fissures. Join me in hell. They lunged at Lin Ran. Yet, tragically for them, 39 skeleton warriors appeared to shield Lin Ran from the impending explosion. Lin Ran remained unharmed. In truth, it was unnecessary for 39 skeleton warriors to absorb the damage. This was a function Lin Ran had preset, economic mode. The damage was distributed among the 39 skeleton warriors, resulting in minimal harm to them. However, as long as they didn't lose a significant portion of health at once, the skeleton warriors could recover swiftly. Lin Ran gazed at the boss with a sense of ennui. Is this all? The boss was infuriated, yet it found itself utterly powerless against Lin Ran. Unable to kill him, unable to withstand the damage, each skeleton warrior operated as if scripted, tenaciously resilient with high damage output. Its health points were steadily declining. 45, 44, 43. Lin Ran had come to understand the terrifying nature of the king-level thunderstorm boss. Prior to reaching this level, one only needed to focus on numerical values and positioning. However, at the king level, it required not only numerical prowess, but also the ingenuity to evade such dreadful skills. As for the methods to do so, that was not for Lin Ran to discern. After all, he was not the target of such attacks. This was precisely why he could disregard the damage inflicted. The sole purpose of such damage was to instantaneously annihilate key opponents. Imagine, when the boss's health plummeted to 50. A bolt of lightning could obliterate the damage dealers in an instant, rendering the game futile. Even eliminating a healer would be catastrophic, who would restore health. And it was likely that it wouldn't stop at just one target. Until the boss's health dwindled to 11, there were no unexpected events. Merely a significant increase in damage necessitating the skeletal warriors to alternate in tanking. When it reached 9, the boss unleashed another wave of targeted lightning self-detonation goblins. Lin Ran easily withstood this assault. At 4, yet another wave came, which he also brushed off with ease. At 1, yet again another wave, and still, he remained unscathed. Lin Ran truly felt sympathy for the other challengers. Facing such an infuriatingly high-damage boss was not something the average player could endure. Upon the boss's demise, it let out a series of anguished cries, the sound causing the leaves of the towering trees within a radius of several dozen meters to cascade to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the boss's body shattered into countless pieces, forming a small mountain of debris. In the blink of an eye, the remnants dissolved into blood, filling the hollow ground. Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for a usable piece of equipment to drop. With a clatter, an uncountable array of materials and soul fragments gushed forth like a spring, unstoppable. In an instant, various bones, pelts, and soul shards piled into a small hill. Subsequently, a beam of white light illuminated the scene as a wrought iron sword spiraled down from the air to the ground. Next, a finely crafted piece of armor fell. Then came the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth beams of light, culminating in 9 consecutive white beams, followed by 3 green beams. Lastly, another blue beam descended, dropping a splendid scale armor atop the heap of materials. Was there more? It seemed to respond to Lin Ran's unspoken question. A faint purple light suddenly blossomed, revealing an ancient-looking skeletal staff that spun in the air before landing atop all the materials and equipment. Lin Ran's heart raced with exhilaration. He had unexpectedly obtained a bronze-level purple rare weapon on his very first challenge of the dungeon. It is worth noting that white, green, and even blue gear holds little value unless they possess class-specific traits. Even then, they start around 5,000 coins. To acquire a good piece of equipment that aligns with 1's class, the cost would exceed 5,000 coins. However, purple gear inherently comes with class traits, and given its considerable attributes, it starts at a minimum of 10,000 coins. Lin Ran had procured a weapon. Chapter 19. Conquering the King-level dungeon, a weapon drop. Thus, the starting price soared to 50,000 coins. Indeed, the disparity in price is immense, as weapon drop rates are low, and rare weapons are even rarer. The adage holds true, rarity begets value. It appeared that this weapon was intended for necromancers. Given its suitability for Lin Ran's class, monetary value became a moot point. Discussing money would only tarnish the sentiment. Defeated the King-level Thunderstorm Goblin boss, awarded 9,000 experience points, with an additional 50,000 experience points for King-level status. The Goblin dropped 9 white items, 3 green items, 1 blue item, 1 purple item, 112 goblin bones, 157 goblin pelts, 3 sapphires, and 3,000 soul fragments. The plethora of rewards filled Lin Ran with immense joy. It was not a futile endeavor after all. He swiftly gathered all the drops, promptly listing the white and green items at the lowest possible prices for a quick sale. Once those were nearly sold out, he listed the soul fragments, low-value materials, and a single blue item for sale, this time setting a higher price since he was in no rush. After completing these tasks, Lin Ran turned his attention to the skeletal staff in his hand. Name: Skeletal Staff, Purple Rare. Level: Bronze level, can be equipped at level 10. Class: Necromancer, effects reduced by 80 for other classes. Effects: Summoned creatures gain 10 physical attack power, 10 physical defense, and casting speed of 3. Description: A mysterious staff from the realm of the undead. It was evident that equipment bearing class traits provides formidable attributes corresponding to the class. A 10 boost to physical attack and defense was undoubtedly a significant enhancement for Lin Ran. Currently, Lin Ran wore 2 pieces of equipment, the skeletal staff and a blue cloth armor. The green cloth armor was meticulously chosen, offering a 1 increase in casting speed. While casting speed may appear to be a trivial attribute, its actual impact is profound. Each additional 1 significantly enhances skill casting, particularly enhancing Lin Ran's coordination with the skeletal warriors during the use of Infinite Cage, as well as the fluidity of liquid metal transformations. The replaced venomous staff was listed for 8,000 coins. Green items without class traits can fetch a maximum of 50 coins, yet once class traits are involved, the starting price jumps to 5,000 coins. Your listed ebony wood staff has been purchased. 1 item, 35 coins, after deducting a 1 coin transaction fee. Amounts under 1 coin are automatically calculated as 1 coin. Your listed soul fragments have been purchased. 500 units, 4 for 155 coins, after deducting a 45 coin transaction fee. Your listed soul fragments have been purchased. 258 units, 398 coins, after deducting a 24 coin transaction fee. Lin Ran had raised the price of the soul fragments to 9 coins each, which slowed their sales somewhat, but he was in no hurry. Just as he was about to exit the dungeon, he received another notification. Your listed venomous staff, green, has been purchased. 1 item, 920 coins, after deducting 80 coins in transaction fees. What a surprise, it sold so quickly. Had he priced it too low? Lin Ran quickly glanced at similar bronze-level green weapons with class traits, noticing that the overall prices hovered between 509,000 coins, with some outrageous listings at 999 coins, which could be ignored for now. It was evident that it was not Lin Ran's pricing that was low, but rather that the buyer had recognized the value of the item's attributes and found the price agreeable, prompting an immediate purchase. Lin Ran couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, equipment is the way to earn money. He had sold one for 8,000 coins. As Lin Ran exited the dungeon, the scattered materials and the venomous staff had collectively garnered him 26,000 coins, raising his total balance to 45,000 coins. This was merely from selling less than half of his loot, with the remainder still on the market. One cannot deny that dungeons are indeed profitable. However, the actual earnings hinge on fortune. For instance, on this occasion, apart from the gold coin earnings, Lin Ran was fortunate enough to procure a weapon for his own use. A rare purple item with a minimum value of 50,000 coins. The Necromancer, being a hidden class, has a notably low drop rate for class-specific equipment, thus inflating its price even further. After conquering the king-level dungeon of the Dark Forest, Lin Ran's actual earnings had exceeded 100,000 gold coins. The acquisition of a usable weapon was truly an unexpected delight, as this weapon would serve him well until level 30. What a thrill indeed. Lin Ran made his way back to the previously vacated area, intending to challenge the king-level Dark Forest once more. However, each time he entered the dungeon, regardless of the difficulty, he emerged tainted by the otherworldly forces within. His pollution value had maxed out, rendering him unable to re-enter. He would have to wait for 8 hours for his body to naturally purge the pollution before he could attempt the dungeon again. Lin Ran calculated that it was currently 5:30 in the afternoon, and with ample time before the upcoming college entrance examination 2 days hence, he had sufficient opportunity to level up. He could clear the dungeon 6 times, with the experience gained being enough to elevate him to level 15. It was a certainty. With a bit of experience grinding in the wild, reaching level 16 was not out of the realm of possibility. Satisfied, he decided to have a meal and take a brief respite. As Lin Ran passed by the examiner, Xiao Wan, the latter glanced at him, his eyes widening in astonishment. How remarkably similar he looked to the young man who had just entered. Others also sensed something amiss and hurriedly turned to the large screen displaying the dungeon status. No one was challenging the king-level dungeon anymore. Could it be that he had completed it? Alone? Single-handedly conquering the king-level Dark Forest? No, how could that be possible? Indeed, he had taken less than half an hour from entry to exit. The 4 members of the Guardian Mercenary Corps, who had entered the dungeon simultaneously, were still grappling with the difficult level and had yet to emerge. The difficult level required 4 individuals to battle for at least an hour, yet he had soloed the king level in under 30 minutes? The examiners were left profoundly astonished. Some recognized Lin Ran, feeling a vague familiarity, yet could not pinpoint it. I feel like I've seen him before. Could he possibly be one of our candidates from Shishan City? No matter, we can check. We will find out. Thus, one teacher began scouring the theoretical score list for Lin Ran's name. Theoretically, individuals with strong combat capabilities tend to have weaker theoretical scores. So they started from the bottom. 10 minutes later, they found Lin Ran. Indeed, they had flipped through the list from the last entry to the final page, only to discover Lin Ran's name corresponding to the last candidate. No way, who could have guessed? How could someone possess such outstanding combat prowess, while simultaneously achieving top marks in theoretical assessments? For such a genius, I felt no jealousy or suspicion within me, and I could not comprehend why. I know that when someone surpasses us by a little, we might attribute it to luck or privilege. But this student named Lin Ran surpassed us by such a significant margin. The examiners excitedly approached Lin Ran's table. Coincidentally, Lin Ran was seated at a fast food stall renowned for its delectable meat dishes, which wafted enticingly for hundreds of meters, leaving him salivating. After an afternoon of intense travel and mental exertion, Lin Ran was ravenous, eager to consume something quickly. With the faster the service, the better. He ordered a bowl of plain white rice, and the proprietor kindly ladled some meat broth over it. Lin Ran curiously pointed to the 2 large pots of meat before him, one to his left with smaller pieces, and the other on the right, now uncovered, revealing significantly larger cuts. Why don't you serve me from that pot? The meat looks bigger. The proprietor, surnamed Zhou, chuckled. Ah, young man. You might not be accustomed to it. That is goblin meat. Lin Ran immediately understood. The chef's skills were indeed commendable. He had not detected any difference in aroma. Both were fragrant. Zhou sighed. Alas, everyone says that. But just a little while ago, a young girl ordered some, and she didn't touch a single bite. I genuinely wondered if my cooking was lacking. Lin Ran casually remarked. Taste varies from person to person. Perhaps she simply prefers goblin meat. Zhou's furrowed brows relaxed. You know, you might have a point there. Lin Ran, having devoured a piece of meat, returned to his seat and eagerly dug into his rice. At that moment, several examiners approached with their own trays. Student, may we share a table? Lin Ran remained silent as they placed their trays down. The proprietors settled the bill first. Xiaowen pulled out his phone and paid for everything, including Lin Ran's meal. I can pay for myself. Huh, don't be ridiculous. There's no way a junior should pay. Throughout the meal, little conversation was exchanged. As Lin Ran finished and prepared to leave, Xiaowen spoke up. If you encounter any difficulties or need assistance, we will be here to help you immediately. Lin Ran gazed at them, met with an overwhelming wave of fervent emotion, an intense hope he had never before experienced. He returned to his designated territory, purchased a tent from the marketplace, and prepared to rest momentarily. At that moment, at the end of the dungeon path, a throng of over 100 individuals marched towards him, stirring up clouds of dust. Leading them was a figure clad in armor, wielding a long knife, broad-shouldered and imposing, adorned with the insignia of the Goblin Slayer Guild. Someone recognized the man at the forefront. He was the guild leader, Tutu. It was said he was nearing level 40. What was he doing here? Indeed, this place only allowed challengers below level 30. Tutu's eyes blazed crimson. Filled with unbridled fury, his stance suggesting he intended to trample over the dungeon entrance, disregarding the examination entirely. This display compelled many adventurers to turn and flee. During the examination period, the examiners primarily focused on safeguarding the students. With so many societal professionals present, to be frank, if Tutu were to strike them down, the examiners would be hard-pressed to intervene. Tutu drove his long knife fiercely into the sand beside him, his voice booming like thunder. I have but one question. He flipped his hand, and a green staff floated into the air. Who did this? The crowd cautiously looked up, shaking their heads, indicating they had not seen anything. Lin Ran also glanced at the staff. It was the venomous staff he had just sold for nearly 8,000 coins. Thus, it seemed the owner of this venomous staff was closely related to the Goblin Slayer Guild leader. Tutu scanned the crowd, finding nothing amiss, which only fueled his rage. At that moment, a subordinate approached him and whispered, the recorder that the young master carried has been repaired, but it only shows a blurry silhouette, appearing to be a young individual, likely a student. Tutu nodded, drawing his long knife and pointing at the crowd. Now, all individuals aged 25 and under, step forward, or I will slay you all. Upon hearing this, the younger adventurers turned pale with fear. Lin Ran's heart remained unperturbed. He currently held a level of LV11, yet he was confident that while he might not be able to defeat the formidable Tutu, who was nearing LV40, he could certainly evade him. Just as tensions escalated between the two parties, Xiaowen and a cadre of proctors approached Tutu during the college entrance examination period. Killing is strictly prohibited. As a member of Shishan City, do you not possess this awareness? Awareness? Tutu nearly burst into laughter. My son has been slain, and you dare speak to me of awareness? At that moment, a subordinate leaned closer to Tutu and whispered, Young master, the recording device has restored some content. Could you not relay it all at once? Tutu unleashed a barrage of blows upon his aide. Ouch, big brother, please, no more. I promise this time it's all of it. Very well, proceed. The subordinate continued. There are 3 figures. 2 are towering, over 2 meters tall, perhaps even taller, while 1 is shorter. I have inspected the wounds on the young master's body. They are swift and ruthless, undoubtedly seasoned veterans of the battlefield. As he spoke, a team from the Guardian Mercenary Corps materialized at the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon, looking somewhat disheveled. I was about to mention that the Guardian Mercenary Corps has 3 elite members who were active nearby, just before the young master's demise. Notably, one of them, Hua Shan, the chief warrior of the Guardian Mercenary Corps, matches the physique depicted in the video perfectly. Oh, Xiaowen cast a glance at the 3, his eyes betraying undisguised contempt. LV-29? Brother, do not underestimate them. They are deliberately stalling their levels. This LV-29 is not the same as the typical LV-29. Their strength is immeasurable. Indeed, many professionals intentionally maintain lower levels, opting not to level up for a simple reason. It's easier to navigate at lower levels. And once their level increases, they may find themselves unable to enter lower-level dungeons, complicating matters. Every day, they accept tasks. And isn't leading a venture into the Dark Forest more enticing? Especially during the examination period, it could yield substantial profits. Tutu nodded, resolute in his decision, and bowed to the proctor Xiaowen. Brother Xiao, I will grant you this favor, but only within the confines of the dungeon. Once we step outside, I can do no more. He gestured, a team, follow me. The rest continue searching the forest. Hundreds dispersed swiftly, leaving only a dozen or so trailing behind Tuesday. Lighting a cigarette, Tutu instructed his aide, bring those 3 to me. The subordinate, visibly apprehensive, hesitated. Should we not call in more people, big brother? Tutu shot him a fierce glare, prompting the aide to slap himself several times. I'll keep quiet. I'll keep quiet. Huh. The chief warrior, disgraceful. After Tutu departed, everyone resumed their tasks. Meanwhile, the emotions among the 4 members of the Guardian Mercenary Corps were somewhat off-kilter. The young woman's eyes brimmed with disappointment. Huashan and the other 2 repeatedly apologized. "We sincerely regret, boss. Our oversight has led to potential danger, and we had no choice but to withdraw." Chapter 21. Warming Wine to Slay. While this adhered to the Mercenary Corps regulations, it was still deeply regrettable. The young woman waved her hand in resignation. "It's inevitable." However, despite her words, she felt quite disheartened. After failing the first attempt, she would have to wait another 8 hours for the next chance, with the likelihood of that piece of equipment dropping already exceedingly slim. At that moment, Tutu's subordinate approached and summoned Huashan and his companions away. The young woman, left without anything to do, began to wander around the stalls by the entrance. As she strolled, she spotted Lin Ran sitting at the entrance of a tent, gazing into the air with a smile. At that moment, Lin Ran was counting his earnings. Having sold all his soul shards and most of his materials, though the latter were of little value, his total balance had reached 70,000 gold coins. 70,000 gold coins, barring unforeseen circumstances, represented his total earnings for the day. Earning 70,000 gold coins in a single day, how could one possibly sleep soundly? Sigh. Ha ha ha. Upon noticing the young woman, Lin Ran's smile abruptly faded. The young woman maintained a facade of indifference, continuing her stride forward. However, from Lin Ran's perspective, the astonishment and horror in her eyes were nearly overflowing. A king-level achievement. Solo completion. Under 30 minutes. Each of these accomplishments alone would suffice to astound anyone. Yet witnessing all 3 simultaneously embodied in one individual was simply unprecedented. How could the young woman not be taken aback? Her beautiful eyelashes fluttered as a thought suddenly crossed her mind. What if she persuaded him to take her along? Someone capable of soloing a king-level dungeon in under 30 minutes would hardly find it problematic to accommodate a burden. Furthermore, considering he was undertaking a king-level challenge, finding a team willing to carry an extra member during the examination period was akin to scaling the heavens. While such teams existed, they were comprised solely of top-tier professionals deliberately stalling their levels, and not every individual with money could simply pay to join. Connections were essential, and those with mediocre connections would be dismissed. Additionally, there were stringent requirements for any burdens, including knowledge of positioning and mechanics. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the young woman felt a flicker of hesitation. Lin Ran appeared somewhat aloof, seemingly reluctant to engage with strangers. No matter, she would offer more money. Stealthily, she approached Lin Ran's tent, seeking an excuse to strike up a conversation. Meanwhile, Lin Ran contemplated a pressing issue. Currently, it was inconvenient to farm in the wild due to the Goblin Slayer Guild's patrols. He wasn't particularly afraid of them. Rather, he wished to avoid trouble. For as an examinee, his primary focus remained the college entrance examination, leveling up. Lacking experience from wild encounters, he feared he might fall short of reaching LV-15. Lin Ran slapped his forehead. Why overthink? I should simply rest. When the time comes, I shall navigate it. With that, he turned to the side and fell into a deep slumber. Minutes passed, perhaps 10, perhaps an hour, or even longer, when he suddenly heard the sound of his tent's zipper being pulled. Startled awake, he instinctively reached out and grasped the hand that intruded from outside. Initially irate at the audacity of someone attempting to steal amidst the throng at the dungeon entrance, his anger waned as he felt the delicate warmth of the hand. Who goes there? No response came. Lin Ran sensed the small hand straining to free itself from his grip, yet the person lacked the strength to escape. He used his other hand to unzip the tent, revealing a shadowy figure struggling against his hold. In the commotion, her mask slipped from her ears. Just then, the clouds that had obscured the moonlight parted, allowing soft beams of silvery light to illuminate the girl's exquisite visage. How does one even begin to describe such a beautiful face? In his previous life, Lin Ran had encountered countless beauties, yet none had possessed such a heart-stirring allure. Her lips were a vivid red, her teeth pearly white, and entirely unadorned. Lin Ran found himself momentarily entranced, before hastily releasing her hand. The young woman turned and fled. Disappearing into the crowd, Lin Ran, bemused, recalled her as the one who had paid the Guardian Mercenary Corps to escort her. Given her financial means to hire a renowned mercenary team, she was certainly not lacking in resources, thereby eliminating any suspicion of thievery. Thus, it became clear that she sought him for a purpose, albeit appearing somewhat bashful about it. Well, if you have something to say, just say it, Lin Ran remarked, exasperated as he zipped up the tent. A glance at the time revealed that less than an hour had elapsed. He leaned back, ready to resume his slumber. Just then, a serene voice floated in from outside the tent. Hello. Startled, Lin Ran sat up and unzipped the tent, only to find no one there. A figment of his imagination? He lay back down. Yet, Scarcely had he settled in for a minute when the ethereal voice called out again. Hello? A shiver ran down Lin Ran's spine. Surely, with so many people around, a supernatural occurrence was implausible? This time, he reacted more swiftly, bursting out of the tent and seizing the shadowy figure. The figure let out a pained cry. Ouch, that hurts. Lin Ran quickly released her arm and sat down on the sandy ground beside her. Speak up. You've been here several times already. What do you want? The girl cast him a reproachful glance, her expression one of innocent distress. I don't care. You hit me, so you must take me to conquer a legendary-level shadowy forest. Lin Ran firmly declined. No? How about I pay? Paying is certainly an option, he replied. Lin Ran's matrix defense could be shared with teammates, and given the lengthy cooldown of the dungeon, bringing someone along would not differ much from soloing. However, he felt compelled to add a caveat. Teaming up would result in his experience points being divided among the group, with the distribution based on contribution. As the primary damage dealer and defender, he would receive the majority of the experience points. With his upcoming college entrance examination, he could only afford to tackle the legendary dungeon 6 more times. Bringing the girl along meant he would effectively be doing 2 runs for free. Leveling up to 14 might even become a challenge. This was not merely a matter of finances. The college entrance exam was a once-in-a-lifetime event. After careful deliberation, he reiterated, I understand you have money, but it's not possible. I'm sorry for the interruption. Disappointment flickered in the girl's eyes as she stood to leave. Just a few steps away, 3 figures approached from a distance, members of the Guardian Mercenary Corps, led by Huashan. Their expressions bore a relaxed air, as if they had just emerged victorious from a fierce battle, a mixture of relief and elation evident in their demeanor. Before they even drew near, Lin Ran caught the faint scent of blood in the air. Looking up, he noted the haughty glint in Huashan's eyes. It was evident that the leader of the Brother Kill Guild and his minions had been utterly vanquished by the trio. What a formidable warrior Huashan was within the Guardian Mercenary Corps. With a smile directed at the girl, Huashan remarked, Boss, we just took care of a minor issue. And it seems you were busy. We won't disturb you. We'll wait over there. After the 3 departed, the girl's resolve intensified. No, I must make him take me along. Despite Huashan's impressive strength, effortlessly dispatching the leader of the Brother Kill Guild, the trio struggled against the harder difficulty level. Yet Lin Ran could solo the legendary level. His worth was unmistakably on the rise. Chapter 22. An opportunity to level up to LV-17. The girl turned back with unwavering determination and approached Lin Ran. He regarded her with a hint of reluctance. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed anyone else outright. But this girl was undeniably beautiful, her allure rendering him speechless. I've told you before, I don't take anyone along. Her previously proud demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon. But why not? With patience, Lin Ran explained. I am preparing for my college entrance exam and need to level up. Your presence would siphon off my experience points. It was a simple statement, yet it carried significant weight. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh, you're a candidate this year? I thought you just looked young. Lin Ran smiled silently, observing the flush that crept across her cheeks. Suddenly, the girl seemed to transform, adopting a serious demeanor as she sat on the sandy ground opposite him. Let us make a deal. I don't want money. I know you're not interested in money, Lin Ran replied. The girl extended her right hand, revealing a delicately crafted glass vial adorned with intricate patterns that resembled a 2-winged dragon. Lin Ran's pupils dilated in astonishment, fixated on the dragon-etched vial in her hand. Is that dragon blood purification potion? The girl was taken aback. You actually know about this? As a traveler from another world, Lin Ran possessed a keen interest in the peculiarities of this realm, especially items closely tied to dungeons. The dragon blood purification potion was invaluable, rare and beyond monetary reach in the market. Its function was simple yet profound. It could instantly cleanse a person of contamination, enabling adventurers who had just completed a dungeon to challenge it once more. How many vials do you have? 9 vials each for us. 9 chances for purification? Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. If he could undertake an additional 9 runs at the legendary level, it would not only expedite his ascent to LV-15, but could potentially elevate him to LV-16 or even LV-17. Though Shanyang had promised to leverage his connections for him, reaching LV-16 or LV-17 would significantly ease Shanyang's burden. At LV-15, with his talents, he would be seen as reasonable. At LV-16, he would be regarded as exceptional. And at LV-17, he would be perceived as someone who naturally stood out. What are the terms of the deal? You wish to level up, and I possess the dragon blood purification potion. You take me through the dungeons, and I want to pay you in cash. All materials and equipment dropped will belong to you. I will leave Shishir City in 2 days, and during this time, how many runs you can manage is entirely up to you. Such a good deal? Lin Ran thought incredulously. He could bring her along for dungeon runs. Keep all the loot. and also enjoy 9 free purifications? What do you want in return? If we happen to obtain the King's Cloak, that artifact belongs to me. Without hesitation, Lin Ran agreed, deal. The King's Cloak was a bronze-level artifact, only requiring a level of LV10, yet its effects were astonishingly powerful. Even the most elite adventurers flaunted possession of a King's Cloak as a badge of honor, one having previously sold for over 1 billion. Moreover, like the Dragon Blood Purification Potion, it was a coveted rarity. Thus, if the King's Cloak truly dropped, Lin Ran would have no objections. It would rightfully belong to her. The girl smiled and extended her hand. Hello, I'm Fong Ning. Lin Ran, with a friendly demeanor, shook her hand. I'm Lin Ran. It's a pleasure to work with you. To conserve the purification potions, the two calculated the decay time of their contamination levels, planning to time their dungeon runs accordingly. They settled on around 3 a.m., the point at which their contamination would dissipate. Time passed swiftly, and when the alarm sounded, Lin Ran and Fong Ning arrived at the dungeon entrance. Meanwhile, outside, an incident of varying significance unfolded. The Brother Kill Guild had gone berserk, indiscriminately slaughtering for revenge against their leader. Just a ruse for the vice president to ascend to power, as long as they remained outside the dungeon's boundaries. This vice president was of a higher level than the former leader, had it not been for the old leader's insistence on making his son the head. This vice president would have long since claimed the position. Now, circumstances had conveniently aligned to fulfill his ambition. Where there are people, there is conflict. This matter was originally related to Lin Ran, but now it bears little significance. Fong Ning has also briefed the members of the mercenary group, including Huashan, expressing that they should pay what is owed, yet at present, their assistance is not required. Huashan and the others conveyed their understanding, but their gazes towards Lin Ran were laden with an ineffable meaning. After all, a young man had usurped the patron they had brought along. To say they were indifferent would be disingenuous, particularly since the three of them had accompanied one person and had inadvertently faltered at the difficult level. Huashan remarked, "Boss, please exercise caution." The implication in his words suggested that he harbored doubts about the capability of a young man to solo a challenger at the king level in the Dark Forest. Yet, he could not voice this too overtly, for Lin Ran's achievements spoke for themselves. Having cleared the king level solo was something that prevented Huashan from regarding Lin Ran merely from the perspective of strength, instead viewing him as a formidable opponent of equal standing. Huashan's wariness prompted the others to cast additional glances at Lin Ran. Yet when they learned that he intended to tackle the king level alone, they all shook their heads in disbelief. Before long, the silhouettes of Lin Ran and Fong Ning vanished at the entrance of the dungeon. A conspicuous line of text appeared on the large screen. 2 individuals are challenging the king level. Within the king level Dark Forest dungeon, the rain seemed to have lessened, yet the forest remained shrouded in gloom. The terrain and the number of monsters at the king level would undoubtedly experience some alterations. Yet this bore little impact on Lin Ran. Beside him, Fong Ning felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, one could not exit a king-level dungeon, which meant the only way to depart was to clear it. Lin Ran strode forward confidently, leaving Fong Ning momentarily bewildered in his wake. When she finally regained her senses, she hurriedly called out, "Hey, big brother, aren't you going to explain something to me?" Without turning back, Lin Ran responded, "Explain what? Like, where to hide to avoid damage, how to maneuver, whether I need to assist you in any way." Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. "You don't need to do anything. Just maintain a distance of about 10 meters from me." A distance of 10 meters is referred to as the effective range for monster attacks. If a teammate is too far away, the monsters will enter an invulnerable state. Fong Ning nodded blankly, trailing behind Lin Ran. Her curiosity piqued. How exactly did he manage to clear such challenges? Upon reaching the first area, they encountered 20 primitive goblins and 5 throwing goblins. The throwing goblins, capable of hurling stones from a distance, were even stronger than the elite monsters in the wild. And the changes introduced at the king level could be unpredictable, with the potential emergence of new monsters. However, Lin Ran remained unfazed. Chapter 23, My Heavens. This is too fast. Fong Ning glanced at the stats of the primitive goblins and throwing goblins, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. These attributes are outrageous. How could we possibly defeat them? She recalled that even Lin Ran had taken 30 minutes to succeed. Surely, he must have relied on some mechanism? She contemplated that even if she discovered Lin Ran utilizing some mechanism, she would still join him in the challenge, adhering to their prior agreement not to disclose such mechanisms to others. Meanwhile, Lin Ran raised his hand, and 107 liquid metal skeleton warriors surrounded the goblins. The lone skeletal warrior that was lacking continued its research within Lin Ran's infinite prison. At first glance, Fong Ning did not notice the distinction, perceiving them merely as ordinary skeletal warriors. "So, you are a necromancer." However, upon a second glance, she discerned something amiss. Why did the skeletal warriors appear so robust? The skeletal structures were filled with various wiring and intricate designs, resembling mechanical beings. Before Fong Ning could inquire further, the 107 skeletal warriors had already engaged in battle with the goblins. The anticipated fierce confrontation was absent. Instead, it was a one-sided numerical domination. Kill primitive goblin. Reward 350 experience points. King level bonus of 1,400 experience points. Goblins dropped 17 soul fragments. Kill throwing goblin. Reward 350 experience points. King level bonus of 1,400 experience points. Goblins dropped 5 stones, 15 soul fragments. Fong Ning's eyes widened, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a lemon. This is not right. In less than 30 seconds, all the goblins of the first wave had been vanquished, faster than Lin Ran had anticipated. He casually glanced at the skeletal staff in his hand. The staff granted a 10 boost to physical attack and defense, a substantial enhancement indeed. In practice, it yielded an output efficiency of nearly 40. After a moment's reflection, Lin Ran realized that this was the first piece of equipment he had donned, which could enhance the skeletal warriors. Their inherent physical attack and defense were already high, and thus the percentage increase was evidently significant. Continuing onward to the second area, Fong Ning could no longer contain her excitement. This is astonishing. This is incredible. I have never witnessed such efficient dungeon clearing. Lin Ran, pleased by her praise, reached the second area, where the monsters presented little variation. It was still the frost-throwing goblin. With a simple yet unyielding assault, the elite monster fell instantly. The frost goblin yielded no remarkable loot, but a minor creature unexpectedly dropped a blue-grade piece of equipment. Such an item could easily fetch 6,000 coins. Leaving Lin Ran in a state of disbelief. His perspective on minor creatures shifted. Could they too yield surprises? Might minor creatures drop divine artifacts? Upon reaching the boss area, Fong Ning's expression grew tense. They had previously faltered against the boss. All three were elite members of the Guardian Mercenary Corps, having struggled at the difficult level. And yet they had failed. Now, Lin Ran was leading her through the king level. Treading through shallow puddles, Fong Ning shielded herself from the pouring rain with her hand, gazing at the colossal figure of the Thunder Goblin in the distance. Its stats were significantly higher than those at the difficult level. Furthermore, it possessed special transformations when its health dipped below 50. Fong Ning's countenance darkened. In the previous 2 waves of monsters, thanks to Lin Ran's summoned creatures, they had merely observed from a distance without sustaining any damage. Yet this Thunder Goblin exhibited a degree of intelligence, seeking opportunities to ambush rear-line units. In their last encounter at the difficult level, Fong Ning had narrowly escaped being struck by the Thunder Goblin's 6 consecutive lightning bolts, forcing Huashan to withdraw from the dungeon before she could be hit. And in the king level, there was no option for retreat. Of course, Fong Ning had the courage to follow Lin Ran into the king level, knowing she had a trump card up her sleeve. Thus, despite her fear, it had not yet reached a life-threatening level. Upon encountering the boss, Lin Ran exchanged no pleasantries with it. Nor did he respond to Fong Ning's inquiries regarding the boss's stats. He had already experienced this. At that time, Lin Ran had not even equipped the purple bronze skeletal staff. Now, with the equipment's enhancements and a grasp of the boss's mechanics, Lin Ran didn't even spare the boss a glance. Under Fong Ning's astonished gaze, the skeletal warriors coordinated flawlessly, absorbing damage where needed and delivering output with seamless precision, leaving no room for error. Fong Ning's gaze towards Lin Ran grew increasingly reverent, a manifestation of respect for a master, for a formidable opponent. The Necromancer is a class that demands exceptional skill, requiring the summoner to deftly control each summoned entity to achieve such seamless execution. Indeed, in the midst of such high-intensity combat, if Lin Ran were to lose even a modicum of concentration, his summoned creatures might succumb to excessive damage. Resulting in one falling could lead to a catastrophic chain reaction. Yet, Lin Ran leaned against the towering tree, exuding an air of nonchalance, scarcely directing his attention towards the summoned beings. Fong Ning found it utterly bewildering. What manner of intellect was this? She had encountered many prodigies, but none so astonishingly incomprehensible as this. The boss's health steadily diminished, plummeting to 51 in the blink of an eye, without a hint of unforeseen complications. Thanks to the stable output of the skeleton warriors and their steadfast ability to absorb damage, the Thunder Goblin had not been afforded a single opportunity to strike. Fong Ning calculated the time elapsed since entering the dungeon, noting that it had taken less than 5 minutes for the boss's health to fall to that level. At this rate, the battle would surely conclude within 10 minutes. However, why had Lin Ran's previous attempt lasted a full half-hour? A sense of unease washed over Fong Ning. Indeed, once the boss's health dipped below 50, it would become exceedingly difficult to defeat. and Lin Ran must have paid a substantial price to conquer it last time. Yet, in reality, he had devoted most of his time in that first encounter to studying the infinite prison. Fong Ning focused intently on every nuance. Warning, boss. Thunder Goblin's health has dropped to 49. It has entered a berserk state, significantly altering its skills. Fong Ning held her breath, feeling a surge of anxiety as if the boss were fixating on her. Suddenly, a vast expanse of dark clouds gathered overhead, casting a shadow of death upon her. Without a moment's hesitation, she produced a delicate trinket from her pocket, her trump card for survival. At that moment, Lin Ran's right hand rested casually against the tree beside her shoulder. I said, "There's nothing to worry about, just relax." Fong Ning nodded in response. As the lightning struck, she instinctively closed her eyes. Yet, nothing transpired. She emerged unscathed. Opening her eyes, all remained unchanged, save for an increase in the number of skeleton warriors around her. Suddenly, Fong Ning spotted over 10 goblins materializing. Were they about to self-destruct? However, when she glanced at Lin Ran, she found him engrossed in his phone, checking the weather forecast for the next 3 days in Shishan City. Did he truly not care about the impending explosions? Chapter 24. Consecutive Challenges in the King S-Level Dark Forest. Ultimately, it became evident that Lin Ran's apparent indifference was a pure dismissal of damage. The self-destructing goblins lunged at her, and Fong Ning once again shut her eyes, bracing for the deafening explosion, only to find that nothing had occurred. The surrounding skeleton warriors had merely multiplied. The battle continued, with the boss's health persistently declining. When the boss's health dipped to 9, it triggered its second berserk skill. At 4, a third, and at 1, a fourth. None of these efforts bore fruit. Lin Ran seemed to sense the profound helplessness in the boss's gaze. It could not prevail. It was utterly incapable of landing even a scratch. Who truly was the boss here? Defeated Thunder Goblin boss at King S level, rewarded with 6,300 experience points, an additional 35,000 experience points for King S level. Goblin drops, 11 white items, for green items, 2 blue items, 158 goblin bones, 113 goblin pelts, for sapphires, and 3,000 soul fragments. Lin Ran glanced at his spoils, noting the lack of rare equipment, yet luck had not entirely eluded him, as a piece of class-specific gear had dropped, a weapon for green warriors. Starting at 5,000 gold, weapons tend to sell better, and with the abundance of warrior classes, pricing it at 8,000 would not deter buyers. 2 pieces of class gear amounted to an income of 15,000 gold, coupled with a stable income of around 50,000 gold from materials. Lin Ran had netted an impressive 65,000 gold from this venture. Without hesitation, he listed everything on the auction house. Items to be sold cheaply were priced to move, while those worth more were listed at elevated prices, though Lin Ran was careful not to set them too high, as he was also in need of funds. Lin Ran checked his level. LV11, 9,999 of 100. Was it truly locked so tightly? One could not help but marvel at the comfort of experience gained in King S-level dungeons, nearly allowing one to level up with each run. There was no need to roam the wilderness. In less than 5 minutes per round, it was simply exhilarating. As they exited the dungeon, Fong Ning felt a sense of surrealism. It had been astonishingly swift. In under 5 minutes, she had cleared a King S-level dungeon. She began to genuinely suspect that Lin Ran's actual level might be quite high, yet his exultation at witnessing the rise in experience points seemed genuine. At the entrance of the dungeon, Fong Ning exchanged a glance with Lin Ran. Upholding their agreement, she produced 2 bottles of dragon blood purification potion, 1 for each, cleansing their bodies of any contamination. Subsequently, their figures vanished once more from the spot. This scene left the surrounding proctors and players utterly dumbfounded. Had they really cleared the King S-level Dark Forest in 5 minutes? Surely, she must have misseen it. They had actually accomplished it? Good heavens. I can't even conquer the simplest level, and he soloed the King S level while carrying a novice. And all in just 5 minutes? No way, my friend. How much for that cheat? I'd pay handsomely for it. Proctor Xiaowen struggled to contain his astonishment, striving to maintain order at the scene, while not far off. The mercenaries from Huashan displayed expressions that shifted dramatically, ultimately culminating in a sigh. One could not deny this young man's prowess. Huashan only respects those with true strength. As for the trivial matters concerning lesser beings, they need not approach me. Meanwhile, Proctor Xiaowen received a message indicating that, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, the shuttle bus in Shishan City had been delayed, possibly due to disturbances caused by the Goblin Slayer Guild, with BYD seemingly inactive. Frankly, the bus was entirely optional. If one had the means, they could certainly make their own way. Just look at Lin Ran. He had been here all night. Lin Ran's second challenge proceeded with remarkable ease, almost absurdly so. Upon entering, he dispatched a minor creature and leveled up. Congratulations, Your level has risen from LV11 to LV12. He passed through the first area, then the second. The boss struggled momentarily before falling. Lin Ran's task was simply to collect all the materials and equipment from the ground and then list them on the auction house. Due to the rapid pace of the battle, some items still remained unsold. Reluctantly, he slashed the prices of those items to the minimum, freeing up space to continue listing other equipment until his inventory and the auction house were filled to capacity with the spoils of victory. Lin Ran aimed to upgrade his personal storage. Currently, he possessed the initial warehouse, with a capacity of 10 slots. To upgrade to Black Iron Warehouse, he required 100,000 gold. Currently, Lin Ran's balance hovers around 120,000 gold coins. He intends to keep 100,000 coins untouched, as that is the amount owed to Shanyang. Of course, even if he accumulates 200,000 coins, Lin Ran will refrain from upgrading his backpack. A little manual effort will suffice. A mere 10 slots in his inventory and another 10 in the auction house provide ample space. In fact, the notifications of gold coins being deposited into his account have never ceased. The Dragon Scale Armor, Shield Guardian, you listed has been sold. One piece for 10,890 gold coins, after a 110 gold coin transaction fee, has been credited to your account. The soul fragments you listed have been sold. 500 units for 4,950 gold coins, after a 50 gold coin transaction fee, have been credited to your account. The soul fragments you listed have been sold. 100 units for 990 gold coins, after a 10 gold coin transaction fee, have been credited to your account. Lin Ran has raised the price of the soul fragments by 1 gold coin, as he is not in a hurry to sell them. They occupy only 1 slot. And the auction house allows for an almost limitless quantity of low-level materials. 999 units, meaning 1 slot effectively equals 100 slots. This little mechanism is bound to encounter some restrictions. During the second wave of dungeon runs, everything proceeded smoothly, yielding a piece of class-specific equipment and a modest profit of 5,000 gold coins, with materials remaining stable at a reassuring 45,000 gold coins. After exiting the dungeon, the duo promptly cleared their pollution levels and embarked on their third challenge. Within the subsequent hour, Lin Ran and Fong Ning completed the dungeon 7 more times, making it a total of 9 consecutive runs. These 9 runs were indeed exhausting. Lin Ran's hands grew weary from collecting equipment and materials. However, the rewards were substantial. The materials, worthless equipment, and soul fragments amassed a total value exceeding 360,000 gold coins, with some already sold. Lin Ran also acquired numerous pieces of class-specific equipment. Some sold at discounted prices while others were listed at higher prices in the auction house, totaling over 70,000 gold coins, of which 40,000 gold coins had already been sold. These were items that could be swiftly liquidated. Additionally, Lin Ran obtained 3 pieces of rare bronze purple equipment, 1 for warriors, 1 for mages, and 1 for a lesser-known hidden class. All 3 pieces, being garments, were listed at high prices in the auction house, awaiting the right buyer. The starting bid was set at 15,000 gold coins, while the hidden class piece was priced at an impressive 60,000 gold coins. As there were only 3 or 4 similar items available in the auction house, ensuring demand would not be an issue. Thus, after 9 king-level runs, Lin Ran's earnings reached an astonishing 620,000 gold coins. Coupled with his existing 70,000 gold coins, his total balance approached 700,000 gold coins. The only disappointment was that among the numerous class-specific items, none were suitable for the Necromancer. However, this disappointment was rectified during the 9th dungeon run. Upon defeating the thunderous goblin boss, Lin Ran obtained a piece of bronze-grade artifact armor. Chapter 25. Who dares to touch Lin Ran? I will slay his entire team. Upon seeing the pink light beam and the armor, Fong Ning nearly fainted with joy. However, it was not the coveted king's cloak she desired, but rather a piece of equipment usable by the Necromancer. Fong Ning felt a pang of disappointment, to say the least. Meanwhile, Lin Ran was elated, discarding his blue worthless armor and donning the pristine, white Necromancer's robe. Name: Necromancer's robe, pink artifact. Level: bronze grade, can be worn at level 10. Class: Necromancer. Effects for other classes reduced by 80. Effect: 20 increase in summon creature damage, 5 increase in casting speed. Description: an artifact left behind by a renowned necromancer who once dominated the underworld, sacrificing everything to empower his minions. The attributes of this robe are nothing short of extraordinary. The 20 damage boost for summoned creatures is particularly significant. One could say that a mere 20 increase in damage could drive countless individuals to madness. To put it simply, Lin Ran's weapon raises physical attack by 10, which enhances the skeleton warrior's base attack. In contrast, the 20 damage increase amplifies any damage dealt by the skeleton warrior. This means that this robe can remain relevant at much higher levels. Indeed, even some level 50 or 60 garments may not match the actual damage output of this piece. Its only drawback is the absence of defensive attributes. Fortunately for Lin Ran, he currently has no need for defense. In summary, this is an artifact that brings Lin Ran immense joy. Exceptional joy, indeed. A glance at the auction house reveals that equipment featuring percentage damage starts at over 300,000 gold coins, and with a 20 damage increase, it could fetch over 500,000 gold coins. Moreover, similar necromancer equipment is non-existent. If Lin Ran were to sell it, he could set the price at a starting bid of 1 million gold coins. He stroked the fabric of his white robe as if it were made of gold. For indeed, it is worth its weight in wealth. The value of the 2 pieces of equipment he possesses could buy a house. This is not mere hyperbole. Furthermore, Lin Ran's level has risen from level 12 to level 16. Yes, he has advanced 4 levels. Name, Lin Ran. Class, E-Class Mechanical Necromancer. Level, 16, 012 of 100. Health, 105. Strength, 96. Agility, 135. Mental power, 845. Summoning space, 161232. Power source, E-Class Controllable Mental 4-Stroke Internal Combustion Engine, Diesel Structure Version. Skills, Summon Mechanical Skeleton Warrior LV16, Primary. Matrix Defense, Passive, No Level. Infinite Cage, LV1. Lin Ran's attribute enhancements are substantial, with nearly all attributes more than doubling. His mental power has reached an impressive 800. The upper limit of his summoning space has surpassed the 200 mark, now at 232 slots. However, due to the high mental power cost for summoning skeleton warriors, the actual number summoned does not fully occupy the space. Of course, only an hour has passed, so this is a minor concern. Lin Ran feels a sense of relief washing over him. So what if he is an E-Class Necromancer? He has still ascended to level 15. Once deemed unreachable, he has now surpassed level 15, achieving level 16. Even level 17 is not out of the question. This is the result of 9 dungeon runs, and Lin Ran is exceedingly satisfied. On Fong Ning's end, she finds solace in self-reassurance. Probabilities cannot be forced. Fong Ning has only 2 bottles of Dragon's Blood Purification Potion left, sufficient for 1 more run. She suggests taking a break and saving the last 2 for a final attempt at luck. Lin Ran agrees, understanding Fong Ning's perspective. After all, he has already obtained what he desired: levels, equipment, and gold. Should they use the last 2 potions, Lin Ran would not take her along, and she may struggle to find another to accompany her in the king-level dungeons. Lin Ran is not concerned about Fong Ning leaving midway. There are still nearly 2 days left, allowing him to await respawns and run the king-level dungeons 4 more times. Theoretically, it is almost a certainty that Lin Ran will reach level 17. It is noteworthy that Fong Ning's level has also risen, ascending from level 6 to level 13. As the 2 exited the dungeon, they were greeted by a scene of astonished faces, jaws dropping all around. Some individuals were busy timing their performance on their phones. The 9th attempt was 5 seconds faster than the 8th. And Lin Ran has once again shattered his own record for the swiftest completion of the Darkwood Forest at the king level. How impressive! As soon as Lin Ran emerged, the Invigilator, Xiao Wan, regarded him with a look of profound admiration. Lin Ran, I scarcely know what to say. It's only the 2nd day, and you have already reached level 16. The levels of your peers have barely surpassed level 10. You are the pride of Shishan City. Upon hearing this, the surrounding practitioners from Shishan City erupted in jubilation. Haha, this is our candidate from Shishan City. Keep your distance, especially those from neighboring cities. Maintain a 100-meter radius. I don't want to see any mischief. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to retaliate. Indeed, I will remain here for the next few days. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on Lin Ran, I shall annihilate their entire team. Numerous practitioners from Shishan City spontaneously upheld order. Ensuring Lin Ran could progress without external disturbances, they contributed their efforts to facilitate his smooth advancement through the dungeon. There was no other motive, simply because he is a candidate from Shishan City. The record for the swiftest completion of the Darkwood Forest King level had long been monopolized by the 2 neighboring cities, but Lin Ran alone has broken it 8 times. Apart from his first record-breaking attempt, the rest were all personal bests. Such accomplishments, especially during the college entrance examination period, are undeniably exhilarating. As a candidate from Shishan City, should Lin Ran achieve excellent results in the college entrance exams, how could he not evoke pride as part of Shishan City? Furthermore, Lin Ran is not a scion of a prominent family or a wealthy heir. Although he is not well known, his adoptive father, Shan Yang, is a paragon in Shishan City. known for his integrity and his assistance to countless individuals. In the eyes of many, Lin Ran is simply an ordinary person of similar status, with a profession that is rather commonplace. Yet, this very ordinary profession has enabled him to surpass all other candidates from Shishan City in level. His theoretical performance is already the best in the city. The older practitioners find Lin Ran increasingly admirable, lamenting why they could not have produced such a son. Under the scrutiny of so many eager gazes, Lin Ran felt quite uncomfortable. He graciously thanked the crowd and made his way towards the outskirts. The crowd parted to create a path for him. Coincidentally, at the end of this path, two individuals approached the dungeon entrance, looking somewhat taken aback. They were none other than the son of A-level practitioner Wu Che and the S-level beast summoner Jing. The bus had arrived precisely at 4 o'clock that morning. As they disembarked, they prepared to tackle the dungeon, of course opting to pay others for assistance to optimize efficiency. However, for reasons unknown, the entrance was blocked with a throng of people, at least 500 strong, completely obstructing access. Yet, as they approached the crowd, the throng willingly parted for them. And it was evident from the expressions on their faces that they were exuberant and delighted. Wu Che's son and Jing straightened their backs, feeling somewhat touched. On the final day, during the last attempt, one cannot deny that, although they are considered lower-tier practitioners from Shishan City, they still acknowledged our strength. Indeed, we had spent the night clearing another dungeon within the city. My level has now risen to level 9, while you and Jing have reached level 10. It is only the morning of the second day at 4 a.m., and you have already set the record for the fastest level up in the Shishan City College entrance exams. I wonder how high Lin Ran has leveled by now. The two of them chuckled as they continued forward, and soon Jing spotted Lin Ran. Wu Che's son also noticed him. As they brushed past each other, they caught sight of Lin Ran's level, not Wu Che's son at level 9, nor Jing at level 10, but an astonishing level 16. Their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. What the hell? How did he reach level 16? Continuing onward, Wu Che's son attempted to comfort Jing. It's all right, it's fine. At least these lower-tier practitioners are welcoming us. He stepped before the crowd, cleared his throat, and declared from a position of superiority, all eyes on me, please. I would like to say a few words. I am very moved. No sooner had he uttered the first sentence than someone in the crowd yelled angrily, "You brat. What are you so moved about? This is about welcoming Lin Ran." Exactly who are these two clowns? Where are their parents? Take them away. We don't need any more embarrassment here. The two quickly retreated into the crowd, feeling utterly humiliated. Lin Ran's ascent to level 16 the following day was a heavy blow to them, yet it also ignited their fighting spirit. Perhaps the difficulty of this year's dungeons has decreased. We must seize the opportunity to grind. Let us start with a challenging level to whet our appetites. Unfortunately, they floundered during the first wave of the challenging level. Lin Ran returned to the tent and fell asleep immediately. Resting also restores mental energy, albeit at a slower pace than meditation. However, lying down is far more comfortable. By the time he awoke, it was already 11 a.m. After stretching and performing a quick wash, Lin Ran joined Fong Ning at a fast food stall, where she was indulging in a hearty meal of large chunks of meat paired with fluffy white rice. Initially, Fong Ning had declined, as her physique was exceptional, and maintaining such a figure was no easy feat, but eventually, she relented. Who cares? This is delicious. The nostalgic flavor transported her back to her childhood. And as she ate, tears nearly fell from her eyes, which made Lin Ran chuckle. Lin Ran also ordered a meal, sitting across from Fong Ning, and the two shared a harmonious silence, both engrossed in their food. At a nearby table, a classmate slammed his hands on the table in anger, exclaiming, "Damn it. That guild is attacking like rabid dogs, slashing at everything in sight. They've wiped out all the monsters around the dungeon. It's not worth going further afield. What if we encounter those maniacs again? Let us just stick to the normal level. Even if we can't beat it, it's no big deal. The monsters inside give substantial experience. As long as we take our time. Right, as long as we're not in a hurry. We can pull monsters one by one and still gain experience far exceeding that of wild monsters. The pollution value enters our bodies the moment we step in. It can be expelled inside the dungeon, allowing us to fight as long as we wish. At worst, we can grind for the full 8 hours, then exit and re-enter. Yes, let us do it that way. At noon, Lin Ran and Fong Ning entered the dungeon punctually. In under 4 minutes, they emerged. This time, their haul remained steady, with material gains of 45,000 gold coins, a reliable return. They did not obtain any remarkable equipment, but that was of little concern. One cannot demand too much. Upon returning to the tent, Lin Ran tested the infinite prison, while browsing the trading post, hoping to find some legendary weapons for necromancers. Unfortunately, everything was prohibitively expensive. The prices inflated. While Lin Ran admired the legendary level weaponry, he found the prices unappealing. Upon seeing the costs, he felt quite content with his skeletal staff. The testing of the infinite prison has essentially reached completion, with Lin Ran's objective being total bodily augmentation. As the skeletal warriors fall one by one, their remnants will coalesce into rudimentary mechanical arms and legs that will envelop his form. Subsequently, the paramount concern becomes the power source. Lin Ran intends to amass as many engines as possible within his torso to provide a formidable energy output. He remains vigilant for an extreme scenario. Should all of his skeletal warriors perish, what colossal entity could be forged from these metal confines? Lin Ran's aim is to harness the strength of this behemoth to vanquish adversaries or safeguard himself. As dusk approached at 8 o'clock, Lin Ran, having indulged in a brief afternoon nap, felt invigorated. He sought to replenish the void left by his liquid metal skeletal warriors with additional energy. The latest dungeon run proved successful, yielding a stable 45,000 gold in materials. Among the spoils was a rare green-class weapon, specifically a knightly armament, which he sold for 10,000 gold, bringing him considerable satisfaction. At 8 o'clock, the duo once again plunged into the elite dungeon, accomplishing a swift clear in just 4 minutes. Their next run was scheduled for the final morning at 4 o'clock. Time sometimes slips away unexpectedly, and thus the last day unfolded with runs at 4 and 12 o'clock, culminating in a commendable harvest. Across 4 runs, Lin Ran amassed 200,000 gold worth of materials and soul fragments from professional gear. Remarkably, in the final run, he also uncovered a rare hidden class weapon, specifically designed for the Beast Summoner, which was quite niche. The weapon's effect was extraordinary. The Beast's attack counted as 2 strikes. This was almost more astounding than some legendary artifacts of the same tier. Lin Ran had previously noted the equipment of the Beast Summoner, particularly because Quiet was notoriously wealthy. Just days prior, the auction house had 3 such weapons priced around 100,000 gold. However, the previous night, all 3 had been snatched up, prompting Quiet to lament. If I'd known, I would have bought them sooner. Consequently, Lin Ran listed his newly acquired weapon for 14,999,000 gold. It was sold shortly thereafter. Your listed combo staff, Rare Beast Summoner, has been sold. 1 item, 8,498 gold, after a 500 gold transaction fee, has been credited to your account. He glanced over to see Quiet wearing a look of dismay, her expression akin to one who had just tasted something unpleasant. As she gazed at the staff in her hands, I can't believe a rare weapon fetched such a price, she sighed. Yet, there was little choice. With the final exam period in full swing, every bit of output could translate into valuable experience points. Spending an extra 50,000 gold was a necessary concession. Thus, Lin Ran's total earnings soared to approximately 1,050,000 gold. With newfound wealth, Lin Ran's demeanor became markedly more composed. After 4 dungeon runs, he was tantalizingly close to leveling up to LV-17, an awkward threshold. Grinding in the wild for a day might yield no results. Yet merely half of the next elite dungeon, the Gloomy Forest, would suffice for the level up. However, the next dungeon reset wouldn't occur until 8 o'clock that evening, by which time the exam levels would be locked. Fortunately, Fong Ning still possessed 2 bottles of dragon blood purification potions. Despite 4 runs, Fong Ning's coveted King's cloak had yet to materialize. During the final run, both Lin Ran and Fong Ning found themselves in a peculiar state. Fong Ning, in particular, grew increasingly eccentric, arranging a multitude of candles and crafting a ritual circle before the dungeon, attempting to invoke mystical forces to alter their fate. This endeavor consumed the afternoon until 5 o'clock. Chapter 27, The King's Cloak, drops. Lin Ran remained unperturbed, casually wandering around his stall, observing numerous merchants selling white, green, and blue gear at prices exceeding 10 times those in the auction house. A commonplace white item could fetch several hundred gold, and sales appeared robust. Lin Ran deduced that not everyone could instantly produce 100,000 gold to unlock the auction house, and then use that capital to acquire inexpensive gear. Merchants risked their lives at stalls to profit from this price discrepancy. Of course, some classmates spent hundreds on white gear only to enter the dungeon and uncover a white item worth merely a few gold, leading to heated disputes with merchants, whom they accused of being swindlers. At 5:10, Fong Ning approached Lin Ran, radiating confidence. Let us run it one last time. I have a feeling this time we'll definitely get the King's cloak. Lin Ran smiled. Yes, I believe so too. The final run unfolded smoothly. The first wave of monsters was dispatched in an instant. During the second wave, a minor mishap occurred, an innocuous oversight, as they overlooked a lone primitive goblin lurking in the distant woods while dispatching the Frost Goblin elite. Initially, neither Lin Ran nor Fong Ning paid it heed, Fong Ning was solely focused on defeating the boss to claim her beloved King's cloak. Lin Ran, too, urged his skeletal warriors to eliminate it swiftly, as he was mere fractions of experience points away from leveling up to LV-17. The ordinary skeletal warriors swarmed the goblin, which valiantly attempted to fend them off. Its unimpressive health plummeted rapidly, leading to its inevitable demise. Its body disintegrated into a mass of flesh, as bones and scraps fell to the ground, followed by soul fragments. An unexpected pink beam of light shot skyward, heralding the drop of a remarkably ornate cloak upon the carpet of dried leaves. This occurrence was utterly unforeseen. Lin Ran, initially preoccupied with his level, clearly now at LV-17, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the pink beam. He had never laid eyes upon this piece of equipment, yet he had seen its likeness before. The King's cloak? At that moment, even Lin Ran's tone was laced with astonishment. This item was worth over 100 million gold. Such a piece of equipment could usher in financial freedom. Lin Ran's shock was palpable, and Fong Ning, overwhelmed by the surprise, fainted on the spot. Indeed, after 3 days and nights of grinding, with little sleep, Fong Ning had reached a frayed state of mind. To discover the King's cloak from such an unassuming creature was a delightful twist of fate, rendering her momentarily stunned. After a minute, her mind rebooted, and she sprang to her feet to check her body, ensuring she was unharmed. She was unscathed, not a scratch on her. In the distance, Lin Ran leaned against a tree, quietly observing his skeletal warriors. She was taken aback, truly taken aback. The King's cloak, worth over 100 million, with such wealth. She believed that 99 of people would resort to desperate measures to seize the equipment. Moreover, Lin Ran faced no risk. He merely needed to eliminate Fong Ning in the dungeon and claimed that she had accidentally perished at the hands of the boss. Thus, he could acquire the King's cloak without consequence, achieving financial freedom directly, living a life devoid of worries about sustenance, where even the interest accrued proves inexhaustible. Such a fate should have been Lin Ran's. Yet, he did not pursue this path. In that moment, Fong Ning's perception of Lin Ran underwent a fundamental transformation. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude, but thank you, Lin Ran. Lin Ran smiled lightly, choosing silence over words. He had not overthought the matter, since it was an agreed-upon arrangement. The dragon blood purification potion he had received rightfully belonged to its provider. What rightfully belonged to him would always remain his, such as his divine-level red lightning heart. Conversely, that which was not his, if acquired, would result in the loss of one's true essence, binding one for a lifetime. Fong Ning picked up the King's cloak, and Lin Ran approached her, inquiring, "May I take a look at its attributes?" Fong Ning chuckled, "Of course. Go ahead. Feel free to examine it as you wish." As she spoke, she playfully tossed her long hair. Lin Ran remarked, "Your hair is obstructing the equipment panel. Could you please move it aside?" Fong Ning responded with an expression of exasperation. Name: King's cloak, pink artifact. Level: bronze, usable at level 10. Class: universal. Effect: movement speed 30, grants flight. Description: a rather ordinary garment. Isn't it? Oh wait. Why did it just fly away? The attributes are as straightforward as they come. A 30 increase in movement speed is already extraordinary, and the ability to fly is an added bonus. Fong Ning elaborated. While flight is secondary, the allure for low-level adventurers is immense. The true value of this equipment lies in its speed. To my knowledge, no other equipment currently surpasses it in terms of movement speed. Lin Ran nodded but felt a tinge of disappointment. It held little utility for him. His infinite cage already granted him the ability to fly, and a mere 30 increase in movement speed was beneath his notice. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the market value of this equipment. Let us proceed. Once we defeat the boss, we shall exit, Lin Ran stated. At the mention of leaving, Fong Ning's eyes dimmed slightly. After days of battling, she found herself inexplicably reluctant. Perhaps it was the dungeon she was loath to part with? As they approached the boss room, Fong Ning wished time would slow down. Reminiscent of that anxious night before the summer vacation concluded, a bittersweet feeling enveloping her. Upon encountering the boss, she oddly hoped for a higher health pool, or that the skeletal warrior would attack more slowly. Alas, such hopes were futile. The familiar sight of health points steadily declining unfolded before them, accompanied by classic backline berserk attacks. After triggering the mechanism 4 times, the boss fixed a resentful gaze upon Lin Ran, transforming its hatred into a pile of corpses. Yet this time, Lin Ran sensed an ominous premonition. Within the malevolence of the Thunder Goblin's eyes lay a hint of cunning. Fong Ning exhaled deeply at last. It is over. However, when she sought the option to exit the dungeon, she was astonished to find the Leave Dungeon function vanished. Casting a hurried glance at Lin Ran, who remained rooted in place, her unease diminished somewhat. Lin Ran, did you notice? Lin Ran nodded, his brow furrowed. He gazed at the materials and equipment dropped by the boss, among which lay another pink garment, though not the king's cloak. Yet, its worth would not fall below 200,000 gold coins. As Lin Ran attempted to pick it up, he found himself unable to store it in his inventory. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through the depths of the dark forest. Thunder rumbled, and countless bolts of lightning rent the sky as torrential rain obscured their vision. Exchanging a glance, they simultaneously uttered the three words, Hell Level. No sooner had the words left their lips than all the dropped equipment and materials began to swirl, converging together with a disconcerting series of thuds, until, at last, they fused completely. A brilliant blue light engulfed them, plunging them into momentary blindness. Hell Level Undead Thunder Goblin Boss has respawned. Chapter 28. Hell Level emerges. Once their vision cleared, they beheld a towering figure before them, a massive blue skeleton adorned with blue inscriptions etched into its bones. Recognizing it by the style of its cloak, Lin Ran identified it as the skeleton of the Thunder Goblin. Flickering blue candlelight ignited within its skull as the skeletal goblin rasped, I have returned. Name, Undead Thunder Goblin, Hell Level Boss. Level, LV15. Health, 5,000. Actual health, 1 million. Additional 4 million for Hell Level. Total health, 5 million. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 5,000. Mentality, 5,000. Skill 1. Summon 20 self-destructing goblins. When health is below 50, damage from self-destructing goblins is converted to true damage and increases by 500 additional damage. Skill 2. Full-screen lightning strike. Releasing lightning at all visible locations, 1 strike per second, causing significant magic damage. When health is below 50, lightning frequency increases to 66 strikes per second, inflicting additional percentage damage. Warning. It will come quickly, but it won't hurt much. Upon witnessing the stats of the Hell Level boss, Fong Ning felt utterly despondent. She understood the prowess of Lin Ran's skeletal warrior, whose attributes were indeed formidable. Yet against such overwhelming stats, victory seemed unattainable. With a bitter smile, she produced a puppet resembling her own appearance. This is a valuable item that allows forced exit from a king-level dungeon, but now it is of no use. In Hell Level, escape is impossible, only hell awaits. Everything appeared to culminate here. She glanced at Lin Ran, who seemed to have surrendered to despair, retracting all but 2 of his skeletal warriors. Warning, boss, Undead Thunder Goblin has unleashed a full-screen lightning strike. As the lightning descended from the sky, Fong Ning closed her eyes. Yet, this strike did not claim her life. Upon reopening her eyes, she found one of her skeletal warriors had shielded her from the blow. However, the damage was so immense that the skeletal warrior's health was obliterated in an instant, transforming into a pool of silvery metal. Fong Ning's heart sank. The skeletal warrior, which could easily withstand damage from a king-level boss, had fallen before the Hell-level boss in less than a second. How could they possibly prevail? She could not conceive a strategy. Yet, in the next moment, that pool of silvery metal seemed to resurrect, hurtling towards Lin Ran. Stunned, Fong Ning quickly turned her gaze to Lin Ran, witnessing an unforgettable scene. Lin Ran's right arm swelled to an enormous size, the silvery metal coursing forth, intricately forming a mechanized arm. With a resounding crash, the silvery metal that had been beside him struck his left arm, and Fong Ning distinctly heard the sound of bones fracturing. Yet, there was no expression of pain on Lin Ran's face, only an eerie calmness, alongside a madness that penetrated to the marrow. Thunder rumbled once more. In the next second, 2 bolts of lightning locked onto them, descending again, once more intercepted by the newly summoned skeletal warriors. Lin Ran meticulously released each skeletal warrior from the summoning space, intending to buy precious time. His previously devised infinite cage remained merely a theoretical construct. The daunting challenge of uniting over 200 skeletal warriors into a cohesive entity was formidable enough to inspire trepidation. A single misstep could render the entire assembly worthless. Taking deep breaths, Lin Ran endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. Each moment, he raced against the specter of death. 2 skeletal warriors could absorb the damage meant for 2 individuals. With 208 skeletal warriors at his disposal, he could endure a maximum of 104 seconds, equating to 1 minute and 44 seconds. Within this fleeting interval, he needed to actualize the 10th version of the infinite cage, which had existed solely in theory for the past 3 days. This was his inaugural attempt, and he fervently hoped it would not be his last. Thunder rumbled as lightning incessantly struck from the heavens, causing Lin Ran to suffer continuous losses among his skeletal warriors. The undead Thunder Goblin, wearing a mischievous grin, regarded Lin Ran with amusement and summoned an additional 20 self-destructing goblins to add to the fray. The relentless barrage of lightning skills showed no signs of abating. indicating that Lin Ran required double the number of skeletal warriors to withstand the boss's onslaught. Suddenly, his available time was halved. He had less than a minute remaining. Anxiety crept into his heart as several skeletal warriors approached him, yet failed to integrate into the formation, merely encircling him in a rough semblance of order. Achieving the goal within 1 minute and 44 seconds was becoming increasingly elusive. At that moment, not far away, Fong Ning, suppressing her inner dread, called out with an encouraging smile, "Lin Ran, keep going. I believe in you." Her voice pierced through the deluge, becoming somewhat indistinct in Lin Ran's ears. Yet the warmth of her encouragement alleviated much of his anxiety. Suddenly, a mental barrier in Lin Ran's mind shattered, and a vexing dilemma resolved itself. Yes. This was fundamentally a simple task that he had overly complicated. His gaze grew resolute, and all traces of uncertainty dissipated, leaving only a calm, yet fervent determination. The surrounding silvery metal surged towards Lin Ran's body, transforming him into an enormous, irregular, and complex metallic structure, visibly morphing into a colossal humanoid mech. Thunder continued to roar as the fourth and third liquid metal skeletal warriors absorbed damage for the two of them. A massive mech, composed of 206 liquid metal skeletal warriors, took shape, exuding a rugged yet aesthetically mechanical beauty, with Lin Ran positioned at its very core. This was not a cockpit. Rather, it was a space enveloped by intricate metal structures, with scarcely any gaps. Lin Ran's left arm was fractured, his right leg broken, 3 ribs were cracked, and his body was a patchwork of injuries, making movement exceedingly difficult. Yet, he no longer required mobility. As a necromancer, he could control the mech through the skeletal warriors. Remarkably, he even found that he did not need to summon the final 2 skeletal warriors to absorb damage. The mech was already fully formed. With a mere thought, over 300 thrusters on his back ignited simultaneously. His back bore no other apparatus, only thrusters. In truth, his limbs and most structural components were hastily assembled and rudimentary, merely serving to coordinate the overall form. The only part he had painstakingly crafted was his right arm, where all intricate mechanisms resided, channeling the engine's power and ensuring that every bodily motion was focused on amplifying the strength of his right arm. At that moment, the colossal thrust propelled Lin Ran forward, directly confronting the boss, as his mechanical fingers clenched tightly. The force of his punch was indescribable. In that instant, the tremendous impact shattered his entire skeletal structure, causing him to bleed from all orifices and lose consciousness. No one could fathom the extent of damage inflicted by that punch, as it occurred with such swiftness that Fong Ning's attention was entirely devoted to Lin Ran. Chapter 29, Golden Epic Primary Weapon, Explode. When Lin Ran regained consciousness, the torrential rain had ceased, and the sun, a rare sight in the dim forest canopy, cast a warm glow upon him. Strangely, the sky remained overcast, leaving him puzzled as to the source of the sunlight. He hastily rose to examine his body. In that moment of hazy awareness, he sensed impending doom. But there was little time to dwell on it. It was either the boss's demise or his own. In truth, 99 of individuals faced with a hellish challenge had no choice but to meet their end. Lin Ran himself did not possess absolute confidence in vanquishing the boss, as the infinite cage was primarily a control skill designed to ensnare the target. However, this skill possessed a minor mechanism. For every additional skeletal warrior that transformed into the cage, the attributes of the cage would double. With 206 skeletal warriors, that amounted to a staggering 206-fold increase. Lin Ran calculated that a single skeletal warrior had previously dealt 30,000 damage. Yet, this was not simply 3 multiplied by 206. For most of the skeletal warriors had been orchestrated to complement the damage of his right fist, without inflicting damage themselves. Furthermore, the boss boasted considerable defensive capabilities that had to be accounted for. Now, with Lin Ran still alive, it could only signify one thing. The boss lay dead, felled by a single strike. This indicated that Lin Ran's infinite cage had inflicted damage exceeding 5 million on the boss. Contemplating the abnormality in damage, Lin Ran surmised that the accuracy of the structure had played a crucial role, leading him to resolve that the overarching framework should remain intact in future optimizations, without altering the primary structure. Theoretically, the skeletal warriors could record this damage value, but due to the instability of the cage structure, the moment he struck, the cage shattered, and all skeletal warriors automatically returned to the summoning space to recuperate. Noticing Fong Ning tending to his wounds nearby, Lin Ran grasped her hand. Her eyes reflected a mixture of astonishment and joy as she quickly inquired about his needs, asking if he was thirsty. With heartfelt sincerity, Lin Ran asked, "How much damage did I inflict with that punch?" Fong Ning paused, nearly bursting into laughter. "Don't you think you should be more concerned about yourself? Her tone was a blend of anger, reproach, and exasperation, yet it conveyed an unexpected emotion, an intense concern that transcended their mere employer-employee relationship. Lin Ran shrugged it off, asserting that being alive meant he was fine. Just as he had thought, Fong Ning had consumed a remarkably precious healing potion, mending 90 of his injuries. He was now mostly unscathed, with only superficial wounds that required his attention. Thank you. It was nothing. Without you, I wouldn't have made it. By the way, regarding the damage value, Fong Ning remarked, I truly didn't see it. The rain was too heavy, and the thunder was deafening. I could barely keep my eyes open. And I never expected we would survive. She only remembered Lin Ran charging forward. After that punch, the boss's health plummeted from 100 to 0, its body shattering into fragments. As she spoke, Fong Ning's eyes glistened with unshed tears, leaving Lin Ran uncertain whether she was frightened by his injuries or something else entirely. As for the boss's rewards, Fong Ning found herself somewhat at a loss for words. The first reward was a level increase, and all participants in defeating the boss could directly receive a super reward of level 1, provided their level was below 20. Lin Ran glanced at his status panel, and indeed, his level had ascended from LV-17 to LV-18. LV-18. This was a figure Lin Ran had never envisioned, an achievement deemed impossible. This was precisely why everyone believed that Lin Ran could never gain admission to the Dragon Academy. An E-rank profession required LV-18 for entry, a rule not casually established. It was a feat that could not be accomplished even with utmost effort. What if someone truly managed to achieve it? The Dragon Academy would surely be shaken. Throughout the entirety of the Great Xia's history, those who accomplished such a feat could be counted on one hand, with the most recent instance occurring several centuries ago. For Fong Ning, this reward was not a boon but rather a penalty, as her level stood at only LV-14. Advancing to LV-15 was a daunting task. Given the vast difference in experience required between LV-14 to LV-15 and LV-15 to LV-16, Lin Ran had effectively reaped the full benefits of the rewards. A classmate prone to quarreling might ask, why didn't Lin Ran pursue perfection and aim to defeat a hell-level boss to reach LV-20? Would those extra 2 levels be granted to him? Answer me. The level reward was already sufficiently astonishing, and the boss's loot? Even more delightful. Lin Ran turned back to the location of the boss's demise. At that moment, everything clicked. He understood it all. The blinding light he had initially perceived was not sunlight at all, but rather a dazzling golden beam. His gaze fell upon the epic level drop. The boss had dropped nothing but a single piece of bronze-level epic gear. Not only was it an epic item, but it was also an epic weapon, specifically designed for necromancers. The probability of such a drop was incredibly minuscule. A simple calculation reveals that the likelihood of a king-level resurrecting a hell-level boss is exceedingly low, and the odds of a hell-level boss dropping epic equipment are several decimal places behind. The chance of obtaining a weapon further diminishes significantly. This time, sheer luck had truly reached its zenith. Epic gear, what a thrill. However, epic-level equipment cannot be bestowed upon others by any means. Once picked up, it binds to the individual's soul. Yet, it is tradable. Indeed, it can be traded, but only through the marketplace, which is the sole avenue for such transactions. The fees are substantially increased due to the intricate technology involved in unbinding souls. Lin Ran exchanged a meaningful glance with Fong Ning. The value of the epic weapon had already surpassed that of the king's cloak. Lin Ran was unaware of Fong Ning's wealth, but her pursuit of the king's cloak indicated her recognition of its worth, treating it as a treasured possession. Therefore, how could she not covet an epic weapon of even greater value? When Lin Ran looked at Fong Ning, she pouted in response, since you do not take my possessions, I shall not claim yours, no matter how precious they may be. Lin Ran picked up the epic weapon named the Calamity of the Goo Worm. Name, Calamity of the Goo Worm, Golden Epic. Level, Bronze level, LV-10 required to equip. Class, Necromancer. Effects for other classes reduced by 80. Effects, increases strength by 50. Physical attack power of summoned creatures by 50. Physical defense of summoned creatures by 50. Summons take 8 reduced damage, casting speed by 8. And deals an additional 50 damage to insectoid creatures. Description: 450 years ago, the Goo Worm King evolved into its complete form after devouring millions of humans, leaving humanity powerless. 446 years ago, an inconspicuous necromancer sacrificed his body to greatly enhance the power of his summons, defeating the Goo Worm King and ending the calamity. In 445, this necromancer was framed and perished. The truth is inconsequential. I bear no resentment toward those who caused my demise. They were merely frightened. I harbor no regrets for my actions. My name may be forgotten, but my power will forever accompany you. For those we love, for all that we cherish. For the Necromancer. Chapter 30. The Stakes of Hell Level Encounters. Lin Ran gripped the epic weapon, feeling its remarkable texture, smooth and rounded, resembling a staff that stood straight, akin to the spine of that necromancer. Although wearing this equipment would incur a 50 reduction in strength, Lin Ran mused that a greater reduction would be preferable. Strength was unnecessary for him. Thus, the detrimental effect was negligible. Conversely, the beneficial effects were extraordinarily formidable. A 50 increase in physical attack power was dazzling, suitable for use well into the 40s, perhaps even a lifetime. If this were solely granted to Lin Ran, the effects might not be readily apparent. However, with Lin Ran's armor providing a 20 damage boost, the combined effect would be exceedingly powerful. Without a foundational increase, any enhancement would be futile. For example, a 20 increase on a mere 1 point of damage yields no meaningful improvement, whereas a 100-point damage base would result in a significant 20-point increase. The 50 physical attack power boost would amplify the maximum damage of the skeleton warrior, allowing the 20 increase to shine even brighter, thereby fully realizing the potential of both items. Additionally, with a 50 increase in physical defense and an 8 increase in casting speed, the attributes of this equipment were truly extraordinary, especially for a LV-10 weapon. The summons taking reduced damage was an exceedingly rare attribute, capable of synergizing with Lin Ran's infinite cage, creating a formidable combination. Hypothetically, if Lin Ran had seen such an attribute on another summoner, he would have been envious. Yet now, this attribute resided within his grasp. Finally, the unique property of dealing an extra 50 damage to insectoid creatures was a targeted enhancement. Lin Ran considered it a delightful bonus, as he had yet to encounter formidable insectoid adversaries. That additional damage could facilitate the instant extermination of insectoid beings across level barriers. This was not merely a matter of numerical values, but a profound disparity in actual damage output. It wasn't simply 10515, but rather 105 equating to 999 in practical terms. After all, one might wonder why the King's Cloak commanded such a high price. Its 30 movement speed effect was far more impactful than it seemed, with complex calculations beyond mere words to convey. In summary, the actual value of this weapon exceeded that of the King's Cloak. Naturally, Lin Ran had no intention of selling it. Such exceptional equipment deserved to be wielded for several days before considering parting with it. At that moment, Lin Ran's armor was akin to a divine artifact, valued at millions, while the weapon surpassed 100 million. It felt as though he donned an entire luxurious courtyard. Even Fong Ning couldn't help but exclaim, "This set of equipment is extraordinarily opulent." Quite literally, the epic weapon was simply unattainable. It wasn't merely a question of wealth. Upon exiting the dungeon, it was already 5:30. Lin Ran casually strolled away, and the proctor, Xiao Wen, cast a nonchalant glance his way, only to nearly have his eyes pop out in astonishment. "What the hell? How are you already LV-18? Xiao Wen distinctly remembered Lin Ran entering the dungeon at LV-16. A king-level encounter could not possibly elevate someone by 2 levels in one go. It is quite straightforward to deduce that Lin Ran must have swiftly leveled up upon entering, having completed the dungeon and ascended a level. However, the question remains, how did he achieve that extra level? Excluding all impossibilities, even if the remaining possibility seems absurd, it is indeed the truth. Hell level. Lin Ran has defeated a hell level boss and received the reward for reaching level 1. Xiao Wen, accompanied by a group of proctors, hastily approached Lin Ran. Lin Ran was walking side by side with Fong Ning when they happened to encounter Wu Chei's son and Jing'an. "Finally, we have both reached level 15. The Dragon School is now secure. Yet, who knows the price our two families have paid? The Dragon Blood Purification Potion is quite valuable, and we have consumed over a dozen bottles. The hopes of our entire families rest upon us." Upon seeing Lin Ran, Wu Chei's son felt a twinge of frustration. He had already come to terms with Lin Ran's ascent to level 16. To be honest, even if Lin Ran were to reach level 17, he would accept it. Yet, he could never have imagined that Lin Ran would actually ascend to level 18. How could this be possible? Jing'an's attention was peculiarly fixated on Fong Ning, who stood beside Lin Ran. A myriad of sensations overwhelmed her heart. Undoubtedly, despite wearing a mask, Fong Ning's grace and physique surpassed hers by several streets. Why would Lin Ran reject her? Now, the answer seemed self-evident. Was it because she was not exceptional enough? At that very moment, Xiao Wen and the group of proctors gathered around, each wearing a serious expression. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Chei's son, in a moment of confusion, blurted out, "Report, teacher. I suspect someone is cheating to level up." Xiao Wen shot him a glance, placed a firm hand on his shoulder, and with a sudden force, sent him flying over 10 meters. "You, get lost." On the ground in the distance, Wu Chei's son wore a look of grievance. "Teacher, why are you cursing?" Xiao Wen glared at him fiercely. "Speak again, and I will end you." Wu Chei's son quickly covered his mouth, falling silent. Xiaowen approached Lin Ran with an expression that Lin Ran could not quite comprehend. It was a serious demeanor, imbued with profound respect. Such a commotion drew the attention of many, and in no time, a crowd had gathered. Xiaowen, pen in hand, began. Lin Ran, may we ask you a few questions? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ran nodded. Sure. Questions? The surrounding professionals were astonished. Xiaowen, the proctor of the Dark Forest Dungeon, held a status comparable to that of the chief proctor of Shishan City. Who would dare to assume the role of a proctor at the entrance of such a perilous dungeon if they were not formidable themselves, without sufficient strength? How could those teachers and parents entrust their children's lives to Xiaowen? No one knew the extent of Xiaowen's true power, as he seldom revealed it. He grew stronger in the presence of strength. Yet, this formidable figure sought to consult a practitioner who had yet to reach level 20. Moreover, this individual was part of the current examinees under his jurisdiction. Could this not astonish those around him? Observing the expressions of the teachers surrounding Xiaowen, it seemed there was nothing amiss. What could be the reason? I am utterly befuddled. The great Xiaowen is seeking guidance from a child, and doing so with such respect? Xiaowen gestured for silence, and the crowd promptly quieted down. A sign of respect for the examination's decorum and for Xiaowen, this powerful figure. Xiaowen endeavored to soften his stern demeanor, forcing a slight smile. However, when he smiled, it was as if he were about to devour Lin Ran. In the hell-level Dark Forest, we currently have no records at all. Over the years, countless prodigies have perished at hell-level difficulty. Lin Ran, do you comprehend the implications? I do. Good. Then allow me to ask you, during your solo encounter with the king-level boss, what transpired after the boss's demise? I require every detail. Chapter 31. Lin Ran could go wherever he desired. Upon these words, the surrounding practitioners erupted in excitement. There were newcomers among them who were unaware of the events that had transpired just days prior. Wow, this student actually soloed a king-level boss and defeated it? I knew that 3 days ago. He has already slain over 10 king-level bosses. What's there to be surprised about? Yes, and he even brought along a slacker. Wow, that's impressive. Even Jing En and her companions were taken aback. They had always thought Lin Ran was challenging ordinary or difficult levels, never realizing he was confronting king-level challenges. No wonder there were two individuals challenging king levels. It turned out to be Lin Ran and his companion. Wait, what did the great Xiaowen just say? The implications of the hell level? What does that mean? Did Lin Ran encounter a hell-level boss during his solo endeavor? The fact that he is still alive signifies something. Could it be that Lin Ran, accompanied by a burden, defeated a hell-level boss? The crowd regarded Lin Ran with expressions of disbelief. Lin Ran, fully cooperative, reported the events he encountered after defeating the king-level boss to Huashan, detailing the changes in the surrounding environment, the warning signs that appeared overhead, the boss's appearance, and its stat panel. Naturally, he did not disclose the acquisition of an epic weapon or the specifics of the killing process. Xiaowen meticulously recorded everything and expressed his gratitude. On behalf of myself and the entirety of Shishan City, I would like to thank Lin Ran for his selfless contribution. The surrounding practitioners raised their thumbs in approval, as if witnessing the birth of a future top-tier professional. Lin Ran felt somewhat embarrassed. He had merely recounted the events, taking less than a minute. Ultimately, Xiaowen could not restrain his curiosity and asked, what was the strength of the boss? How did you defeat it? And how does your power compare to the boss's? It's fine. If you don't wish to answer, that's all right. Lin Ran smiled. I would say it's a 1-to-9 ratio. The surrounding crowd reacted. 1-to-9? How modest, haha. Lin Ran clarified. No, I mean, with one punch, it couldn't survive. The entire crowd responded. All right, so you one-punched it. Huh, ha ha ha. Who doesn't have a little secret? In any case, now everyone is aware of the boss's attributes and can study them well. If we encounter it in the future, we will have strategies in place. No one believed Lin Ran, though he insisted he spoke only the truth. Yet, there was one person who believed him, Fong Ning. As Lin Ran prepared to bid farewell and leave on the shuttle bus, Fong Ning held him back. Where are you rushing off to? Let's eat first. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Ran replied. I have the college entrance exam. However, the last shuttle bus departs at 6 p.m., so it wouldn't hinder dinner time, and Lin Ran was indeed hungry. They returned to the same fast food restaurant, each ordering a portion of braised meat. Fong Ning continuously swallowed her saliva, claiming this was the last time she would eat such fatty meat. After taking a bite, she noticed an issue. Why is your meat smaller than mine? Lin Ran replied. Because yours is goblin meat. Fong Ning's face turned green at once. How is that possible? What about yours? Lin Ran responded. Mine is pork. Fong Ning inquired. Why? Lin Ran. I informed the boss that I do not consume goblin meat. Fong Ning slammed the table. Boss, where are you? Hurry and come here. Boss Zhou hurriedly jogged over, and after comprehending the situation, he awkwardly replied, You just mentioned the taste was off, so I substituted it with this. The customer is always right. Besides, have you not been enjoying your meals these past couple of days? Fong Ming fell silent. She silently retrieved 2 lemons from her pocket, offering one to Lin Ran, who declined. Thus, Fong Ming took one in each hand and consumed them bite by bite. The girl remained wordless, simply indulging in the lemons. After finishing their meal, Fong Ming remarked, "We are even now." Indeed, Lin Ran had led her to attain the king's cloak, and in return, she had provided him with the dragon blood purification potion. Because Lin Ran kept his promise, Fong Ming healed his injuries without disturbing his epic-grade weapon. However, Lin Ran stated, "I paid for the meal just now." Fong Ming rarely displayed an exceptionally serious expression, her gaze reflecting sincerity. "Remember to find me when you arrive at Dragon Academy. I'll treat you to a meal." Their formal farewell transpired as the girl watched Lin Ran board the bus, the setting sun casting shadows, the acrid scent of burnt rubber dancing with the swirling yellow dust. Human emotions are complex, perhaps due to the girl's gaze. Lin Ran turned to the window, his brow furrowing amidst the blurred sands. In the distance, 3 figures quietly observed Fong Ming, the leader being Huashan, who absent-mindedly touched the dagger at his waist. Lin Ran shook his head. Perhaps they merely had a penchant for handling blades. However, Huashan and his companions had certainly noticed the joy on Fong Ming's face, hadn't they? This did not prove that Fong Ming had indeed obtained the king's cloak, did it? As such thoughts swirled, the bus had already traveled far. After moving about a kilometer, Lin Ran raised his hand. "Stop." This was the final bus heading to Shishan City, where all the leaders, families, enterprises, teachers, principals, and parents awaited the arrival of all students to announce their grades. In essence, if the last bus did not arrive, everyone would have to wait for them. Hypothetically, if someone else had shouted stop at this moment, the driver would have ignored them entirely. What a ridiculous notion. Would they truly keep tens of thousands of examinees waiting for one individual? Would they make all the leaders of Shishan City wait for one person? Would they dare to make all the parents of Shishan wait for one individual? Yet the one uttering these words was Lin Ran. E-grade profession, level 18. Such an extraordinary achievement existed only in history. Not to mention the driver had personally witnessed Lin Ran single-handedly defeat a hell-level boss. Without any further ado, the driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a steady halt on the sandy road. Examiner Xiao Wen was also on this last bus. He didn't even inquire why Lin Ran had called for a stop, directly ordering, "Everyone, stay put and rest." A teacher couldn't help but interject, "This will affect the grade submissions." Xiao Wen coldly replied, "Lin Ran, go wherever you wish. Even if today's exam grades are not submitted, we will wait for Lin Ran to return." At this, no one dared to speak further. Naturally, Lin Ran would not leave Xiao Wen without a way out. He extended his index finger, 10 minutes. Then, he vanished into the swirling yellow sands. In another direction, Fong Ming was tightly wrapped up, trudging through the desert. Having just exited the dark forest instance, she realized 3 individuals were tailing her. No matter how fast she ran, she could not shake them off. By the time she turned around, it was already too late. Surrounded by the 3, she finally understood the situation. The trio were none other than the Huashan trio from the Guardians Mercenary Group. Chapter 32, The Overwhelming Display of Power. Fong Ming's voice was somewhat hoarse. Yet she remained composed. "Guardians Mercenary Group, our contract has come to an end." Huashan's smile remained earnest, yet his eyes no longer held any warmth. Only a clear glint of greed. "Boss, you know the value of the king's cloak is immense. It could compel us to sell our souls." A king's cloak could indeed grant one financial freedom, 1 billion gold coins, and with the high interest in Daxia, one could earn 5,000 gold coins daily. One of Huashan's aides couldn't help but chuckle. From now on, we'll wake up every day pondering one thing: how to spend a day as 5,000 gold coins appropriately, huh? This laughter was genuine, yet to Fong Ming, it felt like a death knell, leaving her trembling with helplessness and fear. Huashan chuckled, "You need not fear, boss. As long as you hand over the king's cloak, we will not harm you." Fong Ming was certainly no fool. Anyone who could afford to hire the Guardians Mercenary Group for cross-city ventures must come from an extraordinary background. It was only logical that Huashan and his companions would think the same. Such a family was not one that the Huashan trio could provoke. Therefore, any rational person, upon acquiring the king's cloak, would eliminate any potential threats to ensure their safety. This was the optimal solution. Thus, Fong Ming firmly denied, "I did not obtain the king's cloak. You must consider carefully. I am not someone to be trifled with. Have you thought about the consequences of crossing me?" The 2 men beside Huashan displayed hesitation. "Perhaps we should let this go, boss. If she doesn't have the king's cloak, we would be making enemies for nothing." Huashan shook his head. "This boss's identity exceeds your imagination. Even if we do nothing, we would still have to flee for our lives. The two companions immediately shed their final shred of hope, their eyes now filled with ferocity. Huashan's smile grew wider. Since we have chosen to come here, we are prepared to flee for our lives. And whether or not you possess the King's cloak is now irrelevant. You are betting on the possibility of obtaining the King's cloak. I, too, am betting that you have indeed acquired it. I believe we are both wagering correctly, are we not? Although Fong Ning had received a fine education, it was her first encounter with such direct threats to her life, and her eyes betrayed her. Huashan waved his hand. Ha, let us make our move. Fong Ning, too, was enraged. Who fears whom? I dared to venture out alone. Do you think I have no trump cards? You mere lackeys wish to rob me? The moment these words left her lips, Huashan's brow furrowed slightly. In a split second, Fong Ning produced an unknown object, sending a whirlwind of sand into the air, blinding the three men. Fong Ning intended to use this opportunity to flee. However, having navigated the desert for years, Huashan and his companions were not easily deceived by such tricks. The aide had already cast a wind shield on them, rendering the sandstorm ineffective. The ensuing events were straightforward. The aide conjured a sand wall, encircling Fong Ning, while the archer drew back his bow, an arrow tipped with venom poised for release. With a swift twang, the arrow shot towards Fong Ning's vision, quick and lethal. She stared at the arrowhead, seemingly calm. Yet the speed was too rapid for her to even cry out in fright. However, the arrow remained suspended in midair, caught by a silver mechanical hand. Such a sudden turn of events did not throw Huashan and his companions into disarray. They promptly reacted. The aide controlling the skeletal warriors while the archer continued to target Fong Ning for an attack. Yet, the sand wall was as fragile as tofu before the skeletal warriors. Utterly ineffective. Thus, Huashan took action, lifting his great sword, while the skeletal warrior mirrored his stance. The two swords clashed with a resounding clang, generating ripples through the air from the sheer force. The skeletal warrior remained unperturbed. In contrast, Huashan, unable to withstand such overwhelming power, fell to his knees with a thud, his eyes wide with astonishment. How could anyone summon such a formidable skeletal warrior? At level 18, its strength was already astounding. What would happen if it leveled up? Nevertheless, Huashan felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, there was only one. However, his relief was short-lived. With each arrow fired towards Fong Ning, another identical skeletal warrior materialized to absorb the damage. One arrow, one warrior. 2 arrows, 2 warriors. 3 arrows, 3 warriors. An inexhaustible onslaught. Enough already, stop shooting. Let us go? Immediately, Huashan acted decisively, fleeing with a swiftness that was quite unlike others, who might have been preoccupied with Fong Ning's regal attire. Even in such dire circumstances, Huashan maintained his clarity, embodying the essence of the foremost warrior of the Guardian Mercenary Corps. Yet, Lin Ran would not allow them to escape. Just as they would not spare Fong Ning. To eliminate potential threats, Lin Ran emerged from the swirling sands, observing Fong Ning from a distance. Upon seeing him, Fong Ning's tense body could no longer hold up, and she sank into the sand, tears streaming down her delicate cheeks. The skeletal warriors encircled Huashan and his companions, mirroring how they had previously surrounded Fong Ning. Realizing Lin Ran's presence, Huashan understood. There was no escaping now. They had to fight back, targeting the summoner first. However, Lin Ran paid them no heed, deliberately stepping closer to Fong Ning. None of their attacks grazed his attire. The Matrix defense thwarted everything. Despite their desperate struggles, they could not impose any impact on Lin Ran, not even capturing his gaze. By the time Lin Ran stood before Fong Ning, Huashan and his companions lay in a pool of blood, not due to their weakness, but because of Lin Ran's overwhelming strength. Gazing at Fong Ning's tear-streaked face, Lin Ran felt a pang of confusion. He had not anticipated such a scenario and was unsure how to respond. Nevertheless, he was in high spirits. At level 18, the epic weapon felt delightfully gratifying to wield, and the divine armor fit snugly. He gently ruffled her hair and smiled. It's all right, the bad guys are all gone. His words, though intended to console, triggered Fong Ning's complete breakdown, and she began to sob uncontrollably. Returning to the transport, Lin Ran checked the time. About 8 minutes had passed. No time had been wasted. Observing Lin Ran's fierce demeanor and the faint scent of blood in the air, his classmates speculated. Wow, he went out and killed a few people in 8 minutes and returned. Is he really a candidate for this year's exams? The transport continued onward, and Lin Ran activated the communication feature of the trading hall. A friend request from Fong Ning, whom he had just met, appeared in his friend list. After accepting, she sent a few adorable emojis along with a soft inquiry. Are you hungry? Lin Ran felt a bit bemused. They had just finished a meal. Yet, he could understand her sentiment. He replied, this isn't something a single meal can resolve. Fong Ning quickly responded, All right, what? Lin Ran decided not to dwell on it any longer. As they approached Shishan City, the atmosphere inside the vehicle grew increasingly tense. This was the once-in-a-lifetime examination at the age of 18, a decisive moment for 1's future. Chapter 33, Level Submission. Although everyone was aware of their own abilities and levels, uncertainty lingered in their hearts. In terms of levels, if the expectation was merely to enter an average university, level 10 would suffice. However, the requirements escalated from there. Each university had its own level criteria, serving as a baseline for admission. Yet the number of candidates far exceeded the available slots. Therefore, to secure a place in their dream university, they needed to surpass their peers in level. Selection based on merit. Thus, being one level higher could eliminate thousands of rivals. This was no mere rhetoric. At last, the transport exited the desert region and entered the Gobi. The distant, blurred walls now within reach. At the western gate of Shishan City, all leaders, families, businesses, parents, and teachers stood orderly atop the city walls. Among them Lin Ran's adoptive father, Shanyang. The expressions of the crowd were tinged with anxiety. The final transport was delayed by 5 minutes. It's fine. They might have encountered something on the road. Moments later, the transport carrying Lin Ran came into view, and upon confirming a signal, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The highest authority in Shishan City, Wei Kai, exhaled deeply. Although this examination's preliminary phase has encountered many unexpected incidents, thankfully, no student has been injured or lost their life. This is a testament to our collective resolve. Laughter erupted. Indeed, it's all thanks to the capable leadership. After a brief exchange, someone brought up the students' performances. Wei Kai chuckled. I've heard that several students have shown remarkable promise. For instance, that S-rank Beast Summoner. What was her name? Others quickly chimed in. Classmate in Jing. Wei Kai nodded. Yes, classmate in Jing. I heard she achieved level 6 upon exiting the novice dungeon, breaking our city's record for the highest upgrade in the novice dungeon. Why hasn't anyone mentioned this? Shanyang exchanged glances with others, wearing expressions of wry amusement. Normally, outstanding performances should be reported promptly, but this year was different. There were rumors of a rule change regarding the examination, and no information had emerged. Additionally, Jing herself had declined to allow her performance to be reported. This also applied to Lin Ran, though Shanyang had not sought Lin Ran's opinion, making a decision on his behalf to refrain from reporting. One reason was to maintain a low profile. The second was that Lin Ran's performance was so extraordinary that everyone feared excessive attention from above could adversely affect his examination. Indeed, an E-rank profession. Reaching level 8 in the novice dungeon was not merely extraordinary, it was hard to believe. Historically, no one had achieved such a feat. The education department was also compiling data for reporting. Now that Lin Ran's level had risen, there was no longer a need for secrecy. Just as Shanyang was about to speak, Wei Kai proactively mentioned Lin Ran. I've heard of a student named Lin Ran, who utilizes a diesel engine as his power source. That is correct, sir. Wei Kai seemed to recall a distant memory. I had almost forgotten that term. It's a pity that we now live in the age of electric hearts. He continued. However, I greatly admire Lin Ran's courage. If he doesn't find a suitable university, he should mention my name. Let him attend Balin University, and I will cover the tuition. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Balin University ranked among the top 10 universities in the second tier of Daxia. Gaining admission would not only bring pride to 1's parents, but also reflect well on teachers. They had not anticipated Wei Kai to place such importance on Lin Ran. In truth, he was merely recalling his own past, feeling a genuine sympathy for Lin Ran. In truth, they had never considered that the fuel engine was merely one aspect. On the other hand, Lin Ran was the adopted son of Shanyang. Over the years, Shanyang's contributions to Shishan City had not gone unnoticed by Wei Kai, who would certainly not let his son down. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ran stepped off the shuttle bus, joining his classmates to report their grades. While others were busy submitting their results, the teacher responsible for organizing the rankings was bustling about, grumbling under their breath. However, when this particular teacher beheld Lin Ran's ranking, they nearly toppled off their chair in shock. Are you all right, teacher? Oh, I'm fine, Lin Ran. You should go and rest well, take care of yourself, and ensure your health is a priority. The bewildered students, unaware of the circumstances, looked on with confusion. Only those who knew Lin Ran's ranking silently admired him. Lin Ran is far too modest. If I were at level 18, I would simply take over the task of ranking for my classmates. Soon, the rankings of all candidates from Shishan City were compiled and displayed on the largest screen in the square, poised for public announcement. Before this could occur, however, it was necessary for the city's overseer, Wei Kai, to inspect the results and make subsequent arrangements, such as rewarding high achievers and encouraging those who performed poorly. Wei Kai picked up the tablet, but did not look directly at the screen. Instead, he covered it and smiled at the crowd, saying, What was the highest level achieved during the last college entrance examination, or rather, during the preparatory phase of Shishan City's assessments? Level 16, an A-grade combat profession. Achieved 5 years ago by a student who has since graduated and is now earning 5 million annually at a guild in the capital. So, what do you all think of this year's exam? Shan Yang and the others exchanged glances, uncertain and genuinely perplexed. The matter of rankings was typically kept confidential, and even if someone knew, they would not speak of it casually. The only individual who could substantiate such claims was the examiner Xiao Wen from the dungeon side. Yet, Xiao Wen had no intention of sharing such information. After fulfilling his role, he busied himself with other matters. Noticing the silence, Wei Kai chuckled. I believe this level 16 record is destined to be shattered. I hereby announce that the top prize, a 150 square meter apartment, will go to the first place. The reward for first place was sponsored by various prominent families. Though it was not substantial for them, it was exceedingly appealing for the students. Wei Kai tossed the list aside. No need to look further. Let us announce it together. Shan Yang and the others had just scanned the list to see the top 10 performances, and to their astonishment, Lin Ran emerged as the first, achieving an astounding level 18. Shan Yang could hardly believe it. Level 18 was a rarity spoken of only in legends. To reach such a milestone required not only personal prowess, but also the chance to team up with a master capable of soloing at the king level, all while possessing dragon blood purification potions. The challenges of encountering a hell-level boss added further complexity to the endeavor. Under such stringent conditions, advancing from level 1 to level 18 within 3 days was akin to winning the lottery. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Ran had accomplished it. Shan Yang's emotions were tumultuous. Chapter 34 hadn't he just found the opportunity to compensate Lin Ran? Frankly, even if Lin Ran had only reached level 14 or 13, Shan Yang would have gone out of his way to facilitate his admission. Lin Ran had awakened his talent, and that alone would suffice for him to remain at Dragon School, even if not as a formal student. Shan Yang had contemplated the humiliation of seeking favors for Lin Ran's admission and had even considered the potential criticism he might face for doing so. Yet, he had long since ceased to care. The bond he shared with Lin Ran's father was known only to him. For years, Shan Yang had regarded Lin Ran as his own son. If his son was to attend Dragon School, he would employ every means available to ensure that happened. Now, with Lin Ran's level surpassing 15, not just 16 or 17, but an extraordinary 18, words failed him. He could only imagine a day when he might see his brother and say, "Brother, I have not let you down. Our son has not disappointed us either," tears welling in his eyes. Wei Kai noticed Shan Yang's expression and felt a pang in his heart. Although Shan Yang's daughter had been granted admission to Dragon School, this adopted son faced significant challenges. He seemed to perceive the helplessness in Shan Yang's eyes. Who would not wish for their child to have a bright future, after nurturing them from childhood? Who would desire their offspring to suffer? Approaching Shan Yang, Wei Kai offered consolation. The level of one's profession is often predetermined by fate. I believe that Lin Ran has done his utmost. Try to remain optimistic. At that moment, Shan Yang had been in the throes of emotional turmoil. But Wei Kai's words rendered him momentarily speechless. The rankings of Shishan City began to be revealed, starting from the lowest to the highest. Initially, the process was swift, with the results of tens of thousands of students disclosed simultaneously, without dragging the last place into the spotlight. However, as they reached the 1,000th rank, the pace slowed considerably. For those entering the top 1,000 were likely to gain admission to respectable universities, their faces illuminating with joy upon seeing their names. Subsequently, the top 100 were announced. This group comprised the creme de la creme of Shishan City, symbolizing the strength of its educational system and serving as the city's pride. Those fortunate enough to be included here were assured a place in a secondary-tier university, with a select few even having the opportunity to enter the elite first-tier institutions. Finally, the names of the top 10 were revealed. Shan Yang's excitement surged, and he felt an urgent need to relieve himself, while Wei Kai continued to comfort him. Shan Yang found himself at a loss for words. He had already expressed his thoughts earlier, and to reiterate now would feel awkward. Yet, if he remained silent, the spectacle that would unfold when Wei Kai discovered Lin Ran's absence from the rankings would be most entertaining. While entertainment might be harmless, the true victims would be the leaders of the education department. If Wei Kai were angered and decided to take it out on them, who could withstand such wrath? Thus, someone hesitantly spoke up. "Leader, although it may seem unlikely, I feel compelled to remind you." Wei Kai replied, "What is it? Speak plainly." Lin Ran's name had yet to appear. Wei Kai's expression darkened instantly. "What?" Shan Yang breathed a sigh of relief, as it was better for Wei Kai to learn this sooner rather than later, sparing him the embarrassment of having to navigate the situation later. After a moment of silence, Wei Kai addressed the education department with a hint of anger. "I cannot fathom what merits you possess. Why did you not inform us of such a significant oversight sooner? An awkward silence ensued as several individuals lowered their heads, unable to refute his words. A mistake is a mistake. It is certainly preferable to claiming we were not adequately warned. At that moment, Shanyang shifted his tone and continued. So, was it a system error? Or was there a failure to record? Upon mentioning the latter, Wei Kai's tone turned icy. I suspect it is a case of your oversight. While Lin Ran may be an E-grade profession, you ought not to neglect him so carelessly. Do you truly believe an E-grade profession is beneath your consideration? Is it possible that the countless ordinary individuals of the Great Xia do not capture your attention? As the words echoed, a cold sweat cascaded down the foreheads of those surrounding. What on earth is happening? Lin Ran's name had not yet surfaced, indicating that his turn had simply not come. What an oversight. What is the connection here? Leader, allow me to explain. Although Wei Kai appeared outwardly furious, inwardly he was gleeful. This blunder provided a splendid opportunity to compensate Lin Ran. His mind raced, envisioning an array of even more prestigious schools where he could facilitate Lin Ran's admission, the elite universities of the second tier. Thus, Wei Kai declared, no need for an explanation, until Shanyang interjected. Wei Shuai, this is not an oversight. It is simply that Lin Ran's name has yet to appear. Yet to appear? The implications of this statement were staggering, the contrast overwhelming, causing Wei Kai's mind to short-circuit for a full second. With a quiver in his voice, he asked, are you suggesting that Lin Ran, an E-grade professional specializing in fuel power sources, has achieved a top 10 result in Xishan City? Others promptly affirmed, indeed. Lin Ran possesses numerous advantages. We too found his results hard to believe, yet this is the undeniable truth. Ha ha. Wei Kai laughed heartily, clapping Shanyang on the shoulder with exuberance. I told you, anyone capable of raising a daughter with a restricted class profession must have exceptional insight. In Wei Kai's eyes, only envy remained. To speak candidly, Lin Ran was merely 9 years old at the time, and when you brought him back, I offered to adopt him, but you declined. Ah, you were waiting for me here, were you? Shanyang laughed heartily in response. Wei Kai continued, well, let me see how Lin Ran ranks. I guess he's south in 10th place. Shanyang's expression shifted slightly. Wei Kai reassured him. 10th place for a fuel engine is outstanding. Certainly among the most exceptional in modern Great Xia history. The top 10 rankings began to be unveiled. 10th place, Wang Haoyan, LV14. Wei Kai was somewhat taken aback. This lad managed to secure 9th place. I'm beginning to be impressed. 9th place, Fang Xing, LV14. Wei Kai was growing increasingly anxious. Well, this fellow is in 8th place. I always had faith in him. After saying this, he cast a glance at those around him, his expression suggesting he had just been praising Lin Ran. However, he failed to notice the lack of agreement in their expressions. They were all equally silent. 8th place, Tan Zhao, LV14. Wei Kai sensed something was amiss. Is there more to come? 7th place, Yin Lang, LV14. Wei Kai, what is this? 6th place, Wu Tai, LV15. Wei Kai, 6. 5th place, Bailey Qingyun, LV15. Wei Kai, can he claim 4th? 4th place, Hong Feihong, LV15. It became evident that several students had ascended to LV15 through their diligent efforts. Chapter 35. The college entrance examination begins. Go, go, go. The early ranks bore many similarities, hence were arranged according to experience points. It was only upon the confirmation of the 4th name that Wei Kai finally realized he had misinterpreted Shanyang. I thought you were heartbroken. The crowd responded, you finally understand. Wei Kai, I never anticipated that Lin Ran would achieve 3rd place. The crowd. Shanyang lowered his head, rubbing his temples with his thumb and middle finger, struggling to suppress laughter. 3rd place, Wu Hu, LV15. At this moment, Wei Kai was thoroughly unsettled, his expression transitioning seamlessly from confusion to shock, then to fear, and finally to joy. 2nd place? I can't believe it. The crowd was rendered speechless. Regardless of how one might interpret the situation, some leaders could no longer contain their amusement. They had not expected that revealing rankings could elicit such laughter. 2nd place, and Jing, LV15. With the announcement of the 2nd place, Wei Kai's expression grew even more complex, akin to a painful mask being bought, sold, and repurchased repeatedly. He realized he had inadvertently become the greatest villain in Gotham City. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, he looked at the crowd. Why did no one inform me of this situation ahead of time? The crowd was filled with countless retorts. Among them, the most pressing was, thankfully, we mentioned it earlier, otherwise, it would truly be indefensible now. We have already conveyed everything to you. The report card has been submitted. Did you not read it? Wei Kai was rendered speechless, yet in the face of such a delightful surprise, everything else paled in comparison. With a sigh, he reflected, after so many years, I never imagined that someone would bring a fuel power source to triumph over a multitude of electric heart power sources and claim first place. This defies logic. Yet it has indeed occurred. Let us applaud Lin Ran, the top scorer in theoretical achievements and overall rankings from Shishan City. First place, Lin Ran, LV18. The moment Lin Ran's result was announced, Wei Kai led the applause, which radiated outward from him, engulfing the entire square as tens of thousands joined in. The sound akin to thunderous waves. Although it was already known that Lin Ran was first, Wei Kai had envisioned a first-place contender as LV15, with experience points slightly exceeding those of the second place. This was within the realm of reason. In reality, from the 4th place onward to the 16th, all were LV14, merely differing in total experience points. Such is the nature of competition. The minutest discrepancy can lead to vast divergences. Yet, Wei Kai never anticipated that Lin Ran, the first, would surpass Jing, the second, by 3 levels. What does a 3-level difference signify? One might say that while Jing is akin to a kindergarten child, Lin Ran has already matured into a middle schooler. Wei Kai was left in sheer astonishment. Following the announcement of the college entrance examinations level results, all individuals' levels would be locked in. Regardless of any upgrades prior to the examination, the official national assessment would be scored based on their current levels. A night passed in silence. Yet, it was not entirely silent, as various esteemed families sought to court Lin Ran, promising benefits or financial support. Shan Yang had mentioned this to him. Lin Ran had declined all offers. Accepting money means one must fulfill obligations, and I am not in need of money. Indeed, over the span of 3 days, during which most of the time was spent resting, Lin Ran still earned 65 million gold coins. After repaying Shan Yang the 100,000, Lin Ran retained 65 million gold coins. This fortune was earned solely by Lin Ran's own efforts, allowing him the freedom to spend as he pleased, unencumbered by others' guidance. Shan Yang also mentioned an interesting matter. Jing's parents had requested him to act as a matchmaker, expressing that Jing harbored feelings for Lin Ran and suggesting they might explore a relationship. Given that the Yin family is preeminent in Shishan City, holding a position of considerable influence nationally, they hoped Lin Ran might consider this. Lin Ran declined, recognizing that such overtures were merely a consequence of his proven strength. Thus, as long as he possessed power, numerous young women would be eager to pursue him. Yet, he did not pursue this for such attention. He merely articulated a straightforward truth. Strength and wealth are the most reliable allies. As for everything else, let it be. The following day, before Lin Ran departed, he entrusted the key to Shan Yang, a reward for attaining the first rank in Shishan City, an exquisite 150 square meter residence. Achieving the pinnacle of rank, unless one meets an untimely demise, invariably heralds a promising future. Why did he not bid farewell? Initially, Lin Ran struggled to comprehend, but as he prepared to leave, the realization dawned upon him. No matter where one ventures or how far one travels, the memory of Shishan City, the place that nurtured him, lingers, accompanied by the knowledge that a home awaits him. For Lin Ran, Shishan City held not just this house, but also his esteemed foster father, Shan Yang. He was aware that Shan Yang had sold the house and moved into a dormitory at the school, hence he entrusted the key to him. Shan Yang declined, deeming the matter significant. With a playful smile, Lin Ran quipped, "A house belongs to someone. That is what a home is. A vacant house offers no solace, even if one sleeps within its walls." Shan Yang nodded in agreement, advising him to perform well in the college entrance examination. After the exams, I shall return to you the memories you had before the age of 9. Regardless of the outcome, do not place excessive pressure upon yourself. Steadily aim for the top 10,000. Lin Ran nodded, acknowledging that the college entrance examination was a fierce competition among millions of candidates nationwide, where one misstep could lead to the elimination of tens of thousands. Nevertheless, Lin Ran's rank already met the criteria for admission into the prestigious Long School. The formal examination served to validate his abilities, ensuring his rightful place, requiring only a modest display of his talent. Moreover, a higher rank would naturally afford him greater privileges upon entering university. Indeed, Long School comprises several campuses, essentially delineating regular classes from elite ones, where higher rankings receive enhanced cultivation. However, there existed a caveat. Should one underperform, despite meeting the requisite rank and profession standards, admission could still be denied. For those with lower ranks might outshine one in performance, resulting in disqualification. At 5 in the morning, all candidates from Shishan City passed through the portal, entering the provincial capital. During the transmission, many students felt a twinge of anxiety. It was rumored that this examination differed from previous ones, while the rules remained largely unchanged. The venue had shifted. Indeed, the official website revealed that this examination offered greater opportunities for ordinary professions. Previously, examinations were conducted locally. Now, candidates were transported directly to the provincial capital, an impressive undertaking. I have heard that the teleportation array has been under construction for years. This grand project could serve not only for college entrance exams, but also for military defense. Lin Ran stepped through security into the teleportation array, which was situated adjacent to the Shishan City train station, occupying an area larger than the station itself. Its internal structure resembled that of the train station. Yet ticket sales had yet to commence, possibly due to high costs or other reasons. In essence, whether by train or teleportation, costs were paramount. The expenses associated with such extensive intercity transportation were exorbitant. The Shishan City Teleportation Array, a municipal facility, consisted of 8 variable teleportation arrays, operating every 5 minutes and capable of transporting 5,000 individuals simultaneously. Theoretically, at full capacity, it could convey 50,000 people to a single destination. Ding! At that moment, a message from the trading hall arrived, sent by Fong Ning. Keep going. I will be waiting for you at Long School. Chapter 36. First Layer. This weakness feels unfamiliar. Now that the national government has implemented teleportation arrays for the college entrance examination, it is likely a step towards commercializing teleportation. I believe that in the near future, various modes of transportation will be supplanted, allowing us to simply stand on a miniaturized teleportation array at home, and in the next moment, arrive at our destination. How exhilarating. Lin Ran spent less than 5 minutes within the teleportation array, covering several hundred kilometers to reach Shizhou, the capital city of Shishan province. The examination venue was simply arranged beside the provincial teleportation array, situated on a flattened expanse of barren land. Standing atop the barren ground were 300,000 candidates from 8 cities within the province, gazing up at the ethereal white tower that seemed to shimmer in the sky. Was this the Tower of the Unborn from Long School? No, it was merely a projection, likely representing the content of our entrance examination. However, I have heard that such a challenge is reserved for high-level professionals. Would we not be walking to our doom? It was reiterated that it was a projection, and the difficulty would surely be adjusted to fit the examination format. Soon, all candidates were prepared. Those unready, anxious, or facing unforeseen circumstances would have their examination qualifications revoked, as it was simply impractical to delay over 5 million candidates for the sake of a few. In the sky, the chief examiner of Shizhou floated, and over 300,000 candidates looked up at him with admiration, suspended in the void, a sight both awe-inspiring and daunting. His voice resonated in every ear. The formal college entrance examination does not assess theoretical knowledge, but rather combat prowess. The version of the Tower of the Unborn for the entrance examination consists of only 10 layers, with each layer increasing in difficulty. Every attack, every dodge, every kill, and every ascent will automatically record your score, which will be fixed upon elimination. The chief examiner elaborated on the scoring and ranking mechanism, detailing the stringent score thresholds required for admission into various universities, from ordinary institutions to the elite first tier. Therefore, do not presume that merely meeting the rank requirements guarantees a place in your desired university. Without sufficient capability, even prestigious institutions will not admit the inept. Furthermore, the highest institution recognized by the Great Xia, Long School, mandates that candidates must rank within the top 5,000 nationally for admission. As each rigid criterion was unveiled, many students felt disheartened, as if all their previous efforts had been in vain. Yanfeng seemed to perceive the students' sentiments and shifted his tone to offer comfort. There is no need for despair. As the saying goes, rules are immutable, but humanity is dynamic. This entrance examination will be monitored by tens of thousands of examiners nationwide. Each candidate will receive heightened scrutiny. As long as you strive and exert your utmost, your brilliance will not go unnoticed. We believe that every individual and profession has a unique path to advancement. Thus, even if your ranking does not meet the standards, as long as you demonstrate your efforts, we will document everything and forward it to your desired university for consideration, discussing the most suitable position for your future. Therefore, those who possess intrinsic merit will inevitably shine. Now is your moment to radiate. Perhaps the only time in your life when such a multitude of observers will witness your brilliance, transforming your potential into tangible value. The dream embraces reality for the first time, possibly the only occasion. Hence, I declare the college entrance examination officially commenced. Yanfeng's impassioned words ignited the fervor of all candidates. This year's examination is more humane, with stricter regulations, offering opportunities to ordinary professions and lower-ranked candidates. Those who excel may catch the attention of their dream universities. Moreover, even those who reach the final rounds, despite not meeting rank requirements, stand a significant chance of entering esteemed institutions. As for Lin Ran, The scene before him shifted dramatically, and when he regained clarity of his surroundings, he found himself on the first layer of the Tower of the Unborn. Upon entering this initial layer, all students discovered a disconcerting truth. Their equipment was rendered inoperative. What on earth? Why can't I use the gear I purchased for millions? Why can't I retrieve the rare bronze weapon I just acquired? The voice of Yin Feng echoed in the ears of all candidates. Entering the Tower of the Lifeless, all equipment is rendered unusable, and each individual is bestowed with a bronze-level white profession weapon, all possessing identical attributes. This constitutes a clandestine rule for this year's entrance examination. What a remarkable hidden stipulation it is. Many affluent heirs turned pale at once. They had relied on their immense wealth and connections to elevate their levels, spending copious amounts of gold in the marketplace prior to the examination, acquiring various gears suitable for their professions, all in a bid to dominate the entrance assessment. Now, however, their equipment is rendered obsolete. They must rely solely on their skills. The wealthy scions were expressions of dismay. In contrast, the vast majority of ordinary candidates are elated. Their own equipment was already subpar, and now that everyone's gear is uniform, the outcome hinges entirely on their abilities. Of course, Yin Feng further elucidated. This hidden rule is triggered at random, and it is possible that upon reaching the next level, your equipment may once again be usable. The ultimate authority rests with the organizers of the examination. This serves to placate the affluent parents and families. However, given the organizers' evident inclination towards valuing the performance of ordinary students, the likelihood of this hidden rule being activated is quite high. Thus, such ambiguity is maddening. Should one invest lavishly in equipment before the next examination? Undoubtedly, for what if it becomes necessary? This situation not only stimulates the economy surrounding the examination, but also safeguards the interests of the common populace and ordinary candidates, for during the examination period, it becomes significantly easier for the average person to earn a living. It is, in fact, a clever ploy to shear the wealthy, while simultaneously expressing gratitude to the organizers. The first level of the Tower of the Lifeless. The power of thought is more resilient than steel. If you lack the determination, you might as well concede. The voice echoed within the vastness of the tower as Lin Ran gazed upon the monsters of the first level. 8 goblins stood in orderly formation. Name: Green Goblin. Level: LV5. Health: 100. Actual health: 500 points. Strength: 50. Agility: 50. Spirit: 10. Skills: none. Lin Ran found it somewhat disconcerting to witness such low attributes. They were simply too feeble. The Green Goblin, diminutive in stature, represented a common type of goblin, albeit rare in Shishan City, where this weak breed had been eradicated previously. Therefore, for the candidates from Shishan City, confronting these diminutive goblins felt somewhat unusual, as they were accustomed to facing goblins with 8-pack abs. Despite facing the Green Goblins, Lin Ran did not hold back and summoned 8 liquid metal skeletal warriors. Chapter 37. Lacking in challenge, it was a series of instantaneous defeats. The 8 skeletal warriors brandished their long knives, slicing through the air and plunging them directly into the skulls of the 8 goblins. With a series of muffled thuds, the goblins' bodies disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering across the ground as steam rose into the air. 500, 500, 500, all annihilated. The entire engagement took less than a second. You have successfully cleared the first level, currently surpassing 98 of candidates nationwide. Would you like to proceed directly to the next level? 98? Are there truly experts among them? Lin Ran hesitated not a moment and advanced. The second level of the Tower of the Lifeless. Forget that fear, gaze ahead and proceed. Never halt. Retreat only invites decay, and cowardice summons demise. The second level retained the goblins, but increased the intensity. There were not only 3 wild goblins, but also a throwing goblin. The wild goblins necessitated teamwork to defeat, boasting high defense and commendable output, complemented by a throwing goblin lurking behind for ambush. This second level would likely eliminate a considerable number of students. Of course, the strength of the wild goblins was significantly reduced, their health set at only 1,000 points, a reduction to a third of the normal standard. And the throwing goblin was similarly weakened. Yet, before Lin Ran, they remained exceedingly feeble. As with the first level, the skeletal warriors employed a single strike attack method, hurling their blades with precision to swiftly dispatch their foes. You have successfully cleared the second level, currently surpassing 98 of candidates nationwide. Would you like to proceed directly to the next level? Again, 98? Are there still many skilled individuals? Onward he went. The third level of the Tower of the Lifeless. It is precisely because victory is imperative that we engage in battle. The third level featured not goblins, but rather a pale-skinned lowly. Her elongated ears suggested she was not human, possibly an elf or a similar creature. Name: Apprentice Summoner Sharon. Level: LV10. Health: 200. Actual health: 3,000 points. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 300. Skills, Magic Shield, immunizes 30 damage while active. Knockback, strikes the opponent with her wand. Puppet Substitute, when receiving fatal damage, Sharon's puppet takes the damage instead. Magic Missile, fires projectiles that inflict magical damage. Whip, enhances the speed and damage of summoned creatures. Summon Goblin, summons one goblin matching the strength of the previous level's goblins. Summon Throwing Goblin, as above. It was evident that the intensity of the third level had escalated, and candidates would now confront a formidable summoner. Not only could she summon goblins, but she also possessed abilities to enhance her summons, could deal damage herself, and had both a shield and a means of evading death. This meant that regardless of the damage inflicted, she would not be eliminated in the first wave. If the first wave failed to eliminate her, the summoner would begin to summon goblins in droves, launching ranged attacks, a truly challenging adversary. This level would likely see even more candidates eliminated. However, this bore little consequence for Lin Ran. To be prudent, he summoned 10 skeletal warriors. The first action upon meeting was for one skeletal warrior to hurl a long knife that struck Sharon squarely in the head. 3,000. Unsurprisingly, even without equipment, the attributes of the skeletal warriors were already formidable, and one must not forget Lin Ran's own level of LV18. It was a clear case of attribute supremacy. Slaying her in one blow was entirely reasonable. Naturally, Sharon did not perish. She appeared on the opposite side of the arena. The knife now lodged in the head of a puppet. With a swift motion, another skeletal warrior launched a blade. This time, it was a definitive end. You have successfully cleared the third level, currently surpassing 99 of candidates nationwide. Would you like to proceed directly to the next level? Excellent, 99. Onward once more. The fourth level of the Tower of the Lifeless, regardless of whether I observe it or not, as long as I do not believe. It shall be as though it does not exist. The adversaries of the fourth level comprised 3, an apprentice warrior, an apprentice priest, and an apprentice gunslinger. Name, Apprentice Warrior. Level, LV10. Health, 500. Actual health, 5,000 points. Strength, 500. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Skills, Knockback, Power Burst, Block and Counter, Spinning Slash. The panels of the other two were quite similar. The warrior absorbed damage, the priest healed, and the gunslinger provided damage output. Though each of them was capable of inflicting harm, the priest possesses the remarkable ability to resurrect fallen comrades and grant them damage immunity. The challenge at hand is undeniably formidable. In such circumstances, relying solely on a mere white weapon can evoke a sense of despair. Yet, Lin Ran remains unfazed. Before the challenge commences, a prompt materializes before Lin Ran. Currently, the number of individuals entering the fourth level is limited. Would you prefer to wait for others to join this level before forming a team to embark on the challenge? A maximum of 2 individuals can be teamed at the fourth level. Congratulations, you have received 10 ordinary health restoration potions from the Tower of the Lifeless. Ah, indeed, the intensity of the fourth level has escalated beyond what the average contender can withstand. The organizers of the examination are not merely increasing the difficulty to torment the candidates. The fourth level is designed to test the capability for teamwork. Team formation is limited to 2 members, and each participant reaching this level is granted 10 health restoration potions. Health Restoration Potion. Exclusive to the Tower of the Lifeless. Upon use, it instantly restores 15 of health, with a cooldown period of 1 minute. Should one exit the Tower of the Lifeless, the potion will vanish. 10 healing potions represent a significant advantage. For intermediate candidates, this boon could enable solo attempts. For those at the lower tiers, they may await other candidates to join them in the challenge, albeit at the cost of lagging behind in scoring. However, all of this is of no consequence to Lin Ran. 3 monsters can be felled with a single strike, and even 2 strikes can dispatch them, only to be revived thereafter. So, Lin Ran summoned 12 mechanical skeleton warriors, each receiving 2 strikes. All perished, and upon revival, they were dispatched once more, taking only a few seconds longer than defeating a goblin. You have successfully cleared the fourth level, surpassing 99 of candidates nationwide. Would you like to proceed directly to the next level? You have successfully cleared the fifth level, surpassing 99 of candidates nationwide. Would you like to proceed directly to the next level? You have successfully cleared the 6th level, surpassing 99 of candidates nationwide. Would you like to proceed directly to the next level? In the West State Examination Room, 3,000 proctors are intently observing the performance of 300,000 candidates. The Tower of the Lifeless automatically records every participant's gameplay and relays the information to the proctors, thus reducing their workload significantly. Countless screens hover in midair, and candidates performing exceptionally well receive score confirmation notifications. The performance of 99 of candidates appears quite ordinary. Yet, There is one individual whose incessant leaps have rendered the faces of all proctors rather grim. This is an exceptional case. The performance is so extraordinary that it requires higher-level confirmation of the scores. Consequently, the proctors urgently contact the Chief Examiner of West State. Yin Feng. Chief Examiner Yin, you must come and see. There is a student whose performance is utterly astonishing. Chapter 38. An Awkward Atmosphere. As the Chief Examiner of West State, Yin Feng bears a considerable burden. He must meticulously document the top performers among West State candidates, as they will reflect upon his achievements and represent the entire region's reputation. Being summoned, Yin Feng feels a twinge of displeasure. He is well aware of the professional ranks of West State candidates. The highest rank is merely S-class, and the Tower of the Lifeless is meticulously designed. The initial 3 levels pose little challenge for these proficient occupations, but upon reaching the 4th level, the pace inevitably slows. The 5th level demands strategic thinking, and the 6th level necessitates overcoming formidable obstacles. At the onset of the examination, even S-class professions are unlikely to surpass the 4th level. It is impossible for them to exceed the 5th. The absence of ranks above S-class is due to the fact that those who reach SSS class are directly recommended by prestigious institutions, swarmed by those eager to take them as disciples. This principle applies nationwide. The greater the ability, the better the treatment. Oh no, it is the greater the responsibility. As for SS class, they are transported separately to Dragon City, where they undergo their examinations. This arrangement serves a dual purpose, to ensure a fair experience for them, and to maintain equity for all candidates nationwide. Higher-ranking professions that progress too swiftly may dampen the spirits of other contenders. Thus, SS-class candidates are designated to Dragon City, while SSS-class candidates are entirely exempted from this process. Also directed to Dragon City. There, specialized provisions are made for SSS-class candidates to ascend to the highest tiers. However, their ascent holds little significance, as they are already assured of their placements. Yin Feng engages in conversation with his companions, remarking on a remarkable profession emerging from West City. One that has surpassed the SSS class to achieve a restricted level. Such a prodigious existence would directly gain entry into the premier district of the Dragon Academy. With their identity concealed, destined to be tormented by wealth and fame, surrounded by luxurious villas, sports cars, and beautiful models, nothing particularly appealing springs to mind. One of Yin Feng's friends casually mentions Lin Ran. By the way, we have a student named Lin Ran in West City, who has reached level 18. Not only is he the highest level in West City, but he also holds the top rank in West State. His performance is likely to be impressive, wouldn't you agree? Yin Feng chuckles derisively, his eyes reflecting a sense of profound skepticism. Do you truly believe that an E-class profession could ascend to level 18? What do you mean by that? Yin Feng replies, there have been instances where ordinary professions have reached level 18, albeit D-class, achieving commendable results due to their level advantage. However, prior to entering the Dragon Academy, their true capabilities were found to be inconsistent with their performance. I don't quite understand. Yin Feng elaborates. Certain professions are innately suited for excelling in examinations. Do you comprehend? Indeed. These individuals are orchestrated to create the illusion that an ordinary person can gain admission to the Dragon Academy, subsequently inflating this notion to cultivate a national idol. Ultimately, it is the lower-income populace that bears the brunt of this deception. The others are taken aback, realizing the shocking undercurrents at play. Thus, this year, all equipment has been standardized. Everyone is equipped with white gear. The choice of the Tower of the Lifeless serves to present a heightened challenge to candidates, with various monsters strategically placed across designated levels, aimed at ensuring that those who seek to inflate their scores are weeded out. As Yin Feng approaches the examination room, a flicker of anticipation remains in his gaze. West State still boasts several commendable professions. Among the S-class, 2 are remarkably close to SS class, and within the A-class, there are a few standout candidates. A slow smile begins to curl at the corners of Yin Feng's mouth. Being summoned now likely indicates that someone has performed exceptionally well, managing to solo clear the 4th level, perhaps even the 5th. The others gasp in astonishment. Just a couple of days ago, I attempted the 4th level challenge and faced the warriors, gunners, and priests. It was unbearable. The warriors were tough and resilient, blocking every attack, while the gunners, akin to thieves, targeted vulnerabilities with rapid fire. After finally managing to deal damage, the priest restored their health completely, and to top it off, after dispatching the warrior, that priest resurrected him. Another scoffs dismissively. Did you not consider taking out the backline? The speaker, filled with indignation, retorts, if I could reach the backline, would I need your advice? This is not a challenge that can be soloed. Merely at the 4th level, these seasoned veterans are already beleaguered. Contemplating the 5th level is beyond their imagination. Now, Yin Feng suggests that someone may have cleared the 5th level? This undoubtedly piques everyone's curiosity. After all, the examination has only just begun, not even 5 minutes have elapsed. What kind of profession, what level, and what skills are required to conquer the 5th level? As several individuals enter the examination room, they are immediately approached by a representative proctor. Chief Examiner Yin, one student's performance has been exceptionally outstanding. His name is. As he began to speak, Yin Feng raised his hand, effectively interrupting him. I am aware. It is not that you are unaware, but rather he is. Are you suggesting that you intend to instruct me? I would not dare presume. But, no buts. Let me ask you directly. Has anyone cleared the 5th level? Yes. Yes, indeed. Excellent. Now, please bring up the real-time surveillance of Lu Sheng. Yes, Mr. Yan. With great confidence, Yin Feng stated. This student named Lu Sheng is an S-class swordsman. A swordsman? But their damage output is typically not very high, is it? Yin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. I have studied his skills. His damage escalates against formidable foes. I am certain that apart from him, no one else could have cleared the 5th level in such a brief time. Soon, Lu Sheng's real-time footage was displayed. The scene revealed Lu Sheng engaged in combat with 3 humanoid monsters, a novice warrior poised with a sword in defense, a novice priest exuding an air of righteousness, and a novice gunslinger with a rather lewd expression. The imagery appeared somewhat familiar, prompting Yin Feng's friends to exchange puzzled glances. Doesn't this resemble the monsters from the 4th level? With furrowed brows, one of them pondered aloud. Ah, so the 6th level also features these 3 creatures. How unexpected. His intention was merely to lighten the tense atmosphere, not to target anyone, yet his words drew the attention of those around him. I said nothing, he added, after confirming. Yin Feng noted that Lu Sheng was still challenging the 4th level. Ah, that makes sense. It must be another student, the beast summoner from Shishan City. Quiet. The scene shifted to quiet. Once again, there was the novice warrior, the righteous novice priest, and the gunslinger whose face made Yin Feng wish to leap into the screen to smack him. Still the 4th level? Could it be that some A-class profession has taken the stage? The footage rapidly transitioned through various individuals, all of whom remained stuck at the 4th level, with some even faltering at the 2nd level due to mistakes. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Fortunately, the representative from the examination room was articulate. Mr. Yin, to be frank, I also did not expect this student to perform so strongly. My reaction was even more pronounced than yours. I too am curious as to how so many S-class and A-class professions failed to clear the 5th level, while he, an E-class profession, managed to do so in such a short time. Yet, this indeed transpired, and we have reviewed the footage. There was no foul play. It fully adhered to examination protocols. Chapter 39. Are you interested in viewing Lin Ran's replay? Yin Feng paused momentarily. What is this student's profession level? E level? Yin Feng gasped. E level? Who exactly is he? Lin Ran. He is from Shishan City, the name of the school. Lin Ran. I know him. No need for further elaboration. In that instant, both Yin Feng and his companions were engulfed in profound astonishment. They had just been discussing how Lin Ran was merely a puppet, artificially nurtured for points. And now this puppet had cleared the 5th level. Clearing the first 3 levels was no great feat. The 4th level required genuine skill. The 5th level was a testament to Lin Ran's capabilities. It is worth noting that many examiners struggle to solo the 4th level even after lowering their levels. Now, merely 7 minutes into the examination, Lin Ran had cleared the 5th level. He was undeniably a prodigy. Yin Feng swiftly accepted the reality. His attitude towards Lin Ran undergoing a complete transformation, though doubts still lingered in his heart. If Lin Ran truly cleared the 5th level solely based on his own abilities, then he would certainly extend a helping hand to him. Bring up the real-time footage of the 6th level. I wish to see how he performs. The representative from the examination room wore a bittersweet smile. Mr. Yin, are you implying you want to watch Lin Ran's replay? Yin Feng, somewhat at a loss for words, frowned. What do you mean by that? Is our real-time monitoring malfunctioning? Just as he began to articulate his thoughts, Yin Feng suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that he, Lin Ran, has already cleared the 6th level? The surrounding voices erupted in admiration and disbelief. No way. This kid is extraordinary. I thought he was still battling the 6th level, but he has already cleared it. Yin Feng's smile broadened. Such rapid progression through the 6th level could only be matched by the elite professionals from Long City. Very well, please bring up the real-time footage of the 7th level. Yin Feng regarded the examination representative, who bore a look of both resignation and elation. This stirred a tremor within Yin Feng. What is that expression? Don't tell me the 7th level has also been reduced to mere footage? The representative swallowed hard. In response to Mr. Yin, just 10 seconds ago, Lin Ran cleared the 7th level of the Tower of Lifelessness, and he is now challenging the 8th level. This unexpected revelation rendered the crowd speechless. The 8th level? The 8th level? Surely even the prodigies from Long City had yet to reach that stage? It was inconceivable. From the 6th level onward, rapid progression was impossible, as it underwent rigorous testing. Even SSS-class professions could not manage that. How then had Lin Ran accomplished such a feat? The onlookers exchanged glances, their faces filled with anticipation as they turned their attention to the footage of Lin Ran in the 8th level. For Lin Ran, the transition from the 4th level to the 7th level posed little challenge until he arrived at the 8th level. Here, the intensity began to escalate. The candidates faced an elite monster, and the 8th level permitted up to 6 individuals to challenge it simultaneously, with a replenishment of 30 potions allowed. Name: Intermediate Priest. Level: LV19. Health: 1000. Actual health: 100,000 points. Strength: 1000. Agility: 1000. Spirit: 1000. Skills: Knockback. Raise the cross to strike targets, sending them flying. Embrace Kill. Grab the target at close range and slam them into a wall, inflicting significant physical damage and stunning them for 15 seconds. With the skill cast during a state of invulnerability. Speed Burst. Increases movement speed by 200 for 10 seconds. Healing Spell. Heals allies, restoring 30 of own health. Lightning Rune. Summons a lightning bolt above the target, dealing fixed magical damage and inflicting an additional electrocution effect. Demonic Hand. Summons a hand of darkness to seize the target and inflict shadow damage. Cross Descent. Summons a cross, binding all enemies within range and continuously dealing light damage. Exorcism. Removes all negative effects from oneself, increasing magic resistance and physical defense. Resurrection. Passive. Automatically revives upon death with a cooldown of 1 minute. Great Euro. Swings the cross to continuously rotate, inflicting substantial physical and light damage, remaining in a state of invulnerability during the skill while reducing damage taken by 90. Holy Light Lock Death Trigger. Upon the Intermediate Priest's death, this skill activates, locking onto a target and dealing light damage equivalent to 99 of their maximum health. Merely glancing at the stats was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The page seemed unending, a sight so terrifying. Is this truly what you call an Intermediate Priest? The chief examiner from Shishan City, Yin Feng, knew little of the 8th level's monsters, and upon witnessing the monster statistics, he too gasped in disbelief. This is a level 19 monster? His attributes are rather mediocre, to be honest. I could easily eliminate him with a single blow. However, those daring to challenge this monster possess only a single piece of white equipment along with a few potions. The probability of defeating him is exceedingly low. Some have meticulously analyzed the skills of the Intermediate Priest and discovered a flaw. The challenger merely needs to vanquish him once, and then, within a minute of his resurrection, defeat him again. The speaker's tone lacked confidence. Are you suggesting that a student under level 20, wielding a white weapon, could confront a creature with 100,000 health points, regeneration, damage mitigation, and exceptionally high damage output, not only to slay him, but also to repeat the feat within a minute? Setting aside the subsequent challenges, even if one could defeat him, this would trigger his ultimate ability, Holy Light Lock, which could instantly reduce 99 of your health, a significant implication, as this pertains to maximum life points, meaning you must maintain 100 health at the moment of his defeat, otherwise, you face immediate elimination. Furthermore, accomplishing all of this, your damage output must be sufficiently high to defeat him within that minute, otherwise, he will continuously resurrect, rendering him invincible. Is this truly the 8th tier? I now comprehend the terrifying nature of SSS-level professions. This seems tailored exclusively for the prodigies of Dragon City. The difficulty of the 7th tier is not trivial either. Without an SSS rank, solo completion is impossible, and even with such a rank, it cannot be achieved swiftly. Yin Feng glanced at the back-end data, his astonishment deepening. Currently, no one has cleared the 7th tier, except for Lin Ran. A chill ran down everyone's spine, a peculiar emotion rising from within, transforming into euphoric elation. Does this mean we in Shijo are leading by a wide margin? Chapter 40. What 8th tier? It was dispatched in an instant. Indeed, everyone fixated intently on the largest screen, missing not a single detail, eager to observe Lin Ran's maneuvers. On Lin Ran's side, he merely glanced and felt no significant impact. The attributes appeared quite ordinary, and the damage output was negligible. The damage mitigation and resurrection capabilities merely delayed Lin Ran's advance. With a mere lift of his hand, 50 liquid metal skeletal warriors materialized upon the arena, their crimson infrared sensors locking onto the Intermediate Priest as they charged forth wielding their blades. 50 was not Lin Ran's maximum limit. It was merely the cap for optimal output, as only 20 or so skeletal warriors could surround the Intermediate Priest. The remaining 20 were poised for seamless output once their allies, Heavy Strike, skill cooled down. Observing the approaching skeletal warriors, the priest activated his exorcism spell. significantly enhancing his physical and magical defenses. As Lin Ran's level was one rank lower than the intermediate priest, he would incur a damage reduction due to the level disparity. The first skeletal warrior's blade struck the intermediate priest. 7758, a rather formidable figure. Lin Ran felt no apprehension. He was merely calculating how many strikes it would take to dispatch him. Yet those monitoring the scene, including Yin Feng, were left utterly astonished. Initially, they beheld 50 skeletal warriors with white bones, assuming they were merely standard skeletons. However, upon witnessing the damage figure of 7,758, they were rendered speechless. Good heavens! What damage is this? Nearly 8,000 damage per second? And this is just one skeletal warrior. This fellow summoned 50 in one go. Unbelievable. Upon closer inspection, they noticed something amiss. Why did this skeletal warrior have red eyes that did not resemble mere reflected light or blood, but rather an electronic glow? Moreover, skeletal warriors are typically hollow. Yet the ones he summoned appeared densely packed, with intricate wiring around their necks. What on earth is this creature? Amid the astonished gazes, the remaining skeletal warriors struck the intermediate priest. One strike dealt 7,758 damage. 20 strikes would carry him away. Of course, the intermediate priest soon realized the skeletal warriors were formidable foes, constantly healing himself and preemptively activating the giant Euro skill, acquiring a 90 damage reduction. The damage of 7758 was mitigated to merely 775. Coupled with the priest's intermittent healing, his health loss was momentarily halted. Outside, tension filled the air. Hold on. The priest is about to retaliate. They merely need to endure this wave. Yes, the priest's healing skill has a lengthy cooldown. If they can withstand this onslaught, they can strike back. However, events did not unfold as anticipated. This was simply because Lin Ran's skeletal warriors had yet to utilize their heavy strike skill. As for withstanding the priest's output, there was no need. Even primitive goblins posed no threat to Lin Ran, who could easily match them in bare equipment. Why should he concern himself with a mere priest? Let us dispatch him. 25 liquid metal skeletal warriors simultaneously unleashed heavy strikes, and with 25 heavy strikes, the priest's health plummeted to 0 in an instant. The priest commenced his offensive, unleashing a flurry of skills. Though these inflicted substantial damage on the skeletal warriors, they disregarded him, enduring the assault, cycling in a second wave of skeletal warriors, and unleashing another round of heavy strikes, ultimately dispatching the intermediate priest. An instant kill. Those outside were left speechless. They had never anticipated that Lin Ran had not even unleashed a single skill. I initially believed he had exerted all his strength, yet it turned out he was merely executing ordinary attacks. Goodness, this fellow possesses extraordinary capabilities. It seems the 8th tier does not even qualify as an obstacle for him. Could it be that he aims to speedrun the 8th tier as well? Yin Feng, however, shook his head, lifting his enamel cup to sip some hot tea. The 8th tier is not so simple. Defeating the priest is merely the beginning. Lin Ran must endure this wave of damage as well. In the next moment, a 6-winged angelic apparition ascended from the priest's corpse, instantly locking onto the instigator, Lin Ran, and unleashing a divine light judgment upon him. Just before the holy light struck Lin Ran, a skeletal warrior interposed himself, absorbing all the damage. Outside, Yin Feng spat out his hot beverage. What manner of skeletal warrior is this, that it can react so swiftly? His skeletal warrior just instantaneously shielded him from damage. This skeletal warrior not only possesses formidable combat capabilities, but also an astonishingly rapid response time. The others exchanged glances. This may have been a coincidence. Perhaps that skeletal warrior had merely anticipated the priest's holy light lock, and was prepared to shield Lin Ran from the attack. Yet even so, the eyes of the examiners brimmed with fervor. Such a loyal and protective summon, I have never encountered before. Indeed, they resemble Lin Ran's steadfast companions, vowing to safeguard him at all costs. With such a skeletal warrior, how could his examination results possibly falter? Someone proposed, summons may possess a hidden mechanism whereby the longer they remain alive, the higher their intelligence becomes. If Lin Ran had summoned a skeletal warrior from the moment he acquired his profession, and that skeletal warrior had never perished, it would possess considerable intelligence, and thus be capable of such actions. However, that said, from the moment of acquiring the profession, could one really keep a skeletal warrior alive indefinitely? Wouldn't that necessitate leveling up, which in turn requires defeating monsters, inevitably leading to the sacrifice of summons? One person bore a wry smile, gazing at the fierce liquid metal skeletal warrior. It seems that indeed, that is not a necessity. Do not be deceived by the skeletal warrior's output. Its regenerative capabilities are truly terrifying. Have you noticed that the skeletal warrior's health had plummeted to half after sustaining full damage just moments ago? And now? I ask you now? Indeed, Their health has completely replenished, and we hardly noticed when it occurred. The clamor of debate is relentless. In truth, most have already surmised a possibility, yet they dare not confront it. In the scene, Lin Ran once again charges forward, unleashing a powerful assault that swiftly eliminates the intermediate priest. You have cleared the 8th level, surpassing 100 of candidates nationwide. Would you like to proceed directly to the next level? In fact, by the 7th level, Lin Ran had already outperformed all candidates across the nation. This signifies that Lin Ran is unaccompanied ahead, while behind him, 5 million candidates gaze up at him in awe. Onward to the next level, the outside world. Witnessing the priest's complete lack of a reversal, falls into a profound silence. How utterly brutal. Chapter 41, the 9th level? Just as swift. Not a shred of leeway granted to his adversary. If it were I would surely need to showcase my skills. After all, such a rare opportunity in the examination. And without any competitors ahead. Yet, we have encountered necromancers before, more than one, in fact. How, then, has Lin Ran managed this? At this moment, all eyes turn to Yin Feng, seemingly awaiting his declaration of the answer. Yin Feng nods slightly. You should already comprehend the stakes involved in this matter. Lin Ran is merely 18 years old, and the early awakening of his talent is something I wish to keep confidential. As he speaks, Yin Feng's tone grows increasingly grave. We are not afraid of conflict. Who dares to bully Lin Ran? That would be a slap in the face to us in Shizhou. However, if we can spare Lin Ran some trouble, then let it be so. Preferably, let there be no trouble at all, allowing him ample room for growth. Do you all understand? Immediately, the crowd straightens with resolve. Understood. Their hearts brim with joy. Lin Ran can no longer be assessed by mere professional ranks. The awakening of his talent, even if of the lowest caliber, surpasses that of an S-rank profession. Judging by Lin Ran's current performance, he has already eclipsed SSS rank practitioners. He is destined to leave an indelible mark in the annals of examination history. Lin Ran's success reflects upon Shizhou, signifying the triumph of all its people, bringing honor to the entire region. With the examination barely underway, Lin Ran has surged to the 9th level, and they are witnesses to history, reflecting on past pivotal moments. Those within them often fail to perceive their significance. Now, they understand clearly that they are living through a moment of profound historical importance. In the future, they can proudly declare, Lin Ran, I invigilated him that year. Meanwhile, Yin Feng, upon Lin Ran's personal score report, removes the E-rank designation, only to reconsider and add it back, noting, Lin Ran, E-rank profession, yet his overall performance is not inferior to restricted rank professions. The 9th level of the Tower of the Lifeless. If I do not hold a sword, I cannot protect you. If I continually grip the sword, I cannot embrace you. At the 9th level, Lin Ran faces an elite monster, the first elite creature he has encountered. The elite designation signifies unique abilities, including but not limited to a substantial increase in defense, enlarged size, expanded skill range, and enhanced speed. Notably this time, the background dialogue is not merely ambient sound, but emanates from the creature before him. Before Lin Ran stands a man ensnared by blood-red chains, with wild black hair and blood-red eyes, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. He possesses no arms, his limbs transformed into 2 razor-sharp blades. Name, Cursed Swordmaster Donglang, Elite. Level, LV20. Health, 1500. Actual health, 240,000 points. Strength, 1500. Agility, 1500. Mentality, 1500. Skills, Knockback, Literal, Wisdom Burst, increases mental power tenfold. Half-Moon Slash, wielding weapons to unleash a half-moon strike within a 5-meter radius, knocking back all enemies, dealing magical damage, and reducing dark attribute defense. Full Moon Slash, summoning a half-moon strike from all directions to form a full moon slash, unavoidable and guaranteed to knock back the target, dealing significant magical damage and reducing dark attribute defense. Freezing Magic Array, summoning a large-scale freezing array in a specified direction, with a 99% chance of freezing enemy units within the array for 1 second, activating every second, and dealing magical damage while lowering ice attribute defense. Mummy Magic Array, similar to above, but inflicts blindness and reduces dark attribute defense. Wind Array, similar to above, but inflicts knockback effects and reduces wind attribute defense. Gale Severing Slash, can only be unleashed on knockback targets, dealing 50 of maximum health as physical damage. Curse Strike, instantaneously appearing behind the enemy, reducing the health of all units behind by 50. Cursed Step, 50 evasion. 7th Demon God. Colosio, summons the 7th Demon God, lowering the dark attribute defense of all targets within sight. If an enemy's dark attribute defense reaches 0, each point reduced increases damage by 1, with damage covering the entire arena, exceedingly high damage. Lin Ran merely glances at the creature, feeling little impact. It appears even more formidable than the previous adversary. As Dong Lang does not possess a resurrection or recovery effect, the sole concern lies in its evasion. The 9th level not only provides 20 intermediate recovery potions, but also grants 1 potion for magical resistance, offering exceptional resistance, but lasting only 10 seconds. This level allows for a party of 10. Thus, it is not merely a matter of stacking values, denying candidates the chance to succeed. While Lin Ran remains unfazed, the external observers, including Yin Feng, are on edge. These attributes, these panels, these skills, they transcend mere numerical monsters, embodying a certain mechanism. Indeed, the Curse Strike can directly reduce a target's health by 50. Even if we were to engage, there exists a probability of failure. Surrounding individuals marvel at Dong Lang's power. Yet only Yin Feng frowns deeply. These values are incorrect. The original plan for the examination did not include such skills. Originally, the Full Moon Slash was merely a small area attack. The freezing probability of the Ice Array stood at only 30. The Gale Severing Slash dealt fixed damage. The Curse Strike was a high physical damage reduction, and the evasion probability of Cursed Step was merely 20. Furthermore, his ultimate skill, 7th Demon God, dealt fixed damage without amplification. Once Yin Feng speaks, the crowd begins to grasp the implications. Although the examination rules were communicated to everyone a day prior, alterations emerged on the day itself. What does this signify? It points to a targeting of specific groups capable of discerning examination rules, wealthy and powerful families. They prepare their offspring in advance, conducting targeted training to adapt to changes in the examination. This is undoubtedly unfair. Now, the attributes and skill transformations of Dong Lang at the 9th level confirm this. No matter how prepared one may be, upon reaching the 9th level, one must earnestly demonstrate their true capabilities. The Great Xia does not require geniuses merely to navigate examinations. Yin Feng ponders this, momentarily distracted from the screen's content. Returning to his senses to murmur, with such elevated difficulty, can Lin Ran truly prevail? As he lifted his gaze towards the screen, he sensed something amiss. Wasn't this the 9th level? How had it transformed into the 10th? Turning back, he was met with a multitude of astonished eyes fixated on the screen. Goodness gracious. That was astonishing. He was eliminated in an instant. This maneuver is simply unparalleled. I can barely comprehend it. Indeed, Dong Lang had not even managed to unleash his ultimate skill before being annihilated. Chapter 42. To hell with E-rank. Moreover, why was Dong Lang's evasion probability so lamentably low? Yin Feng was at a loss for words. He had merely glanced away from the screen for a moment, and now he was being told that Lin Ran had dispatched Dong Lang. He isolated a segment of the screen and reviewed the replay. In the footage, Lin Ran summoned 100 skeletal warriors, a routine maneuver. Then, an incomprehensible scene unfolded before Yin Feng's eyes. Lin Ran audaciously charged towards Dong Lang. How could a fragile necromancer engage directly with a renowned magic swordsman celebrated for his formidable defenses and health? The subsequent moment left Yin Feng astonished. Upon collision, the screen was inundated with a dense mass of skeletal warriors, and a flurry of damage values erupted above Dong Lang's head. While the damage wasn't exceptionally high, its frequency was staggering. Dong Lang hardly evaded a single hit. In mere seconds, his health plummeted from 100 to 0, without a hint of unexpected circumstances. Dong Lang was thus obliterated. He hadn't even had the chance to unleash his ultimate ability. Undoubtedly, Yin Feng struggled to fathom this. The reason being Lin Ran's Matrix Defense was perfectly suited for combating such non-regenerating foes. When Matrix Defense is activated, the accuracy of the skeletal warriors is significantly heightened, effectively suppressing Dong Lang. Consequently, he was effortlessly dispatched, even surpassing Lin Ran's own expectations. Of course, even if Dong Lang had a higher evasion probability, it would merely serve to delay Lin Ran's progression, for throughout the encounter, not a single skeletal warrior had perished. It was only when Lin Ran's skeletal warriors fell that his true prowess would be revealed. Alas, these creatures were unworthy. As Dong Lang's form gradually disintegrated and his twin blades fell away, the crimson hue in his eyes faded. My sword may be laid to rest. Yet I remain unable to embrace you, my beloved. You have successfully cleared the 9th level, surpassing 100 of candidates nationwide. Would you like to proceed directly to the next level? Entering, Yin Feng rubbed his temples, as his impression of Lin Ran was constantly being reshaped, shifting from a desire to assist him to a burgeoning admiration for the potential and strength he exhibited. Shizhou was not Lin Ran's arena. Longqing was the place he truly belonged. Seemingly resolute, Yin Feng seized his phone and dialed a number. Teacher Feng, you must come to the examination site in Shizhou personally. Ah, teacher, you don't know how to use the teleportation array? It's fine. Teacher, Just step inside and I'll handle the operation. Upon hearing the title teacher, everyone felt a jolt of surprise. The only individual for whom Yin Feng would use such a formality was Feng Zheng. While his name suggested a straightforward individual, in reality, he was a remarkably ruthless and formidable top-tier professional, standing at the pinnacle of power and influence in Daxia. He was the national chief examiner for this year's college entrance examination and the sole person responsible for its organization. It could be said that the city and provincial teleportation arrays across the nation were conceived by him decades ago, and the sponsorship of the Tower of Lifelessness was also secured through his efforts. Every creature inhabiting the 10 layers of the Tower of Lifelessness was personally selected by him. There was no need to elaborate on his other achievements. In simple terms, standing before him, Yin Feng and his companions felt like children before their parents, too intimidated to utter a word. Before long, the mini teleportation array in the center of the examination room flickered, and a middle-aged man clad in a black business jacket, sporting a retro slick-back hairstyle and brown sunglasses, emerged. Upon his arrival, he smiled and waved at everyone. "Hello, everyone." Instantly, those around him ceased their tasks, standing up to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Feng. Thank you for your hard work." He approached Yin Feng step by step, and his friends noticeably grew tense. Yin Feng waved them off. "You all wait outside. I need to speak with the teacher privately." A collective sigh of relief escaped them as they hurriedly exited the examination room, leaving only the busy invigilators and the man in the partitioned area with Yin Feng. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yin Feng inquired about the changes in the 9th layer of the Tower of Lifelessness. Feng Zheng smiled slightly. "Some individuals, you see, are rather dishonest. When dealing with the dishonest, one cannot afford to be straightforward. Remember, if someone insults you, don't retort, simply retaliate. And they will think twice about the cost of their words next time. Also, my disciple, do you know what profession I initially held? D rank. Yet I have ascended to where I am today. Thus, the level of one's profession is not what matters. What is crucial is whether the individual possesses the courage to persevere." Yin Feng chuckled. "I sought you out today precisely because of this matter." He leaned a bit closer to Feng Zheng, adopting a tone that bordered on endearing. "Teacher, I wish to recommend a student to you. You will surely take a liking to him." If anyone were to witness Yin Feng's demeanor, they would likely be taken aback. Having risen to the position of chief examiner in Shizhou through relentless combat, he had taken countless lives of foreign beings, yet here he was, behaving in such a childlike manner. It was no wonder that those who could make Yin Feng feel like a child were indeed few and far between. Feng Zheng looked at Yin Feng with a mix of exasperation. "How old are you? And yet you still behave so frivolously?" Yin Feng laughed heartily. "Please, teacher, don't reprimand me. You're not exactly ancient yourself. In fact, my daughter and yours are not far apart in age." Mentioning daughters, a hint of indulgence unconsciously surfaced on Feng Zheng's lips, only to be replaced by concern. "But let me tell you, that foolish girl has gone off to Shizhou, dating some young man. When I asked what rank his profession was, you wouldn't believe her response." Yin Feng, filled with curiosity, pressed. "What rank?" Feng Zheng's face contorted with fury. "E rank. To hell with E rank." Yin Feng was rendered speechless. "But you just said that the rank of one's profession doesn't matter. What's important is persistence." Feng Zheng fixed Yin Feng with a knowing gaze as if he could see through his thoughts. "Personally, I harbor no prejudice against ranks. But that is my daughter we're discussing. I raised her from infancy, and now she's entangled with an E rank? I was only a D rank back then." Indeed. "You're right, teacher. By the way, what is the young man's name? He falls within our jurisdiction in Shizhou. I shall have a word with him and encourage him to abandon this notion." Feng Zheng regarded him with a hint of appreciation, realizing that his visit today was not solely due to Yin Feng's request, but also for his own daughter's predicament. "I know his surname is Lin. And his name is Lin Ran." Yes, Lin Ran. Chapter 43. He had long since cleared the 8th level. Upon uttering Lin Ran's name, Feng Zheng's teeth clenched in frustration, clearly indicating that he had had a fierce argument with his daughter over the matter. Upon hearing the name Lin Ran, Ku Yin was momentarily rendered speechless, gazing at Feng Zheng in disbelief. "Master, the Lin Ran you mentioned, is he the necromancer capable of summoning skeletal warriors?" Feng Zheng nodded vigorously. Indeed. He is the one who summons those foolish skeletal warriors. I have even heard that his skeletal warriors are unlike any others, infused with high technology. Furthermore, I have come to learn that he has vanquished a hell-level boss in the Dreadwood, and in doing so, he obtained a king's cloak for my daughter. Just think about it. The youth of today are so unreliable. For the sake of this romantic endeavor, they would dare to spin any tale. At this moment, Ku Yin was utterly convinced that this Lin Ran was indeed the same Lin Ran. However, he was astonished to discover that Lin Ran had actually defeated a hell-level boss, and he did so while bringing along others. Given Lin Ran's level, it was evident he had accomplished this solo. Soloing a hell-level boss while carrying an extra burden, Ku Yin was left in a state of shock. He could not help but ponder, what was he doing at level 18? In comparison to Lin Ran, he felt as though one was soaring in the heavens while the other was lost in the depths of the earth. This realization solidified Ku Yan's determination to persuade his master to accept Lin Ran as a disciple. Only someone of Fang Zhang's caliber, a member of the elite in the Great Xiao, possessed the qualifications to mentor Lin Ran. Filled with confidence, Ku Yin turned to Fang Zhang, but was swiftly brought to his knees. This Lin Ran was an E-level profession, and moreover, he had instigated a quarrel between Fang Zhang and his daughter. To propose that Fang Zhang take him on as a disciple at this juncture would surely infuriate him. Let us not discuss this further, master. Please calm down. I will handle matters concerning Lin Ran, rest assured. Fang Zhang's demeanor softened considerably, and he smiled as he began to speak of another individual. Speaking of talents emerging from West State, a remarkable prospect arrived in Xishan recently, and I have secured her. A restricted-level profession, I suspect her classification surpasses that threshold. Ha ha ha. The individual Fang Zhang referred to was, of course, Shan Xueqing. After joining the Dragon Academy, she chose Fang Zhang as her mentor, primarily because she believed him to be a person of integrity. Upon hearing restricted level, Ku Yin could not help but chuckle. Master, did you not say that the level of a profession is unimportant, but rather the courage to persevere is what truly matters? Fang Zhang, maintaining his composure, replied with fervor, indeed. The moment I laid eyes on her, I sensed her courage. She possesses remarkable bravery. Ku Yin was left speechless. It's evident what you are attracted to. I am almost embarrassed to point it out. Speaking of disciples, Fang Zhang exclaimed, by the way, you mentioned a certain disciple, do introduce me. If his profession, or rather, if his courage is commendable, I might consider taking on another disciple. Ah, courage, indeed, Ku Yin thought, but refrained from mentioning Lin Ran, opting instead for a strategic retreat. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Let it go? This piqued Fang Zhang's curiosity. That won't do. Do you think I am someone who only values the level of a profession? Ku Yin replied, indeed, master. Fang Zhang insisted, no. How could you think I am that kind of person? However, the student I wish to introduce to you truly may not be suitable. His profession level is rather low. Fang Zhang imagined a low level to be at least A level, certainly not below B level. After all, Ku Yin was the chief examiner of West State. The individuals he endorsed could not possibly fall below that standard. They must possess some degree of skill, perhaps even impressive capabilities that warranted Fang Zhang's invitation. Otherwise, the cost of transportation alone would not justify it. Fang Zhang mused. The student Ku Yin was recommending might be at least S level, displaying exceptional talent. At the very least, he should be an A level with outstanding performance. Contemplating this, Fang Zhang remarked, what profession, what level? I was once a D-level profession, and I managed to come this far. It's no concern. Rest assured, speak freely. I will consider it judiciously. It's a bit low, master. I have said, the level of a profession does not define everything. It's E-level. I'll be damned. The truth could not be hidden forever. Fang Zhang understood who this individual was, especially since Ku Yin had not made any efforts to conceal it. Fang Zhang deduced, an E-level profession, a necromancer, Lin Ran. Rolling up his sleeves, Fang Zhang chuckled. Truly, one need not search high and low. That which is sought will come effortlessly. Even if Lin Ran had no apparent flaws, Fang Zhang would ensure he assigned a few demerits. Master, please remain calm. This Lin Ran may actually be stronger than you perceive. Huh, E-level, nothing more. Master, I must emphasize, are you truly unaware of which floor Lin Ran currently occupies? Unaware? Ku Yin was compelled to reveal Lin Ran's first floor replay. Let me open the replay. I wish to see how he handles the first floor. I will ascertain how far he can progress based solely on his approach. Reluctantly, Ku Yin complied with Fang Zhang's request. The footage of the first floor hovered before Fang Zhang. 8 green goblins. Fang Zhang chuckled, I dare say. Any other profession would surpass this necromancer in speed. No sooner had he spoken than the scene transitioned directly to the second floor. Shortly thereafter, it shifted to the third floor. Fang Zhang felt a flush of heat on his face, yet his tongue remained sharp. Replay the first floor slowly. I want to scrutinize every detail. This lad is undoubtedly suspicious. As the footage of the first floor reopened, in slow motion, Lin Ran summoned 8 skeletal warriors, who swiftly dispatched the 8 goblins in an instant. Fang Zhang's brow furrowed. This damage. To the next floor. On the second floor, 3 wild goblins and 1 throwing goblin confronted Lin Ran, who executed the same maneuver, swiftly defeating 4 adversaries. Fang Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. This damage is exceedingly abnormal. How could it be so high? On the third floor, Fang Zhang's lips curled into a slight smile. The third floor also features a summoner. But this summoner is not to be underestimated. She possesses a puppet that can deal multiple strikes, 2 eliminations in quick succession. On the 4th floor, mere brute force would not suffice. Another elimination? Ku Yin observed Fang Zheng's expressions closely, noting the transformation in his demeanor. From initial disdain, he became increasingly serious. By the 6th floor, doubt crept into his mind, and by the 7th, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Fang Zheng took a deep breath. Impressive. This lad's prowess is beyond reproach. I suspect he has awakened a talent equivalent to an SS-level profession. With that, Fang Zheng waved his hand. No need to continue. Switch to the live feed. I wish to see how he fares now, and how much health the mid-level priest has lost. With a resigned smile, Ku Yin replied, Master, he has already cleared the 8th floor. Already? Indeed. At the very moment I called you here, Lin Ran had just completed the 8th floor. At this revelation, Fang Zheng could no longer remain seated. Are you implying that, from the commencement of the examination, in less than 7 minutes, he has cleared the 8th floor? Ku Yin awkwardly smiled. 7 minutes was merely our review time. His actual clearance time was under 5 minutes. In other words, he surpassed all candidates, even outpacing the prodigies of Dragon City. Fang Zheng's eyes ignited with fervent intensity. Now, let us delve into his perspective. The perspective shifts to Lin Ran, who is currently engaged in a confrontation with the final layer's boss. Fang Zheng inquires, where is the 9th layer? What happened to it? Yin Feng chuckles. In truth, Lin Ran cleared the 9th layer even more swiftly than the 8th. Fang Zheng's expression is one of utter astonishment. How is that possible? The 10th layer of the Tower of No Life. Here we stand, eyes wide open, dreaming of soaring through the skies. The boss of this layer is rather simple, a mere wooden dummy. Participants entering this stage only need to strike at the dummy. It possesses no offensive capabilities, yet it inflicts minor damage on surrounding targets to assess the candidate's defensive prowess. In actuality, all candidates have the option to challenge the 10th layer once before being eliminated, to determine the most suitable equipment and build for their class. Lin Ran casually struck the dummy a few times before resting in place. Based on the dummy's feedback, his optimal build will be communicated to him by the instructor after reviewing the data. Outside, Fang Zheng and Yin Feng exchanged glances at the dummy statistics. Normally, if a participant demonstrates high burst damage, they would receive a classification of burst output. Conversely, if they excel in sustained damage, they would be advised towards steady output, alongside other classifications such as multi-stage output and defense. However, Lin Ran's results were astonishing. Instant burst build, multi-stage output build, skill build, normal attack build, defense build, tank build, assassin build. Why does he possess so many keywords? The most ridiculous of all is the assassin classification. Yin Feng and Fang Zheng locked eyes, both realizing that Lin Ran's skeletal warrior must be a high-tech variant. If it is indeed high-tech, then a solitary skeletal warrior could very well function as an assassin. Fang Zheng's gaze burned with fervor. This kid is beyond exceptional, even exceeding the limits of excellence. I must take him as my disciple. Curiosity piqued, Yin Feng asked, how does he compare to your current disciple? That is a secret. And what about his pursuit of my junior sister? Upon mentioning Fang Ning, Fang Zheng's reaction was less intense. His face flushed, and he ultimately sighed. He possesses quite the courage, much like myself. Lin Ran's brief respite extended into a lengthy interlude, lasting well over half a day. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, the provincial examination phase of the National College Entrance Examination officially concluded. Following the provincial exam, the final round commenced, featuring the top 5,000 scorers nationwide who would enter the 11th layer of the Tower of No Life for a decisive battle, not a free-for-all, but a coordinated effort to vanquish the foes within the tower. Provincial exam score rankings. West Province, nationwide. West Province first place, Lin Ran, 520 points. Nationwide first place, Lin Ran, 520 points. West Province second place, and Jing, for 179 points. Nationwide second place, Xiejin Go, 511 points. Longcheng, West Province third place, Lu Sheng, for 178 points. Nationwide third place, Yingfeng, 510 points. Longcheng. When the provincial exam results were announced, both students and teachers wore expressions of sheer disbelief as they gazed upon the first place score. Good heavens, a total score of 520 points. He achieved a perfect score? I thought it was impossible to obtain full marks in the college entrance examination. Indeed, the last perfect score was recorded 30 years ago. That candidate is now a pillar of the great Xia, renowned worldwide. Are we witnessing history? Aside from Lin Ran, the remaining candidates seemed to fade into obscurity. For instance, Xiejin Go, who scored 511 points, had achieved the highest score in the past decade. Yet, Lin Ran's perfect score overshadowed it. This wasn't a matter of Xiejin Go being weak. Rather, it underscored Lin Ran's extraordinary prowess. In the Longqing examination hall, a blue silhouette quietly observed the rankings. Her delicate fists clenched, only to relent in resignation. For 12 years, my scores have never dipped below first place. Why must Lin Ran overshadow my achievements? The finals commence. The top 5,000 scores from the provincial exam may now enter the 11th layer of the Tower of No Life. All equipment carried by you will be fully unlocked. The attributes of all candidates entering the 11th layer will be balanced, including physical and magical attack power, health points, but excluding special equipment attributes such as attack speed and additional damage. Candidates entering the 11th layer, regardless of their performance, will be granted direct admission to the prestigious Long School of the Great Xia. Note, unless disqualified from the competition. The final interpretation rights belong to the organizers of the college entrance examination. The finals are of extreme difficulty, and participants can earn exclusive credits at Long School. For every monster slain, 1 credit will be awarded, with each credit approximately equating to 1 ingot, and 1 ingot equaling 1,000 gold coins. Please act within your means. The 11th layer completely simulates real-world scenarios. Should danger arise, please exit promptly. The amount of credits earned will only influence your admission to different campuses, but in reality, all campuses are equivalent. Upon entering the 11th layer, Lin Ran found the space expansive enough to accommodate tens of thousands of combatants. He felt a glimmer of anticipation. The significance of credits was secondary. Rumor had it that 1 credit equated to 1 ingot. Ingots could only be unlocked after a year of trading, with 1 ingot being worth 1,000 gold coins. As long as one gains admission to a university, this function could be unlocked ahead of time. Thus, the 11th layer is indeed a sanctum for amassing wealth. 1 monster yields 1 credit, which translates to 1,000 gold coins. The 11th layer of the Tower of No Life. No one begins perched in the heavens, neither you nor I, not even the gods. Despite the chief examiner's repeated emphasis on acting within one's capabilities, none of the candidates heeded his words. What nonsense about all campuses being the same. While the campuses may share similarities and conditions, a campus filled with underperformers cannot be compared to one brimming with academic elites. Whether a phoenix can emerge from a chicken coop is debatable, but a chicken will never be birthed from a phoenix's nest. Consequently, all participants entering the finals aspire to attain higher scores and secure a place in their ideal campus. Each student is filled with ambition, as they are all distinguished individuals from their respective provinces, particularly those from Longqing, who possess their own circles and are reluctant to team up with anyone perceived as below their prowess. In the first wave, each of you will face approximately 1 giant ant. There will be a total of 2 waves. Countdown 1 minute. Chapter 45, an often overlooked point. Adequate strength is essential. The chief examiner, brandishing a megaphone, called out from outside the tower. Do you see? Only 1 minute remains. Hurry and form your teams. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You all wish to solo, don't you? Let me be clear. Those who attempt to go solo will be the first to face elimination, for all monsters in this layer will prioritize attacking isolated targets. Upon hearing these words, the students grew anxious. While the first wave entails each facing 1 giant ant, should they prioritize attacking isolated targets, it could lead to a single individual being overwhelmed by dozens or even hundreds of giant ants. Almost 95 of the students scrambled to find teammates, while the remaining few who chose not to team up were either exceedingly confident or possessed remarkable abilities. Lin Ran, naturally, had no intention of teaming up with anyone. His current state was fully restored, as each level of the Tower of No Life granted a portion of health recovery effect. Consequently, his skeletal warriors were also at full capacity, 288 liquid metal skeletal warriors, all in pristine condition. Teaming up? What need had he for a summoner? And what foes awaited him? Giant ants? Insects? Lin Ran glanced at his epic grade Curse of Slaughter, a weapon that boasted a 50 increase in damage. Merely brandishing it before the insect race would likely send them fleeing in terror. He distanced himself from the crowd, disinterested in forming alliances. Yet, as the nation's top contender, his presence was akin to a spotlight wherever he roamed. Xie Jinj, ranked 2nd nationally, and Ing Feng, ranked 3rd. Each approached Lin Ran with their respective teams. Though Xie Jinj harbored grievances over being overshadowed by Lin Ran, she nonetheless acknowledged his prowess. Lin Ran, I sincerely invite you to join our team. With both the nation's 1st and 10th ranked players together, we would surely achieve commendable scores. Lin Ran regarded Xie Jinj. Her voice melodious and enchanting, undoubtedly feminine, yet her short hair lent her an androgynous allure. Despite her loose-fitting blue gown, her figure was undeniable, radiating a beauty that could hardly be concealed. However, no matter how appealing, it would not sway Lin Ran from his solitary path. He politely declined, "Thank you, but no." To Xie Jinj, This appeared as though she were pleading for Lin Ran to join her team, yet he paid her little heed. Meanwhile, Feng chuckled, "So? You intend to go solo? Very well, I shall do the same. I am eager to witness just how formidable the nation's top player truly is." Without waiting for Lin Ran's response, he made his decision, seemingly anxious that Lin Ran might reconsider. Xie Jinj cautioned him, "There's no need. Going solo is exceedingly perilous. The chief examiner rarely offers warnings unless faced with significant danger." Feng grinned, brandishing his long spear. "I have always relished danger." The surrounding students wore smiles, captivated by the harmonious scene. With both Feng and Lin Ran opting for solo endeavors, should Feng endure longer than Lin Ran? The latter's status as the top contender would be called into question. Whispers circulated that Feng had intentionally conceded a point to Xie Jinj during the recent provincial exam. Wait, does that imply his actual strength surpasses hers? Gossip, as ever, captivated attention, and all eyes were fixed on the trio, eager to observe their performance. Feng stood tall, exuding an air of determination as he brandished his golden spear, embodying a fervor for battle. He was convinced of his imminent victories, not only to restore Xie Jin's honor, but to substantiate his own strength. A dual triumph indeed. However, it is crucial to note that all of this hinged upon Feng possessing the requisite strength. Countdown complete. Attention, a horde of giant ants is approaching. Across the expanse surrounding the 5000 examinees, portals opened, unleashing massive black beasts from beyond. Upon witnessing the true form of the so-called giant ants, many candidates gasped in shock. In the minds of 99 of the examinees, giant ants might have been imagined as oversized versions of ordinary ants. Yet the creatures before them stood an average of 5 meters tall, resembling moving behemoths of unimaginable weight. This was only the beginning. Conventionally, one might assume that giant ants would rely on close-range biting attacks. However, each of these colossal ants had its forelimbs transformed into dual water-cooled heavy machine guns, sporting an 85mm cannon mounted on their backs. Name, Giant Ant Elite. Level, LV-15. Health, 1000. Actual health, 50,000 points. Strength, 1000. Agility, 1000. Mentality, 1000. Skills, Insectoid Protection, Damage Reduction, Mechanical Exoskeleton, Increased Overall Defense, 763mm Heavy Machine Guns, 2, 85mm Cannon. Wait a moment, you call this a giant ant? One candidate discerned the most crucial rule of the examination. Do not go solo, and immediately issued a friendly warning. Everyone, scatter. Maintain distance from those attempting solo runs to avoid collateral damage. However, it was too late. Some individuals, convinced of their own strength, remained undeterred in critical moments. The organizers were well aware of this tendency. Pride can be a virtue, but arrogance can be perilous, provided it does not endanger others. This 11th level served as a wake-up call for those who underestimated the situation despite their considerable personal strengths. Each candidate was to face approximately one giant ant, meaning 5,000 candidates would contend with around 5,000 giant ants. As the legion of giant ants emerged, they immediately crouched low, raising their cannons high, adjusting their aim towards the candidates who dared to go solo. The synchronized fire from 5,000 cannons was not to be taken lightly. These were no ordinary cannons, augmented by the insect's own damage output, capable of obliterating large units with ease. Run! The crowd erupted into a chaotic scramble, yet their movements were sluggish. A deafening roar ensued as countless shells rained down upon the solo candidates, resulting in immediate elimination for 235 individuals, those who had deemed themselves invincible and chosen to go it alone. Remaining candidates, 765. Strangely, however, the artillery fire failed to inflict the expected area damage. It became clear that the organizers had intentionally moderated the situation. They had anticipated this very scenario and adjusted the group damage output of the giant ants on the 11th level to single target damage, thus averting widespread casualties. Even so, many among the crowd felt fortunate, dodging projectiles by mere inches. Had they been struck, they would have been eliminated on the spot. Speaking of which, where are the third and first-ranked candidates? The crowd turned their gaze toward Feng. All that met their eyes was a long spear lying quietly on the ground. Wait, did he get eliminated? And drop a piece of equipment? Wow, the drop rates are astonishingly high. Chapter 46. Are you telling me that the combined scores of over 4,000 candidates cannot match his single score? Those reveling in the spectacle were thoroughly amused, their smiles unabashed. However, those who had supported Feng wore expressions of disbelief. Seriously? After all your boasting, you were instantaneously eliminated by the giant ants? Yet, a tinge of satisfaction lingered in their hearts. Boasting invites misfortune, and while Feng is indeed strong, with him gone, everyone else's ranks will rise by 1. What a stroke of luck. By the way, where's that first-ranked Lin Ran? Are you blind? P.S. over there, facing off against the giant ants. Goodness. P.S. actually tanking the damage from the giant ants? As for Lin Ran, a barrage of concentrated fire could not hope to eliminate him. The damage simply did not meet the threshold required. While it was feasible to eliminate a single skeletal warrior, taking down 2 at once was another matter entirely. Lin Ran had configured a balanced mode, allowing 19 skeletal warriors to absorb damage simultaneously, each receiving only 1/19 of the total damage, ensuring they fully recovered in no time. Effectively meaning he sustained no damage at all. Indeed, as long as Lin Ran is willing, theoretically, he can endure the same amount of damage infinitely until he reaches his threshold of injury. Subsequently, without reservation, Lin Ran unleashed all 288 skeleton warriors, like a razor-sharp blade plunging into the ranks of the giant ant army. Although the giant ants possessed relatively low health, their defenses were utterly formidable. While his fellow students toiled with all their might to collectively fell a single giant ant, these were the top candidates from across the nation, equipped with gear that was by no means inferior. In stark contrast, Lin Ran's skeleton warriors struck with a precision akin to severing the giant ant's major arteries, causing their health to plummet dramatically. A single giant ant could be vanquished in a mere 3 seconds. Giant ant killed, Dragon School credit, 1. This was merely the performance of one skeleton warrior. Lin Ran had a staggering 288 of them. This meant that every 3 seconds, over 200 giant ants fell before Lin Ran's relentless assault. Giant ant killed, Dragon School credit, 1. Giant ant killed, Dragon School credit, 1. Giant ant killed. Dragon School credit, 1. His classmates stood in stunned silence. Goodness, why does it feel like he is even more terrifying than the giant ants themselves? The disparity in damage at the same level is simply astounding. The second-best student, Xie Jinj, gazed at Lin Ran's performance, equally dumbfounded. Her strongest single-target damage output theoretically exceeded that of the skeleton warrior's heavy strikes. However, her skill had a long cooldown, akin to a major ultimate ability. My ultimate is equivalent to his minion's minor skill. After a minute of slaughter, the area surrounding Lin Ran was entirely cleared. Current Dragon School credit rankings. First place, Lin Ran, 4,160 points. Second place, Xie Jinj, 13 points. Third place, Zhang Feng, 12 points. Observing the leaderboard, his classmates could no longer contain themselves. Wait, is this still the 11th floor of the Tower of No Life? This is clearly a sanctuary for Lin Ran to amass points. What kind of equipment is he wearing to be so formidable? Upon a closer look, one could discern that it was epic gear. Astounding. Epic gear. Is he wealthier than my entire household? With the monsters before him vanquished, Lin Ran shifted his gaze towards his classmates. The giant ants had been segmented into various regions, and the students were exerting themselves to their utmost, enduring damage as they fought tirelessly. Many had sustained injuries as a result, unable to watch any longer. Lin Ran could not afford to delay even a moment. My dear classmates, I shall lend you my strength. As Lin Ran charged forward with fervor, his classmates felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Seriously, buddy? With so many giant ants still to slay, and you want to steal our kills after we've fought so hard? Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, silently hoping for the chance to earn some credits in the final wave as well. Meanwhile, all the onlookers, students, teachers, and examiners, were utterly astonished. Previously, some had suggested that Lin Ran might have inside help, but now his prowess was laid bare for all to witness. The voices of doubt regarding Lin Ran's strength had vanished entirely. He is extraordinarily powerful, almost unnaturally so, to be surpassed by such an opponent. I surprisingly feel a sense of honor. Lin Ran hails from our Shijo. To be frank, on the first floor, I was evenly matched with him. 4,160 points against 13 points. The advantage is mine. Let him have those 4,000 points. Let us see how Xie Jinj plans to catch up later, huh? The chief examiner from the National Examination Authority, however, wore a less exuberant expression, his joy overshadowed by concern. Alas, he is exceptionally outstanding, far beyond my expectations. The Shijo chief examiner, Yin Feng, noted the change in his expression with curiosity. Sir, shouldn't you be pleased by his remarkable performance? Fangjing turned, his face a mask of dismay. You do not understand. There are deeper implications. His exceptional talent means that his mentor may not be someone I can choose. Yin Feng chuckled. What are you worried about? Little Lin is from Shijo. Even if someone wants to take him as an apprentice, it depends on whether he agrees. We are both from Shijo, and I hear his adoptive father is from Shanyang. We were university classmates, so if I speak, this matter would naturally come to fruition. Fang Zheng had expected this reassurance to lighten his mood, yet it did not. He merely shook his head slightly. I am the chief examiner this year. But do you know who the supervising overseer is? The supervising overseer? Yin Feng's smile instantly vanished. The supervising officer is the entity responsible for monitoring all examiners. Even someone of Fang Zhang's stature must adhere to their scrutiny, refraining from arbitrary point adjustments. The supervising overseer is the pinnacle of authority in this examination. A position allowed only for those who have previously stood at the zenith of Daxia, based on contributions, secondary professions, theories, and combat prowess. Yin Feng was unaware that the supervising overseer is elusive, rarely appearing unless a significant crisis arises or life-threatening incidents occur. Otherwise, even if the heavens were to fall, they would remain absent. A multitude of names flashed through Yin Feng's mind. Could it be the foremost alchemist of Daxia, Feng Bei? Fang Zheng shook his head slightly. He is not on the candidate list. Yin Feng pressed on. Then it must be the pinnacle academician of Daxia, Teacher Wang An. He has previously proposed reforms for the examination, emphasizing the value of ordinary professions, which is reflected in this year's test. Fang Zheng nodded before shaking his head. He is indeed on the candidate list, but he opted to withdraw, considering his combat capabilities. Yin Feng acknowledged. Then there would be no one else left. In terms of combat prowess, it could only be the universally recognized combat powerhouse, Lin Qing. Upon hearing this name, Fang Zheng's face betrayed unmistakable disdain and loathing as he spat into a nearby trash bin. Him? He is unworthy. Yin Feng pressed. So, sir. Who is it? Chapter 47, Two-Star Giant Bug. Fang Zheng took a deep breath. Wang. Wang who? Only Wang. Only Wang. Suddenly, Yin Feng seemed to recall a distant memory. Standing upright with renewed vigor, he has returned? Fang Zheng nodded. Indeed, the supervising overseer for this year's examination is Wang. It is precisely because of this that we have the confidence to implement fundamental reforms, knowing that no matter what transpires, Wang will be there to support us. When speaking of Wang, Fang Zheng could not help but exhibit pride and satisfaction. Wang, who is he? Only those of advanced age and exceptional skill have the opportunity to encounter him. He looms like an insurmountable mountain above all, his power unfathomable. Growing stronger in the face of adversity. He is also the guardian of Daxia, having once single-handedly traversed the battlefield against foreign tribes, nearly inciting a genocide. Numerous legends surround Wang. Occurring many years ago, he remains indifferent to fame and fortune, which is why only the older generation is aware of his existence. Yin Feng remarked, but this does not imply that Wang intends to take Lin Ran as an apprentice. I seem to recall he has not taken a disciple in 20 years. Fang Zheng smiled faintly. You do not understand. His hands were clasped behind his back. For there exists a profound telepathic connection between true warriors. First wave, Dragon Academy Credit Leaderboard. First place, Lin Ran, 4,580 points. Second place, Xie Jinj, 16 points. Third place, Zhang Feng, 15 points. As the scores from the first wave were officially announced, the examiners from the organizing committee were left utterly bewildered. Why the confusion? It was simple. A significant gap between the first and second place was not unexpected. Even a chasm-like lead was conceivable. But what was the current situation? The first place was not merely leading. It was as if the cumulative score of the remaining 4,999 participants paled in comparison to his solitary achievement. Doubts were inevitably raised. Lin Ran's output was extraordinarily high, until the organizers unveiled the panel of the epic weapon of the plague of the undead. An exclusive weapon for the necromancer? The epic plague of the undead? So that was the reason behind the staggering damage inflicted by those skeletal warriors. It was all thanks to this piece of equipment. An epic weapon, terrifying indeed. All attention shifted towards the epic weapon, while neglecting a critical reality, the inherent strength of Lin Ran's skeletal warriors. The epic weapon served to sharpen a dull blade for Lin Ran, yet one must possess a blade to begin with. Who says a dull blade cannot slay? The final wave approached. Upon completing the last wave, the college entrance examination would officially conclude. The students on the 11th floor begrudgingly accepted the reality. Even if they failed to garner credits in the second wave, they could still gain entry to Dragon Academy. Exiting now would still afford them access. Moreover, due to the arrogance of those who attempted solo runs, their rankings would rise significantly. Outside, Ing Feng and others, overconfident in their abilities, were eliminated during the onslaught of the first wave's cannon fire, relegated to spectator mode. He was the first to be eliminated, thus earning the rank of 5,000. In truth, the scores of the college entrance examination were already fixed. The 11th floor was contesting for pride. Scores do not define everything. He felt utterly deflated. Ranked third nationally. Reduced to 5,000th on the 11th floor, left Feng unable to lift his head, though in reality, those around him were not particularly concerned. Second wave, countdown 1 minute. Second wave, countdown 59 minutes. Second wave, countdown 23 hours 59 minutes. Lin Ran gazed at the prompt hovering above, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. prompting him to immediately withdraw all skeletal warriors into the summoning space for recuperation. Meanwhile, the chief examiner and his colleagues were sweating profusely in anxiety. This is incorrect. The 11th floor did not incorporate this mechanism. Wait, we found a loophole. What loophole? Speak quickly. The foundational logic left by the insectoid race's giant ants has interfered with our public college entrance examination. So what could this lead to? A delay in the examination? If there are no external influences, nothing will occur. If there are external influences, I shudder to imagine the consequences. Then we must hasten to rectify it. At the earliest, it will take 8 hours. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the countdown hovering above the 11th floor, fervently hoping for no unforeseen circumstances. Yet, an unexpected event transpired. The countdown transformed into a string of text. Second wave, keek. Using our insectoid race as examination content is a grave insult to us. Since you admire us, we shall naturally dispatch sufficiently formidable warriors to assist you in testing your students. Colas, step forth. Your prey has awaited you for long. Insectoid race exclusive to the 11th floor. The intolerable hiatus of the throne of heaven must now conclude. From this day forth, I shall stand atop. From a distance. 4,755 candidates observed as a colossal black vortex opened, from which emerged a gigantic black insect, each step causing the very earth to tremble, for its size was simply immense. Exceeding 50 meters, a living edifice towering 16 stories high. The first sight was its thorny, writhing appendages, evoking a harrowing imagination of the pain one would endure if pierced. Most peculiar was its back, adorned with countless protrusions resembling mountains, not to mention its wolf-like, fearsome teeth, menacing eyes, and 2 curved, pointed horns. Outside, Feng Zheng glared intently at the large screen. Damn the insectoid race, but it matters not. Even if the King of Heaven entered, he would only reach level 15. Attribute balancing limits its capabilities to a maximum of 1,000 points. Wait, this Colas' panel is incorrect. Name, 2-star Colas, boss. Level, LV 15. Health, 1,000. Actual health, 10 million points. Strength, 1,000. Agility, 1,000. Spirit, 1,000. Skills, Feast of 1 million layers. Inflicts magical damage equivalent to the target's maximum health. Each target devoured permanently increases health by 10. Mercury Helmet, passive immune to control. Warning, high defense, strong health regeneration. Colas' skills are alarmingly straightforward. One skill heals while inflicting percentage-based magical damage, and the other grants immunity to control. Combined, it amounts to, please, do try to stop me. 10 million health, and it can also resist control? How on earth do we deal with this? Chapter 48, 3-star Giant Insect. Just as everyone was at a loss, a figure stepped through the door, clad in black, with cascading white hair. Upon seeing him, all examiners were left in utter confusion, as they did not recognize this individual. However, Feng Zheng and Yin Feng, upon encountering one another, immediately knelt respectfully on one knee. We pay our respects, Your Majesty. He is the king? All examiners struggled to suppress their astonishment. Kneeling in unison, before they could even complete their bow, the man raised a hand. Enough. Immediately commence repairs on the one-way teleportation function of the 11th floor. The insectoid race has severed our teleportation capabilities, and we must likewise cut theirs. Understood. Your Majesty. Feng Zheng, Yin Feng, and others approached the large screen. Their spirits previously at a nadir, now buoyed by the arrival of the king, dispelling all their worries. It is all right. The king will intervene. However, the king's subsequent words fell like a cold drench upon everyone's heads. This giant insect is beyond what these candidates can contend with. How many will survive ultimately depends on their fortune. What we must do now is prepare how to address this incident to the public. In 3 simple sentences. The king set the tone. The giant insect cannot be defeated. Prepare for post-incident arrangements. Feng Zheng sighed. Indeed, there is no other course of action. The king is the king, never harboring even a shred of hope for a negative outcome, always prioritizing problem solving. Feng Zheng and others began discussing post-incident measures. Meanwhile, the king occasionally cast his gaze towards the corner of the screen, where Lin Ran strode forward with a serious expression. The king observed Lin Ran's performance intently. Very strong. Exceedingly strong. Yet, if your only strength is what you display, it may still fall short in the face of the giant insect. On the 11th floor, the colossal creature, Colaris, advanced slowly towards the crowd, each step echoing the ominous decree of their impending doom. In the creature's eyes, the lives of the 755 individuals were but a mere reflection of 550. At that moment, from the distance, the second-ranked student, Xie Jinj, unleashed her ultimate skill. A massive tornado that howled as it collided with the thumb of Colaris's right foot. The creature's health bar plummeted by a staggering 1,000 points. The other students rallied to unleash their attacks, yet the damage they inflicted paled in comparison to Kolaris's remarkable recovery rate. Xia Jin's face turned ashen. This was her ultimate skill, a power meant to be wielded only once or twice. Inflicting only 1,000 points of damage indicated not only her own shortcomings, but also highlighted Kolaris's formidable defenses. The expressions of despair spread among the other students. If Xia Jin's output could not shake Kolaris, who else could possibly stand a chance? Their collective gaze instinctively fell upon Lin Ran. But what was he doing? How had he ventured so close to the boss? Kolaris had now approached the throng of students, and a female classmate, having been accidentally tripped by others, could only watch helplessly as Kolaris drew nearer. Kolaris activated the skill, Feast. Leaning down, Kolaris opened its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, poised to swallow the girl whole. When Lin Ran suddenly dashed in front of her, raising a hand to push against the creature's massive jaws. The onlookers, students, external examiners, and candidates struggled to articulate the scene unfolding before them. In comparison to Kolaris, Lin Ran's diminutive stature resembled that of an ant, akin to attempting to prop up a collapsing building with a single hand. Yet, in a moment of disbelief, an astonishing spectacle occurred. Lin Ran succeeded in blocking the devastating blow. He withstood the attack of the million-layer feast from the colossal creature. This miraculous feat was due to the sudden appearance of a shield beside Lin Ran. Or rather, a wall, a towering barricade constructed from 288 skeletal warriors. Lin Ran had activated the Matrix Defense, Absolute Defense mode, wherein his skeletal warriors could not attack, but were solely focused on defense, allowing for the optimal recuperation of health. Under these circumstances, any damage incurred by Lin Ran would be absorbed by the 288 skeletons. Upon closer inspection, this wall was not straight but curved, resembling a concave lens. Students familiar with the properties of eggs would know that curved structures possess remarkable strength under pressure. Lin Ran managed to endure this wave of damage, albeit barely. However, he could not withstand many more. Fortunately, the other students did not let him down. During his defense, the girl was swiftly rescued by two male classmates. Everyone fled as far as they could, determined not to burden Lin Ran. Support, buffs, healing. Everyone rallied to assist, focused on revitalizing Lin Ran. Kolaris activated the skill, Feast. As the second wave of the feast approached, Lin Ran anticipated a daunting challenge, yet he found it surprisingly manageable. A glance at his status revealed an array of beneficial buffs had been bestowed upon him. There were enhancements to defense, damage reduction, durability, instant healing, and gradual recovery. In essence, the students united in solidarity, each contributing their strength. Thus, fortified by an abundance of buffs, Lin Ran remarkably withstood the 2-star Kolaris, preventing any further advance from the creature. But why was it called a 2-star creature? Was there a 3-star variant? Ah, you jinx. Suddenly, behind the 2-star Kolaris, two additional portals materialized, each giving rise to two identical Kolaris figures. All were 2-star Kolaris. Oh no, don't tell me they can merge into a 3-star Kolaris. Oh, you truly are a jinx. As the two 2-star Kolaris approached the one in front of Lin Ran, they began to spin, merging into a larger, more formidable Kolaris. Yet the chaos was not over. The portals erupted again, revealing 6 more. 3 2-stars transforming into 3 stars was insufficient. Were they attempting to summon 3 3-star Kolaris to become 4-star? No, if we can't handle the 2 stars, what hope do we have against the 3 stars? And a 4-star? What madness is this? Outside, Fang Zheng roared in frustration. Damn it, a 4-star Kolaris. Are they trying to annihilate us? Fortunately, the exam organizers were not without resources. When Wang arrived, the first order of business was to sever the one-way portals of the insectoid race. Finally, just as the 6 2-star Kolaris were about to breach the 11th floor of the Tower of the Lifeless, the portals were forcefully closed. Thus, the insectoid race could no longer transport any beings to the 11th floor. However, they still had to face a single 3-star Kolaris. This was no ordinary foe. Name, 3-star Kolaris, boss. Level, LV15. Health, 1000. Actual health, 100 million points. Strength, 1000. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 1000. Skill, Feast of 10 million layers. Deals magical damage equal to its maximum health to the current target. Each target consumed permanently grants 10 health. Mercury Helmet, passive immunity to control, unlimited firepower. Passive significantly reduces skill cooldown. Skills require no resources. Upon witnessing the 100 million health of the 3-star Kolaris, a profound silence fell over the crowd. Some older examiners shook their heads in resignation. For the college entrance examination, Perhaps a more traditional approach would have sufficed. With all this teleportation and aerial antics, there are bound to be countless loopholes. Alas, it was too late for such reflections. Could that young man withstand this? Chapter 49, Infinite Prison, Micro-Operations. On Lin Ran's end, he had anticipated the bleak turn of events, yet he never imagined it would escalate so swiftly. The attributes of the 3-star Colaris had multiplied tenfold, not to mention its unlimited firepower, enabling it to unleash the feast skill at an alarming rate. Colaris's form had now surpassed 80 meters, claws bared, lunging towards the shield before him. Warning, Colaris is casting the skill, Feast. With a single use of the feast, Lin Ran's skeletal warriors were nearly wiped out. Heal me. Even as the classmates at the back exerted every effort to restore Lin Ran's health, it barely offset the damage. And the balance of defense was shattered. Lin Ran knew he had no choice but to resort to that move. Over 4,000 candidates gazed at the shield composed of 288 skeletal warriors with fervent hope. It was their sole beacon of salvation. They earnestly wished for the shield to hold firm. Amidst their hopeful glances, a thunderous roar erupted. The massive shield disintegrated in an instant. In that moment, despair engulfed all candidates, including the external observers and examiners. There was no recourse. Such overwhelming damage could not be withstood, even by someone as formidable as Lin Ran. But wait, Lin Ran was still holding on. He had not given up. In the scene, after the shield vanished, Lin Ran began to retreat continuously, only to find a skeletal warrior emerging behind him. Upon its appearance, the skeletal warrior rushed directly towards the 3-star Colaris, launching its heavy strike skill to draw its aggro. Moreover, the liquid metal skeletal warrior maneuvered with unparalleled finesse, rendering Colaris's subsequent attacks largely ineffective. Left with no choice, Colaris resorted to using Feast. This ability, being a targeted attack, could not be evaded. The skeletal warrior was engulfed by Colaris, causing its health to evaporate in an instant. Initially, Colaris felt a surge of joy from consuming a skeletal warrior, gaining an additional 10 health points. However, after swallowing the skeletal warrior, it became visibly displeased, opening its mouth to expel a chaotic mass of metal and wires. Under normal circumstances, when Lin Ran selected himself as the target for Infinite Cage, the dying skeletal warrior would automatically fly towards him. However, Lin Ran soon discovered a subtle mechanism. The liquid metal skeletal warrior, equipped with an efficient processor, could act freely even in a dying state following Lin Ran's commands. This meant that Lin Ran could achieve a delayed release of Infinite Cage, coupled with Colaris's focus on single-target attacks. This indicated something significant. Lin Ran had ample time to create a buffer chamber, providing him with opportunities to sustain his combat efforts. Moreover, by preventing the skeletal warrior from flying directly towards him, he aimed to conceal the mechanics of Infinite Cage, thereby disorienting his opponent. Without offering his adversary a chance to react, he understood that if the combination of Infinite Cage succeeded, it would inevitably fulfill its objective. In his previous encounter with the Hell-level Thunder Goblin, Lin Ran had not enjoyed such a luxury of time for a response. This being his first experiment. The exact damage output of Infinite Cage remained a mystery, prompting him to sacrifice all buffer structures in pursuit of maximum output. Now, however, he had the luxury of time to engage Colaris at a leisurely pace. After the first skeletal warrior perished, Lin Ran continued to evade Colaris, releasing a second skeletal warrior, which then showcased its skills to prolong the delay as much as possible. Throughout this endeavor, no one noticed the skeletal warrior's corpse slowly writhing, transforming into a complex mechanical structure. Lin Ran was exhilarated. The onlooking candidates and examiners outside were steeped in despair. Yet amid this despair, a profound admiration for Lin Ran blossomed. Even in the face of inevitable demise, Lin Ran had not surrendered. This, perhaps, encapsulated the true essence of the examination. While some lamented their fate, others relished the spectacle. The hundreds of candidates who had earlier been eliminated by the giant ants wore faces of anguish, even weeping. Yet inwardly, they were nearly driven to madness with laughter. As the saying goes, misfortune can be a blessing. Those eliminated in the first wave had somehow survived. Simultaneously, having already satisfied the criteria to enter Dragon School, their rankings soared, with the worst among them landing in the top 300. They had truly struck gold. Within the 11th layer, Lin Ran continued his evasive maneuvers. The 755 candidates dared only to observe from a distance as Lin Ran single-handedly danced around Colaris. Their emotions were a tapestry of despair, inspiration, and admiration, a genuine respect emanating from the depths of their hearts. Why? With Lin Ran's prowess, he could have easily abandoned the offensive against Colaris and sought refuge. After all, 755 individuals would take a significant amount of time for Colaris to consume. By the time most candidates had been devoured, the exam venue might well have been repaired, substantially increasing Lin Ran's chances of survival. Indeed, it could be said that he would be the last one standing, given he still commanded a legion of 288 skeletal warriors. However, Lin Ran chose the path of least probability and greatest hardship. Outside the examination hall, many failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Merely observing Lin Ran's deft maneuvers on screen and occasionally chuckling, believing it to be insignificant. When someone articulated the true circumstances, the shock resonated as profoundly as realizing that Lin Ran's score surpassed the cumulative scores of all 755 candidates. This realization eclipsed any shocks stemming from mere prowess. Indeed, if it were not Lin Ran but ourselves, how would we choose? Truth be told, even disregarding the other 755 candidates, few would dare to criticize Lin Ran. He remained the champion. Thus, it is evident that disparities exist among individuals. Some champions are merely remembered for fleeting moments or a single cohort. At this moment, everyone would likely carry the indelible memory of that figure, the one sprinting alongside the 3-star Colaris. Meanwhile, the chief examiner bowed his head, blinking rapidly in disbelief. Something felt amiss. He turned and adjusted his collar. Once again, he looked towards the screen, where Lin Ran's amplified figure remained. In all honesty, Lin Ran's expressions, irrespective of their nature, would not have stirred him as profoundly as they did now. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Ran was smiling. A confident smile, a carefree smile. The chief examiner could no longer contain his emotions. As long as Lin Ran can survive, I shall grant him whatever he desires. His voice resonated with an unmistakable sorrow. And seeing the redness in his eyes, Yin Feng felt equally pained. Such a genius deserved reverence. Yet here was a talent who selflessly fought for the safety of his fellow candidates, devoid of any selfish motives, passionately devoted. Who could remain unmoved? Respected guardians, please grant this child a 5-star rating, a word of encouragement. Your love is cherished. Everyone is welcome to join the fan group for discussions and connections with others. Chapter 50, the final piece of the puzzle. The perspective shifted back to the examination hall, where the majority of the 755 candidates had lost all hope, particularly after the chief examiner had asked them to endure for 8 hours, at least 8 hours. Yet now, not even 5 minutes had passed, and over 100 of Lin Ran's skeletal warriors had already been consumed. The students did not believe they could withstand damage better than the skeletal warriors, nor did they think they could maneuver as adeptly. If they managed to last even half that 8-hour duration, it would be an extraordinary feat. Everyone, do not give up. Lin Ran hasn't given up. Why should we? Though they voiced this sentiment, most students remained despondent. If it were a fair fight, none would back down. Yet against a 3-star Colaris boasting 100 million health points, with its health bar nearly pixelated, how could they hope to contend? The disparity in strength was insurmountable, leaving them devoid of any fighting spirit. Naturally, a small fraction of students refused to surrender. They actively collaborated with Lin Ran, attempting to bestow him with beneficial buffs, speed enhancements, fatigue alleviation, and the like. Such actions, to the eyes of their peers, seemed laughably futile, an exercise in futility. Let us conserve our energy, focusing instead on our positioning for the upcoming moments. Indeed, once Lin Ran's skeletal warriors have perished, it will be our turn. As the anticipation of the imminent events loomed, the students felt engulfed by a pervasive gloom, reminiscent of a real-life battle royale. With many female classmates reduced to tears from sheer fright. 10 minutes elapsed. Lin Ran, to be frank, had been running incessantly, utterly exhausted, despite his physique, which had been significantly enhanced by his level. The exertion of sprinting at full speed while simultaneously summoning skeletal warriors and directing the scattered remnants of their corpses to reassemble was not merely a test of stamina, but also a formidable strain on his mental faculties. Fortunately, all the components required for his buffer chamber had been successfully altered, awaiting but a command from him, after which the infinite cage would ensnare him. The remainder would be straightforward. Lin Ran had prior experience, accomplishing the task in under a minute previously. With 5 minutes still on the clock, he could not only assemble more robust and numerous engines, but also optimize them beyond their original design. In terms of optimization strategy, Lin Ran adopted a more conservative approach, prioritizing defense. He could not ascertain whether such a mech could vanquish Colas. Previously, the Thunderous Goblin had boasted 5 million health points, while the 3-star Colas possessed a staggering 100 million, an astonishing 20-fold disparity. Lin Ran had employed 206 liquid metal skeletal warriors for his earlier mech. Now he had 288 at his disposal, yet the actual enhancement would undoubtedly fall short of 20 times. Moreover, Lin Ran's previous mech had been a one-time use, disintegrating post-battle. This time, the buffer chamber he was creating utilized a significant number of skeletal warriors, rendering the pursuit of maximal output somewhat impractical. Thus, wagering on the demise of the 3-star colas felt rather unrealistic. It was a matter of survival. Either colas would perish, or he, along with 755 fellow candidates, would meet the same fate. Could there not be a possibility of preserving at least one life? Lin Ran pondered this, as he had always favored stability. Time ticked away, and everyone silently monitored the dwindling number of Lin Ran's skeletal warriors. 75 remained. Now, there were only 42. Fewer than 15. The countdown began. 10. As the moment drew nearer, tension mounted among all, though they could scarcely articulate the source of their anxiety. It was simply palpable. They were apprehensive for Lin Ran. 5, 4, 3. Feng Zheng gazed at the screen, microphone in hand, prepared to speak. What should he say? He contemplated making a precedent-setting announcement, solely for Lin Ran's benefit. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Wang, who had remained silent until now. You cannot make that announcement. You are the National Chief Examiner. Feng Zheng was aware that his actions would set a concerning example, yet he was willing to face repercussions. It's all right. I am prepared for any disciplinary measures. Wang shook his head. What I mean is, I shall make the announcement. He seized the microphone and addressed Lin Ran on the screen. Lin Ran. Leave one skeletal warrior behind to escape the aggro range of the 3-star colas. After speaking, he sensed his words might be overly favorable to Lin Ran and added, You have already done remarkably well. Now, focus on surviving as much as possible. Wang's intent might have eluded many, but it was quite simple. Currently, the 3-star colas was fixated on Lin Ran due to the aggro he had drawn, which meant it would continue to attack Lin Ran. The skeletal warriors were merely a means to maintain that aggro, given their swift speed, as long as Lin Ran instructed the skeletal warriors to keep running. The 3-star colas would lose its target and shift its focus to others. Indeed, were it not for this dynamic, Lin Ran could have maintained the aggro indefinitely. However, that was impractical as the 3-star colas was no fool and would attack others if it could not reach him. Upon hearing Wang's voice, many candidates and examiners exhaled in relief. Lin Ran had held the 3-star colas' aggro for quite some time, having thrown all 287 summoned creatures into the fray. For a summoner, these creatures represented their most formidable support. The more powerful the summoned creature, the greater the mental fortitude required to maintain them. Lin Ran had invested considerable time, resources, and energy into his 287 summoned entities. He had performed admirably. Now, the final summoned creature needed to draw the aggro away. Survival was paramount. Of course, a minority of candidates believed that since Lin Ran had come this far, he should embrace the role of a selfless hero and sacrifice himself entirely. Yet, 99 were fervently hoping for Lin Ran's survival. As long as he could successfully divert the 3-star colas' aggro. On the screen, Lin Ran was left with but a single skeletal warrior. This was also the final piece of the puzzle for his infinite cage, the most crucial component. It served as the base of the buffer chamber. As the last skeletal warrior neared death, it would transform into a powerful thruster, propelling Lin Ran to a safe distance from the 3-star colas. To achieve sufficient speed and avoid harm to Lin Ran's physical form, most of the materials had been allocated to acceleration and cushioning, rendering this thruster a one-time use. Therefore, the skeletal warrior had to be on the brink of death. Hence, Lin Ran would not heed the previous suggestion, although he recognized the authority it took to single him out in front of all the candidates. He had arrived at this point by trusting himself, embracing the role of a necromancer, and believing in his skeletal warriors. Trust. Infinite Cage. Chapter 51. The First Fallen Skeletal Warrior. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Lin Ran commanded the skeletal warrior, without a shred of hesitation, to charge towards the 3-star colas. His stance was one of direct confrontation with colas. No. Outside the arena, Feng Zheng, the National Chief Examiner, Yin Feng, the Chief Examiner of Shizhou, Wang, and all the examiners and candidates could hardly believe their eyes. They struggled to comprehend Lin Ran's actions, yet sensed a glimmer of understanding. Lin Ran had been attempting to use strategy and the actions of his skeletal warriors to thwart the 3-star colas. Even though it seemed utterly implausible, if the last skeletal warrior fell, how could he possibly escape the aggro range of colas with his speed? In their hearts, they shouted in protest as the screen displayed the 3-star colas growing increasingly annoyed by the drawn-out confrontation. The moment the skeletal warrior charged forward, colas wasted no time in unleashing a skill, Feast. Boss, 3-star colas has activated the skill, Feast. Colas opened its cavernous maw and consumed the skeletal warrior's 25-meter steel form in a single gulp. After a few dry chews, the skeletal warrior's health was depleted, and Colas, now visibly irritated, spat it out. Immediately after, Colas turned to advance towards Lin Ran, who stood with his back to the approaching threat, utterly motionless. Witnessing this scene, it seemed that everyone had forgotten to breathe, transfixed as Colas approached. Lin ran step by step. Each footfall from Colas reverberated through the 11th floor, sending tremors of fear through every candidate present. Yet, there was no trace of fear discernible on Lin Ran's visage. Even the tremors that might have betrayed anxiety were absent. For Lin Ran had transformed his 4-cylinder diesel engine into a gasoline engine, resulting in diminished noise and nearly imperceptible vibrations. The risk of spontaneous combustion posed little threat to Lin Ran, given his current physique. However, that was not the crux of the matter. A wave of questions surged through the onlookers. The 3-star Colossus had focused its animosity squarely upon Lin Ran, yet why did he choose not to flee? Remaining steadfast in his position? Had he resigned himself to his fate? One could not deny that this silhouette exuded a striking charisma. Indeed, at such a dire juncture, when death seemed inevitable, Lin Ran had opted not to retreat in disgrace. I shall forever remember this silhouette and the contributions of my classmate Lin Ran. The profound spiritual value and education he imparted to all were truly priceless. Finally, the 3-star Colossus drew alarmingly close to Lin Ran. At that moment, an anomaly was detected. A vague object hovered in the air at the original position of the 3-star Colossus. Was that the corpse of a skeletal warrior? What did it signify? The transformation of this skeletal warrior into such an unusual form was perplexing. In an instant, the skeletal warrior's body morphed into an intricately designed machine. Just as the 3-star Colossus was poised to strike Lin Ran, this machine emitted several streams of black particles from its rear and vanished without a trace. Remarkably, Lin Ran, who had been perilously close to the 3-star Colossus, also disappeared in an instant. Faintly, one could observe black snowflakes drifting through the air, blossoming and then fading away. Outside the scene, Fang Zheng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Such speed was scarcely conceivable. Even the camera struggled to capture it. Though Fang Zheng's tone expressed incredulity, it bore no trace of doubt. Rather, it was tinged with a suppressed excitement. Zoom in on the footage. The image magnified to twice its original size. No sign of Lin Ran. The zoom continued, reaching 6 times magnification, yet Lin Ran remained elusive. Further magnification. The image expanded to its maximum, encompassing the entire battlefield. And there, at the fringes, stood Lin Ran, having created an unimaginable distance between himself and the 3-star Colossus. At that distance, it would take the Colossus several minutes just to reach him. A collective gasp echoed among the spectators. Such speed was unheard of. What stunned them further was their utter inability to comprehend how Lin Ran accomplished this feat. What kind of maneuver was this? Was it a skill? Yet, there were no signs of him casting anything. It was completely inscrutable. In truth, even if Lin Ran himself were to elucidate this operation, it would require considerable explanation. He gently pushed away the skeletal warrior's corpse that clung to him. This skeletal warrior was already deceased. Such explosive speed, coupled with the preservation of Lin Ran's physical integrity, must surely come at a cost, and that burden was borne entirely by the skeletal warrior. It had not even been afforded the opportunity to return to the summoning space before the immense pressure shattered its internal structure, reducing its core to fragments. The skeletal warrior possessed remarkable intelligence, surpassing that of 99% of humanity. It understood its fate during the flight and had the option to terminate the operation, as evidenced by the delayed release from the infinite cage. However, the skeletal warrior was also unwaveringly loyal. It adhered to Lin Ran's commands as its sole decree. This marked the first skeletal warrior to fall since Lin Ran embarked on his career, and inexplicably, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. His survival in the instance, his dignity in victory, his acquisition of wealth, and his attainment of the 11th level, all these were contingent upon the skeletal warrior. He had long regarded this hunk of metal as a companion, a dear friend. Rest in peace, we shall avenge you. Lin Ran dispelled all the delayed effects of the infinite cage. In an instant, the battlefield of the 11th level, littered with the corpses of skeletal warriors, erupted into the air, racing towards Lin Ran. Each one was unique. Congratulations, your skill infinite cage has upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Damage immunity has increased from 1 to 2. With a 2 damage immunity from the skill, coupled with an 8 from Lin Ran's Curse of Slaughter, his actual damage immunity reached an astonishing 10, a figure virtually unheard of for a low-level practitioner. Lin Ran turned to face the camera, advancing deliberately towards the 3-star Colossus. Each step imbued with unwavering confidence. The Colossus, infuriated, could not tolerate the presence of the human who had eluded it for the past 15 minutes. In its eyes, Lin Ran, devoid of skeletal warriors, could not possibly escape its grasp. Thus, even as Lin Ran exited the Colossus's range of hatred, the psychological animosity remained boundless. Even now, no one could anticipate what would transpire next. Yet, gazing at Lin Ran's unwavering confidence, the tension and unease among the crowd began to dissipate, as if his mere presence rendered the three-star colossus inconsequential. Outside the arena, the chief examiner observed the large screen alongside Wang, and they were astonished to sense a resemblance between Lin Ran, a mere level 18, and the aura of majesty exuded by Wang. The youth's supreme dignity was indeed remarkable. All eyes remained fixated on the screen, scrutinizing every detail. Chapter 52. The skies filled with skeletal warriors. Some seasoned examiners sensed the unusual atmosphere and gently encouraged, students, pay close attention and learn well, regardless of whether Lin Ran survives. This confidence and refusal to be daunted in the face of formidable foes will be a treasure that accompanies you throughout your lives. Yes, keep your eyes peeled and don't miss a single detail. I have witnessed great strength and remarkable techniques, but to possess the exceptional qualities that Lin Ran exemplifies is a rarity in this world. Regardless of the outcome, he shall serve as your exemplar, and indeed, a role model for us all. The bewildered students nodded in unison, their gaze riveted to the screen, with some even taking notes diligently. At last, the skeletal warrior's remnants closest to Lin Ran collided with his form. With a crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed faintly. The skeletal warrior transformed into a vast mechanical structure, affixing itself to Lin Ran's side. For the sake of absolute defense and stable output, Lin Ran sacrificed some degree of cushioning. A minor injury was but a trivial matter. Of course it hurt. Yet Lin Ran made no sound, nor did he betray any emotion. After all, there were so many eyes upon him. The skeletal warrior became a structure akin to a buffer wall. Did this mean Lin Ran intended to withstand the three-star Colossus' onslaught with his own body? It was unfathomable, as this was merely the first skeletal warrior. As Lin Ran drew nearer to the three-star Colossus, more skeletal warriors surged towards him. Gradually, an irregular sphere enveloped Lin Ran entirely. His figure vanished from the screen, leaving only a polygonal sphere rolling forward. Isn't it still the same as before, withstanding damage head-on? Previously, even 288 skeleton warriors could not endure, and now it relies solely on these remnants. Witnessing such a scene inevitably brings a sense of disappointment to the onlookers, not out of concern for Lin Ran, but rather for his mere level of 18. Had Lin Ran been at level 30, or even level 20, the circumstances would have differed significantly. Indeed, he would have commanded a greater number of skeleton warriors with enhanced attributes. Though the 11th floor balances attributes, he would have had an additional skill at his disposal. Of course, there were those who remained silent, their eyes filled with astonishment and fervor. They noticed the myriad remnants soaring towards Lin Ran, some taking on remarkably distinctive forms, resembling human arms, hands, and joints. Among the examiners, a shared glance conveyed their mutual shock. Throughout, Lin Ran had been executing his plan meticulously. The demise of the skeleton warriors was merely a component of his design. This represented a skill, without a doubt, yet one of such intricate complexity that it could rival forbidden spells, demanding considerable effort merely to grasp its foundational theories. Not to mention the arduous task of acquiring such a skill, the study alone would consume immeasurable time. Now, I finally comprehend. During those 15 minutes, Lin Ran would occasionally frown or laugh, not engaged in any other endeavor, but rather utilizing his accumulated knowledge to release this exceedingly complex skill to the best of his ability. The examiners working in tandem were profoundly astonished. Forbidden spells. Merely studying one could warrant the establishment of an entire academic institution, and mastering it would yield substantial academic credits. Yet, now you speak of an examinee at level 18 spending 15 minutes to release a forbidden spell? Furthermore, during this process, he even managed to slip away for 15 minutes with the three-star Colossus, all while displaying a flair for theatrics. If these words were uttered by anyone else, the examiners would dismiss them outright. However, coming from the mouth of the national chief examiner, although infused with strong personal sentiment and perhaps some hyperbolic rhetoric, they are not too far from the truth. Wang also nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Ran's impression in their minds underwent a radical transformation, evolving from the annual top scorer to the unprecedented singular genius capable of earning Wang's recognition. Suddenly, a din erupted from outside the partition. It was a cacophony of uncontrollable astonishment and exclamations. In moments of extreme emotion, individuals can indeed lose control of their voices. This is an instinctive release. Just like now, outside the Tower of the Lifeless, a million examinees and examiners gazed in disbelief at the images on the large screen. The visuals depicted numerous skeletal warriors' parts soaring into the buffer chamber below Lin Ran, assembling into a colossal mechanical leg. In the instant the single-legged giant took form, another mechanical leg was nearly completed. Upon closer inspection, countless intricate structures were swiftly colliding and merging. The immense figure began to move its legs, emanating an eerie presence. Wow. Wow, wow. What is this? Mechanical legs? I think I might know what's about to happen. The giant continued to advance, its mechanical arms swiftly completing their assembly. The remaining skeletal warriors charged towards the giant, producing a thunderous cacophony as they began to contribute to the construction of the colossal entity. At this juncture, Lin Ran was but a step away from the three-star colossus. The final skeletal warrior's part settled smoothly upon Lin Ran's neck. As liquid metal coalesced into a beautifully contoured mech head, the three-star colossus barreled towards him, standing approximately 80 meters tall, while Lin Ran measured around 40 meters, creating a stark disparity in size. Boom. The two collided. The onlookers fixated on the screen, their astonishment palpable, despite the staggering difference in size. Lin Ran completely absorbed the impact of the three-star colossus, his entire body remaining unmoved. In contrast, the three-star colossus staggered back several steps from the force of the collision. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the spectators. The power of Lin Ran's mech was astonishing, and its defensive capabilities were beyond description. The three-star colossus, with its massive frame, collided, yet Lin Ran felt no repercussions. Did you see the thrusters behind him? Out of 88 thrusters, only 8 were illuminated. Was the three-star colossus not immune to control? How could it be forced back? This was no mere control. It was an unadulterated physical dominance. Indeed, the three-star colossus's immunity to control stemmed from its mercury helmet, not a complete immunity. It could only resist the enforced control effects from skills, weapons, and special effects. Remarkable as that was, it was evident that the crowd's tension had begun to ease significantly. With such a mech standing firm, all 755 examinees on the 11th floor felt an overwhelming sense of security. In a corner, Xie Jinga, the second-ranked student nationally, stared blankly at the towering mech, lost in thought. Nonetheless, everyone's nerves remained taut, as the three-star colossus had yet to unleash its ultimate move. Feast. Chapter 53. Let me have it. The three-star colossus could continuously release its feast skill with little to no cooldown. If Lin Ran's damage absorption fell short, he would be utterly devoured by the three-star colossus. Just as the moment arrived, the three-star colossus, realizing that the small figure before it possessed greater strength, immediately employed its signature ability. Warning, the three-star colossus has activated the skill, Feast. In that instant, as the three-star colossus opened its cavernous maw, Lin Ran thrust a fist deep into its throat. The sound of flesh tearing echoed. Lin Ran's hand plunged inside, grasping what felt like an indescribably soft mass, regardless of its nature. He seized it and began to yank and pull. This caused the entire body of the three-star colossus to spasm violently. It attempted to resist, but its strength paled in comparison to Lin Ran's, rendering it utterly powerless. Subsequently, Lin Ran hoisted it aloft. To the left, a smash. Boom. To the right, another smash. Boom. As for the feast, the mech lost a significant amount of health, yet it quickly regenerated. Thus, it was as if the feast had negligible effect. This bizarre and violent spectacle left the spectators completely transfixed. Those diligently taking notes appeared utterly bewildered. Teacher, how do I learn this? Wait, where's the feast? I didn't see it. The Colossus had been continuously unleashing feast, yet it could not compete with Lin Ran's rate of health recovery. Oh my. Are you implying that Lin Ran can withstand the three-star Colossus without suffering any damage? Indeed, Lin Ran had diligently allocated every possible resource to bolster his defenses. 287 skeleton warriors attribute stacked, combined with a 10 damage reduction effect, and the attribute and level balancing from the 11th floor, ultimately allowing him to withstand the feast damage from the three-star Colossus. Having withstood the onslaught, Lin Ran began contemplating another matter. Was there an opportunity to eliminate the three-star Colossus? Yes, indeed. Lin Ran commenced a secondary modification of the mech, gradually sacrificing some defense to test the three-star Colossus maximum output efficiency, converting his defenses into offensive power. Thus, from the visuals, one could observe the gradual motion of Lin Ran's mech components, detaching and reassembling into new structures that continued to integrate into the mech's core. This detail went unnoticed by many, who simply found it impressive. At this moment, however, everyone was focused on one undeniable fact. A total of 755 candidates could survive. Lin Ran, thank you, you have achieved it. In the midst of crisis, a glimmer of hope emerged, and Lin Ran seized that slim chance. Nevertheless, hope alone requires strength to grasp it. What everyone can learn is not to give up, and not to delude themselves into thinking they can be like Lin Ran. At this instant, Lin Ran's image underwent a profound transformation in the minds of all examiners and candidates alike. To the examiners, Lin Ran was merely a candidate. Even if he ranked first nationally, it seemed somewhat trivial after all. given that every examination must have a top scorer. Yet this first place may well be an unprecedented feat, perhaps one that will never be replicated. Rumor has it that his theoretical scores were also near perfection. A hexagonal necromancer? Compared to the overwhelming admiration of the examiners, the candidates were comparatively straightforward. They regarded Lin Ran as their role model, prompting many to re-evaluate their own career aspirations. Who would have thought that an LV-18 Lin Ran could hold his own against a 3-star Colas? And who wouldn't he wish to engage in a direct confrontation with Colas on the 11th floor, just as Lin Ran did? Meanwhile, those who had once considered themselves fortunate, liking Feng and his companions, now felt as if they had struck gold. They never anticipated that someone could stand against a 3-star Colas. Not a group, but a single individual. Feng had previously thought he could measure up to Lin Ran, but now he felt that an actual encounter would leave some utterly shattered. We need not name names. Suffice it to say, it is not Lin Ran. The chief examiner, waiting for the proceedings to unfold, finally felt at ease enough to lift his teacup, taking a sip to soothe his throat. 8 hours. I wonder if Lin Ran can endure until then. The emphasis on wonder was laden with a raspy chuckle, exuding a sense of relaxed contentment. Yin Feng smiled in agreement. Of course, given the current circumstances, even adding a 0 to that duration would pose no challenge for Lin Ran. At that moment, the usually silent Wang turned his gaze towards Feng Zhang, who reciprocated the look. Years later, when confronted with Lin Ran, Feng Zhang would still reflect on that distant afternoon when the often menacing Wang actually smiled at him. Wang remarked, "I've heard you wish to take Lin Ran as a disciple. Kindly relinquish him to me." Feng Zhang's entire demeanor tensed instantly. The inevitable had arrived. Psychologically, he acknowledged Wang's prowess, for in his youth, he had viewed Wang as a paragon. Indeed, when Feng Zhang was a teenager, Wang appeared to be in his 30s, and now, in his 40s, Wang still seemed not a day over 30. However, regarding Lin Ran, Feng Zhang felt compelled to negotiate. "I am a person of integrity." Wang nodded. "You may set any terms you desire." Feng Zhang's previously puffed chest sagged. With such a declaration, what more can I say? Very well, if Wang desires him, he is yours. See, everyone should strive to learn well. With integrity, one can also render Wang indebted. Feng Zhang was evidently elated. Through his discerning perspective, the value of what he could gain from Wang far surpassed merely acquiring another disciple, especially as he already had one with a restricted profession, making it impractical to mentor two. Feng Zhang added, "However, I've heard this child Lin Ran has quite the temper and is rather headstrong. Though you no longer have me as a competitor, it would be prudent to consider his own wishes." Wang nodded thoughtfully, making a rare attempt to understand Lin Ran. "Tell me about him." Time passed swiftly, half an hour slipping away in an instant. Changes began to manifest on the 11th floor, noticeably diminishing Lin Ran's defenses as the damage inflicted by the feast reached the limits of his recovery. It seemed that with just a bit more force from the feast, Lin Ran's equilibrium would be shattered. Yet, among all the observing candidates and examiners, not a single soul harbored concerns for Lin Ran. Instead, they were preoccupied with another entity. Oh, not a person, but a creature. The giant insect, the 3-star Colas. This was due to the fact that Lin Ran's output had also surged several tiers within that half hour. Did you see that? Colas's health is steadily declining. Yes. It's already down to 94. What does this mean? Could it be that the 3-star Colas is on the verge of collapse? No way. The situation took a sudden turn, catching everyone off guard. The very creature that had recently threatened the lives of 551 candidates now faced the specter of death. Chapter 54, Human Relations. On the 11th floor, Lin Ran relentlessly pummeled the 3-star Colas, delivering crushing blows with his iron fists. The 3-star Colas found itself bereft of any opportunity to retaliate, resorting only to unleashing its feast skill in a desperate attempt to exploit Lin Ran's weaknesses. Yet, all was in vain. At that moment, amidst the crowd of candidates, one audacious soul shouted, "Colas, hang in there. Don't die on us." This nearly sent the 3-star Colas into a fit of rage. It turned to glare at the student, as if to proclaim, "Once I'm free of Lin Ran, you'll be my first target." Yet, escaping was no easy feat. The 3-star Colas attempted to flee countless times, only to be dragged back by Lin Ran for another round of thrashing. In the fray, the creature's jaw appeared to be askew from the relentless assault. Before long, the 8th hour had arrived. In reality, Lin Ran experienced minimal physical fatigue. He lay within the buffer chamber, quietly orchestrating the skeletal warriors in their combat. As time progressed, he found that he no longer needed to direct them with intent. The skeletal warriors had become a tangle of dry twigs, with Lin Ran serving as the spark. Once ignited, the remaining kindling would burn away on its own. Consequently, apart from a slight hunger, Lin Ran felt remarkably at ease, especially since the skeletal warriors possessed boundless energy, allowing for prolonged engagement in battle. After 8 hours, The only notable impact was that the sustained high-intensity collisions and wear had severely affected this rudimentary large mechanical structure, causing some critical core components to loosen. To address this issue, the outer components would need to be entirely disassembled and reconfigured, redistributing the metallic density. Some students might wonder why the skeletal warriors don't self-heal. While their life force remains unaffected, the self-recovery of their form adheres to their skeletal configuration. Therefore, if they were to break into pieces, such healing would be uncontrollable, potentially resulting in component failures. Lin Ran had anticipated this. Thus, the self-repair of shape was directly subject to wear, with the damaged metals expelled externally to prevent overall impact. This degree of wear was negligible concerning the overall health and battle efficacy. The sole consequence was the prolonged engagement in combat, perhaps within 3 days to a week. This mech would become inoperable. However, for Lin Ran at present, this was hardly a substantial concern. One might even say it was a trivial matter. After 8 hours, the 3-star Colas' health had plummeted by 96, leaving only 6 remaining. At that very moment, everyone suddenly noticed a significant decline in Lin Ran's attack frequency. It appeared that the mech was showing signs of fatigue. Outside the arena, many spectators were perplexed. How could it be that after 8 hours of vigorous activity, there was now a sense of exhaustion? Was the mech on the verge of collapse? Surely not. If it truly could not hold up, Lin Ran would likely issue a warning in advance. How strange. On the 11th floor, the students observed Lin Ran's apparent struggle, leading the buff-enhancing teammates to hasten their efforts. Lin Ran, you must hold on. Perseverance is victory. Keep pushing. Yet, half an hour passed, and Lin Ran remained in the same state, teetering on the edge of performance. As if it were all an act. Yet, perhaps it was not. The 3-star Colossus was also beginning to falter. It had seemed that Lin Ran was about to succumb. Yet here it was, holding on for another half hour in the same manner. Was this a game? Meanwhile, the chief examiner, watching the screen, could no longer contain his laughter. Ha! Beside him, Yin Feng chuckled in agreement. Ha ha. This, in turn, piqued Wang's curiosity. Why are you both laughing? What is Lin Ran trying to achieve? Yin Feng smiled at Wang, secretly pondering his reputed low emotional intelligence. Yet, it seemed that this very trait, which focused solely on outcomes, had contributed to Wang's remarkable prowess. Fang Zhang, known for his straightforwardness, spoke up. Lin Ran is giving us a way out, isn't he? Wang raised an eyebrow. Oh? Fang Zhang continued with a grin. Consider this. If Lin Ran defeats the 3-star Colossus, and we still haven't resolved the exam hall's bug, what dignity would remain for the examination? Wang grasped the implication. In truth, the first to understand were not them, but the technicians frantically sweating as they repaired the bug. They were simultaneously rushing to fix the issue while monitoring the health bar of the 3-star Colossus. Hurry up. Look at Lin Ran. He's about to take down the 3-star Colossus. Where are we in our repairs? If we don't finish before he defeats it, we'll lose face. Understood, understood. We're on it. Lin Ran was indeed buying us time, haha. Finally, with the 3-star Colossus's health dwindling to below 1%, the critical bug in the exam hall was completely repaired. Furthermore, a new mechanism was introduced. Candidates could freely enter and exit the exam hall. Fang Zhang's ecstatic, affectionate voice resonated in the 11th floor exam hall. Children, you are safe. You can now leave the exam hall at any time. In an instant, more than half of the students chose to exit. As they stepped out of the 11th floor and beheld the familiar faces of classmates and teachers, their emotions could no longer be contained, and they burst into tears. It was only through this brush with life and death that they could comprehend their feelings. And it was only in such a desperate atmosphere that they could fathom their deep gratitude towards Lin Ran. Watching the mech's attack frequency suddenly surge, the emotions of the onlookers were beyond words. Warning, the 3-star Colossus has activated a skill. The 3-star Colossus attempted to unleash its final banquet. Despite being unable to win, it still sought to release it. The Colossus had become dazed, if there were a hell for insectoids. It had finally completed its trial and was on the verge of ascending to paradise. With a colossal silver-white metallic fist, it struck its battered head one last time. With a resounding boom, its shattered body could no longer support its massive structure. Green blood sprayed uncontrollably, and the enormous form of the 3-star Colossus slowly collapsed to the ground. 3-star Colossus defeated, experience value, 0. The 3-star Colossus dropped, 1 Colossus egg, white, ordinary. This was an exam hall. Monsters were illusory, so not granting experience was entirely normal. However, the absence of experience from the 3-star Colossus took Lin Ran by surprise, as its status was unique, not entirely illusory, but partially corporeal, allowing it to genuinely slay the candidates present. With a physical presence, theoretically, there should be drops, albeit with a low probability. Upon seeing the second drop, Lin Ran understood. A reward had indeed been bestowed upon him. Chapter 55, Eggs and Credit Rewards. Colossus Egg, White. Ordinary. An ordinary, tameable egg, currently hatching. 00125 of 100. Lin Ran may not have extensive knowledge about other insectoid units, but he had indeed studied the Colossus. It was impossible for it to drop an egg, at least according to the materials he had encountered. Thus, the fault lay with the 3-star variant. The Colossus was inherently a low-tier insectoid unit, yet its potential for perpetual health regeneration implied that, theoretically, its growth ceiling was limitless. Therefore, a tameable Colossus was of unimaginable worth. Perhaps the only insectoid egg in existence was now in Lin Ran's possession. Notably, the egg appeared directly in Lin Ran's backpack, unseen by anyone else. He glanced at it. It was also tradable. Quite remarkable, the rewards from this college entrance examination were exceptional. Well worth the arduous 9 hours spent battling the Colossus. Muttering to himself, Lin Ran turned around to find over 1,000 eager eyes gazing at him. Those candidates who had not yet exited the Tower of Life on the 11th floor. As for why they remained, no one knew. Perhaps it was for the sake of spectating, or perhaps they waited for Lin Ran to join them. Still within the mech, Lin Ran had a higher vantage point. As the mech took a step forward, it began to disassemble freely. In an instant, the vast metallic cage surrounding Lin Ran vanished, revealing his somewhat weary visage. The students gazed in awe, captivated by such a dazzling spectacle that undoubtedly left a profound impact on their youthful hearts. Lin Ran waved to them, signaling, "Come on, what are you waiting for?" The girl whom Lin Ran had saved earlier summoned her courage, stepped forward, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet her words were filled with resolve. "This time, you go first." Lin Ran smiled, said nothing further, and vanished from sight. Returning to Shizhou. Gradually, all candidates safely exited the exam hall. Each person's heart was aflame with excitement. Over 8 hours prior, they had plummeted from the pinnacle to the abyss, once elite prodigies poised to enter the Dragon Academy, yet nearly losing their lives to the 3-star Colossus. Now, everything lost had been restored. The feeling of regained fortune, a euphoric joy mingled with a surreal sense of disbelief. Ahem. The nationwide chief examiner Fong Zhang's hoarse voice echoed through the loudspeakers, pulling them from their virtual reverie back to reality. Now, we will announce the results of this year's college entrance examination. The results were presented without ranking, directly disclosed, after which all candidates could log into their accounts for personal inquiries. Now, may the top 10 candidates come forward to receive their awards. As the top 10 hailed from various cities, they were projected in real time to simulate the award podium. Lin Ran had initially intended to depart, but upon hearing about the rewards, he decided to linger a bit longer. Surrounding him, several classmates engaged in animated discussions. "I have heard that the top 10 this time will receive additional credit rewards. Indeed, it is the credit rewards from Long School. What of credits? I find them less valuable than money. Just look at Lin Ran from Shizhou, who amassed 580 credits in the first wave. How much would that be in money? 458,000. Moreover, Lin Ran's credits from the second wave have yet to be finalized, and it seems he must first take the stage for that to occur. You may not grasp this, but credits are far more precious than ingots, for while ingots can be exchanged for gold coins, credits can only be earned through personal effort. Indeed, although credits are universally applicable across the nation, the difficulty of earning them at Long School is considerably higher, thus rendering them more valuable and significant. Oh, here we are, one of us ranked 977, 850th, and the other 977, 851st. Are we truly concerned about credits? I am solely focused on money. Indeed. On stage, the top 10 began to ascend one after another, each awarded credits. The 10th and 5th places received a reward of 100 credits. The 4th place garnered 200 credits. The 3rd place was occupied by Ying Feng, who, despite his rank, wore no smile indicative of joy, a reward of 300 credits. The 2nd place was taken by Xie Jinj, who, unlike her counterpart, wore a beaming smile, seemingly performing for the audience, her gaze frequently drifting towards the crowd below. Although from her perspective, no one was visible, a reward of 500 credits. Once Xie received her award and certificate, a palpable acceleration in heartbeats rippled through the assembly. Everyone was acutely aware of who the first place would be. The mere thought of him stepping onto the stage filled the air with exhilaration. Even the chief examiner, Fong Zheng, who was reading from a script, found his breath quickening. "First place, Lin Ran, please come to the stage." Lin Ran approached the stage with a buoyant stride. And although his pace was swift, it could not surpass the thunderous applause that erupted from the audience. The sound was deafening. No words were exchanged. Yet fervent claps resonated from multiple examination halls across the nation, accompanied by spontaneous cheers and whistles. Of course, there were also those who were overwhelmed, needing to be carried off on stretchers. As for Lin Ran, his His performance in the second wave spoke for itself. 5 million examinees bore witness, and without him, the top talents of Daxiao might have faced a significant gap. National first place, rewarded with a direct grant of 1,000 credits. Regarding the second wave, it was noted that the total score of all examinees combined was approximately 5,000 points, bringing the total from both waves to about 10,000 points. This figure was somewhat adjusted to account for those who did not score at all, though this was inconsequential. Lin Ran had already secured 580 credits from the first wave, and considering his outstanding performance and contributions, the organizing committee, in urgent consultation with the higher-ups at Long School, unanimously decided to award Lin Ran a one-time bonus of 5,000 credits. Upon Fang Jing's announcement, applause erupted from the audience. Well done. Lin Ran deserves this reward. The applause lingered for an extended period. Lin Ran smiled in response, though he held little concept of the significance of credits. Current credits, 580 credits. If converted to gold coins, that amounts to 580,000. Yet it is said that one can only earn them through personal effort, making them quite precious. Quite impressive indeed. Lin Ran had also obtained an exquisite Colaras egg. He was accepted into Long School, not to mention the rewards of influence, which cannot be purchased with money. Following this day, all examiners nationwide, along with the upper echelons of Long School and 5 million examinees, would forever remember the name Lin Ran. This implies that even if Lin Ran were to retire on the spot, he would not find himself lacking in funds due to his accrued influence. Upon returning to Shishan City, it was already 2 in the morning. The grand house awarded to Lin Ran for his first place ranking was, in truth, fully furnished and exquisitely decorated, constructed from high-quality materials, devoid of any noxious fumes. Even the flooring felt remarkably comfortable underfoot. Reflecting on the peeling paint that once adorned his childhood ceiling, Lin Ran could not help but marvel at the advantages of wealth, which can obliterate 99 of one's worries. I'm back. Upon opening the door, the familiar visage of his foster father, Shanyang, clad in an apron, greeted him. The living room was filled with several familiar faces, and a few children were darting about. These were Lin Ran's uncles and aunts, some neighbors, and some relatives from Shanyang's side. The atmosphere was vibrant. During dinner, the neighbors expressed their admiration for Lin Ran's accomplishments. We never expected Xiao Ran to secure the first place in Shishan City. Surely, he will not fall below the top 10,000 in the college entrance examination. I tend to speak bluntly, but even if he does not, it is already quite commendable. Haha. Yes, you two are rather picky eaters. Perhaps you should learn from Uncle Lin Ran and focus on your studies, understand? I heard that the college entrance examination results are released immediately. Oh, Xiao Ran, let us cut the pretense. We are genuinely curious about your ranking. Could you share it with us? Chapter 56. The influence of being first in the nation. Amidst the eager gazes surrounding him, Lin Ran silently took a bite of the nearby hairy crab. Crack, crack. Seizing a moment, Lin Ran raised his right hand, extending a single finger, first in the nation. All the chopsticks immediately froze midair, as everyone regarded Lin Ran with incredulity. Then, one ant burst into laughter. Xiao Ran has learned to joke around, huh? Yet, it seemed that no one found it amusing. They wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Having frequently visited, they had arrived by car this time. Waiting up until 2 in the morning for Lin Ran, especially given his remarkable performance, which had created high expectations for his college entrance examination results. Sleep eluded them. They simply could not rest. Having witnessed Lin Ran grow up, they understood him far better than others. He rarely made jokes. He had always been mature beyond his years. If he said he would do something, he would, and if he could not, he would refrain from making promises. Someone could not restrain themselves and asked, "Is that true?" Lin Ran nodded, continuing to crack the crab. Of course, some remained skeptical. They pulled out their phones, attempting to find clues online. To their surprise, they indeed uncovered something. It was the customary curiosity surrounding the identity of the national first-place student. Naturally, the official sources would not disclose such information, primarily for the safety of the examinees. This was not a theoretical examination. It was a test of combat prowess and future potential, with countless eyes scrutinizing. Thus, as long as the officials remained silent, no one could confirm who the top 10 were. This time, however, there was a slight exception. The examination authorities revealed some information, concealing the surnames of the top 10 while retaining the given names. Consequently, they could see that the first-place name was Ran. To be honest, there are very few individuals in this world with the name Ran. Yet, it is not entirely impossible for someone to share that name. Ah, is it really him? I want to be able to sleep tonight. Observing the frantic expressions of the ants, Lin Ran logged into his account, displaying his score before them, 520 points. Perfect score. At that moment, certainty dawned upon them. they would indeed find it impossible to sleep that night. The national first place, an exceedingly rare perfect score, belonged to their neighbor. Their relative, the child they had watched grow up. Who could fathom this sense of honor? With the college entrance examination concluded, there would be a 3-day respite during which families could reunite, followed by the necessity to pack for their respective universities. There was no need to await acceptance letters. As the college entrance examination held immense importance, this was a battle of prowess, and in the future, these examinees would be engaged in combat with foreign tribes. The more efficiently the minutiae were handled, the stronger and safer daxia would become. As for the examinees' rest time, it was deemed unimportant. To live is to earn the privilege of rest. The following noon, guests arrived at Lin Ran's home, among them the chief examiner from Shizhou, Yin Feng. Upon seeing Shanyang, he greeted him warmly, exuding the familiarity of old classmates reunited after a long separation, even sharing amusing anecdotes from their university days. Their conversation appeared lively and engaging. However, in truth, the two had parted ways after university and had not crossed paths for over 2 decades, lacking any form of contact. Lin Ran recalled how Shanyang had once mentioned his intention to leverage his connection with Yin Feng to secure Lin Ran's admission to Long School. A connection that had now become irrelevant. Lin Ran could vividly envision the scene, Shanyang traveling by long-distance bus to the provincial capital, enduring various rejections and hardships just to meet Yin Feng, only to be met with indifference. Shanyang could not afford to show any resentment. He had to accommodate Yin Feng's whims. Even so, Yin Feng could not advocate for Lin Ran, as E-grade professions were far too extraordinary, leaving Shanyang to articulate the situation. Ultimately, Yin Feng agreed to assist but instructed Shanyang to wait in Shishir City for further notice. Yet, none of this transpired. Shanyang occasionally glanced at Lin Ran. His eyes filled with affection, occasionally sparkling with a hint of starlight. This was because Lin Ran had elevated his level to 18 before the college entrance examination, qualifying him for admission to Long School, and not only that, he ranked among the top 5,000 in the examination, achieving the remarkable distinction of being the nationwide top scorer. The connection with Yin Feng was no longer necessary. In this province, there was no need for such connections. Even Yin Feng, a figure of considerable importance within the province, made the effort to travel to Shanyang's home bearing generous gifts, eager to cultivate a favorable relationship. They all understood that Lin Ran's future would not be confined to these humble beginnings. Of course, Shanyang did not allow the 2 decades of separation to create any awkwardness or animosity. He enthusiastically took Yin Feng out to dine, and, before parting, gifted him local specialties from Shishir City, both expressing a desire to stay in touch. Such scenes unfolded countless times over the past few days, with Shanyang warmly receiving leaders from Shishir City and various unnamed dignitaries. He felt that his life was settling into a routine, yet he believed that in the future, the 2 children, Shan Xueqing and Lin Ran, might benefit from these connections. That evening, 2 more guests arrived. As they entered, Shanyang involuntarily shuddered. He recognized Fang Zheng, a fellow student from his own cohort. Many stories had unfolded in that year, and a fleeting memory crossed Shanyang's mind. Fang Zheng had emerged as a formidable figure by the time of graduation, becoming the unrivaled champion of their class. He later learned that Fang Zheng's ascent had been remarkably smooth, and today he was a person of great significance in daxia. If the leaders of Shishir City knew Fang Zheng was present, they would all dutifully stand at Lin Ran's doorstep. Accompanying Fang Zheng was a stranger. Though Shanyang felt a sense of familiarity, years of teaching experience warned him that the man in black with white hair was not to be trifled with. He exuded an aura of menace that instilled fear. "Please, Mr. Fang, come in. You're too kind," Fang Zheng replied. Their brief conversation left Shanyang even more astonished. Someone of Fang Zheng's caliber displayed profound respect for the man beside him, a sentiment that seemed genuine. This only piqued Fang Zheng's curiosity about the man's identity. But he remained silent, merely observing the surroundings. Coincidentally, Fang Zheng expressed a desire to speak with Lin Ran privately. Seizing the opportunity, Shanyang cautiously inquired about Wang's identity. Wang appeared relaxed, smiling as he said, "I believe we've met before. You were quite young then. Do you recall the great fire in the primeval forest of Shishir City over 30 years ago?" Shanyang trembled at the memory, the distant recollections flooding back. He stumbled to his knees before Wang, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to you, Wang." Wang, who had been smiling, now wore a serious expression. No need for such formalities. As Shanyang raised his head, his eyes sparkled with fervor. Over 30 years ago, the western primeval forest of Shishir City had transformed from a catastrophic fire into a siege by formidable foes, which escalated into a large-scale national conflict. It was only through Wang's intervention that, for the past 3 decades, Shishir City and even Shizhou had been free from any further boss sieges or wars. At that time, Shanyang was still a child, having witnessed Wang's figure soaring through the sky, vanquishing foes with a single stroke. As for Lin Ran, he was not well acquainted with Fang Zheng. During the award ceremony, he had merely caught the older man's overly enthusiastic glances, which made him quite uncomfortable, leading him to mistakenly believe he had arrived in Chengdu. Frankly, he did not harbor a favorable impression of him. Chapter 57, Apprenticeship and Rodvizu. However, Fang Zheng was now discussing serious matters. He repeatedly emphasized Wang's extraordinary prowess, elevating his status in a manner that suggested he was the foremost figure in Daxia. The embellishments continued, with Fang Zheng asserting that Wang could even be considered the strongest in the world, and perhaps even the universe. Curiously, Lin Ran inquired, "So, you've been extolling his virtues, and then you declare that I, Fang Zheng, shall be your master. As for Wang, you can merely observe him. As for Wang's purpose in coming, it was simply to join me for a meal." Lin Ran found this rather uninteresting. "You know, I believe this somewhat unreliable Fang Zheng might indeed undertake such a dubious endeavor. Of course, he wishes to take you on as a disciple. Are you unwilling?" "Of course not. With a master of such caliber, wouldn't he that make life easier? Who would dare to provoke me? Those who don't would receive 2 slaps. Yet, Lin Ran maintained an outward composure. "I shall consider it." Fang Zheng shot him a sidelong glance. Being neither servile nor overbearing is commendable. "But for now, we are all comrades. Just tell me if you agree or disagree." "Agreed." Thus, Lin Ran became Wang's disciple, and that very night, he was taken to Long School. Shanyang brought Lin Ran some of his homemade pickled vegetables, a delicacy of dried radish stir-fried with spices and peppers, sealed in a glass jar. After sitting overnight, they were irresistible. Shanyang felt a pang of reluctance. Having raised both children alone after Shan Xueqing's mother passed away, he was now left with an empty home. While tidying Lin Ran's room, he stumbled upon a messy blanket and hesitated to tidy it up, knowing it would not be left in disarray after today. When he lifted the blanket, he discovered bundles of cash, no less than 500,000. A gust of wind ruffled Shanyang's white hair, and the sounds of children playing echoed, transporting him to a bygone era, overwhelming him with emotions he could share with no one. Lin Ran had left 500,000 for Shanyang, retaining 465 million for himself. He might have left a bit less, but he was confident that he would earn more in the future and could repay later. Long School was nothing particularly special, merely vast, perhaps larger than other universities, with an additional tower, the Tower of Lifelessness, which could only be challenged at a high level. After acknowledging his master, Lin Ran was not assigned any main tasks. Wang merely informed him to collect a benefit the following morning, without elaborating on how or with whom. He left him with a single admonition. "Should you cause any trouble in the future," Lin Ran understood the implication and promptly replied, "Rest assured, master. I shall not speak out of turn." Wang shook his head, saying, "No, no, no. If you ever cause trouble in the future, mention my name. If you cannot handle it, call for me. If you accidentally kill someone, call for me. If the other party is unreasonable, call for me. If they are reasonable but you are unwilling, call for me." After uttering these words, Wang's figure gradually faded away, disappearing from sight. Lin Ran couldn't help but admire his master, and as he observed the high-ranking seniors passing by, he felt an urge to slap them playfully. Of course, it was merely a jest. Lin Ran was not that type of person. It was no wonder that his adoptive father was only willing to share the memories from before he turned 9 once he arrived at Long School. The enemies he faced were indeed formidable. Having regained his memories from before the age of 9, Lin Ran found that all his previous questions had been dispelled. The original owner was born into a prominent family, the Lin family. He had not been called this name before. It was originally Ran Wei, possessing an extraordinary Scarlet Thunder heart. He had made waves over a decade ago, and with energy conversion, Lin Ran was bound to acquire a divine class profession. Moreover, his power source would also be divine. His restoration abilities and various astonishing effects would undoubtedly allow him to dominate this year's college entrance examination, suppressing all prodigies. Indeed, Lin Ran had now achieved that. However, that was not the whole story. The Scarlet Thunder heart was inherently Lin Ran's. So, why had it vanished, and who was responsible? What were the underlying reasons? Lin Ran pieced together the chaotic memories. Before his heart was extracted, he had been blindfolded and could discern the voices of a young woman and several men. In his recollection, these individuals were relatives from the Lin family, appearing rather amiable in the original owner's impression. The relationships within the Lin family were straightforward. At the top was the patriarch, who had 2 sons and 1 daughter. One son was Lin Ran's father, while the other was the one who had extracted Lin Ran's heart. Thus, it was evident that Lin Ran's divine Scarlet Thunder heart resided with this uncle's son. Even if it were not in his possession, whoever possessed the divine Scarlet Thunder heart could simply be defeated. The Lin family's influence was robust in the Great Xia. While they might claim second place, none would dare assert they were first. However, one could not help but wonder who was stronger when compared to his master. Such anticipation. Lin Ran was also curious about the state of his biological parents and why they had not come to his aid. Lost in thought, he decided to dismiss it. When faced with challenges, he would act decisively, for his master was there to support him. While he pondered, a sudden chill swept past him, and a small knife was placed on his shoulder. An ambush? Without hesitation, Lin Ran executed a shoulder throw, pinning the assailant to the ground. Upon recognizing the individual, he hurriedly helped her up. I say, young lady, what business do you have with a knife? Is this how one greets another? The person was Fong Ning, and at first glance, Lin Ran did not recognize her. She had made herself up beautifully, and he only recognized her when he saw the rolling lemon on the ground. I just wanted you to see my weapon, Fong Ning replied, somewhat aggrieved, her head lowered, her fingers gently touching the blade. Lin Ran glanced at her weapon. Name, Azure Flawless, Pink Artifact. Level, Bronze level, can be equipped at LV10. Profession, Assassin. Effect, Physical Attack Power 30, Evasion 1, when attacking from behind the enemy. The first skill deals an additional 100 damage, cooldown time 100 seconds. Description, this is the first flawless weapon crafted by Master Carl. This weapon was indeed impressive, boasting top-tier base attributes and a rare 100 damage effect, providing extraordinary burst damage. If it were placed in the trading hall during the college entrance examination period, it would surely be fought over by candidates of the assassin profession. Even outside of examination periods, selling it for hundreds of thousands would not be a challenge. Lin Ran casually inquired, did you purchase this? Fong Ning shook her head. No, my brother got it for me. There are plenty of artifacts in that place. What place? The place you are going to tomorrow. Fong Ning led Lin Ran to a hall called Transnational War Zone. This is where you will be tomorrow. It requires both strength and a quota. The quotas are limited, and those who possess them are individuals who have made significant contributions to the school or the Great Xia, or their offspring. The Transnational War Zone is divided into multiple sections. Currently, Lin Ran only had access to one, namely, Radva Continent. Located to the south of the Great Xia, Radva Continent spans vast distances and allows for direct teleportation to safe locations, where abundant resources and experience can be obtained. Hence the necessity for quotas. Initially, Lin Ran paid it little mind, perceiving it merely as a simple trial and a benefit. However, upon seeing the small prompt beneath Radva Continent, which outlined the rules of engagement, he realized it could be summarized in 3 simple words: search, fight, withdraw. In a picturesque mountainous region of the Great Xia, Wang sat beside a wooden cabin, holding 2 photographs in his hands. The first was a picture of Lin Ran, and the second depicted a young man of similar age to Lin Ran. The Divine Scarlet Thunderheart, huh? This belongs to my disciple. Within 2 weeks, the Divine Scarlet Thunderheart shall return to its rightful owner. Chapter 58, The Tranquil Night Before Enrollment. Lin Ran was eagerly anticipating the arrangements for the following morning. Fong Ning had learned of Lin Ran's arrival through someone who had alerted her to familiarize him with Long School. This place was not a lofty divine palace. It was quite humane in nature. In fact, Lin Ran had observed many students engaging in playful banter along the way, showing that even top-tier geniuses were not entirely detached from the human experience. This is the dining area, the cafeteria. Walk a kilometer that way, and you'll find the dormitories, which include free triple rooms as well as paid single rooms. There are options for all budgets, depending on how much one is willing to spend. Over there is the study room, where recovering mental energy is faster, though it requires a fee. Finally, Fong Ning brought Lin Ran to the instance hall, saying, this is likely the place you will visit most frequently. Leveling up and acquiring gear all happen here. That's about it. There's not much else to discuss. Fong Ning hesitated for a moment, a hint of shyness in her demeanor before finally speaking. Would you like to grab a meal together? Lin Ran replied that he had already eaten and declined. By the way, where is the gas station? Fong Ning paused, realizing she truly did not know. After making a call to inquire, she directed Lin Ran to the location, and they bid farewell. Lin Ran walked for about 10 minutes before arriving at the gas station. There was nothing particularly special about it, just an ordinary gas station with diesel and gasoline, offering 92, 95, and 98 octane options. Lin Ran approached the 98 octane pump and waved at the attendant, saying, Miss, fill it up with 98. Now that I have the funds, I might as well indulge in the good stuff. I can't keep drinking 92. The attendant, observing him, looked around, puzzled. But you're not a student. Where's your vehicle? Lin Ran produced his student ID, which clearly indicated his power source as a fuel engine, and opened his mouth. Fill it up here. The attendant was taken aback, as fuel power sources were indeed quite rare. As the nozzle was inserted into Lin Ran's mouth, the attendant's hands trembled. Student, did that hurt? Not at all. I'm used to it. This time, Lin Ran filled up 1,000 liters of fuel, more than enough to last a considerable while. Oil can be stored alongside mental energy without concerns of explosion during the storage process. While there may be some dangers during operation, they are negligible. 1 unit of mental energy can be converted to 1 liter of gasoline. In practice, 1 liter of gasoline can be transformed into a substantial amount of mental energy, albeit at a slower pace. Upon arriving at the convenience store adjacent to the gas station, Lin Ran purchased essential items such as a blanket, basin, towels, toothbrush, toothpaste, shampoo, and ultimately, a bowl and chopsticks. By the time he reached his dormitory, it was already 9 p.m. Faced with the choice between a free shared dorm and a solitary room costing 10,000 yuan per month, Lin Ran reluctantly opted for the latter. As many matters were best kept private. The price for tranquility was steep. It felt as though long school was extorting money. In truth, there were even pricier options, which he dismissed at a glance as utterly absurd, renting at 10 times the market rate outside. Naturally, one could not criticize, given the availability of free accommodations. After placing his belongings in the dorm, Lin Ran took his bowl and chopsticks to the cafeteria, charged 1,000 yuan onto his meal card, and casually ordered a dish. Spending over 100 yuan, he observed that the dishes appeared quite ordinary and wondered why they were so exorbitant. Once seated, he noticed Fong Ning gazing at him from a distance, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. The cafeteria featured several counters, some offering affordable options while others were overpriced. The cheap ones could be found to the northwest. Lin Ran did not intend to deceive by claiming he had already dined. Rather, he simply preferred solitude. However, he felt it was somewhat inconsiderate, given that Fong Ning had taken the initiative to help him acclimate to the school. He retrieved from his bag a jar of oil-exploded radish preserved by Shan Yang, offering her a bottle as he said, "Next time, I shall treat you to a meal." Fong Ning nodded, her expression returning to its previously lively demeanor, no longer solemn. She opened the glass jar, using a clean spoon to scoop some radish into a freshly baked pancake. After taking a bite, she exclaimed, "This is delicious. How can it be this good?" She then regarded Lin Ran with a skeptical look. "Come clean, is this radish grown by goblins?" Lin Ran burst into laughter, explaining, "It's just a regular radish, but one that has been carefully selected, dried, and subjected to various processes I am not entirely familiar with. Ultimately, it is stir-fried. What ingredients are used? I do not know. I can assure you, this radish becomes exceedingly delectable if left for a day. In essence, it embodies the flavor of time, a taste only the patient can appreciate." He then inquired about Shan Xueqing. Fong Ning was aware that Shan Xueqing had become an apprentice under her biological father. Yet no one knew her current whereabouts. Such a high-level profession mandated a lifetime of concealed identity, residing in a villa accompanied by young models, admittedly, a rather tedious existence. Of course, this was jest. Confidentiality was par for the course in such elite careers. Entering long school was not solely under its purview, but required cooperation with national arrangements. Fong Ming assured Lin Ran that she would inform him promptly should she receive any news. Returning to his dorm, Lin Ran initially prepared for the upcoming international operation the next day. He accessed the trading hall, which had unlocked a new currency exchange feature, gold ingots for trading. 1,000 gold coins equated to 1 gold ingot, and the two could be exchanged unconditionally. Glancing at his balance, he saw 453,815 gold coins. After conversion, his balance changed to 453 gold ingots and 815 gold coins. Why convert to ingots? Because purchases made with ingots incurred reduced transaction fees. Naturally, the items available for purchase with ingots were of high value, and the fees themselves were not insignificant, promoting positive consumption. Lin Ran briefly scanned the auction house, overwhelmed by the plethora of available items. Yet he restrained his urge to splurge, recognizing that many items held little utility for him, whether potions or other goods. Deciding against further exploration, he closed the trading hall and opened the credit system. Current credit balance, 10,580 credits. The utility of credits was vast, allowing for the acquisition of various services, tickets, and privileges unattainable with gold coins. However, there was no need to fear depleting his credits, as there were numerous avenues for earning them. The next day's international battleground would provide opportunities for credit acquisition, as would daily activities and combat in dungeons. Moreover, credits held significance only when spent. Each credit spent rewarded 1 point of degree experience, enhancing one's degree, which would greatly aid one's future and societal influence. Upon graduation, those with higher degree levels would attract high salaries from various organizations. Presently, Lin Ran's degree level was Clumsy Novice College Student 1 star. Lin Ran unlocked some permanent privileges with relative ease. Chapter 59, Arrival at Rodva State. Spent 6 credits, degree experience 6, unlocked permanent member access to Long School's internal forum. Spent 30 credits, degree experience 30, unlocked. Free meal delivery service from all cafeterias at Long School, valid permanently. Spent 100 credits, degree experience 100. Unlocked. Permanent online access to national libraries. Spent 500 credits, degree experience 500, unlocked. Lifetime free medical services for minor ailments nationwide, with personal health insurance access to relevant regulations. Spent 1,000 credits, degree experience 1,000, unlocked. Personal teleportation array for short-distance travel within Long School, valid permanently. Installation can be scheduled. With the second disassembly and relocation free of charge, the third disassembly and relocation incurs a service fee, and teleportation array trading will be supported in the second year. Spent 1,000 credits, degree experience 1,000, purchased 1 ticket to the Tower of Lifelessness. Current cumulative expenditure, 3,780 credits. Current credit balance, 6,800 credits. Congratulations. Your degree has improved from clumsy novice college student 1 star to 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, meeting the credit advancement criteria. Congratulations. Your degree has progressed from clumsy novice college student 3 stars to unremarkable apprentice college student 1 star. Congratulations. Your degree has advanced from unremarkable apprentice college student 1 star to 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, meeting the degree progression criteria. Congratulations. Your degree has elevated from clumsy novice college student 3 stars to trainee college student 1 star. Current degree, trainee college student 1 star, surpassing 99 of peers. This simple elevation surpassed so many merely because classes had yet to commence. There were still 2 days until the start of the semester. Fong Ming advised him to maintain around 6,000 credits, as they might prove useful the following day, so Lin Ran retained 6,800 credits. The night passed without incident. Lin Ran quietly worked on converting a 4-cylinder gasoline engine into a 6-cylinder one. In fact, achieving an 8-cylinder engine was not beyond his capabilities. However, he needed to consider fuel consumption. Increasing horsepower could indeed enhance the recovery speed of mental energy, but such mechanical augmentation would largely dissipate during the piston movements. High fuel consumption posed a challenge for refueling, not due to concerns of economy, but rather Lin Ran's own endurance. Lin Ran had no intention of upgrading to a 6-cylinder engine. However, the demands of his mental acuity were escalating, with a new challenge awaiting him the following day. He undertook the upgrade overnight, purchasing various small components. By manipulating the metals within his body, he enhanced the engine with 2 rows of AVS electromagnetic valves, each comprising 6 valves, totaling 12. This was a rather intricate technology, enabling the adjustment of the engine's power output through the control of valve lift, thereby conserving fuel while augmenting performance. Naturally, it was not merely a matter of adding a few electromagnetic valves. It also required the integration of other sensors to monitor the engine's operational data, which needed to be transmitted to a computer for comprehensive coordination. Fortunately, this posed no difficulty for Lin Ran, who completed the task in a matter of hours through programming. The first ignition was remarkably smooth, and the operation of Lin Ran's power source became extraordinarily stable, exhibiting almost no vibration. In the past, he would have categorically shunned such complex electronic control structures, as the likelihood of malfunction increases with complexity. Yet, the desire for both power and endurance necessitated this step. Early the next morning, Lin Ran scheduled an installation for the teleportation array, handing over the keys to the technician who arrived. He then proceeded to the multinational Warzone Hall. On his way, he cast a glance at his egg. Chorus's egg, hatching progress, 56,128-100. The egg was hatching rapidly, expected to be completed by tomorrow. After a brief wait, Fong Ming arrived, bringing breakfast for Lin Ran and educating him on the perils of skipping breakfast. It could lead to stomach cancer, with odds akin to that of acquiring a white item from a dungeon. Lin Ran, however, expressed that such odds were not particularly concerning for him, as he had yet to hear of cancer affecting metal. Fong Ming suggested, "Let us have breakfast once we reach Radva." Soon, all 18 participants in the multinational Radva operation had gathered, bringing the total to 20, including Lin Ran and Fong Ming. Their levels varied, none exceeding level 30 or falling below level 25. Fong Ming's level was modest at level 15, yet she was notably the overall commander of this multinational operation, and everyone was obliged to heed her directives. The primary objective of their journey to Radva was to collect several crucial materials, with the rest left to individual initiative, emphasizing the importance of unity and communication in the face of challenges. Subsequently, Fong Ming pulled Lin Ran aside to assign him a specific task. "Your mentor has given you a special mission to obtain an anteing. Upon acquiring this material, He will reward you with 10 bottles of dragon blood purification potion. Fong Ning furrowed her brow, indicating that this platinum badge was not readily obtainable. I also require an anteing. If I obtain one, I shall give it to you, as I believe 10 bottles of the potion hold greater value. You can simply share 2 with me later. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. As for the location of the anteing, Fong Ning assured him that they would discover it upon arrival. Standing on the teleportation array, it flickered momentarily, and Lin Ran felt as though his body were being stretched like noodles. In mere seconds, he returned to his original form. A wave of dizziness washed over him, churning his stomach, but fortunately having skipped breakfast spared him from vomiting. Turning around, he noticed Fong Ning, whose complexion appeared slightly pale. She opened a plastic bag and grabbed a bun. Its succulent aroma, once tantalizing, now felt like the last straw for many. Within moments, out of the 20, 15 could no longer contain themselves and vomited. Fong Ning seemed oblivious to this, continuing to enjoy her bun. Lin Ran quietly took out 2 buns, consuming them swiftly to quell his unease. The team members were strangers to one another, thus there were no cliques or rivalries. Everyone approached each other with caution, particularly regarding Lin Ran, whom they regarded with great respect. Those who could enter the multinational battlefield either possessed exceptional individual strength that garnered the attention of the Dragon School's higher-ups, or were the offspring of influential figures who had made significant contributions to the Great Xia. Lin Ran's level stood at merely level 18, which hinted at the prowess of his father. Consequently, many sought to befriend him. Hey there, I'm a warrior. Just hide behind me if danger arises. You look younger than my sister, so I'll call you little brother. Just call me sister, and I'll grant you buffs later. Chapter 60, The Establishment of a Personal Sanctuary. Lin Ran responded politely to each introduction, pleasantly surprised by the harmonious atmosphere. A stark contrast to the treacherous intrigues he had faced in Shishan City. He had not anticipated such camaraderie within the Dragon School. Exiting the teleportation array, they arrived at a relatively secure area where the Dragon School was stationed in Radva. Fong Ning led them to a counter resembling a document processing station. Here, they could purchase personal sanctuaries, an optional investment. Radva offered a wealth of basic materials and supplies, and a sanctuary served as an excellent storage space for surplus items, particularly since the trading network did not extend beyond the borders of the Great Xia. Moreover, possessing a personal sanctuary meant that all actions taken during their scavenging would yield experience for the sanctuary. Lin Ran examined the information Fong Ning provided, gaining insight into what a sanctuary entailed. In essence, it was a more economical storage solution compared to a portable warehouse. A personal warehouse functioned like an individual backpack, allowing for immediate access. In contrast, a sanctuary was a fixed storage location that required one to be adjacent to the warehouse administrator to deposit or retrieve items. However, once unlocked, a sanctuary was permanent, featuring ample space and the capacity to store living creatures. Additionally, as the sanctuary upgraded, it could unlock many practical functions. Lin Ran glanced at the pricing. Unlock sanctuary, 400 gold ingots, 6,000 credits, duration, permanent ownership. This price was indeed not trivial. 400 gold ingots equated to 400,000 coins, approximately half the cost of a house. 6,000 credits amounted to 6,000 gold ingots, or 6 million coins, but credits were even more precious than gold ingots. Lin Ran began to comprehend Fong Ning's assertion that purchasing was not obligatory. The cost was exorbitant. As for its functions, it currently served primarily as a storage solution. After contemplating the rare opportunity presented, given that each individual only had one round-trip chance through the Dragon School's teleportation array to Radva, he realized that without a warehouse and with the trading network inaccessible, he would be limited to bringing back only the most valuable items, discarding the less valuable ones. Lin Ran ultimately did not hesitate long before handing his identification card to the warehouse administrator. 400 gold ingots, 6,000 credits. Experience gained, 6,000 points. Degree level upgrade. Junior University Student 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star. Promotion successful. Congratulations. Your degree level has risen from Junior University Student to Initial University Student. Degree level continues to rise. Initial University Student 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star. Promotion complete. Current degree level. Initial University Student 5-star. Current balance, 53,815 coins. Current credit balance, 800 credits. Congratulations, you have unlocked a personal sanctuary. Duration, permanent. Permissions, fully owned. The warehouse administrator will provide you with services for supervision, maintenance, and upgrades. Prior to reaching level 5 of the shelter, the administrator will charge a specific service fee each year on January 1st, which includes notification costs via text message. In proximity to the warehouse administrator, you may routinely check on your shelter, freely access items, and also enter your personal shelter for various operations. Lin Ran's act of unlocking his shelter has added layers to his peers' impressions of him, affluent and possessing a considerable accumulation of credits. In reality, Lin Ran is a freshman. After acquiring certain essential permissions, he still has surplus credits to unlock a personal shelter, thus placing him significantly ahead of his contemporaries. A cursory glance at the shelter reveals that its initial space is quite substantial, comparable to a football field, easily accommodating several dozen vehicles. The expenditure is indeed worthwhile, especially considering that upgrading a personal backpack entails a far greater financial outlay. Furthermore, the subsequent upgrades to the shelter do not require additional funds. Lin Ran can simply gain experience by engaging in battles on the battlefield, allowing him to upgrade his shelter free of charge. Upgrading not only enhances the space, but also unlocks new functionalities. Additionally, the shelter is not limited to this location. Upon arriving at Dragon School, one can find the warehouse administrator to store and retrieve items, as services are available in cities throughout the Great Xia. At this juncture, Fong Ning offered a friendly reminder. Reaching level 5 is sufficient, the space will be adequate, and thereafter, refrain from further upgrades to conserve experience acquisition. Why? Lin Ran inquired. Because once the shelter reaches level 6, the ability to attack other shelters becomes available, meaning you can raid other shelters, and conversely, others can raid yours. Just imagine the distress of having your hard-earned materials plundered. Lin Ran nodded in understanding. Presently, his shelter is at level 1, and level 5 seems a distant prospect, alleviating any immediate concerns. As everyone prepared, most donned backpacks, utilizing the simplest means to store their loot within. It was not a matter of inadequate personal backpack space. Who would complain about a backpack being too large? Lin Ran himself carried numerous backpacks, approximately over 300, all contained within his personal backpack. How could Lin Ran possibly carry over 300? He could only bear one. However, he also possessed 288 skeletal warriors. Arriving at the edge of the Dragon School safety zone, Lin Ran encountered a small teleportation portal, its mechanism exceedingly intricate, with even the visible components inducing a sense of trepidation regarding the intellectual prowess required to design such a structure. Fong Ning explained, passing through this portal will transport you directly to a random safe area of Radva. To return, simply return to the original spot and wait a moment, and you will be back in the safety zone. This is crucial to remember. Furthermore, each teleportation incurs a fee of 1 gold coin, so refrain from excessive back and forth travel, unless, of course, you are affluent enough to disregard that. Lin Ran gazed at the portal, where simple and comprehensible text provided the following information. Radva Outskirts, LV10, LV29, 1. The resources in all areas of Radva refresh approximately every 6 months. 2. Upon entry, you will automatically be in a protected area, abundant in resources yet fraught with perilous wild creatures, though no other professionals can breach this sanctuary. 3. Upon exiting the protected area, it will automatically upgrade to a hazardous zone, where more formidable creatures abound and resources are denser and richer. 4. Hazardous zones also host other professionals, including those from foreign nations. Eliminating them will yield all their equipment and resources. Now, let us commence our journey. Should we form a team or go solo? I recommend teaming up, as the wild creatures within are exceptionally powerful and one cannot manage alone. While resources in the protected area may not be as plentiful as when solo, they will still increase. After a brief discussion, nearly everyone opted to form teams. The Radva experience itself is a boon, especially with the school year approaching, rendering it unnecessary to exert oneself excessively. Only Lin Ran and another male student chose to venture solo. Observing Lin Ran's decision, Fong Ning notably cautioned, everyone should strive to remain within the protected area, otherwise, it will automatically upgrade to a hazardous zone, allowing others to enter your sanctuary as well. Understood. Chapter 61. Radva Outskirts. Upon entering the Radva Outskirts, Lin Ran discovered that the teleportation placed him in an underground tunnel. He climbed the nearby iron ladder and, after considerable effort, managed to lift the heavy manhole cover. Officially entering the Radva Outskirts, before him lay a pristine jungle, and directly in his line of sight was a wooden treasure chest, quietly resting. It was deemed a treasure chest due to the faint white glow emanating from it, indicating the presence of valuable contents. No wonder it was referred to as a boon. Could Radva be littered with treasure chests? Approaching the chest, Lin Ran encountered no obstructions and required no key to effortlessly open it. The bronze chest contains a Campylon sword, bronze white, 54 units of wood, and 30 soul fragments. Nestled within was a bronze tier white weapon and 30 soul fragments. The white weapon was worth little, around a dozen coins, while the soul fragments approached a value of 300 coins. Remarkably, Lin Ran did not need to engage in battle to claim these rewards. Merely opening the chest sufficed. However, the most astonishing aspect was the lumber. Upon opening the chest, a cascade of wood spilled forth, leaving Lin Ran momentarily astonished. With 54 units of wood weighing nearly a ton, it could fetch around 400 to 600 coins. Clearly, the foundational materials of Campylon hold significant value, primarily due to their quantity. Lin Ran decided to discard some of his surplus backpacks, of little use for storing materials that occupy space, without bulk. The resources here were measured by the ton. Who could manage that? Continuing onward, Lin Ran approached a thatched cottage, having already opened 5 white treasure chests and acquired 6 distinct types of materials in varying quantities, which he estimated could sell for over 2,000 coins, along with 100 soul fragments valued at approximately 1,000 coins. Now, Lin Ran could withdraw from Radva with a substantial collection of materials, though he had no intention to do so, with each teleportation costing 1 gold coin, equating to 1,000 coins. Lin Ran pondered that he should earn at least several thousand coins before exiting. He lifted his gaze to the thatched cottage before him, where an automatic prompt emerged. Danger level, 1 star, recommended level, LV20, recommended to enter in a team. Clearly, the cottage housed dangerous biological sentinels. Lin Ran approached the window and peered inside. It appeared empty save for a black iron chest, quietly resting by the window, seemingly awaiting Lin Ran to open the door to claim its contents. Lin Ran summoned a liquid metal skeletal warrior. Without hesitation, the skeletal warrior kicked the door open. But as it advanced a couple of steps, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A pair of blood-red eyes illuminated from the rafters of the cottage. It was a plump bat, bearing a human-like face, exceedingly terrifying. The skeletal warrior, without a word, swung its blade toward the creature. With a sudden plop, the bat's head tumbled from the beam, splattering dark crimson ichor across the surroundings. You have slain the Asawan, earning 1,000 experience points. The experience will be calculated upon evacuation. Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with delight. The experience from this diminutive bat was indeed substantial, surpassing even that of the king-level shadowy forest. Following the demise of the Asawan, it transformed spontaneously into a perfectly square wooden treasure chest. Upon opening it, Lin Ran acquired the venomous fangs of the Asawan along with 30 soul fragments. He began to comprehend the situation. In Radva, resources replenish every 6 months. However, the abundance of materials is remarkable, with monster drops occurring at an almost 100 rate. Yet, the quality of materials and equipment varies by probability. White items are predominant, green ones are less common, blue items are rare, purple items are exceedingly scarce, and pink items are virtually non-existent. After defeating the Asawan, Lin Ran also obtained information about it. Asawan bat form. The Asawan is a malevolent creature capable of transforming into various forms, including bat, pig, and black dog, and even into human guise. It typically lurks in the shadows during the night, preferring to feast on human entrails, particularly those of infants. Approaching the bedside, Lin Ran opened a black iron chest radiating a white glow. The black iron chest contains Campylon chestplate, silver grade, white, 123 units of camphor wood, 129 units of copper, 19 units of inferior jade, and 100 soul fragments. With a cacophony, an avalanche of basic materials inundated the entire hut, bursting its confines and spilling into the outdoors. Lin Ran had anticipated this and swiftly exited. Otherwise, he would have ended up buried like the skeletal warriors. He promptly extracted the materials into his backpack. In truth, many of the materials in Radva were unfamiliar to Lin Ran, though he could easily identify them by color. Green materials and equipment were undoubtedly worth keeping. The white items had already filled his original 10 slots. Fortunately, he had previously purchased additional backpack space. The first backpack upgrade required 100 gold ingots, equating to 100,000 gold coins, granting an extra 20 slots. Lin Ran spent not a single coin, having exchanged 1 academic credit for a backpack upgrade voucher, allowing for a complimentary upgrade to black iron grade. Congratulations, your personal backpack has been upgraded from no level to black iron grade, expanding your capacity from 10 to 30 slots. The subsequent upgrade would be significantly more costly, requiring 3,000 gold ingots, or 3 million gold coins. This was understandable, as the backpack essentially opened up a new realm of space, capable of stacking up to 999 units. Even a ton of materials could be stacked to 999. A truly extraordinary feat. The steep price was, therefore, justifiable. 30 slots were ample for Lin Ran's needs. In a mere few minutes, Lin Ran had amassed a considerable quantity of basic materials and nearly 300 soul fragments, with a value nearing 10,000 gold. He mused that while it may not be as swift as obtaining a piece of professional equipment directly, The satisfaction derived from such an abundance of materials was truly exhilarating. Moreover, since Radva lacked pollution value, he could transport the filled materials directly back to storage. The sole concern was the presence of formidable creatures. But this impediment posed little threat to Lin Ran. His spirits soared higher. Here, indeed, was paradise. Lin Ran continued onward, following the narrow path beside the hut toward the south. Along the way, he opened 6 more wooden treasure chests, collecting bundles of timber, metals, and vines into his backpack. The basic materials occupied roughly 10 slots, while the remainder consisted of new items, such as wires, inferior jade, and quality plastics, which were fewer in number and classified as upgraded green materials. Currently, Lin Ran had 12 slots remaining, more than sufficient. And he had even uncovered a purple material, Minakawa feather, presumably of considerable value. Regardless, Lin Ran was unconcerned, taking everything he encountered and stuffing it into his backpack, as they could all be sold for profit. Before long, Lin Ran arrived at the southernmost point. The confines of the protected area were quite limited, and he reached the end after just a few steps. To the south lay a small encampment, filled with various white material chests, and deeper within, he vaguely discerned several black iron chests. However, this place was guarded by numerous dangerous creatures. Without any danger alerts, as soon as Lin Ran stepped into this area, a few skeletal warriors sprang forth, summoned to shield him from harm due to the activation of Matrix defense. Yet, Lin Ran could not perceive anyone present here, only invisible units. After lingering in place for a while, the summoned skeletal warriors multiplied, but they could not locate the invisible entities. What was there to wait for? It was time to open treasure chests. After all, Lin Ran was impervious to harm. Chapter 62, The First Evacuation from Radva. Lin Ran disregarded the surrounding threats and focused solely on opening one treasure chest after another, his hands growing weary from the effort. He opened 15 white treasure chests and 3 black iron chests. Among the spoils were several pieces of level 20 silver-grade equipment, as well as a handful of bronze, green, and blue items, including 1 piece of class-specific equipment. Silver-grade gear, much like white items, held little value, only slightly more than bronze items. The worth of silver and bronze items was comparable, but class-specific equipment and purple items commanded a higher price, while pink items soared to astronomical values. Ultimately, Lin Ran's backpack was completely filled. While rummaging through a tent, he discovered a large black iron treasure chest, which was exceptionally grand in size. The large black iron chest contains the following items: 1 Karen shield, silver purple, 1 silver blue item, 2 silver green items, 5 silver white items, 5 bronze blue items, 4 bronze green items, and 12 bronze white items, 1 Minakawa feather, purple, 3 precision components, 5 tires for weapon parts, and various blue materials, 10 exquisite wire bundles, 25 inferior jades, and assorted green materials, 266 units of wood, 298 units of steel, 355 units of rubber, and various white materials. With a clatter, the ground was strewn with equipment and materials, cluttering half the encampment. There was even a piece of silver-grade purple gear that could fetch a starting price of 50,000. Lin Ran felt an adrenaline rush, soaring to exhilarating heights. The drop rates were simply exhilarating. Everything was quickly stowed into his backpack. Countless materials and equipment surged toward Lin Ran, as if he were a black hole, continuously absorbing everything around him. Soon, Lin Ran's backpack reached its maximum capacity. Some new materials simply could not fit. It was impossible to add any more. However, this was of no concern, as Lin Ran could always return for them later. After a brief organization of his backpack, discarding unnecessary materials to make room for more valuable ones, he began his journey toward the evacuation point in Radva. 5 minutes later, Lin Ran arrived at the manhole cover of the sewer, lifted it, and leapt down, landing steadily. A prompt appeared before him. Initiating evacuation from Radva. Estimated time, 5 seconds. 1 gold ingot has been automatically deducted for the teleportation fee. Gold ingot, 1. Current balance, 52 gold ingots, 815 gold coins. 4, 3, 2, 1. Evacuation successful. Upon entering Radva this time, you have gained a total of 12,750 experience points for your personal sanctuary. Congratulations, your personal sanctuary has been upgraded to level 2. Personal sanctuary, level 2, 013 of 100. New function unlocked. Warehouse. Lin Ran opened his eyes, finding himself back within the safety zone of Dragon School stationed in Radva, surrounded by a few unfamiliar faces. Surely, other students from Dragon School had also seized the opportunity to enter Radva, busily gathering supplies. However, the resources in Radva refresh only every 6 months. The quantity is finite, meaning that the more individuals arrive, the less there is to go around. Contemplating this, Lin Ran quickened his pace, determined to scavenge all the resources from the Radva personal sanctuary swiftly, and then venture into the hazardous zones to collect neutral supplies. After all, the total amount of resources is limited. Whatever others claim diminishes what Lin Ran can acquire. With his strength and qualifications, he was entitled to gather more. Arriving beside the warehouse administrator, Lin Ran casually found a corner and settled onto a sofa. Before him appeared an emblem of the sanctuary, indicating that he could access items at any time and enter the sanctuary at will. With a thought, Lin Ran's form vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself within the sanctuary. The spaciousness of the sanctuary was truly remarkable. It could easily accommodate a football field's worth of items. Yet, it still had its limits. Lin Ran emptied his backpack, and in an instant, half of the sanctuary was filled with foundational materials such as wood and steel. There was an overwhelming abundance. Indeed, it was far too much. The sheer volume of resources was colossal, and if he were to conduct another round of transport, the space would be entirely consumed. Oh, the Level 2 sanctuary had unlocked a new warehouse function. Lin Ran had always regarded the sanctuary as a warehouse. Now, an additional function had been introduced. He activated the new feature, and a prompt appeared before him. Warehouse. Costs 10 gold and 500 credits. Click to view detailed information. Lin Ran clicked to see the details. The warehouse, akin to a personal backpack, starts with 100 slots, with a stacking limit of 999 per slot. 100 slots? Lin Ran's eyes brightened. That was indeed a fortuitous boon, more than sufficient. He could store smaller materials within the sanctuary while placing similarly sized materials directly in the warehouse. How delightful. The cost was not exorbitant. Gold, 10, remaining, 42 gold and 815 coins. Credits, 500, remaining, 300 credits. You have acquired one warehouse. Duration, permanent, access level, highest. Please position the warehouse where you deem appropriate. The location can be changed freely at any time. Lin Ran raised his hand and placed the warehouse in the most accessible position upon entering the sanctuary, specifically to his right. Thereafter, he crammed all materials from the sanctuary into the warehouse, utilizing only 30 slots. Lin Ran's personal backpack was entirely emptied. Although the personal backpack had no weight limit, Lin Ran felt considerably relieved. After a brief calculation, he estimated that the value of the foundational materials collected this time was around 250,000. The worth of some rare materials was yet unknown. While he possessed numerous pieces of equipment, most were meant for disassembly. A piece of professional equipment could sell for over 5,000 coins, while a silver-purple piece could fetch more than 80,000 coins. Therefore, the initial haul from Radva should exceed 330,000 coins, equating to approximately 330 gold. The profits were indeed substantial. Continuing towards Radva, Lin Ran prepared to enter once again when he encountered two familiar figures, fellow classmates from their group of 5. Their faces bore expressions of astonishment. They did not expect the area brimming with various supply crates to harbor invisible monsters, which nearly cost them their lives. A classmate with thick brows and large eyes turned to Lin Ran. Have you encountered those invisible monsters? They are located in a campsite within a canyon. He elaborated on the location of the invisible monsters, noting that the resources in the Radva protection zone were uniformly perilous. Lin Ran nodded. Understood, I will be cautious. After which, the individual expressed his intention to remain behind to warn other classmates, preventing them from unknowingly facing fatal dangers. Lin Ran regarded him with newfound respect. In these times, good-hearted individuals were scarce. Once again entering Radva, Lin Ran was now quite familiar with the terrain. The southern region had been thoroughly explored. He resolved to begin searching from the east, proceeding counterclockwise towards the north before ultimately returning to his starting point. The eastern area posed little danger for Lin Ran, featuring a workers' dormitory where each room contained a wooden treasure chest. Chapter 63. How to preemptively eliminate the boss. Simultaneously, the dormitory was teeming with Asawan, monsters that could transform into various shapes. This posed a significant threat to others, as Asawan could morph into flying bats, swiftly moving black dogs, or heavily armored pigs. However, for Lin Ran, this merely meant an abundance of wooden treasure chests. Defeated Asawan in black dog form, gained 1,000 experience points. Defeated Asawan in pig form, gained 1,000 experience points. Defeated Asawan in bat form, gained 1,000 experience points. After vanquishing all the monsters, Lin Ran's experience bar at level 18 began to stir, slowly rising. He left no treasure chest unopened, collecting everything into his backpack, fully clearing the dormitory. Lin Ran's backpack was now filled with 9 items, occupying 18 slots. The eastern region was thoroughly looted. Only the northern and western regions remained. The northern region offered no surprises, yet along the way, he discovered numerous wooden treasure chests, encountering only a few scattered Asawan. This allowed Lin Ran's backpack to expand from 9 filled slots to 13, with miscellaneous materials occupying 20 slots. He opted to discard some white equipment, choosing not to collect them. Upon reaching the north, he found no notable discoveries, but rather a damaged bridge. As Lin Ran approached the bridge, a prompt appeared before him. Repairing the bridge requires 10 units of wood and 5 units of steel. Repair completed, your protection zone will directly transform into a dangerous zone, and you will be able to enter the dangerous zone at any time. Lin Ran decided against repairing the bridge for the moment. As he had yet to fully explore the western region, he proceeded towards the west, along the way opening 6 white treasure chests, and encountered an Asawan in a small wooden house, where he opened a black iron treasure chest. At last, Lin Ran arrived at the final area of the protection zone, which housed an abandoned hospital, with several derelict ambulances parked outside. While searching nearby, he discovered several wooden treasure chests, and, within an ambulance, found 2 black iron treasure chests. This surprised Lin Ran, as these 2 black iron treasure chests were unguarded by any monsters. After scavenging all the treasure chests, Lin Ran turned his gaze towards the hospital before him. Danger level, 2. 5 stars. Recommended level, 25 or higher. Not advisable for solo challenges. Recommended group size, 10 or more. Please note that entry into the hospital will preclude exit unless boss Yell is vanquished. In Lin Ran's mind, a plethora of boss figures flashed by. Before entering the Radva protection zone, Fong Ning educated the group about the monsters and boss present in the Radva reserve. The invisible units had also provided information. However, each time the Radva protection zone opened, the monsters varied, necessitating reliance on first-hand experience. Fong Ning meticulously introduced each boss, fearing that the uninitiated would recklessly charge in and meet their demise. Yell, in particular, was an exceptionally formidable boss. Yell was notoriously difficult, typically manifesting within hospitals. If encountered, one must not engage. Do not engage. Do not engage. According to the records, upon entering the hospital, the cunning Yell would toy with intruders. He might materialize behind the hospital's entrance to instill fear, only to vanish into the shadows. Subsequently, he could appear within a cabinet at the end of the corridor, where several white chests lay. The moment one opened the cabinet, he would leap out and potentially scare one to death. Yet, he was not solely a harbinger of terror. Upon entering the hospital's morgue, a confrontation would ensue. Yell possessed 2 forms. After defeating him in his first form, he would not perish, but rather be transported into an ambulance by transformed nurses and doctors. Post-rescue, Yell's health would regenerate to 100, and one would find themselves not battling Yell, but rather the ambulance itself. The vehicle boasted formidable defenses, rendering any attack a mere 1 point of damage, whilst it could inflict considerable harm upon the attacker. In summary, if encountered, it is prudent to ignore him and collect the chests around the hospital before departing. Fong Ning also elucidated Yell's crucial drop, the power source crystal, a prized item unique to Yell within the entire Radva perimeter. This crystal could enhance the strength of internal combustion and electric cores, laying a solid foundation for future upgrades and connections to other components. However, both the upgrade of the power source and the connection to additional components were distant aspirations. The power source crystal currently offered tangible benefits, effectively reducing energy consumption and enhancing power, as well as improving the conversion rate of the power source into mental and physical energy. Thus, the power source crystal is an exceedingly valuable material, ranking among the most prized in Radva. This material cannot be traded and must be acquired through personal endeavor. One might inquire, if an enemy possesses a power source crystal and is slain, will it drop? Yes, indeed, bound materials may drop, but this could result in fatalities, which is hardly amusing. Yell appeared quite perilous, thus caution was advisable. Lin Ran summoned all 288 liquid metal skeletal warriors, who cleared the path as they entered the hospital. However, feedback from the skeletal warriors indicated that the interior was devoid of threats, proving to be remarkably safe. Lin Ran recalled that this boss had a mechanism to hide behind doors to frighten intruders, akin to a scripted death event, where the boss would not inflict damage upon him. Therefore, it necessitated Lin Ran's personal entry into the hospital to trigger the frightful mechanism. Gazing at the foreboding dark door, devoid of light and exuding an eerie aura, he stepped cautiously inside. The moment he crossed the threshold into the hospital lobby, a bald figure with blood-red eyes suddenly leapt forth, shouting at Lin Ran. Truth be told, even with ample preparation, such a sudden emergence from the darkness within an abandoned hospital would startle anyone, undoubtedly inflicting psychological distress upon Lin Ran. Triggered, Matrix Defense. This can trigger Matrix Defense? In the impenetrable darkness, Lin Ran could see nothing, but faintly heard the sounds of anguished screams. He could also discern a blurred, elongated health bar plummeting rapidly. Defeated boss. Yell, experience points 5,000. Boss. Yell, automated drop, black iron chest. A question mark materialized above Lin Ran's head. Was it not stated that boss Yell had a second form? How could he be vanquished so swiftly? Should one shift perspectives to Yell's side? It would reveal that upon startling Lin Ran, he turned only to find hundreds of blood-red eyes glowing in the vast darkness. Consequently, the skeletal warriors unleashed a merciless barrage upon Yell, their strikes landing with brutal force. Before he could activate his dark mechanism, Yell was swiftly eliminated. Lin Ran chuckled, pleasantly surprised at the ease of defeating a boss. He glanced at the black iron chest that Yell had transformed into, his gaze momentarily captivated. This black iron chest differed from the conventional ones. It radiated a dazzling blue light, unlike the typical white or green. Recalling the information provided by Fong Ning and combining it with his own experiences, Lin Ran deduced a conclusion. The chest's grade correlates with the level of the materials and equipment. Wooden chests contained items dropped by monsters below level 20, while black iron chests were associated with monsters ranging from level 20 to 29. Additionally, chests varied in size, with larger ones yielding significantly greater materials. Lin Ran had previously encountered only one large black iron chest, and it seemed the color of the chest indicated an increased probability of rare materials and equipment. The large black iron chest he had opened before had yielded a purple-silver piece of equipment. With anticipation, Lin Ran opened the black iron chest, blue, before him. Chapter 64. Comprehensive Collection of Personal Protection Zones. The black iron chest contains the following items. Yell's Intelligence Document. 1. Minakawa Feathers. 5. Power Source Crystal. 1. Adrenaline Syringe. 1. Yell's Trousers. 1. No equipment. Lin Ran examined the Yell Intelligence Document. This item could be combined with other precious materials to craft Yell's Puppet. 1. Allowing him to summon a Yell within the Radva range. Furthermore, Yell would inevitably drop a Power Source Crystal. Thus, this document equated to a Power Source Crystal, likely of considerable value. In addition, the Minakawa Feathers, of which Lin Ran had only accumulated 10 thus far, were undoubtedly precious materials. The Power Source Crystal was a bound material, which he stowed in his backpack for later examination. The Adrenaline Syringe was rather ordinary. As for the trousers, they were simply trousers, not equipment. Overall, Lin Ran deemed his haul from Boss Yell quite satisfactory as he ventured deeper into the hospital, reaching the corridor's end, where he encountered the cabinet. Upon opening the cabinet, Yell did not leap out to frighten Lin Ran. He had pondered whether eliminating Yell prematurely would trigger a bug resulting in a second Yell encounter. But such an occurrence did not transpire. Inside the cabinet were 3 wooden chests, which yielded various materials upon opening. The subsequent scavenging proved to be quite fortuitous. As the hospital was rife with chests, Lin Ran even discovered a large wooden chest, overflowing with basic materials, and astonishingly, he unearthed a piece of purple bronze equipment. Now that the college entrance examination period had passed, level 10 equipment had diminished in value, yet a purple piece could still fetch upwards of 30 to 40,000. It was truly an unexpected windfall. Upon reaching the depths of the morgue, Lin Ran discovered a sizable black iron treasure chest. Although it did not yield any purple gear, it contained 3 pieces of blue-class equipment, easily worth around 30,000 coins upon sale. However, therein lay a predicament. Lin Ran's backpack was utterly brimming, leaving no room for additional items. Reluctantly, he proceeded to organize his materials, discarding less significant ones on the ground to maximize the efficiency of his inventory. Subsequently, Lin Ran exited the hospital, reclining on a stretcher, swiftly being carried towards the evacuation point by 2 skeletal warriors. 5 minutes later, he arrived beside a manhole cover. Lifting it, he leapt downwards. Evacuating Radwa, estimated time, 5 seconds, 1 ingot teleportation fee automatically deducted. Ingot, 1, current balance, 41 ingots, 815 gold coins. 4, 3, 2, 1. Evacuation successful. During this entry to Radwa, you have gained a total of 57,825 experience points for your personal sanctuary. Personal Sanctuary, Level 2, 7,545 of 100. Upon returning to the Dragon School's safety zone in Radwa, Lin Ran dashed at lightning speed to the Sanctuary Administrator. Rather than entering the Sanctuary, he opted to deposit all the contents of his backpack into the Sanctuary's storage. With 100 slots available, he had filled 30, which now expanded to 56, nearly reaching capacity. In truth, Lin Ran still had a considerable amount of materials yet to retrieve. He made 2 more trips to Radwa before successfully transporting all materials from the hospital and the southern camp to the sanctuary. Personal Sanctuary, Level 2, 9,545 of 100. Just from transporting supplies, his personal sanctuary's experience points were on the rise, highlighting the diversity of experience acquisition. After 2 evacuations, which cost him 2 ingots, Lin Ran's balance stood at 39 ingots and 815 gold coins. At this moment, he had thoroughly scavenged all supplies within his personal protection zone, estimating their total worth at approximately 790,000 gold coins, equating to about 790 ingots. This valuation did not even account for items such as Yale's intelligence files and Minakawa feathers, whose worth remained ambiguous. In terms of time, scarcely 3 hours had passed, marking just past noon. The speed at which he amassed wealth left Lin Ran astounded. It was even more lucrative than the king-level dark forest, devoid of any peril. The experience gained was somewhat meager, but it did not increase pollution levels. One must sacrifice to gain. Lin Ran took 10 units of wood and 5 units of steel, intending to upgrade his personal safety zone to a danger zone and initiate PvP combat mode after his meal. Before long, Fong Ning's party of 6 returned to the safety zone. 5 minutes later, nearly all of Fong Ning's classmates had made it back. The reason for the nearly was that 2 individuals had yet to return. One was a classmate who had also chosen to solo, albeit with poor fortune, as he was slain by an invisible unit. The Dragon School administrators could discern the manner of his demise, marking him as the first casualty. The other was a senior named Gan Jian, who had been compelled to solo. Initially part of a team, he had recognized the peril posed by the invisible units and chose to remain behind at the entrance to warn others. By the time he finished his warnings, no one was available to join him, leaving him no choice but to venture alone. As of now, there had been no reports regarding Gan Jian's demise. Perhaps he was facing a formidable foe and was currently engaged in battle. One could only hope for his safety. His altruism had led him to enter Radwa alone to alert them. 19 classmates gathered in the cafeteria, pushing 2 tables together for their meal. While dining, they also discussed their current progress. Our team has successfully navigated the western dormitory building, having cleared 2/3 of it. We should conquer it by the afternoon and then proceed north, Fong Ning remarked with a slight smile, knowing their team's formidable strength. The dormitory had been breached by 11 o'clock. We've already cleared the dormitory, and we've scouted the northern area with minimal danger. By the way, there's a bridge there that should not be repaired prematurely. Let us save that for tomorrow afternoon, when we can gather all 19 of us, repair it together, and venture into the danger zone to collect some spoils while avoiding conflict with other nations. Pausing, Fong Ning continued, of course, we are not timid. The outer area has a maximum level of 29, and we have 2 main sea characters at level 29. Should anyone dare to provoke us, we shall retaliate with force. Her words ignited a fervor among the group, prompting one to jest. Is it possible for us to directly invade the enemy's yet unexplored safety zone? We might seize the remaining supplies and ambush them at their exit, as once the danger zone is activated, our evacuation points will align with those of other nations. Fong Ning smiled silently, her eyes revealing her keen interest. After all, the riches obtained from defeating foes would far surpass mere scavenging. Chapter 65. Initiating the danger zone. After their meal, the group set off once more towards Radwa. Before departing, Fong Ning reiterated, avoid the hospital. As long as you do not enter, there is no danger. Her words seemed especially directed towards Lin Ran, as if she were keen to ensure his safety amidst his solitary endeavors. The others nodded in agreement, some glancing at Lin Ran, who displayed little emotional response, perhaps reflecting on the unwise nature of soloing. This protection zone contained 2 inaccessible areas, one occupied by invisible units and the other by the boss Yale. Soloing effectively meant forfeiting 2 resource points. However, a kind-hearted senior once again invited Lin Ran to join their team. Little brother, don't push yourself. Come into my embrace. I'll ensure you acquire at least 100,000 worth of supplies. Any rare finds are yours to keep, as that would be your fortune. This was genuinely for Lin Ran's benefit. A gentle way to extend an olive branch, albeit contingent on his perceived inadequacies. Such a tender-hearted senior was difficult for Lin Ran to resist. He smiled and shook his head politely, his tone equally amiable. Thank you for your kindness. But I have already completed my search of the personal protection zone and vanquished the boss. I intend to explore the danger zone, first to pave the way for everyone. The senior chuckled lightly, as did the others, finding Lin Ran's jest amusing. Our strongest team hasn't even covered 50. And you claim to have fully searched and defeated the boss Yale? Yet only Fong Ning appeared astonished. She was well aware of Lin Ran's capabilities. Yet she had not anticipated him to dispatch Yale so swiftly, especially before noon. Despite its danger rating of 2.5 stars, Yale was among the most perilous of all random bosses. Lin Ran did not conceal his accomplishment, retrieving the power source crystal from his backpack. It was a pale blue, multifaceted orb, easily recognizable. Upon seeing it, his classmates were immediately convinced they were gazing at the power source crystal. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Soon, a chorus of exclamations erupted. Goodness, this is a power source crystal. Just one can reduce energy consumption by 30 and enhance efficiency by 20. In the realm of cultivation, this is akin to a miraculous elixir that lays a solid foundation. The surrounding students cast a glance of disbelief at the senior. Are you not aware of the crux of the matter? Lin Ran defeated the boss before midnight. Is that not the most terrifying aspect? Indeed, Lin Ran had also mentioned completing a full search, implying he had evacuated multiple times. How on earth had Lin Ran achieved this? They were filled with questions, eager to consult him, but Lin Ran had already vanished from sight. Entering Radva to avoid the hassle, Fong Ning, stepping in for Lin Ran, explained, "No need to ponder those maneuvers. I am quite familiar with Lin Ran. There are indeed techniques involved, but the main factor is his strength." The senior who had previously called Lin Ran brother had thought he was merely handsome, only to discover he was a powerhouse. This revelation left her feeling somewhat insecure. "Lin Ran, what is your background?" Fong Ning cast her a knowing glance, one that evoked familiarity in her, reminiscent of a dish she had prepared, caramelized lemon. Silently, Fong Ning pulled out a lemon and took a bite, causing the surrounding students to grimace at the sourness. His college entrance exam scores must be impressive, which is why he qualified for Radva. Historically, the scores have never been disclosed, but this year's top scorer's surname was revealed to be Ran. The answer was almost palpable. Could he possibly be the top scorer? Surely, given that no one else bears the name Ran. However, such matters cannot be fully confirmed unless the authorities acknowledge them, primarily to protect candidates from potential harm by malicious entities or foreign adversaries. While 5 million examinees were nearly certain Lin Ran was first, without official confirmation, there remained a risk of misidentification. Thus, everyone, including Lin Ran, could boldly assert his status as the nation's top student, as his growing prowess dispelled any fears of being stifled in his infancy. Surely, he must have a formidable mentor, right? Fong Ning shook her head. "I truly do not know. You see, such extraordinary beings often keep their circumstances secretive. Being in the limelight can distract from studies, and any matters potentially affecting academic performance are best avoided." Fong Ning patiently answered a myriad of questions, her pride evident. Ultimately, all entered Radva, albeit with significantly altered sentiments. Urgency. A profound urgency. Lin Ran had already activated the danger zone. This signified that subsequent students entering the danger zone would have their evacuation points automatically merged with Lin Ran's, enabling them to follow him and scavenge resources. Perhaps, they could delve into the deepest recesses of Radva. However, there existed a unique dungeon, akin to Radva, accessible only once every 6 months and restricted to a single nation. It would open precisely at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Everyone needed to act swiftly. Fong Ning's gaze brimmed with anticipation. The crucial item, anteing, had a low probability of appearing in other areas of Radva, but within the dungeon, it was guaranteed to be obtained, with a safety net in place. The caveat was securing the sole entry right among 3 nations, a 1/3 chance. With Lin Ran's presence, this probability would significantly increase. Having entered Radva for the 5th time, Lin Ran had fully collected the resources from his personal safe zone. He proceeded directly north, arriving beside a fractured bridge. Repairing the bridge requires 10 units of wood and 5 units of steel. Upon completion, the safe zone will automatically upgrade to a danger zone, allowing entry into neutral danger areas. Would you like to repair the bridge? Yes. 10 units of wood and 5 units of steel vanished. Lin Ran's backpack space was also prepared. Repair in progress, 10-30-60. The bridge before him began to mend itself as steel formed into cables to create a framework, which would automatically laid atop it. Repair complete. In an instant, the previously overcast sky transformed into a brilliant expanse of blue, and Lin Ran realized that a protective barrier had seemingly dissipated. All areas around Radva are now open. You may enter other open danger zones or neutral areas. Crossing the bridge, Lin Ran discovered a toolbox at its end. Upon opening it, he found 150 units of wood, 100 units of steel, a crowbar, and a map. The toolbox was randomized, akin to a lower-tier wooden treasure chest, yet capable of yielding practical tools. The wood and steel alone could fetch nearly 2,000 gold coins. This neutral zone was quite promising. Acquired, a simple map. Lin Ran opened the map, gaining a preliminary understanding of the terrain surrounding Radva. Chapter 66, Encountering Other Practitioners. The neutral zone was centrally located among approximately 60 personal safe zones. There were 20 from the Great Xia, though in actuality, there were fewer, as multiple personal safe zones would merge into one upon forming a team, maintaining the same area but reducing the resources available. For instance, A group of 3 would equate to the size of 3 personal safe zones, albeit with lesser spoils than a solo run. Returning to the neutral zone. Its expanse was vast, surpassing the combined area of all neutral zones, interconnected by dozens of bridges. The resources were exceedingly abundant. The simple map marked 3 red skulls, accompanied by a note recommending no fewer than 20 participants for the challenge, along with a gigantic black skull at the very center of the neutral zone, suggesting a minimum of 50 participants for that confrontation. Did they still intend to coordinate among 3 nations? How cumbersome. With a wave of his hand, 2 skeletal warriors materialized. He reclined onto a stretcher, and the skeletal warriors lifted it, heading toward the nearest red skull. The neutral zone constituted a network of countless asphalt roads, interspersed with many restricted areas blocked by iron railings. Along the roads, numerous derelict vehicles were laden with treasure chests. Thus, Lin Ran eagerly opened treasure chests along the way. After a short distance, he hopped off the stretcher, approaching a yellow bus. A prompt appeared before him. The door is rusted shut. A crowbar is needed to open it. Conveniently, he had found a crowbar in the toolbox earlier. What a stroke of luck. Lin Ran forcefully inserted the crowbar into the car door's gap, hearing it emit a sound reminiscent of both lament and pleasure. With a vigorous twist of his right hand, the door swung open with an intense screech, revealing 3 wooden treasure chests and 1 black iron chest inside. According to Radva's usual pattern, such a reward level would undoubtedly be guarded by dangerous creatures, yet there was not a single one present. They lay openly within the bus, easily accessible with a crowbar. Moreover, if one couldn't pry it open, they could purchase a crowbar in the long school safe zone for just 5 coins, with a limit of 1 per person. Lin Ran had acquired the crowbar in advance, thus sidestepping the back-and-forth hassle. In truth, Fong Ming had intended to remind Lin Ran to bring a crowbar, but had forgotten. Others also wished to alert Lin Ran, but were too hesitant to speak up. Why? On the very first day before noon, Lin Ran was able to enter the danger zone. Who would remind him to bring a crowbar? A reminder for the strong? That seems rather absurd. So, why is it that everything is so effortlessly acquired without any peril? After pondering, Lin Ran concluded that there was only one possibility. He had arrived too early. Other countries had yet to muster the courage to venture into the danger zone, fearing the formidable creatures that lurked within and waiting to form teams. Who could withstand a horde of monsters right in their faces? Those who dared to enter the danger zone early were either reckless gamblers or genuinely skilled individuals. Thus, while gathering supplies in a neutral area was relatively easy, one must possess the ability to retreat with those supplies. Once the bridge was crossed, retreating would require a wait of 1 hour. Hence, it was impossible to simply dash in, grab a few supplies, and then withdraw. Should one encounter others or attract attention, it would be akin to stepping into a dark forest. Lin Ran opened 4 treasure chests, causing an abundance of supplies to spill forth, cascading out of the bus windows with a series of sharp sounds. In the open expanse of the road, the noise echoed loudly. Anyone nearby would surely take notice. For there was no mist, and visibility was excellent. All the supplies were stowed away in Lin Ran's backpack. He alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the boundless roadway, where dozens of buses were visible within his line of sight. Each vehicle contained a trove of resources. Thus, Lin Ran faced 2 choices. First, to venture towards the location marked by the red skull to obtain superior treasure chests, though the distance was considerable, requiring over an hour for a round trip, or second, to swiftly gather the scattered supplies and store them in his personal area, specifically within the already open treasure chests, to transport them all at once. The first option would consume significant time, and during this period, it was improbable for others to approach the vicinity of the red skull. The second option posed little risk. Should anyone enter Lin Ran's personal area, he would receive a warning and could repel the intruder. Lin Ran opted for the latter, choosing to scavenge first. As time was on his side, he embraced his role as an emotionless porter, moving with remarkable speed. Within 10 minutes, he had collected supplies from over a dozen buses. Consequently, his backpack was filled to capacity. In truth, the backpack could not reach full capacity. But fortune favored him as he unearthed a large wooden crate brimming with basic supplies, enough to overflow his backpack. In a flash, Lin Ran lay on the stretcher, and the skeletal warriors swiftly transported him across the road and over the bridge to the cabin nearest the evacuation point in his personal protection zone. Here, he found a black iron chest with a capacity of 100 slots, ample enough for multiple storages. Even if the black iron chest proved insufficient, numerous wooden chests surrounding it, each with 30 slots, would certainly suffice. After emptying his backpack, Lin Ran promptly returned to the neutral zone to continue his scavenging. Time flew by, and an hour had elapsed. Walking along the seemingly endless asphalt road, Lin Ran consulted a simple map, marking his progress with a highlighter. His personal protection zone was situated at the southernmost point of the neutral zone. Indeed, The only northern point was the very center of the neutral zone. Currently, Lin Ran had scavenged a tenth of the non-threatening areas within the neutral zone. The absence of danger was Lin Ran's perception, as the minor creatures posed no threat to him. In truth, the minor creatures in the neutral zone were quite formidable, possessing health that exceeded that of the creatures in the personal protection zone by more than tenfold, with all attributes elevated by 7 or 8 times. Yet, before Lin Ran's skeletal warriors, they were still insufficient. If one strike was not enough, then 2 would suffice. If one creature could not be defeated, then 2 could. In the end, they all transformed into boxes, awaiting Lin Ran's opening. The black iron chest in the cabin had been filled, and one wooden chest was partially filled. Lin Ran intended to fill another backpack before promptly evacuating from Rodova. He planned to make multiple consecutive withdrawals to transport all the stored supplies from the cabin back to safety. With a slight crouch, he slowly descended from the rear door of the bus. Suddenly, he heard a clattering sound in the distance. Were others scavenging for supplies? No wonder, as Lin Ran had just discovered several open chests in another bus. If it were someone else, could they potentially ambush him? A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Ran as he tiptoed back into the vehicle, positioning himself beside the rear windshield to observe the distance. Indeed, 30 meters away, a bus was expelling supplies, with wood and metal cascading onto the road, creating sharp sounds. Before long, the supplies vanished, and 2 figures of modest stature emerged from the vehicle. The skeletal warrior beside Lin Ran's eyes glowed red, locking onto the targets with deadly intent. Ready to spring into action, Lin Ran hastily commanded a waiting order. He intended to follow these 2 individuals into their personal protection zone. The boss, Yell, was not easily manageable. If they had not dispatched Yell, could he then enter their zone and vanquish Yell himself? Chapter 67, Annihilation of the Cherry Blossom Nation. In fact, Lin Ran had been contemplating this very issue for quite some time. Stealthily, he approached the 2 individuals, concealing himself behind a bus. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that they were a young man and woman, both not much older than he. The strategies employed by other nations were similar to those of the Great Xia, sending the youth, particularly those with outstanding performance, to scour the outer edges of Rodova for resources. However, he could not comprehend their conversations, as they spoke in Japanese. Fortunately, the skeletal warrior could translate in real time. Yoshi, this is the final area. The resources we have scavenged have surpassed 10 million gold coins. Yoshi. It's all thanks to our captain, Feishin-kun, who had the foresight to let us focus on finding the means to enter the danger zone, allowing us all to enter within 10 minutes. Now, with 20 of us collectively scavenging safe resources in the neutral zone, it's only 2 o'clock, and we've already gathered 9/10 of the safe supplies. Just this last piece remains. Lin Ran felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. These little Japanese were truly bold, diving headfirst without regard for the state of the neutral zone. It should be noted that prior to its opening, the neutral zone was also randomized. Such a scenario, where safe resources were abundantly scattered, was indeed rare. Moreover, they seemed unafraid of encountering others from different nations and the potential for an ambush. Yet, the little Japanese had gambled correctly, at least partially. They had not anticipated Lin Ran's presence here. As the 2 young Japanese continued their search, they soon discovered that the bus behind them held nothing. All the chests had already been emptied. Baka, someone else has entered the neutral zone. One exclaimed. Forget it. Let us head back. Feishin-kun said we shouldn't stray too far. We must all return to the cable bridge by 2:30, as our supplies have yet to be transported. In truth, I believe they should have sought time to transport those supplies earlier, for they risked being intercepted by other nations. No worries. The Great Cherry Blossom Empire fears no one. After eavesdropping for a while longer, Lin Ran's spirits soared. The little Japanese had not evacuated with their supplies. While this situation seemed perplexing, it was, in fact, quite normal. Why? Because the little Japanese were not alone. Allocation is a matter of concern. Those who have arrived here are individuals esteemed by the nation. Collaboration is indeed essential, yet one must not shortchange what is due. The most pressing issue, however, lies in the fact that among the 20 individuals, if one ventures into the danger zone, the entire group must await an hour before they can retreat. Each transport necessitates that all return to the starting point, embarking on a trek of several dozen kilometers anew. To expedite the process and scavenge the safety supplies ahead of the other 2 nations, one must embrace this peril. Lin Ran alone is taking risks. How much greater, then, is the jeopardy for the others? Lin Ran speculated that they must have designated personnel responsible for transporting supplies. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a young figure on a large dog rushed towards them. Hurry, hand over the supplies. No need, Song-kun. This area has already been cleared by personnel from other nations. We must return. Very well, what a delightful day, ha ha ha. Lin Ran continued to trail behind them, making steady progress. although the young figure was somewhat reckless. Such division of labor was not without merit, and they indeed accomplished their task, thoroughly scouring the neutral zone for all available safety supplies in less than a day. On Lin Ran's side, had it not been for the prior activation of the danger zone, or the choice to directly confront the Red Skull, he would not have encountered the young figure at all. By the time the supplies were entirely scavenged and transported away, it would undoubtedly represent a significant loss for the Great Xia, as well as for Lin Ran. After more than half an hour, Lin Ran followed the two to the edge of the neutral zone, conveniently adjacent to the Great Xia protected area, not too far away. At this moment, all 20 individuals from Sakura country had gathered, neither one more nor one less. Hurry up, you two. We are all waiting for you. Prepare for evacuation. Everyone must remain vigilant. 2 individuals will guard the suspension bridge while the others prepare to take the supplies and withdraw. Just then, they suddenly noticed that the road was filled with figures. These aren't just ordinary people. These are skeletal warriors? This is bad. That's the summoner from Great Xia, dressed in the uniform of the Great Xia Dragon Academy. Everyone immediately prepared for battle, prioritizing the elimination of the summoner. After a brief moment of chaos, the captain of Sakura country, Fei Tian, promptly issued orders. Tanks and warriors swiftly entered combat mode, rushing to the forefront to absorb damage. The speed of their offensive response was unparalleled, with various spells, arrows, and a cacophony of physical and magical damage raining down upon Lin Ran. The levels of these Sakura warriors exceeded level 20, with the highest reaching level 29. They were not merely ordinary practitioners, but the elite of the younger generation from Sakura Valley. Such firepower could instantly obliterate even tanks above level 30, let alone a summoner. The captain of Sakura country, Fei Tian, curled his lip into a contemptuous smile. A summoner dares to expose himself, seeking death? Then we shall grant your wish. However, in the next moment, his smile vanished. The skeletal warriors surrounding Lin Ran instantaneously materialized, absorbing all the damage. Not even the hem of Lin Ran's garment was harmed. This was the first and last offensive from Sakura country. The skeletal warriors swiftly closed in, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. Ah, Baka, that hurts. My leg is broken. Someone help me. I don't want to die. My supplies haven't been transported yet. Soon, silence enveloped the Sakura side. Out of 20 individuals, 19 had perished. 19 souls transformed into boxes laden with supplies, awaiting to be opened. It must be said that the offensive from Sakura country was indeed formidable, having even taken down one of Lin Ran's skeletal warriors. The skeletal warrior, now in a dying state, lay quietly on the ground. Lin Ran smiled. This was precisely what he had desired. The creatures from Radva presented no real challenge. Until now, none had managed to defeat a skeletal warrior. At last, one had fallen, paving a smoother path ahead for Lin Ran. The last remaining foe was the captain of Sakura country, Fei Tian, who proved to be quite a handful. He unleashed his ultimate skill, tearing off his upper garment, sprouting 2 wings from his back, and growing 2 heads atop his own, soaring into the air. Fei Tian's face twisted in an expression of utmost fury. Great Xia, if you can only deliver melee damage, then prepare to meet your demise. Lin Ran remained silent. As the skeletal warrior lying on the ground soared towards him, attaching to his arm, and transforming into a colossal mechanical limb. The engine birth from the skeletal warrior roared to life, propelling Lin Ran towards Fei Tian. With a thunderous crash, the massive fist struck Fei Tian, bringing him crashing down from the sky. 287 skeletal warriors swarmed in. Strike! 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 Fei Tian was mercilessly beaten to death. He too transformed into a box. Thoroughly defeated, Lin Ran scavenged 3 boxes. Yes, only 3 boxes, as his backpack brimmed with not only the supplies they had gathered, but also all the equipment dropped by the fallen. Chapter 68. The Infusion of Mysterious Power. Lin Ran's emotions were complex. He felt elated to the utmost degree, yet harbored some concern. With so many boxes, and knowing that within the protective zone comprising the 20 individuals from Sakura country, there must be even more supplies. It was evident that this encompassed all the safety resources surrounding Radva, and perhaps even more. Transporting such a vast quantity of supplies back would require dozens of trips. It was a painful yet joyful conundrum. Fortunately, Lin Ran had succeeded in slaying 1 skeletal warrior. An abundance of liquid metal coalesced behind Lin Ran, forming intricate mechanical structures. Achieving flight with a single skeletal warrior was highly challenging, if not outright impossible at this stage. The skeletal warrior possessed an engine, while the remaining metal needed to be fashioned into another engine, a process both time-consuming and requiring calibration, and there was insufficient metal to create a glider. Moreover, the plethora of complex knowledge involved was beyond Lin Ran's practical experience. However, he could manage short-distance gliding. The skeletal warrior behind Lin Ran assembled into a glider, equipped with a single propeller, serving as propulsion for brief flights. Subsequently, two skeletal warriors hoisted Lin Ran and hurled him skyward. Thunderous rumbles echoed. In midair, Lin Ran's propeller activated. Due to there being only one propeller and his unrefined technique, he found himself either ascending continuously or soaring forward. In truth, Lin Ran wished to create stabilizers at the arm's position, yet this was easier said than done. Lacking experience in wingsuit flying, he was merely at the beginning stages. The inaugural test flight proved remarkably successful. Lin Ran adopted the safest approach, flying in a straight line toward his protective zone. The flight required no detours around obstacles. And with a commendable speed, the journey that would typically take half an hour was reduced to a mere 5 minutes, all thanks to the vigorous propulsion provided. 5 minutes later, Lin Ran descended just above the thatched cottage. Although his landing posture lacked elegance, his face hitting the ground first, everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Evacuating Radva. Estimated time, 5 seconds. 1 gold coin teleportation fee automatically deducted. Gold coin, 1. Current balance, 40 gold coins, 815 silver coins. 4, 3, 2, 1. Successful evacuation. Upon entering Radwa, you have accumulated a total of 198, 450 experience points for your personal sanctuary. Personal sanctuary upgrade. Personal sanctuary, LV3, 0013100. New feature, Altar of Sacrifice unlocked. Returning to the safety zone of the Dragon Academy, Lin Ran entered the warehouse and deposited the supplies within. Observing that 75 out of 100 storage slots were occupied, Lin Ran felt a sense of perplexity. He had not anticipated that this limited space would be consumed so swiftly. However, it could still suffice for a while, as the sanctuary itself also had some capacity. Yet, the sheer volume of supplies from Sakura Nation was overwhelming. Oh, the new feature, what purpose does it serve? Lin Ran opened the description of the Altar of Sacrifice. Altar of Sacrifice. By placing certain materials, gold coins, and most importantly, Minokawawa feathers upon the altar, one can acquire mysterious powers. Small print. Click to view detailed power descriptions. The altar requires no gold coins or credits for acquisition. It is freely obtained, though subsequent sacrifices necessitate materials. Lin Ran clicked on the small print. 1. Place 99 units of wood, 99 units of steel, 99 units of plastic, and 1 Minokawawa feather on the altar, and your storage space will elevate from ordinary to black iron level, expanding from 100 slots to 200 slots. 2 locked. 3 locked. Currently, the first mysterious power Lin Ran had unlocked proved to be the most beneficial, an increase in storage space. Moreover, it was incredibly inexpensive. 3 basic materials, each at 99 units, totaled less than 3,000 gold coins. The value of a Minokawawa feather remained uncertain, yet it was likely not cheap. However, rather than speculate on the feather's worth, it would be wiser to transform it into enhanced storage space. Lin Ran placed the 3 basic materials into their respective slots on the altar, and the abundant supplies automatically compressed into the grooves. Finally, he positioned the Minokawawa feather at the center. The purple feather hovered in midair, drawn by the mysterious power. A beam of white light descended from above, enveloping the altar. The feather shattered and dissolved, along with all the materials. Mysterious power is being infused. The altar emitted a beam of white light towards the warehouse. The massive storage box trembled violently, as if struggling. If one were to graph the frequency of its quaking, it would depict a series of small peaks that abruptly surged to a pinnacle, followed by a dramatic descent, and then tranquility returned to the immense box. Lin Ran approached the box, touched it, and felt the lingering warmth of the mysterious power. Upon opening it, he found that the ordinary warehouse had been upgraded to a black iron warehouse, doubling its capacity. Black iron warehouse, 75 slots to 200 slots. Yet, it was still insufficient. Lin Ran proceeded to the altar, preparing for a second infusion. For the second infusion, you need to place 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of steel, 2,000 units of plastic, and 15 Minokawawa feathers on the altar. Your warehouse will then elevate from black iron to bronze level, expanding from 200 slots to 1,000 slots. The apparent cost seemed quite steep. However, in reality, it was not exorbitant at all, merely around 70,000 gold coins and 15 feathers. This would enhance storage by 800 slots. 800 slots. He must upgrade. Mysterious power infusion in progress. This time, the warehouse quaked even more vigorously. The black box began shedding its exterior, revealing a pale underlayer. And as the mysterious power was infused, the box donned a magnificent bronze exterior. Even from several meters away, Lin Ran could feel the intense heat radiating from the box, causing the air to shimmer slightly in the waves of warmth. Upon opening the warehouse, it indeed expanded from 200 slots to 1,000 slots. Now, it was more than sufficient. Lin Ran had aspirations for further advancement, but alas, he was short on Minokawawa feathers, with only 2 remaining. The next infusion would require a staggering 200 feathers. The demands for basic materials also increased, requiring several high-quality green materials for participation. Fortunately, Lin Ran had ample basic materials. The primary concern remained the feathers, which were not easily obtained. Lin Ran had managed to accumulate only 18 so far. Nevertheless, the current warehouse space sufficed, and further upgrades would be a waste of excess space. Lin Ran continued to sprint towards Radwa at a remarkable speed. Chapter 69, Frenzied Transport of Supplies. As soon as he emerged from the manhole, Lin Ran immediately began transporting his supplies out, determined not to repeat the mistakes of the Sakura Nation's thievery. After securing his own materials, even if the Sakura Nation's supplies were pilfered, he would have a safety net. Moreover, the abundance of supplies from Sakura Nation was so vast that even 10 individuals would struggle to transport it all within a short time frame. If they could not complete the task, they would face Lin Ran's wrath. He could not help but marvel at the sheer quantity of supplies. He alone could not manage them all. If the skeletal warriors ventured beyond the safety zone, Lin Ran would require an hour before he could follow. He considered enlisting the help of his classmates for transportation, offering some form of compensation. Ultimately, he dismissed the idea. The hoarder needed no allies. If he were to tire, so be it. Everything belonged to him. Not a single plank would be given to another. Within 10 minutes, Lin Ran successfully transported all his stored supplies back to the safety zone, making 5 trips at the cost of 5 gold ingots. Balance, 35 gold ingots, 815 gold coins. This effort increased his warehouse by 145 slots, and combined with the previous total, he now had 214 slots filled, nearly to capacity. The lesser quality equipment remained untransported for now, left in outdoor treasure chests for final retrieval. Or, he might just abandon them. They were hardly worth anything. The total estimated value of these supplies exceeded 6 million gold coins. With supplies in hand, Lin Ran felt a renewed sense of confidence, his mindset considerably more composed. Once again, he entered Radwa, where 2 skeletal warriors immediately hurled him into the air. Activating his thrusters, he swiftly vanished into the western horizon. 5 minutes later, Lin Ran arrived at the comprehensive protection zone of Sakura Nation. In the mere 20 minutes since his departure, everything remained undisturbed, the boxes on the ground untouched. This was hardly surprising. The third nation resided at the far end of the neutral zone, making the journey across the entire expanse a significant undertaking. Lin Ran swiftly relocated all the boxes on the ground to a concealed treasure chest within the Sakura Nation's protection zone, then began the gradual process of transportation. Each trip filled his 30-slot capacity to the brim, leaving no waste. Lin Ran transported only basic materials. The 287 skeletal warriors were also busy, each equipped with a backpack, ferrying valuable and space-occupying items to Lin Ran's protection zone. This greatly accelerated the pace of transport. Despite the risks of being discovered, Lin Ran had reached a point of indifference. He would confront anyone who came his way. Worst-case scenario, he would leave the area littered with equipment. Fortunately, nothing of the sort occurred. Time flew by swiftly. After 20 minutes, Lin Ran successfully transported all 20 boxes from the Sakura Nation to his humble abode. Subsequently, he commenced his search within the confines of Sakura Nation, diligently seeking out their concealed resource points. Before long, Lin Ran made his discovery. Any individual possessing intelligence would naturally place their supplies closer to the evacuation point rather than across the suspension bridge, allowing for a buffer in case of intrusion. The Sakura Nation had allocated a portion of its resources to Lin Ran's cottage, while a staggering 90% of the supplies were situated around the western dormitory building, conveniently near the evacuation point. Upon uncovering the resources, Lin Ran immediately arranged for their transportation. As before, he filled all 30 slots of his basic materials, with each slot containing approximately 999 units. The skeletal warriors were tasked with transporting equipment and rare materials, working in seamless coordination. The atmosphere was both exhilarating and tense as they moved the supplies, apprehensive of detection, whether by foes or allies. Time passed rapidly, an hour, then 2. Before long, the sun began to set, casting a warm glow as evening approached. Lin Ran worked tirelessly from around 3 p.m. until 7:30 p.m., successfully transporting all the resources back to his home without leaving a single item behind. Even the white gear was accounted for, were locusts to descend. They would surely commend Lin Ran for his efforts. Exhausted yet triumphant, Lin Ran gazed at the dormitory building, where every chest was brimming with supplies. All of it was his treasure. He activated the evacuation mode. The vast trove of Sakura Nation's resources now lay safely within the confines of Lin Ran's protected area near his cottage. Despite the fatigue that enveloped him from a day of relentless labor, with aching muscles and weary legs, Lin Ran remained focused on a singular thought. These resources were worth millions of gold coins. To comprehend the magnitude of such wealth, earning 10 million gold coins in a single day was a notion beyond the reach of 9,999 of the population, including Lin Ran himself. The opportunity for Sakura Nation to take such a risk was exceedingly rare. By mere chance, the resources had not been transported back in time, and Lin Ran had fortuitously encountered and vanquished them. Moreover, during the transportation process, he faced no interference from others. Lin Ran had also preemptively activated his personal sanctuary, ensuring he had enough feathers to upgrade his warehouse. Such a combination of circumstances made the probability of success remarkably low, a delicate balance of timing, location, and human effort. With excitement coursing through him, Lin Ran began to make frequent trips to Radwa, each entry and exit signifying an additional 30 slots of resources in his warehouse. He made 35 trips in total, barely managing to transport just over half of the supplies. Of course, this did not account for the equipment. If the surplus of junk gear were included, the total would be considerable. However, the skeletal warriors could not be utilized as units for evacuation. If they could be, it would still be impractical, as each skeletal warrior could only carry a handful of items, and the teleportation fee for each was 1,000 gold coins, leaving Lin Ran at a loss. During his final evacuation, Lin Ran found himself devoid of cash. His last coins had been spent on this endeavor. He needed to devise a way to borrow some funds from his classmates. Evacuating Radwa, expected time, 5 seconds, automatic payment of 1 gold coin for teleportation fees. Gold coin, 1, current balance, 815 gold coins. 4, 3, 2, 1. Evacuation successful. During this entry to Radwa, you have gained 10,000 experience points for your personal sanctuary. Personal sanctuary, LV3, 7,641 of 100. Upon arriving beside the warehouse administrator, Lin Ran swiftly deposited his entire backpack into the sanctuary's storage. Observing the warehouse, which occupied approximately 400 slots, Lin Ran felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The storage was filled predominantly with basic materials, and green-tier materials were neatly organized on the football field alongside the equipment. Upon exiting, he encountered Fong Ning's team. That evening, everyone refrained from gathering for dinner, primarily due to Lin Ran's influence. Chapter 70. Complete transportation of supplies. Lin Ran's pace was astonishing, having activated the danger zone by noon. The monsters posed no challenge to him, a fact that was entirely reasonable given that the liquid metal skeletal warriors were anything but mere toys, exhibiting formidable strength. Furthermore, Lin Ran wielded an epic weapon valued in the hundreds of millions, coupled with apparel worth a small fortune. Anyone would be remiss not to act swiftly. Others were still striving to conquer their personal protection zones, leading to a situation where everyone dined separately, hastily finishing their meals before entering Radwa. The clock read 7:25 p.m. Fong Ning's team had nearly completed their scavenging efforts, with their main damage dealer and the strongest tank present, allowing them to defeat the boss, Yell, after a long afternoon. The remaining members were still engaged in their endeavors, with only 2 teams having emerged, while 11 remained trapped inside, primarily due to the overwhelming number of monsters near the dormitory building. Fong Ning sighed, noting that with only a handful of main damage dealers available, once they had slain a certain number of monsters, they could not exit the team. Aside from the 2 powerful main damage dealers, it was exceedingly difficult for the others to take down Yell. Thus, she had advised them against pursuing the boss's rewards, deeming the risk unnecessary. As she pondered, she spotted Lin Ran, who beckoned her aside. Not wishing to engage with those he did not know, he felt comfortable enough with Fong Ning to speak. Fong Ning, could you lend me some money? I'll repay you double. Without hesitation, Fong Ning opened the trading interface to transfer funds. Sure, I'll send you 100 million. Lin Ran quickly grasped her eager hands. Captain, no, I don't need that much. Just 100,000 gold coins will suffice. This amount translated to 100 gold bars, enough for Lin Ran to make 100 evacuations. Upon returning to Dragon Academy, he could repay Fong Ning 200,000 gold coins without issue. However, 100 million was an insurmountable burden. Fong Ning withdrew her hands, her face slightly flushed. I was joking. I'll send you the 100,000 gold coins. Just repay me when you can. It's no trouble. Lin Ran nodded with a smile. Thank you very much. With the 100,000 gold coins secured, Lin Ran dashed toward the teleportation portal. The 2 small teams watched his retreating figure, somewhat puzzled. Why the rush? There was no need to hurry. Lin Ran had entered the danger zone at noon, seemingly unscathed. indicating that the neutral area posed little threat. This implied a wealth of neutral resources available. In truth, there was no need for such urgency. No individual could thoroughly scour the area alone. It would be impossible to fully search in the span of an afternoon without a team of 20, especially with someone designated as the courier to shuttle back and forth. Tomorrow, they could implement this strategy. The sole concern was how other nations would manage the situation. A daunting task. Might other nations preemptively invade the danger zone to seize the safe resources? Once a possibility, now it seems unlikely, especially since Lin Ran is engaged in transporting supplies. Over the course of an afternoon, he has likely explored at least a third of the area. Indeed, the fact that Lin Ran has neither perished nor sustained injuries indicates a scarcity of adversaries in the neutral zone. Had there been any, he would undoubtedly have clashed with them. The group is quite pleased, harboring no jealousy towards Lin Ran. His ability to solo the formidable Yell is testament to his prowess, a recognition he rightfully deserves. Moreover, with the limited resources in the neutral zone, Lin Ran's acquisition means that other nations are deprived of them. As a citizen of the Great Xia, Lin Ran's successful procurement equates to a triumph for his homeland. Ultimately, it is a win-win situation. However, this buoyant sentiment did not linger for long. In less than a minute, Lin Ran made 2 round trips back and forth from Radwa, right before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. For instance, those from Fong Ning's team, who had emerged earlier, witnessed Lin Ran darting back and forth. I just saw Lin Ran make dozens of trips. Is he really carrying all the supplies? Fong Ning exclaimed in disbelief. Dozens of trips? A brief analysis on her part led her to calculate Lin Ran's backpack capacity. Given his family background and earning speed, it was unlikely he would invest all his resources into upgrading his personal backpack. At Long School, there exists a benefit. 1 credit can be exchanged for a black iron-level backpack, which provides 30 slots. The bronze-level backpack, on the other hand, costs 3 million. Lin Ran's frugal nature would prevent him from squandering such an amount. Thus, it can be concluded that Lin Ran's backpack capacity is likely 30 slots. Each evacuation requires 1 gold ingot, and considering Lin Ran's thriftiness, he would not waste this ingot frivolously. Hence, the conclusion is that Lin Ran's backpack is entirely full with 30 slots every time he retreats. Upon this realization, Fong Ning's expression grew even more astonished. In just 1 minute, Lin Ran must have transported at least 500,000 worth of supplies. No wonder he can ask for double the amount he borrows. Hearing Fong Ning's murmurs, a nearby girl curiously inquired, "Xiao Ning, what did you just say?" Fong Ning shook her head. "It's nothing. I should have lent him 1 million from the start." "No, 5 million. No, 10 million. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Ran continued to dash between Radwa and the Long School safe zone without pausing for a moment. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 20 minutes had elapsed. Ultimately, Lin Ran had nearly exhausted the supply haul. The reason for stating nearly is that he left behind the worthless junk and some inconsequential materials and equipment, which barely added up to 100,000, but would have required numerous trips to collect. They were discarded, no longer needed. Now, it was time to tally the gains, the moment to count the coins. Balance: 58 gold ingots, 815 gold coins. Naturally, Lin Ran did not forget to head to the Western Hospital of the Sakura Nation's protection zone, and he casually eliminated the boss, Yell, once more. This time, he did not obtain Yell's intel, but he did acquire several feathers, a piece of purple-silver equipment, and most importantly, 1 power source crystal. Of course, Lin Ran recalled the task given by his master, which was to collect in anting. However, after scavenging so many supplies, he had yet to find such an item. It was of little consequence. After gathering all the supplies, Lin Ran promptly returned to the Long School safe zone, hurrying towards the warehouse. "Hey, Lin Ran," called a senior behind him. But Lin Ran paid no heed and vanished from sight, entering his personal shelter. It was no joke. Even the gravest matters could wait. No one could interrupt Lin Ran while he counted his coins. He hadn't even had a chance to closely examine the equipment dropped by the 20th individual from the Sakura Nation. Upon entering his shelter, Lin Ran was met with a chaotic assortment of supplies. He summoned all the skeleton warriors, assigning them the task of tidying up and categorizing the materials. After all, his warehouse, with a capacity of 1,000 slots, was already full. Fortunately, by that time, most of the supplies had been transported, and any excess was simply piled on the ground, alongside the equipment and rare materials. The 287 skeleton warriors worked efficiently, forming multiple teams to organize the different materials. Before long, the previously disordered supplies were arranged neatly, providing a visually pleasing sight. Lin Ran sat down to rest, and once seated, he found it hard to rise again. Feeling a bit drowsy, after dozing for 5 minutes, he was roused by the skeleton warriors, and in his groggy state, he beheld a list they had prepared. Chapter 71, Million Level Harvest. Total value of basic supplies. 8. 36 million gold coins. Green and purple supplies. Value uncertain, not calculated. Professional equipment. 45 pieces. Including bronze and silver gear, white and blue. Total value around 400,000 gold coins. Bronze purple equipment. 8 pieces with 5 tops, valued at approximately 50,000 gold coins. And 2 weapons valued at 100,000 gold coins. Silver purple equipment. 5 pieces with 2 tops valued at 30,000 gold coins, 1 bottom valued at 20,000 gold coins, and 1 weapon valued at 80,000 gold coins. Minakawa feathers. 189. Pink artifact materials. None. Pink artifact equipment. 6 pieces. Dropped from the Sakura Nation's team leader, including 3 tops valued over 1 million and 3 weapons valued over 1 million, specific value uncalculated. Total calculable value of all supplies and equipment. 8. 99 million gold coins. Power source crystals. 2. Lin Ran glanced over the list and instantly felt wide awake. Just the basic materials alone were worth 8. 36 million, and the calculable total had reached 8. 99 million. The materials of green quality and above, whose prices remained unknown, were assuredly not inexpensive. He had also gathered an impressive number of feathers, accounting for approximately 90 of the feathers found in all supply crates within the Rodwa neutral zone. With 189 feathers, he was merely 11 away from upgrading his warehouse to the next level. This was of little concern, as Lin Ran could simply return to Long School to purchase a few more to complete the requirement. What delighted Lin Ran the most was the 6 pieces of artifact equipment dropped from the Sakura Nation, comprising both bronze and silver tiers. The specific value would require referencing the trading market, as prices for equipment varied greatly among different professions, dependent on actual market conditions. However, it was certain that the 6 artifact pieces were valued at well over 2 million. Thus, Lin Ran's harvest this time undoubtedly surpassed 10 million gold coins. When converted into gold ingots, this amounted to 10,000 gold ingots. Overjoyed, Lin Ran's spirits soared. With so many evacuations, his personal shelter had also advanced to level 4. With only a small amount of experience needed to reach level 5. Level 4 unlocked the synthesis table, allowing him to combine basic materials, such as turning wood into planks, stone into bricks, and iron into steel bars or plates. This feature was entirely free, acquisition and synthesis at no cost. The only caveat was that the synthesis table resembled an altar, featuring 72 adjustable slots. The quantity of materials placed and the positioning of the slots would affect the quantity of upgraded materials produced, and failures were also a possibility. For instance, should you insert a piece of wood, the quantity of planks yielded may result in a loss. However, with a stroke of luck, by placing multiple logs and strategically arranging the grooves, one might procure an abundance of planks, thereby achieving the goal of earning profits effortlessly. Thus, this is a probabilistic synthesis platform, much adored by gamblers. Lin Ran paid little heed to this and exited his personal sanctuary, heading to the cafeteria for a meal. The earlier visit from his senior was merely a casual chat without any particular purpose. After dining, Lin Ran was suddenly alerted by a commotion outside. Ganjian is back. Quick, summon the doctor. Upon stepping outside, Lin Ran was met with the sight of Ganjian, now drenched in blood, his lips pale, yet his eyes gleaming with pride. He had single-handedly vanquished the boss, Yil, and emerged alive. However, he found himself perplexed. Logically, the feat of defeating Yil alone was an exceedingly rare occurrence, a testament to his extraordinary prowess, yet it seemed no one was offering him any praise. Their concerns solely lay with his physical condition. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Yil was indeed formidable. It took me an entire afternoon to bring him down." The classmates responded with nonchalant affirmations. "Yes. All right. Understood." Ganjian, bewildered, pondered, "Is this truly a commonplace occurrence?" A fellow student elucidated, "If it were just you, your achievement would indeed be impressive. However, Lin Ran defeated the boss Yil all by himself during lunch." Ganjian was struck with astonishment, and upon further confirmation, his bewilderment deepened. He entered the danger zone right after finishing lunch at 12. He made over 60 trips transporting supplies by 7:30, ignoring his injuries and the crowd's protests. Ganjian resolutely approached Lin Ran. Bystanders quickly cautioned, "Ganjian, don't feel disheartened. Lin Ran accomplished all this through sheer skill, didn't he?" Just as this student began to articulate his point, Ganjian suddenly knelt before Lin Ran, sincerity radiating from his expression as he declared, "Brother, if you would accept, I wish to pledge my allegiance to you." The classmates fell silent in shock. Lin Ran, equally perplexed, had hardly any familiarity with Ganjian, and certainly had no intention of accepting this unfamiliar subordinate. He disregarded him and proceeded towards his room, while Ganjian promptly followed suit. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Fang Ning began to organize the upcoming tasks. Everyone, rest up quickly, refrain from games or novels. I'm allotting you just 4 hours of sleep. Please understand, Radva opens only once every 6 months, and we must secure more supplies to enhance our credits. Understood, Captain. The team chorused. As Lin Ran arrived at the dormitory entrance, Ganjian rushed ahead and knelt once more. There were too many people outside. Please, Brother Ran. Accept me as your subordinate. Lin Ran looked at Ganjian, who was a year older and appeared somewhat aged, with a rectangular face and a lean physique, resembling an ordinary young man. If he were to shave, he would appear even more conventional. Lin Ran's impression of him lingered on the past. He had alerted other classmates to hidden entities, even sacrificing valuable looting opportunities for their sake. Lin Ran recognized this motivation but disapproved of such actions. There were certainly safer ways to inform others about those invisible creatures, thereby avoiding unnecessary risks. I do not require a subordinate, Lin Ran asserted. He had no need for teammates. If he were ever compelled to team up, he would prefer a decisive partner. One willing to pursue the team's interests by any means necessary, someone capable. Ganjian had potential, yet Lin Ran felt no need for companionship. I understand. I will demonstrate my worth, Ganjian replied, bowing in farewell to Lin Ran. This insignificant interlude did not dampen Lin Ran's spirits. He returned to his room, played some soothing music, and soon fell asleep. The alarm rang promptly at midnight, and Lin Ran emerged from the dormitory to meet his 18 teammates. Fang Ning had prepared 19 bottles of revitalizing elixir. Each member consumed one and instantly felt rejuvenated. This should not be overindulged. An occasional bottle is sufficient for a boost. The battles ahead will be challenging, so prepare yourselves mentally. After much contemplation, Fang Ning ultimately chose to believe one thing. Lin Ran had made numerous evacuations, likely transporting mostly worthless gear. There was one thing she could not comprehend. Given Lin Ran's pace, it was implausible for him to amass such a substantial amount of supplies. Therefore, the only conclusion was that Lin Ran had not scavenged much from the neutral zone. Consequently, the neutral zone remained perilous, especially now, as all 3 nations were poised to enter it. The likelihood of encountering others and engaging in combat was significantly high. The students braced themselves, many gripping their weapons tightly. Lin Ran, however, felt no trepidation. He intended to depart the team to confront the Red Skull directly. The scattered supplies along the way lay amidst various factories and bases, far too time-consuming to collect. He would leave that to his teammates. Lin Ran also uncovered a pair of silver-blue trousers, bestowing the unique trait of a necromancer. The necromancer was a hidden class, with scant equipment available, none of purple grade, nor even pink. Name: Crix's Pants, blue exquisite. Level: silver, wearable at level 20. Class: Necromancer, effectiveness reduced by 80 for other classes. Effect: 15 magic defense, 2 casting speed, 5 minion health. Description: the attributes are quite commendable, recognized by Tyke Baron. Yet, Lin Ran could not don these trousers, as he was currently at level 18 and required level 20 to wear them. After entering Radva, Lin Ran's personal sanctuary began to expand continuously, until all sanctuaries merged, based on the level of collection, essentially forming Lin Ran's protective zone. The supplies from other sanctuaries and any unvanquished monsters vanished entirely. Sanctuary merged successful. All of Daasha's sanctuary upgraded to Danger Zone. You will receive notifications if any anomalies occur in other nations. Was this the enlarged version of Lin Ran's sanctuary? The students advanced forward, reaching the vicinity of a thatched hut, where they were met with a shocking sight. The ground was strewn with white gear. Wow, so much equipment. One individual opened a nearby treasure chest, revealing it brimming with white gear. After opening several chests, all were filled, containing nothing but worthless equipment and scattered refuse materials. The mere presence of such an abundance of worthless gear could only imply one thing. Lin Ran had transported countless valuable items away. These were merely the remnants. At that moment, all eyes involuntarily turned toward Lin Ran. No wonder Ganjian sought to pledge allegiance. Had I known earlier, I would have done the same. Oh, you can still do it now. Don't jest. Ganjian can single-handedly defeat Yeo, while I wouldn't even qualify to approach Lin Ran. A cautious classmate inquired, Lin Ran, may I take some equipment? The individuals surrounding Lin Ran were his seniors, possessing backpacks with greater capacity than his own. Thus, transporting the gear would still yield a profit. Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Take whatever you need. Thank you, senior. Once I sell them, I'll send you a red envelope. He replied. Let us exchange contact information. Should anything arise or if anyone dares to bully you, just give us a call. Who could possibly intimidate Lin Ran? If I can't handle it, my brother can't. And if he can't, then my father certainly can. Those who arrived at this place were anything but ordinary. Either they themselves were exceptional, or their families were. Lin Ran also added their contact details, expanding his list of friends. As they continued their journey, they approached a suspension bridge, gazing across at the foggy expanse that filled them with unease. The lack of entry into the neutral zone obscured their view of what lay ahead, leaving only the mist. With trepidation, they crossed the bridge. You have passed through the personal area suspension bridge. Evacuation can only occur after 1 hour. The prompt that appeared before them undoubtedly heightened their anxiety. An hour until they could withdraw meant they could only navigate the periphery of Radva for that duration, unable to flee should danger arise. Upon crossing the suspension bridge, they beheld the outer ring road encircling the entire neutral zone, along with numerous branching paths. The areas divided by the roads comprised factories and the like. I will head towards the Red Skull over there to clear a path for everyone. You should be safe in this area. If danger arises, signal us. Lin Ran marked a circle on a rudimentary map. This encompassed the area from the Daxiao region to the Sakura country region, covering a third of the neutral zone. Further north lay the core area and the territory of the third nation. Excluding the core area, the other regions held little allure for Lin Ran, as they had all been thoroughly scavenged by Sakura country. He assured them that their activities in this designated area would theoretically pose no danger. For when the third nation observed that the neutral supplies had been completely plundered, their optimal choice would be to head towards the core area, rather than crossing over to Daxia. Of course, there were still some supplies along the route, safeguarded within chests in hazardous areas. Supplies were still plentiful. Lin Ran's suggestions were well received. When one's strength is formidable, their words carry weight. Lin Ran, be cautious. Signal us if you encounter danger, and we will rush to your aid, the classmates urged. Lin Ran summoned 2 skeletal warriors, prompting curious glances from the group. It was their first encounter with Lin Ran's summons, revealing to them that he was indeed a summoner, albeit a relatively weaker necromancer. However, the skeletal warriors bore an unusual appearance. While they were ostensibly typical skeletal fighters wielding unremarkable blades, the details were strikingly peculiar. Their silver-white skeletons possessed an almost metallic quality, not merely a reflection of light, but rather a subtle matte finish. The interior of the skeletal frames was not hollow but filled with a complex array of structures, wiring, and tubes. What on earth were these? Upon appearing, the skeletal warriors detected the unfamiliar faces around them and immediately assumed a defensive posture, darting from in front of Lin Ran to position themselves protectively behind him. The classmates' eyes widened in astonishment. How could these skeletal warriors move so swiftly? It dawned on them that the intricate mechanisms enhanced the warriors' speed. I see now. Lin Ran intends to expedite his journey to the core area by utilizing the skeletal warriors' speed. Employing summons for rapid movement was indeed a practical tactic. Chapter 73, The Red Skull. They were partially correct. Lin Ran indeed aimed to leverage the skeletal warriors to augment his mobility. However, he did not intend to ride atop them. Instead, the skeletal warriors would be positioned atop Lin Ran. Suddenly, the backpack on Lin Ran's back began to dissolve. The silver metal rapidly restructuring into 2 large pairs of gliding wings, robust and substantial, with a crude thrust mechanism at the base. This transformation occurred swiftly, and before the others could comprehend the situation, the skeletal warriors propelled Lin Ran into the air with a powerful thrust. In midair, Lin Ran adjusted his posture as the thrust mechanism ignited, rapidly escalating in speed, emitting a sharp yet thunderous roar. As the velocity reached its limits, the sound became increasingly unsettling, invoking a primal fear deep within the soul. Boom! The formidable force catapulted Lin Ran forward. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, leaving only a small black dot in the northern sky. Soon, that dot too disappeared entirely, leaving behind merely a dark trail in the sky, akin to an ink-dipped brush marking a straight line across the heavens. The classmates were left in stunned silence. What just happened? I can't make sense of this at all. Isn't he a necromancer? For those unfamiliar with Lin Ran's abilities, the spectacle was utterly bewildering. Even Fong Ning, who had previously adventured alongside Lin Ran, found herself astounded by the scene before her. In her recollection, Lin Ran not only possessed adept skills, but also wielded a formidable ability akin to a forbidden spell, capable of assembling skeletal warriors into a terrifyingly gigantic machine. Yet, the flying apparatus he had just demonstrated left her equally, if not more, astonished. One was a colossal construct hastily assembled from skeletal warriors, while the other required an extraordinary level of detail and control. To make a humanoid entity soar and maintain equilibrium in midair while addressing the challenges posed by high-speed flight demanded far greater technical prowess than that required for the gigantic machine. This was the mark of a true scholar, excelling in both theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Such abilities, if possessed by others, would likely lead to confusion. Yet in Lin Ran's hands, they blossomed into a dazzling display of talent. Lin Ran soared for approximately 10 minutes before reaching the core area. He made a brief descent, nearly colliding with a building, but fortunately summoned the skeletal warriors to assist, landing smoothly on the rooftop of a towering structure. Upon arrival, Lin Ran encountered the first red skull. It was a winged female creature, approximately 10 meters tall, certainly a boss. However, her continuous flight in the air posed a significant challenge. Name, Mechanical Neutral Zone Boss. Level, LV-17. Health, 3000. Actual health, 300, 000. Radva Boss Additional Bonus, 5, 000. Total health, 5, 300, 000. Strength, 2000. Agility, 3000. Mentality, 2000. Skills, Bite LV-17, literal meaning, Demon Protection, passive skill, significantly boosts defense and damage mitigation. Separation, the upper and lower have separate, altering skill dynamics. Slightly enhancing output frequency while greatly increasing defense. Description, a demon species unique to Radva, known for preying on humans and pregnant women at night, with a particular penchant for newlyweds. Warning, the defense is exceptionally strong, output is average, and it is vulnerable to fire attribute damage. It can equip amulets infused with divine power and other equipment to mitigate some damage inflicted by Mechanical. Lin Ran glanced at the description. This boss was rather unremarkable. Merely a standard boss. Unlike the Hell-level, Thunder Goblin Lin Ran had encountered previously, which could eliminate players across the entire map and had intricate mechanics. This was simply a typical boss. Gamers familiar with the genre would have encountered such a foe before. This was the type of boss that required a gradual depletion of health, no shortcuts available. Its output was not particularly high, yet its health and defense were exceedingly robust, necessitating teamwork to overcome. Currently, Lin Ran found himself at a standstill against this boss due to its ability to fly. However, there were still 2 red skulls and the largest skull to contend with. Lin Ran leapt down from the skyscraper, soaring northward, his figure shrinking against the glass facade of the towering structure. Upon reaching the core area, he arrived at the location of the great skull. Yet, an invisible barrier obstructed his path. Restricted zone ahead, opens automatically at 6 p.m. Alternatively, upon the demise of the other 3 guardians. Would it be 6 p.m. or the option to defeat 3 bosses in advance? Lin Ran soared over the barrier, heading further north. As he flew, he pondered a pressing question: how to vanquish the flying boss Mechanical. In his contemplation, he devised a somewhat extreme strategy. The idea was for the skeleton warriors to stand upon one another, left foot upon right, ascending in place. In essence, he envisioned controlling the skeleton warriors in an infinite cage to achieve a flying effect. The skeleton warriors possessed remarkable strength and agility, theoretically making them more adept at flight than Lin Ran. Therefore, he would sacrifice 144 skeleton warriors, transforming the near-death ones into cages, allowing them to ascend alongside the remaining warriors. The theory was sound. The only thing lacking was practical implementation. Soon, Lin Ran arrived at the location of the second boss. This was an ancient forest, towering trees failing to conceal the boss's form, a centaur. Name, Tikbalang, Neutral Zone Boss. Level, LV-17. Health, 5000. Actual health, 700, 000. Additional Radva Boss Bonus, 8, 000. Total health, 8, 700, 000. Strength, 3000. Agility, 5000. Spirit, 5000. Skills, / literal meaning, centaur form, passive skill. Significantly enhances movement speed and evasion. Confusion, aura skill. Tikbalang's formidable mental power greatly reduces the hit rate of all targets with lower spirit in its vicinity. Description, the king among centaurs. With him around, travelers in the forest are destined to lose their way. Warning, extremely high evasion, average output. Increasing one's hit rate is the solution. Chapter 74, Sacrificial Death Leads to Ascension. Tikbalang's attributes were quite similar to Mechanacal's. Both were thick-skinned creatures that were particularly challenging to defeat. However, Lin Ran was all too familiar with the evasion effect. Previously, there had been one named Shillong, perhaps Bailang. Though it mattered little, his evasion surpassed Tikbalang's, yet still fell to Lin Ran's might. Lin Ran descended from the air, summoning 144 skeleton warriors. The warriors rushed forth, ready to confront Tikbalang. Lin Ran commanded, all skeleton warriors should approach the boss and refrain from attacking. He intended for them to absorb the boss's strikes without retaliation. His goal was to sacrifice these skeleton warriors, transforming them into cages. Roar. Upon witnessing the swarm of skeleton warriors encircling him, Tikbalang roared in fury. wielding his massive sword against the skeletons. A slight smirk tugged at Lin Ran's lips as he envisioned the skeletons falling one by one, subsequently morphing into cages that would attach to the other warriors. However, Lin Ran underestimated the defensive strength of the skeleton warriors and overestimated Tikbalang's offensive capability. Tikbalang's only method of attack was to slash, reducing the hit rate of nearby targets. After a prolonged assault, he had yet to eliminate a single skeleton warrior, merely chipping away at their health, which the liquid metal's self-healing properties restored almost instantaneously. Lin Ran was left speechless. How could this be? Is this reasonable? In reality, the skeleton warriors were entirely metallic, granting them immense resistance to physical damage, compounded by their level 18 status, which surpassed Tikbalang's. The attributes of the skeleton warriors were already outrageous, and Lin Ran's epic equipment further bolstered their defenses. Realizing this, Lin Ran promptly removed his weapon. Indeed, the skeleton warrior's health depletion accelerated dramatically. Yet, Tikbalang's output still fell short of the skeleton warrior's recovery speed. Lin Ran was increasingly exasperated. One cannot help but draw comparisons. He had not anticipated that the output of those 20 individuals from Sakura country would be so formidable, capable of swiftly dispatching one of his skeleton warriors. This boss was utterly pathetic, even inferior to those from Sakura country. Just as Lin Ran prepared to take matters into his own hands and eliminate the boss, the infrared thermometer of the skeleton warriors detected a group of 20 individuals rapidly approaching from the north. Their equipment appeared quite impressive. Lin Ran chuckled. When one is drowsy, a pillow presents itself. In the distance, the 20 individuals from Xia country were feeling quite disheartened. They had worked tirelessly since the previous morning till midnight, ceaselessly striving to gather the majority of the supplies from their personal protection zone before venturing into the danger zone. Then, they encountered a disheartening situation. In the neutral zone, nearly 99 of the supply boxes had already been opened. Not a single plank remained. Forget planks. Not even a wretched white piece of equipment was left for them. My God, who could be so shameless? They fervently hoped not to cross paths with the culprit. Otherwise, they would stuff their shoes down his throat. Subsequently, they approached the nearest boss, preparing to eliminate it first. They laid eyes upon the centaur Tikbalang and the 144 motionless skeleton warriors surrounding it. What in the world was this? How could it withstand the boss's damage? Its recovery ability was simply absurd. One alone was already outrageous. Yet there were 144 such skeleton warriors. Just then, all 144 skeleton warriors simultaneously turned, their blood-red eyes fixating on the direction of the intruders. A sense of dread gripped the hearts of the 20. This is bad run. As they prepared to retreat, they noticed a young man sprinting towards them, waving his hand. Is this a person from Daxiao? Captain, I sense that his frequency of spiritual fluctuations is identical to that of those skeleton warriors. Could it be that he is the summoner? He must be Daxiao's top prodigy. How audacious of a summoner to dare charge at us. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. The people of the Great Xia are remarkably amicable. I surmise he harbors great admiration for our illustrious Westia Empire. Hence his desire to seek collaboration with us. Collaboration? To ally with such formidable practitioners would be an immense boon for us. Ha ha ha. Who would wish to partner with a lowly individual from the Great Xia? There is an old saying in Great Xia. Seize the opportunity to strike when one is down. Kindness and friendliness are hardly virtues in this context. Let us impart upon him his final lesson. Ha ha ha. Men, charge forth, slay him. Thus, an array of spells and arrows rained down upon Lin Ran. The smile upon Lin Ran's face only deepened. He had initially contemplated a partnership. For more friends often yield more paths to traverse. However, it appears the hassle is unnecessary now. Let us proceed directly to enslavement. Just before the onslaught struck Lin Ran, all attacks were intercepted by the skeletal warriors who blinked into existence. Subsequently, 2 of these skeletal warriors seized Lin Ran and hurled him into the throng of enemies. The propulsion mechanism activated midair, and within 3 seconds, Lin Ran soared like a missile directly into the midst of the adversaries. Upon landing, the Matrix defense was triggered, with the skeletal warriors appearing once more to mitigate the impact damage. What on earth? How did he arrive here? Attack him. Strike him down. The summoner is quite fragile. The Westia team descended into chaos. However, it was not long before order was restored. Surrounding them were 288 skeletal warriors, encircling them completely. Lin Ran stood just outside, utterly still. The 288 skeletal warriors remained motionless, creating a most eerie tableau. After being encircled, the 20 members of the Westia team, now apprehensive, ceased their movements. One by one, they voluntarily complied, hands clasped atop their heads, squatting upon the ground. Since they could not prevail, resistance was futile. A Westia individual, fluent in Chinese, raised his hands and, in broken Mandarin, implored, "Great Xia friend, We maintain a cordial relationship. Please spare us. Lin Ran shot him a glare, causing the man to instantly kneel, too terrified to utter another word. He had been the most aggressive, having loosed dozens of arrows aimed squarely at Lin Ran's head. There was no chance of leniency. Lin Ran brushed the dust from his garments. His tone icy. Do you possess any energy source crystals? I demand the truth. I could search your persons directly, though that would likely result in your transformation into mere boxes for ease of examination. The crowd shuddered, and soon 3 individuals rose, declaring possession of an energy source crystal each. Excellent. With 3 from them, and 2 from Lin Ran himself, that totals 5 energy source crystals. A most profitable venture indeed. However, before their demise, Lin Ran intended to extract every last ounce of their utility. You shall unleash your most potent attacks to vanquish my skeletal warriors. Lin Ran referred to this tactic as, let the dead lead the living. Chapter 75, Enslaving the Westia Team. The members of the Westia team were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Lin Ran's motives. Yet, under his insistence, they reluctantly initiated their assault upon the skeletal warriors. Soon enough, the first skeletal warrior teetered on the brink of death. Lin Ran observed them, noting that their combined combat prowess far surpassed that of the Cherry Blossom Nation's cohort. They simply lacked the will. In a full-throttle state, they could easily have dispatched 5 of Lin Ran's skeletal warriors. 20 minutes later, all 144 skeletal warriors lay in a state of near demise. Not a single skeletal warrior remained. Only Lin Ran stood before them. The captain of the Westia team, harboring ulterior motives, contemplated the situation. Though unaware of Lin Ran's intentions, the terrifying skeletal warriors were now all vanquished. What a splendid opportunity this presented. How could it be squandered? He exchanged glances with his teammates, and suddenly, they launched an attack upon Lin Ran. Kill him. Yet, as their strikes neared Lin Ran, yet another wave of skeletal warriors materialized from thin air, absorbing the brunt of the damage. Despair enveloped the Westia team. The first wave, Lin Ran had shown them mercy, perhaps an act of kindness. But this second wave, they had taken advantage of his generosity and attacked. To be fair, from their perspective, it was unlikely he would spare them. However, Lin Ran merely shook his head at them with a smile. Naughty. That smile washed over them like a gentle spring breeze. The female members of the Westia team were left entranced. Though they had never encountered an angel, they felt they had just seen one. Yet, it would not be long before they would also witness the smile of a demon, indistinguishable from the previous one. Pointing at them, Lin Ran activated the infinite cage, causing 20 skeletal warriors in a state of near demise to attach themselves to their backs, transforming into propulsion devices and gliding wings. Additionally, a sharp steel needle embedded itself in the base of their skulls, and a long chain dangled to the ground. Lin Ran explained, now, you will gather resources for me. You may fly. I will assign each of you 1 skeletal warrior to assist in combat. All resources must be transported to the designated location in the Great Xia protected area. Do not be lazy, for the steel needle piercing your brain will swiftly claim your lives. After succinctly outlining their tasks, the captain of the Westia team cautiously inquired, esteemed individual from Great Xia, upon completion of these tasks, we will survive, yes? Lin Ran refrained from answering. If you do not comply, you shall die now. Neither affirmation nor denial was offered. 20 skeletal warriors approached Lin Ran, each grasping the chains that hung from their bodies. Let us commence. The skeletal warriors seized the chains, pulling them forth as their arms began to exert force. Gradually, one by one, the Westia individuals began to rotate around the skeletal warriors, ascending into the air. Then, with a forceful throw towards the designated direction, the skeletal warriors sent them flying. Boom. The 20 propulsion devices surged forth in various directions. The chains, too, carried the skeletal warriors along as they soared into the distance. Lin Ran observed the skeletal warriors dispersing in flight, his spirits lifted. These were his employees. Thus, Lin Ran was relieved of the burden of resource collection. The amicable Westia individuals would assist him. The sole matter of concern was that if the skeletal warriors strayed too far from Lin Ran, he would lose control over them. Fortunately, the skeletal warriors could receive commands in advance. The directives Lin Ran provided were to supervise their resource scavenging efforts. Should they slack off, a warning would be issued through force. A second infraction would result in the loss of a hand. A third transgression would lead to immediate execution. Naturally, they were also instructed to retreat promptly in the face of formidable foes, to eliminate weaker skeletal warriors swiftly, and to greet any Great Xia team members amicably while informing them of which resources had already been thoroughly scavenged. With the arrangements for resource collection complete, Lin Ran had 248 skeletal warriors remaining. Among these, 124 were in a state of near demise. So what was there to discuss? Let us ascend collectively. Infinite cage. 123 near-demise skeletal warriors surged towards 123 skeletal warriors, clashing resoundingly. The sound of steel clashing against steel was crisp and melodious. Soon, all 123 skeletal warriors equipped themselves with gliding wing thrusters. The skeletal warriors possessed remarkable strength and agility, capable of leaping 5 to 6 meters into the air. With the surrounding structures, and in coordination with one another, all 123 skeletal warriors took flight simultaneously. Before long, the sky was filled with soaring skeletal figures. However, due to the singular nature of their thruster, the skeletal warriors careened chaotically, causing significant damage to the nearby edifices. This, however, was sufficient. Lin Ran could still fly, and as long as he ascended, no challenge would be insurmountable. As for why Lin Ran did not affix the infinite prison to himself, the reasoning was straightforward. Being tethered to Lin Ran would complicate encounters with hordes of monsters. Moreover, doing so would confine Lin Ran to a gigantic prison state, necessitating his skeletal warriors to retreat into the summoning space for recuperation, a period during which much could be accomplished. Of course, the offensive capabilities of the skeletal warriors were not to be underestimated. This segmented prison method balanced mobility and combat prowess, making it exceptionally suited for large-scale operations. Lin Ran gestured towards the distant ground, summoning the last dying skeletal warrior towards him. As he turned, the skeletal warrior collided forcefully with the gliding wing at his back, causing Lin Ran to stagger, nearly losing his footing. Consequently, a prison composed of 2 skeletal warriors formed around Lin Ran. He yearned to experiment with stable flight. This endeavor was fraught with difficulty, as previously mentioned. The most critical factor to consider during the actual test was that the reason it was termed the infinite prison was due to the immobility of its attachment point. It was a control-type skill, after all. In reality, carrying the gliding wing rendered Lin Ran's waist immobile, resulting in a partial loss of personal agility. However, as a summoner, this was of little consequence. A massive stabilizing wing was added, positioned near Lin Ran's head, while the gliding wing itself sprouted an array of foldable wings, resembling a second glider. Thus, 3 pairs of wings emerged behind Lin Ran, the uppermost pair smaller, the middle pair the largest, and the lowest pair the smallest. One pair controlled direction, another facilitated flight, and the last ensured stability and coordination. All 3 were indispensable. Lin Ran retained some liquid metal to expand the wing width at will. After all, his body would also be in motion, and even minute movements during flight could affect overall coordination. Therefore, for the inaugural test flight, Lin Ran opted for an approach of sheer power. Additionally, the 2 skeletal warriors provided 2 thrusters. However, achieving a vertical takeoff with just 1 thruster was challenging, given the uneven weight distribution of the human body. With 2 thrusters, the potential increased significantly. Chapter 76. The 6-winged dual-thruster aircraft. One thruster could rotate 360 degrees. Due to its universal structure, it could not provide excessive power, lest the structure fail. Nevertheless, this framework could be adjusted at any time through the skeletal warrior's chips to compensate for erratic propulsion. The other served as the main thruster, now tasked with both mid-air propulsion and vertical takeoff. The combination of the 2 thrusters theoretically allowed for stable flight. Lin Ran took a deep breath and commanded the skeletal warriors, prepare for takeoff. This was his first true flight. The previous attempts did not count. This was Lin Ran's initial experience of flying solely on his own, and every sensation was distinctly different. Flight, soaring through the heavens, was a dream cherished by countless souls. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The main thruster ignited successfully, and a powerful thrust propelled Lin Ran's body outward, not upward, but sideways into the grass. He narrowly avoided crashing into a rock, thanks to the activation of the Matrix defense, as a skeletal warrior teleported in to save him. Rising once more, the skeletal warrior delivered an error report regarding the flight. The main thruster's force was excessive, rendering the auxiliary thruster uncontrollable. Forcing control would result in structural failure of the auxiliary thruster, causing it to detach. Reinforcement was necessary. Lin Ran infused additional metal into the auxiliary thruster's connection structure for a secondary reinforcement, which would increase overall weight, necessitating adjustments. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ran commenced his second test flight. Although his body still veered off course significantly, with the auxiliary thruster's assistance, he managed to stabilize his form and ascend into the sky. The altitude steadily climbed, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters. Lin Ran gazed below, where the skeletal warriors appeared as mere ants. He could see the winding mountains at the forest's edge, along with the snow-capped peak emitting wisps of smoke. The sky was boundless, and the earth lay beneath his feet. An indescribable emotion surged within him, prompting Lin Ran to exclaim, "Alas." Upon reaching the recommended flight altitude of approximately 800 meters, the metallic 6 wings on Lin Ran's back unfurled. With a whoosh, the wings expanded to a span of 4 meters. Yet, even so, they still did not provide the absolute stability necessary for Lin Ran to deftly execute aerial maneuvers. Lin Ran directly piled the remainder of the metal onto the wings. The white liquid metal climbed over the 6 wings, continuously extending their width at the edges. Through persistent structural adjustments, Lin Ran discovered the balance point. Thus, the first generation of the aircraft was completed. Though somewhat rudimentary, it possessed a rugged mechanical beauty. When the span of the 6 wings reached 6 meters, all the metal was expended. At that moment, Lin Ran hovered serenely in midair. The stabilizing wings swayed gently, remaining so steady that not a tremor was felt. The main thruster was temporarily disabled, allowing for slow movement via the auxiliary thruster, creating an appearance of suspension. To achieve true hovering, further material accumulation or detailed modifications would be required. However, at present, Lin Ran had no need for hovering. The first version of the 6-winged dual-thruster aircraft was already remarkably accomplished. With a roar, the main thruster activated, and Lin Ran's figure plummeted swiftly towards the boss below. In an instant, he reached the skies above Tikbarong, and the auxiliary thruster initiated reverse thrust 100 meters away, facilitating a deceleration. As Lin Ran approached Tikbarong, his speed was perfectly calibrated for a slow orbit around it. Tikbarong gazed upward, fixated on Lin Ran, yet rendered helpless, being a melee unit incapable of reaching him. Naturally, Lin Ran was also unable to attack it. He continued his descent, purposefully colliding headlong into Tikbarong. Of course, he did not overlook one crucial task, severing the connection of the 20 skeletal warriors from the Western Tooth Squad's Matrix defense. Otherwise, should Lin Ran find himself in peril, no matter what transpired with the Western Tooth Squad, the skeletal warriors would unhesitatingly teleport in to rescue him. In the fleeting moment of Lin Ran's collision with the boss, a legion of 123 skeletal warriors materialized before him. Their back-mounted thrusters roared to life, resulting in an extraordinary spectacle. The skeletal warriors, notorious for their frailty, solitary nature, and sluggish speed, boldly withstood the damage inflicted by Tichbrin. Astonishingly, they soared through the air, darting back and forth, unleashing their skills upon Tichbrin, a heavy strike. Thanks to the activation of the Matrix defense, the skeletal warriors were adept at uncovering Tichbrin's vulnerabilities, rendering the latter's evasion rate practically ineffective against the onslaught from Lin Ran and the skeletal warriors. More than 80% of the skeletal warriors' attacks struck Tichbrin with unerring precision. Furthermore, Lin Ran discerned that the skeletal warriors, bolstered by their thrusters, had significantly augmented the damage of both their regular and heavy strike attacks. While it paled in comparison to the output of 2 skeletal warriors, the difference was negligible. Rounded up, the skeletal warriors had acquired the ability to fly, and the decline in output from all summoned entities was minimal, leading to a resounding victory. Whenever the skeletal warriors found themselves uncontrollably soaring into the distance, Lin Ran would dash to Tichbrin's side, reactivating the Matrix defense to summon all skeletal warriors for a second wave of assault. This continuous activation of Matrix defense constituted a seamless series of small combos. The boss, Tichbrin, witnessed a steady decline in health. As a creature of Radva, it epitomized the characteristics of wilderness bosses, fundamentally adhering to a standard of high health and robust defense. Tichbrin, however, was an exception, possessing slightly lower defenses, which were sacrificed in favor of enhanced evasion and a reduction in enemy accuracy. Nonetheless, its health depletion progressed at a languid pace, 98, 97, 96. An hour later, Tichbrin's health finally dipped below 1. Under Lin Ran's relentless charges, Tichbrin's health bar vanished, and its colossal form crashed to the ground, toppling vast swathes of forest. The sound of splintering trees echoed in succession. Even as Tichbrin fell, it howled in anguish, its centaur form convulsing violently, as its flesh and blood disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind only a skeletal exterior. The liquid metal skeletal warriors provided crucial intel. They detected Tichbrin's heat rapidly dissipating, with the remnants burrowing swiftly underground, heading toward the very core of Asuan. Lin Ran pondered. The core could only refer to the massive red skull. Boss defeated, Tichbrin, experience gained, 30,000. In Radva, the experience points awarded by monsters were indeed substantial, yet the scarcity of creatures had nearly made Lin Ran forget about experience altogether. To level up swiftly, delving into dungeons was essential. However, those who ventured into Radva were hardly motivated solely by the prospect of leveling up. Upon Tichbrin's demise, it transformed into a colossal black iron treasure chest, which was no ordinary black iron chest. It radiated a mesmerizing pink glow,